de hecho están ahí ya con la primera ronda. Lo que sea, no me está conectando el YouTube. Ahora. Ojo, gracias por ese pedazo de Prime, bro. Se agradece un montonazo, tío. Muchísimas gracias, cogen. Vale. Vamos a hacer el segundo. Captura de ventana. Se puede extender a más para hacer el cierre de local y todo eso. No entiendo. Vale. Vale. Voy a sonido de la partida.
China Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder. And I mean, oh wow, we are giving up on the Lupis and we are just gonna go for this School Dread Saruya.
I mean, we are looking for Ash Blossom probably.
Yeah, I mean, Diego saw Vincenzo's hand, so he's definitely looking for hand traps and a seat roll.
Shifter a little bit too late, unfortunately, but I mean, it's also, I feel like, not really the greatest against Radiant Typhoon overall. Like, it's a bit annoying to shut down the Mystical Space Typhoon interactions, but I know some Radiant Typhoons are even siding Shifter and Dimensional Fissure themselves,
So the logic behind Shifter against Radiant Typhoon is that they eventually run out of resources and Mystical Space Typhoon will be banished.
No sé cómo Radiant va a romper una mesa entera.
To stop Vision, he's in a very good spot, right? Because Sina is already one of those cards that needs a monster to in the field in order to interact. Crosshair will be in the hand since Ash Blossom will be activated, and Mystical Space Typhoon it will be the third option.
I also feel like there's no quick spells in Diego's deck because of the Radiant Typhoon, because like otherwise you just give your opponent the window to go for Crosshair and then potentially with the Sheen as well, which, you know, looking at Vincenzo's hand right now, that would have been the only option available for him. So pretty good start, honestly, from Diego. Like, there was the Ash Blossom for sure on the Noroi, but with the Holy Su here he navigated it quite well.
We're gonna fish for a couple of throws here, and I mean, just take a look at how many cards Diego has drawn this turn. This deck can really find some of the side deck options, and as Alberto hinted at, of course, Drone Lock is one, but we do have a few others. For example, finding that triple Tactics talent could also be extremely good here, but we do not. We have only monsters left. There is a card, I gotta say, in Vincenzo's side deck, which I would be quite excited to see. Of course, we know it's not there yet, but if he was to top deck it, it would completely swing this game upside down. And I'm not gonna say quite yet what it is, but I can tell you it's a pendulum monster. Let's just say that.
Looking at this field, I think that Vincenzo needs to prioritize a
that's
way
it.
to make
Yeah,
Sina alive and enable to activate the effect.
Yeah, but this is not the most impressive. Pretty, we can say, minimalistic field in a way. Because we don't have access to Ollisu at the moment because it's still under Reaper, and we don't have the rock.
Ah, buena suerte a Fuba.
So,
Fuba 6 car,
yeah,
quite unfortunate.
very
from
unfortunate
Vincenzo,
top deck from Vincenzo, who really needs to find a way to deal with the Reaper. So maybe we might see just going for the draw 2 effect, no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has any other option, huh?
What was the end? It was like Sheena,
Sina, Mystical
Crosea,
Space Typhoon, Crosea, Vision, and now
Fuva, yeah. I mean, yeah, because Reaper keeps that in check, and yeah, I think so as well. We need to go for a draw 2, maybe find Droplet. It would be an amazing one for sure. I mean, we are really kind of like one Droplet away from going off, or like, you know, let's see. Of course, we do know that Diego has Droll, but we cannot draw here. What do we draw? Another Crosea?
Oh,
another
mandate.
Wow, that's so unfortunate for Vincenzo.
I think this might honestly be it. We don't really have anything.
And we are forced to discard Mystical Space Typhoon, which is quite relevant in this matchup. Or we can also discard the Radiant Typhoon card, right?
You call discard mandate, honestly.
Yeah, you can discard just a Radiant Typhoon card.
Yeah, discards the mandate. It's
bah, I don't know. I mean, we saw
Estoy
Vincenzo
2:30
creating
allá. ¿Qué hora es allá?
value
Las
out
9:20.
of maybe not the most splendid card last game, but now I don't see it. And I think he is also well aware of this. I mean, he can take a little bit of his time just because there are 32 minutes left. The game 1 was quick, but yeah, I think maybe Typhon is the only way you can try and turn this around, but I mean...
And also Sina can activate right now, right? Because Fogalus is
yes,
win-win.
That's a very good recognition. And here comes Mystical Space Typhoon Baraktar.
And I think that Diego has already acknowledged this. I mean, in this spot, if Diego chooses not to activate any card and lets Vincenzo access his Typhoon, is the correct play to go. Otherwise, Sina can be chained.
And here comes No Devil.
Lo voy a poner a 720, tío. Es que...
And here comes No Devil. But also, do you have a bait, no? Because...
El tema es que tenía doble Crosea.
That's it, okay.
Tú no se la va a negar.
Skull Thread is continuous,
Y luego tenía
or does it trigger the effect to give the
la Sina. Que la Sina da igual, levantar todos los panquis a la mano.
Continuous, no?
I don't remember.
If a monster is almost special summon to zone this card points to the monster gains 300 attack.
No, it's not a continuous.
No?
It activates, it's a
Because
mandatory.
if it activates, then you can you can do the Sheena like that. That would have been an interesting question, because that would have changed everything, no? If it is, I don't know, I think it might be continuous, but if it's not, you can just normal summon it in front of the Skull Thread.
I remember that you could Ogre.
¿Es un formato en el que empieza a ganar?
Yeah, but it was one of those
No
scenarios.
creas.
If that is the case, I think there was maybe an opening. Let me check. And
Activan en mano, pero eso no nomás.
I checked.
Los pequeños se activan si invocan por la cara. Si no, bueno, si no tiene mágicas o trampas en el campo tu rival. Y la otra era
Well,
Sí,
Marshall
se
is
activó una
checking,
quick.
I mean,
No.
pretty quick.
Eran si no te mucho
Yes,
su
this
tempa
would be
tu
a very
rival.
good
Es
option.
como por ahí.
Just to explain what we are
Los
debating
niveles
about
altos
is that
eran
if
si se
Vincenzo
activa una
choose
quick play.
to normal summon the
Este turno.
Fugalos in the pointer of Saryuya, Saryuya would activate the effect to as a mandatory effect to give to Fugalos the attack boost, and then Sina could activate the effect to special summon herself and bounce all the field.
Yeah, Marshall is contacting his resources from above.
I think that he's looking for the Reshu Cut deck books right now.
No, but in the meantime, I really feel like we all deserve to see a game 3.
It is a trigger. So,
Yeah, remember the ogre.
yes.
El día que la de Orcane
In
no
that
falta ver.
case,
Yo no sé cómo
I
siguen hacer
guess
seguridad. Yo siento que
you
ya casi
can
no se puede
normal
usar.
summon, Fuvalos in
Y llevas
front of
tantas normal,
Saryuya,
bro.
and then activate
Yo
the
creo que es
Shina.
porque tienen el extra
Like
sobrado.
one way would
He
be
also gives
activate.
on the normal summon or only special, though?
No, every time I think, no? Yeah, also normal, I remember. So if you go normal Fuva in front of Skull Dread, then you activate the Shina to force out the Reaper, then you can go Mystical Space on the Snow Devil, and in a new chain use the Crosea and try to play. I mean, that was an option, I guess.
¿Qué es la verdad ahora
nice.
como,
We'll see.
como
Yeah,
I
aspecto
mean,
uno?
regardless of what happens, we might be able to ask Vincenzo if he is the one advancing, but I mean, we'll see.
Pero es en España, las 9:30 de la mañana. De hecho, estoy así porque me acabo de levantar medio sobao.
And are heading into only one more game to advance to an 8-2 record and keeps their hopes alive of making it to the top 8. Let's find out who it is going to be.
Y eso a las 2:30. Me imaginaba, bro. Me imaginaba.
Nice final handshake.
Pero es allá a las
start things
9:30.
off with the Mystical Space Typhoon. I see a lot of Radiant and an Ash Blossom, just in case we do see a Mulch Army. Not quite going to be the case, but again, we will play
Algún
in the
te creo
draw phase.
sorpresa.
This is the
Las que
important thing
Striker.
after siding. You wanna just play around Roll and Lockbird, and I'm pretty sure... Is that a Crosea? I saw a monster, I'm not sure that would change things
Vincenzo's end looks good.
quite a lot, but...
And I am pretty sure that Diego has already a copy of Troll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
However, we can see the power of Radiant Typhoon to activate the quick play spell cards in the draw phase, with
Okay.
¿Cómo que top
not enabling
full está 1:30,
the Troll and
bro?
Lockbird to activate.
Pues hoy es el día que se va a jugar el top cat, chavales.
We
¿Y
do
qué
not,
título queréis?
but
Ponga.
we are gonna go for Chant.
Yeah, gets him the Megala here.
And that's a good add as well. Because if you are thinking about Drone and Lockbird, Megala is the best one to get. Because it's the one that plays the most around the card. And I think we now enter main phase, and we do have a Pot of Extravagance, but... Oof, this could be an interesting one, because for as good as the card is, it's probably the worst way to play when your opponent has a draw.
But I mean, Vincenzo has already generated so much advantage.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if it translates necessarily
Parece
to
que se haya
threats,
dolido.
but we do have the chance to draw call by... We don't quite, but we can. And we now see the draw from Diego.
And I think that
but-
I see one bedroom card in the,
Oh, really?
yeah, in the hand of Vincenzo.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that
he gets the
we have
MSD.
already the cards that we want.
Oh, wow. I mean, we have been hinting at a spicy card being in the deck for Vincenzo, and when you draw 4 cards, there is a good chance that you find it, and yes, I do believe you might be right.
Oh, but this is good, because essentially with the Megala here, and also now is able to
Yeah.
trigger with the Ascendance.
But again,
it's a good one.
One of those plays, once more, I wanna, remark it, that shows that Vincenzo is a really, really good player. I think many would have added one of the
Pasa
level
tutti
3
fun.
that search. Instead, Vincenzo recognized that by having Pot of Extravagance, he was already exposing himself to the draw.
Sí, porque lo bueno del link es que añade cementerio.
He's gonna go for this chain of Mystical Space Typhoons,
Y
resetting
hace
his
chain
own
block.
spells,
No sé cómo
and
es.
then activating the Megala. And I'm surprised Diego allows it.
Yeah, because by doing this, you essentially chain block the Megalan and then you bring up the Crozia onto the field.
Yeah.
And this is great, honestly. Very good catch from Vincenzo.
I thought there was an impermanence, but
Toda
maybe
meta,
I'm
bro.
wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways.
A mí me mola ver el tifón,
I mean, if it wasn't permanence, Diego would probably activate it here,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. Yeah, probably I didn't see right, but. And yeah, you can see that Crozia allows you
No está
to
plusando
add
mucho,
from the graveyard as well. And so Vincenzo playing through draw with 6 cards. And now just continuing his plays.
This is great because now you can go for the Link monster and then you can also set up the Mandate, and with double Mystical Space Typhoon in hand also looks very, very powerful. Yeah.
Are we going to see an
And
Doom
here it
activation?
is.
Oh, and here it is. This is the card we were talking about.
La trampa la tiene ya activada.
It is
The rainbow.
Performable 5 Rainbow.
So for anyone who doesn't know what this card does, let me tell you, it's the closest we have to Mystic Mine in 2026, because
Es
essentially
el que
what it
necesita
says
ser
is
mágicas
that any
para jugar
player
colocadas.
who does not have a card face down in the spell and trap zone cannot
El tema es que si va seteando cartas Vincenzo,
of the monsters they control.
le va a petar las cartas con tifón.
Sounds like Mystic Mind.
Yes.
El péndulo
And also has a
era
second
que
effect.
necesitaba
If you
tener
have forces,
cartas
right?
colocadas,
Yeah.
digo, para
It
poder
doubles the
activar
attack
cartas.
of your monsters.
Entonces, literalmente, seteas
Yeah, you can
cartas
see
para
here
poder
Diego
invocar y
reading,
pues, es Mystic Mine.
Essentially,
Entonces,
this
si va a
means
setear
that
cartas, se la peta con
especially
tifón y ya no
against a
juega.
deck like Canine Vanquish Soul, which is a bit light on spell and traps, it can represent a huge disruption, and then thanks to your own Mystical Space Typhoons, you make it even harder, because as soon as they set one, you just Mystical Space it, and then they need a second spell and trap, which essentially they can never activate. That's the big part of it. They need to keep it face down, and that's huge. At the same time, you should keep in mind, as you know, opposed to Mystic Mine, the pendulum says only control. So as you can see here, we can still use cards in the end or graveyard.
Vale.
So, yeah.
I think that Vincenzo is really fine, even if Diego can activate, for example, hand traps or a potential Holy
Yeah.
Soul.
I mean, surely it makes things just a little bit closer.
Voy a
and
meter
as
el
you can see
vallenato,
here,
bro.
Vincenzo is making sure that he can activate both his Megala and the Link monsters to get the trap card. And as you can see here, he's chain blocking the Megala to just have, you know, prioritizing, maximizing the chance that he resolves. And I think we might have these impermanence. I don't know. I thought I saw it, so maybe this is what Diego is thinking about now.
But right now, do you activate the permanence or you set it?
I think if you don't have other spell and trap, setting it is just much better, no?
Mm.
But I mean, let's see. Because I mean, even if you allow it, this will be tough, because Vincenzo gets the trap and it gets to search for one of the level 9s on the field. And I believe that's the impermanence. And even though we are using it in the same column, when it comes from the end, that
Aquí vamos a lo
doesn't
mismo.
quite
El otro no va a poder ni jugar.
I like those mind games.
Tiene
Yeah,
ya está, ha perdido. Tiene 2 magias.
Okay, we are prioritizing the trap
Tiene 2
card
magias que las va a
from
petar
not
conforme
being
las
placed.
sete. Y ya.
Wow, Vincenzo again goes for value.
Yeah, I think he acknowledges this right now that Diego needs
Yeah.
to utilize a lot of resources to
Son 2 tifones.
interact with the performable 5 Rainbow. And
I like it.
in this scenario, you just need follow-up.
Yeah, anyways, if you have a spell, another spell, you can still special summon from the end. So I really like this. You know, this is so much value. And again, a spell activated. I'm a bit surprised, honestly. How many spells do we have?
In the perma column. However,
Yeah.
impermanence has the second effect only if it is set and
Este
reloads.
caster, bro.
Yeah, and here from Vincenzo, soon we will have the chance to set up another monster negate, which at the moment we don't need because of the pendulum, but that Varuron is in the end.
And we see a set card. However, this is why
Yeah.
Mystical Space Typhoons are there in order to
Yeah,
interact with
metanegación.
any set that Diego might have.
Diego, I think,
And
yeah,
that's it, actually. No way out of this pendulum. And Vincenzo is the winner. What a match, honestly. I mean, it does that a lot. I mean, game one, we saw what makes Vincenzo, you know, a former YCS champion, just that mind game with Mystical Space Typhoon playing around the Izuna. It was great, honestly.
And I think that you called it early on that dice roll played a huge role in this matchup, as we saw both decks going first, dominating each other. However, I really like the fact that Vincenzo find a way to utilize
La campeona es ganar por tu habilidad sin importancia. El que diga lo contrario no se entera. A ver. Pero dentro que cabe aquí, el tío tengo que hacer un testeo de la carta. Ya está. Realmente no podía salvar una Evenly. Tifón. Bueno, es una Evenly, sí. Una Evenly, sí. Pero bueno, se quedaría la Floodgate. También es que ha tenido forma de prevenir la trampa. ¿Cuántas rondas son? Muchas. Todavía, a ver. Teniendo en cuenta que si hubiera resuelto el Link, se iba a comer triple negate. No, a ver, yo no presté atención porque creo que no.
You were suggesting Archmates for the Genesis format, I believe.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for anyone watching,
No te creo, están empezando a poner partidas de Genesis. Lo que no hicieron ayer, bro.
Last time we had basically some pods where you know, our duelists could compete on Friday and Saturday, and then there was just a huge direct elimination tournament held on Sunday. This time around it was different. It was essentially like a Genesis format YCS where they competed
Esta terminó el día 1 está haciendo cumplir nominada a Felicidades Frexa. Pues la verdad es que Staker lo hizo bien. Fue el mazo que la gente ha estado jugando para adaptar un poquito el pairing de Sky contra Dracotail y esto. Y en NA, mucha Dracotail, bro. Y Yami pura incluso sorprendiendo.
I think this may be it because both players having a smile, and I think Christian went for the Typhoon here, declare battle phase, end of battle phase. Yeah, and I think it's I think that's this is it.
Just
and let's see. I mean, there is a lot of damage on the line, and it is it. Tony absolutely crushing his opponent. Who reveals an Ibiro, but he managed to
tampoco era mucha Dracotail. En Europa solo es un 19% Dracotail. Luego era 11% Radiant, seguido de Bankis y el resto más. Y Mali seguía vivo.
Just going back in time a little bit, again, we were commenting on, I mean, some of these, I think we are feeding you guys really well, you know, start of day 2, and we have the two latest Italian YCS winners, one against each other. In the end, it's Vincenzo taking it home, and I'm really curious to hear it from him. I mean, I've known him pretty well across the years, so I know some of the decisions that went into play in this deck. But in particular, I hope maybe Leo will be able to ask about game 2 and this interaction that maybe could have changed the game around with the School Dread Saruya. And we'll see whether he was paying attention while we were doing our analysis. So. Anyways, for the rest, I mean, you still gotta give it to Diego. He had a fantastic season. He was the first winner of the new format when we switched over to this top 8 cut, and with Apophis.
And with a unique strategy, right?
Completely unseen before. So I mean, he deserves his credits, and still with such a impressive performance at the start of the season, you must be feeling confident that maybe you can qualify for the Pons playoffs. And again, even though maybe you will not make it to the top 8, you can still make it to top 32, top 16. Who knows? You know, you're still on an X3 record. You keep playing, keep winning, and hopefully you'll get there. But I guess, again, as mentioned, we want to hear it from someone who maybe didn't have the best luck in the last couple of years, but the last time it was in this venue, won it all.
I mean, he has already won. It's okay.
Exactly.
Maybe wants to do it again, so we will have the chance to hear it from Vincenzo and Leo.
Thank you, Alberto. I'm indeed joined by previous YCS Dortmund champion, Vincenzo Orofino. Vincenzo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, but also pretty anxious. The tournament is very, very long
6.000
still.
personas jugando Yugi a la vez.
That is true, but you are on a quest on repeating your title, right? You won YCS Dortmund before.
I am, and I topped
Locura.
the other Dortmund,
Locura.
so I never didn't top here. It's very important for me. For some reason, in Dortmund, there are always the YCS I prepare the most for. It's a coincidence, or maybe not, but I'm a bit worried. There's a lot to do still.
Well, I think that the Ruhrgebiet just absolutely loves you. You're very welcome
El
here.
Pancho anda focus.
You have also had massive success at the Master Duel World, so by now you are one of the top duelists in the world, and you played another top duelist, the YCS Lille champion Diego Zile. Let's look into the first game actually, because it looked quite tough for you. Your opponent had 2 hand traps.
Yeah, I've tried to play around the Gospel here. I thought a lot about chain blocks line to not get it by the Gospel, but I couldn't find a valuable one. So after the Gospel I was a bit worried, and here we can see I had a clear read on Izuna because my opponent was thinking on someone of my Megala, and what can it be? It's only Izuna. So I kept my MST in end. I kept MST in end. And my plan was, if he has Izuna, I just MST and it's free value. If he doesn't, whatever, I'm gonna pop my own trap and trigger the Megala either way. So I think it was free value. Anyways, the cool thing I think I did was setting the other bluff, Extravagance, to not give clear read. I had something kept in my end. Because if he kept the Izuna in hand for the turn later and somehow I did live, it would have been annoying maybe.
Can you speak into the microphone a little bit more?
Sorry.
Don't worry. But it's also like pretty nice versus the Vanquish Soul deck if they have very little attributes in hand after your first turn. I think it's good to win with a minimalistic field. Actually, let's go into game 2. There was an interesting interaction there.
Yeah.
You won this game, of course, immediately after this turn. You played into the field and actually, you asked your opponent. Your opponent had the hard draw Holisu. That was a bit hard. Were you surprised by hard draw Holisu?
No, it was either Holisu or Izuna. I knew Ash was not like 100% stopping him. I hoped that it just passed, but no, it didn't work out. The game got interesting even later on, but it just had full combo with Saryuja.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure he would have thrown roll, so I had to play in a weird way and try to high roll and didn't roll super high.
So now I have a question that the commentators also brought up during the match. You played your Fuwalos just to prepare a Sheena. Of course, you need a Wind Monster.
Yes.
Why did you not play it into the Saryuja zone to trigger the Saryuja?
Didn't think about it.
Okay. All right.
No, creo que transmite en Guadalajara.
No, I don't think so, right?
Okay.
There was also a Ripper on the field.
But my plan here, I had as everyone
Si fue un versus Monkey, chicos, o mejor dicho.
Plus MST, plus a spell.
El de Mystical, el de Space Death jugaba bien ante todo. El problema es que yendo segundo contra Draco puedes hacer cosillas. Contra Yami también te diría que el mazo está bien porque puedes forzar la Quick Play. Pero Banquis justo yo creo que es un mazo complicado para romper la mesa.
I was like, I need to draw Pendulum Guy to win, and then I Pendulum Guy, and then I pop back row, and then I win the game. Because if I chain block, it's safer, but it's not strong, I think. I lose, I think.
But actually, let's look at game 3, because there you got the Pendulum Guy, as you call him, the 5-star Rainbow Magician.
The Pend Guy.
You side him in going second as well?
Yes, for sure. It's extremely good going second, because you always have MST, and Vanquisol has only one trap, so you just force the trap, activate Mystic Mine, and then play from there or pass.
You heard it here first. It's 2026 and we're having some Mystic Mine action again.
Yeah, she's back.
the Pendulum card, the 5-star Rainbow Magician, actually closing out that game here. Your opponent played into it quite a little bit. Were you ever worried that something was going to happen?
No. I also had Ashin and I knew it was over.
All right. Were there many games like this, or was it a rather sweaty YCS for you?
No, it's the hardest tournament I've ever played in my life. I won only 2 dice rolls and 3 with this. Never resolved Fuva. I had to IoTK for 2
Sí, claro, en
full
España esta mañana,
DDD
chicos.
combo. It was super hard tournament for me.
De hecho, no he puesto ni la luz ni nada. Esto es
So
luz
what's
natural.
your favorite matchup with this Radiant Typhoon deck? Radiant
Draco Tail.
Typhoon, Draco Tail.
Yes. If they don't open with the Albats, it's free. Also, it's the most skill expressive. I think Draco Tail against Radiant is very skillful, so I like it quite a bit.
Okay, so how's the mirror matchup for you?
The mirror match is also pretty skillful. My problem with it is I tested a lot with my friends the mirror, and they are very good.
¿Te vamos a amortazar o
So
no?
at some
Te va,
point, I mean, you
es
stop
pronto.
believing it's that skillful, because if you play perfect and
Ah, en
they
un rato
play
me pondré con algo.
you start losing.
Ha sido levantarme y ya había
But I never
partida.
played it against people out of my circle, because
Sí, a Bankis, Malis.
So far. But the mirror
Ya a mi Draco
sounds
Tail le van a
pretty
meter la
fun
siguiente
to
banlist.
play.
All right. Thank you so much, Vincenzo. There's one more question. You won a YCS in Dortmund already. Are you going to do it again?
Yes, for sure.
Dale,
All
a tomar
right,
algo.
your first
No
or
frutéis un
maybe
bocata o lo que sea.
future again YCS Dortmund
decir, siempre
champion
desayuno,
here at the 300th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Dortmund. Thank you so much. We're going to go into a short break and we'll be right back with the next round of Swiss.
Así nos pone otra partida. Tech Spotlight.
Welcome everyone back to the coverage of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund. I am joined by former Master Duel World Champion Emre. And Emre, in the TCG and Burst Protocol, we got some nice additions to one of the decks that actually brought you that World Championship title. Exosister got some interesting support and we're here to talk about it. So what do you think? Are the cards bringing the deck to a new level? Is it much stronger than before? What is your opinion?
The new cards, they fix a lot of problems that the deck had, such as consistency or playing through hand traps, which
muchas cartas que se llamen arcoiris, supongo.
Now, especially with
no te cargan.
It's really good through hand traps, especially in Nibiru, which was like the biggest choke point. So I think now this deck can be a pretty good meta contender.
All right, and we are going to look into that. So let's go to the top-down camera, and we're going to talk about a couple of the new cards, and you're also going to explain a couple of the combos with the old cards, and we're just going to dive a little deeper again into what Exosisters are actually doing at the moment in the current state of the metagame. So you brought us the 2 new cards there right away, right? So explain to us first of all what these cards are doing for the deck right now.
So Carmel is the new rank 4.
Todos los monstruos que controlan no pueden atacar ni activar efectos.
On summon, it can set a card spell trap in the end phase from anywhere face down. So even
pues ya está.
So even if the cards are banished or in the graveyard,
El tema es, esto se puede partir con lo que sea.
But the very good part of this card is that once per turn, you can, if your opponent uses a monster effect, a normal spell card or a normal trap card, you can detach every material of the
Esto se juega contra Super Heavy porque no podían setear mágicas.
Target 1 card in your graveyard and put it back to your hand. And why this is so good in this deck is it forces the opponent to move a card out of your graveyard.
Yes, so that's what all this deck is about, right? That's the whole point. That basically you want me to move cards from the graveyard, and this card makes me do it, right? I don't have to do it myself, so you have to. That's really good.
And Betrayal is the new continuous ball card, which I think is probably the best support I could have ever imagined. On activation, it searches 2 Exosister names and discards a card. So even if you go first and draw a card like Multami Fruvalas that you don't want to see, you can use it to discard for free basically and get
robarte 3. Es que el tema es, si te robas 3 magias con este mazo, la mano tiene que ser malísima. A mi forma de verlo. Pero aparte, esto solo niega en...
because it has to be mentioned on the card, right? And then you can summon it out.
Que controlan. Es que controlan. Y así te pueden seguir clavando Ketu, te pueden seguir clavando Raju. Contra Dracotil, si te limpia, te salvas uno de estos. Pero el pan sigue petando.
Same thing again, you're making him do it.
Exactly. We force our opponent to banish the cards. And then we can rank up our Exosisters just like this.
Monster dice, si me quedas a donde el juez, quitó 30 segundos en un duelo porque se me antojó. Guay, me cabreó mucho ayer eso, Me cabreó un huevo, bro. Hasta el momento hemos tenido una partida de Bankis. Tipo, Masek hubo una doble luz en... ¿Cómo se dice? En Estados Unidos. En el torneo principal, no en Genesis. De Bankis, no, de Branded contra Yami.
Special summon the Alice.
Yes.
Rank them up. to your
tiempo muerto. Te metí un viaje a la cámara.
Exactly. Use Michaelis effect to search Betrayal.
No está la cámara aquí para quitarle y la pongo bien.
Stellar and Sophia.
I see, I see.
And then we discard our random card in our hand.
Cuidado, joder, metí un viajazo a la cámara, tío.
We can normal summon the Stellar, use Stellar's effect to special summon Sophia.
Okay, okay.
Use Sophia's effect to draw an extra card. So even the card that we got rid of comes
We're
back.
replacing it, yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. Nice.
And then we go into the new Carmel, use its effect, and in the end phase we can set our Vades.
Nice.
Usually what you would always do is you would rank these two up into the Magnifica.
Of course, of course.
But I think in this instance you don't need to, because this is an interrupt on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
And now the really good part about this card
Y quería cotillar,
we
bro.
have a card in our graveyard that we discarded.
Eso también me flipa,
If you,
A
for
mí Exosister me
example,
flipa.
normal summon
Quería revisar yo.
Albas.
Let's say I am.
Yeah.
This is Albas now.
You want to use the effect.
Ahí se han puesto
I chain my
standing.
Carmel. So the Albas effect becomes target one card in your opponent's graveyard, bounce it back. So let's say you bounce the Sophia, you want to bounce the Sophia back.
Yes.
I chain my Vades.
Oh, and you get even more monsters onto the field,
Exactly.
right?
I summon two more monsters. For example, I summon these two from my deck because I play multiples.
Of course.
And because you move the card out of my graveyard, in a new chain, I can summon Azothiel, for example, and Jibreen. And what this means is I have a Abyss Dweller on the field in Azothiel.
The Exosister version of it, yeah, of course, of course.
And the Jibreen that's an infinite impermanent. So basically, one Martha on your opponent's turn gets to a total of 4 rank 4 XYZs, which is pretty strong.
Yeah. And do you even go into Magnifica at all now in this combo, or like only if you have additional names in your hand that you
I
open?
think if you have
Una
additional
mermail,
names,
esta
you
me
can,
salta.
do Magnifica, or if you hard draw the Returnia.
Oh yeah, true. I almost forgot there's still another trap, because you have now basically always access to Vadis through this, but you also of course have the Michaelis search, maybe if you drew, for example, the
if you draw
spell
packs,
already.
or whatever.
El pendulito este da asquito, es que.
So, pretty often
¿Y los
you
Yami
basically
subirá de
end
precio?
on this end
Para que
board,
la gente no
which
lo
I
da
think
tan por
going
perdido los
first
Yami.
wins against every deck.
Incluso lo Mali. Mali debería de.
Exosister always had that charm of being really good against graveyard decks and like countering T elements, of course, back in the day when you did it at the World Championship, but it was struggling against other decks that were not really relying on the graveyard. But now it's just with you forcing your opponent to banish from the graveyard and getting all of your stuff off anyways, it looks a lot more consistent and better into all of the different matchups. I like that.
And there is also one new card that came out in Doom of Dimensions.
Oh yeah, true. Tell us about that.
Ishiki Sayuri Hime. It's a spirit card.
Yes.
Why we play spirit cards in this deck is very simple. They cannot be special summoned.
Okay.
And since Martha locks you into Exosister for the rest of the turn,
for special
before and after,
yeah.
For example, if we draw, let's say Stella and Ichigo Hirime,
sure,
we can normal summon the Stellar.
Yep.
Use the effect, reveal it in hand, normal summon it. On summon, it searches any light or dark monster with 800 attack or defense.
Okay.
And funnily enough, every Exosister card.
Okay, you can just search Mava, that's so crazy.
You can search any card.
Yeah.
And also one very nice interaction that I like, after fighting, if you go first, and let's say you have these two.
Yeah.
You can use the Martha, get the Alice, normal summon the Ichiki Orime.
Yeah, let's get it out.
And since Thunder King Ryo.
Oh my, you gotta be kidding me.
A card from the very late 2000s, funnily enough, has 800 defense.
All right.
So before we do
those coincidences always, right?
We can now basically here go for Michaelis, get the Betrayal, like do all of our stuff, and at the very end, we can just normal summon the Ryo, which makes the board even stronger.
Yes,
and since you can basically search it for free, I think it's very, very good as a one-off in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, at least for post-siding purposes, for sure. I like that a lot. That's
for sure,
that's very strong. And I mean, that spirit from really is upping the consistency as well, right? Because usually you were playing the other spirit cards, because like Aratama and Sakitama, they were kind of staples in the deck before the new spirit released now, before the Ichiki release. But are you still running these even, or?
We're still playing Aratama.
Okay, we're still playing Aratama.
Aratama is still, I think, the best one-card combo in the deck. I can show you why.
Sure, go ahead.
So if we only have the Aratama, we normal summon the Aratama. And because it searches any spirit, we can search the...
Oh, obviously, yeah, of course.
Reveal it in the hand, normal summon it, use the effect, and Martha also has 800 defense.
Let's get Martha once more, of course.
So
easy.
First, we have to rank them both up.
Oh, my Exosister.
Michaelis.
Nice.
And because we only control one Exosister monster right now, or XYZ.
You can summon out the Martha, of course.
To summon out the Martha. get the Alice, and then we can go into
the Carmel as well. Yeah, easy.
And now, depending on the hand, what you want to usually end on is either Betrayal and Vadis. But if we have any of those or packs in the hand, we can also we also have access to Returnia, so we would end on these 3. And as I said before, I think this end board, no deck is breaking it.
Seems pretty valid to me.
Yeah, that's basically the 1-card Aratama combo, which is my favorite combo of the deck. It ends on as well 4 rank 4 XYZs on the opponent's turn. If he does something, we just detach 2 materials of this.
Yes.
Chain the Vadis, get 2 bodies, and then rank those up to maybe another Michaelis, a Caspitel, or whatever we want. We have Jabreen, we have Azophiel, so a lot of options, which I think elevates the deck even to like a higher tier as it was before.
I'm really excited. I can see this deck actually making some waves this weekend at the 300 YCS. We shall find out throughout the weekend whether we're going to see it on stage in the featured match. Best of luck, of course, to you and your tournament run. And we will see all of you viewers at home soon after with more live coverage coming from the 300 YCS here in Dortmund.
Ah, pues esto es el trailer de... ...34 jugadores... 54, 80... Algo ha topeado. No, pero esto ya es de otro... Así que valga pasta, solo es la Marta. Y esto... La Spark tiene muy buena pinta, tío. Pues no sé, jugar esto por encima de Purga. El tema era que la Purga te jodía esta. Esta era la oscuridad. ¿Cómo estaba bien Mitch tirándole? Vale. O sea, que con Purga mejor. Ah, pero esto es porque lleva Tachyon. Ah, lleva una Tachyon. ¿Por qué están mostrando las monjitas? ¿Qué monjitas? Están haciendo una guía.
Hello Duelists, Phantom Revenge is releasing December 4th and in it you'll find 3 new themes.
Pero lo puedes jugar por emulador, bro.
I have Barcode here with me who is going to tell us a little bit more about that archetype.
Absolutely. Cool Tune is such a cool archetype which lets you synchro summon using monsters on the field but also monsters in your hand.
A mí me flipa la música Master Duel.
I'll tell you a little bit more about that. So the Cool Tune strategy actually revolves around the synchro summons and you can facilitate that through multiple effects. So we are going to watch the core main monsters of the main deck. The first one being the Cool Tune Q, the second one being the Cool Tune Mix, the third one being the Cool Tune Rico, and the fourth one being the Cool Tune Clip. And all of those monsters, they share the same ability.
A mí lo que me sorprende, tío, como que Master Duel tiene puntos muy buenos que no te esperabas que iban a hacer.
Ooh, that's very cool. That's going to make summoning synchros with this
a mí los campos, los tableros...
How do they interact with the opponent?
Well, that's when their second effect just comes into play. You see, all those main deck monsters, they have an effect which can be activated when they are sent to the graveyard as a synchro material. For example, Mix will be able to target an opponent's monster and destroy it. Same for Rico, but this time for spell traps only. So you'll be able to just interact with your opponent on your turn, but also on the opponent's turn, because those monsters have a surge effect. Those cool tune monsters will also have a surge effect, which will let you add some more engine to your hand or to the field, which is pretty cool. So you see, the cool tune Kewl, Mix, and Rico will all have summon effects when they're normal or special summon. The Q will just let you special summon a tuner monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard, which is pretty cool. And this is a tuner monster, so not only cool tune monster, but also
es que estos sobres los veo un poquito humo, tío.
And the Rico monsters will just let you
Aquí
add some cards from your deck to your hand, some cool tune monsters. Mix will let you add cool tune monsters, except level 2 monsters, and Rico will let add you a cool tune monsters, except level 3 monsters. And finally, the cool tune clip is very, very cool during the opponent's turn, because this is how you will be able to perform synchro summon during the opponent's turn. This is a quick effect that you can use only during the opponent's main phase, which lets you special summon cool tune clip from your hand onto the field, and then immediately after perform synchro summon using cool tune clip and a monster in your hand. We have talked about the main deck monsters, but of course there are going to be more cards to try to support the entire strategy, and there are going to be some spell cards and also
Noroi es super.
First one will be JJ Cool Tune, which is the field spell. It will have 3 different effects, and all of them will be very good
Dragon
to
Link
try
está
to get
caro.
your engine going.
Una,
the second one will be the Cool Tune Synchro, a quick play spell, which is of course very good on your turn because it will let you search some engine, but also on the
si tenía algo más en construcción, porque ya no me acuerdo.
some synchro summons.
Igual era la Luna Light, no me acuerdo ahora.
Be able to use all the effects of the main deck monsters. And finally, we will have the trap card, the Cool Tune playlist, which will be able to interrupt your opponent on the opponent's turn.
So now that you've taught me about the main deck monsters, the spells, and the traps, why don't we talk about the synchro monsters that this archetype is trying to summon?
Eso sí. Es cierto, vamos a ver.
Absolutely. So there are 4 synchro monsters, and one of them is level 4. 2 of them are level 5, and the last one is level 6. And as you can see, all the synchro monsters, they share something. They are all tuners, which is, of course, pretty cool.
Este 3 es porque tengo 3 copias.
The fact that some of the effects of the main deck monsters lock you into only special summoning some tuners.
No sé dónde se puede.
First synchro monster, which is Cool Tune Track Maker.
Entiendo que tengo más de eso.
We're back. Hello, welcome to more of your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2026. So, as you can see, we're in our analysis zone, and I have 2 of our commentators with us. Guys, how are we doing?
Great, yeah.
You guys caught us as we were boogieing and didn't realize we were going live. So here we are with a little bit of energy. So are we having a good time so far? I mean, we're only a single duel into day 2. Are you excited with how the rest of the trajectory of today is going to go?
I mean, it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it was a great start.
It was a great start.
El día que con la implementación de la música de los duros, puedes elegirla en configuración. Va por tapete. Pensando.
No, honestly, no.
¿Cómo me puede llegar a motivar jugar Rocket? Es la pregunta del millón.
Gonna do a little bit of a quiz with these 2. So, gentlemen, I want you to buzz in for your answers.
Bankis tiene un porrón de ultras. Bankis está.
Are you ready?
Yes. Buzz.
Vamos a darle, vamos.
Okay. Question 1. What is the attack of Dark Armed Dragon?
Buzz. 2,800.
Is correct. Okay. Next question. Remember.
Mucho aniversario, pero.
Lord knows I won't.
Ah, bueno. Qué narices. Sí, sí, voy a tirar a este. Porque tengo lo Cristron. Que me da cuenta, tengo lo Cristron. Quiero lo Rocket, quiero lo Canine.
Which cards must be banished from your graveyard to special summon
Chaos
Sorcerer?
Dark and Light.
¿Vas a ver ICS? Sí. ¿Vas a ver ICS? Lo estamos viendo. Vas a estar en espera. Lo tienes abajo a la derecha. Que ya nos tanqueamos. 12 horas fáciles. Hizo una baby. Bueno. Holy Su. No es mala. Tienes resubes a YouTube, hombre. Te toca más de lo mismo.
Normal, effect, fusion,
But that's not a type.
That is type.
Donde vivo yo es festivo el martes, tío. No me lo podrían poner el lunes. Así duermo con campeón y ya.
Come on, dudes. I've got the answers written down.
Okay.
What was the answer? There was a second type.
Esa es.
Said effect fusion.
You didn't say effect fusion.
Yeah,
No, you said
Vale,
dragon.
pues Yalon está bien. Ahorrándome. Aún voy a montarme Bankis, tío.
You said abusive, but it's dragon.
He knows the card. I think he got it.
Okay, fine. Okay. It's your funeral. I'll give it you. So, guys.
I think Ed likes me more.
I got it.
Okay, we'll say we
Buena
say you
super.
got it.
Uy, brillante.
So,
Qué brillante.
we're at the 300th
Me
YCS
quedan dos ultas más.
celebration. Which deck
Hostia,
was
se
the
me lió.
300th YCS? Correct. So that is now 3-2 currently to Leo. So let's go on to question 6. Which summoning mechanic was introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! Frames?
Buzz.
Link. Correct.
Good job.
What level is Fiend Smith Engraver?
Buzz. Seattle. No, 6.
No.
Seattle 7. No.
Oye.
Six.
Okay.
Ay.
Okay, so that
Me
was
hubiera molado ver algún Jokul,
fumble.
alguna Izuna.
Okay.
Why did I don't even know what language this is. Is it Spanish? Is it Italian? I don't
Yes.
even know. What number
to
did
your
you even
lane.
say?
7.
6-7. What did you just say?
Okay, so hang on. Does that mean now it's even? Is
Yes.
it? Okay, so that's 3-3.
I don't know.
No.
Hombre, los casters tienen que vivirla.
4-3,
Vale.
Which is
Okay,
7.
next.
Ah.
What new special variant art cards are being released first in Rarity Collection 5?
Esto se va a jugar en algún momento de mi vida. Si esta carta es invocada por Synchro, puedes invocar en modo especial cualquier cantidad de niveles. Esto sea posible, pero un juego para activar sus efectos de esto. Si esta carta estoy. Supongo que la debería de guardar, ¿no? Sé que me ha salido y ya está.
I also think. I also thought it was it.
It's not the answer I've got written here, and these are all Konami approved
of
answers.
course. That's not a question I want to answer.
Pack opening. Hombre. Hombre. ¿Tú estás en el ICS, Icarus?
And please release
It
us.
is extended art cards.
Yeah, now that you say,
Yeah, now that I've said it, now you understand. Next. What is the official name of the highest ranking judge at a YCS?
Buzz. Judge.
Correct. Nice and easy. Yeah, you were overthinking there.
Was it Sebastian?
Well, now,
Estaba mirando, tío, porque tengo.
go for his actual name.
Mejor nada, de momento la actitud mejor no con ya no. Esta ocupaste 14. Os pasa a todos.
Next question.
Yo si quieres estar
What was the name
de
of the
co-stream
first
hoy no
player
tengo
set
fallo,
that Jordan Lockbird appeared in?
Si te quieres venir, estamos en Discord. No hay fallo. Igual ahora me mandas un poco a la mierda porque tendrás que dormir, ¿vale? Y esas cosas. Pero para luego lo tienes abierto. Mi idea es quedarme hasta el final, Hasta el final.
Okay, here's a nice easy one for an interestingly controversial card. What is the attack of Max C? Buzz. Rock, paper, scissors for this one. 1, 2, 3, go.
How do you want to say? Rock, paper,
1,
scissors,
2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
What was the question again? 500.
Yes, correct. Okay.
Good job. Good memory.
Okay, do you remember how many answers you've got right now?
He's got 6-4, I think, for him.
I think it's 6-4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I fumbled on that.
Está bendito este al lado, Gemitas rápidas. Como tiene que ser. No, sí, yo ayer me tanqué los dos, bro. Yo ayer me tanqué los dos como un campeón. No es caro. Sí, yo sé que empecé a las 9 de la mañana y terminé a las 12 de la noche. Y quedaba una ronda más o dos de Norteamérica, bro. Pero dije, a ver, siendo el día 1, voy a intentar dormir 8 horas. No me va a invocar nada. No me jodas, bro. Has friqueado. Esto me pide que te hagas bichos.
Monster requires very specific monsters to just get special summoned. You will require one cool tune tuner plus one or more tuners, and this is very important because all the cool tune monsters are tuners. It has multiple effects, and the first one will be shared with the main deck monsters. Indeed, if this card
activar las dos ya por ser invencible a
one tuner in your hand can be used as one of the other materials, but it also has some other effects. The second one is pretty cool during your turn because when it is synchro summon, it will be able to just search a cool tune card, any card from your deck to the hand.
Yo creo que pura o con solfacorte está bien, bro. Es que no hay que meterle tanta cosa. Yo, de hecho, es el mazo que estoy jugando, Ya te digo. Yo aquí lo tengo. Quiero testear la Radiant. Pero es que Yumi puro, llevar 50 hand traps y un turno 1 que sigue estando bien. Al final el mongolo este ha carrileado mucho. El Don Talent, pero bueno.
Attack points, while your opponent has a tuner in their field or graveyard. And the second effect is more important because during your
toca añadirme este.
You can tribute this card and choose two non-synchro tuners in your graveyard. You will be able to add one of them to your hand.
Pero me falta una opción de ir a una mágica o trampa.
Then immediately after this effect resolves, you will be able to
mágica o trampa que la tendré con
tuner synchro monster. The third synchro monster is Cool Tune RS, and it specifically requires Cool Tune Rico.
Me falta fuelle, tío.
One or more tuner monsters as materials. It has three different effects. The first one will let it gain 300 attack for each tuner in the graveyard. The second one is very good against
añadir esto. Esto es un 500. Si añado esto
with 1,700
y añado la mágica que luego es más liada.
Are increased by 1. And the last one is of course also very good because during the main phase,
me encanta la baraja esa, chicos, Es como mi mazo secreto de Master Duel. Algún día me la debería montar en la vida real. La Ancient Warrior, la Ancient Yard. Igual miramos precios, Hay de troll.
And this monster is very interesting. First of all, you will require 2 or more tuners to just synchro summon this card. It has two different effects. The first one is very cool because all the tuners you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, your opponent cannot
que está a mitad de vida.
Which will allow you to just protect your whole cards. But the second effect is even better. When your opponent activates the card effect, you have the ability to respond and you can banish one monster from the graveyard. And then you'll be able to apply the Banish Monsters effect that activates when it is sent to the graveyard as synchro material. For a specific combo, we are going to use two main deck monsters, and those monsters are Cool Tune Clip and Cool Tune Mix.
Venga, el precio de nación. Esta sí que me molaría tenerla. Vaya pedazo de vara. No activas nada. 4 Kini.
Then we are going to perform a synchro summon using Cool Tune Mix Clip from our hand, and we will be able to synchro summon a copy of Cool Tune Trackmaker. On summon, Cool Tune Trackmaker will let us just add any Cool Tune card from the deck to the hand. So we have multiple options there. We can, if we want, add a copy of Cool Tune Synchro, the spell card, but also the field spell, the JJ Cool Tune. It could also be the trap card, the Cool Tune playlist, or even any monster from the main deck to the hand. But for the specific combo, we are going to just add from the deck to the hand a copy of Cool Tune Synchro. On top of that, we have another effect that can get declared.
Igual sea el nombre de la canción.
Graveyard as a synchro material, and therefore we are going to use its effect to just banish one random card from the opponent's extra deck.
Dale, ahí.
Ojo.
Otro 6. De estas tomas. Oye, pues a mí me vale, bro. Llegando rápido. Y el Nitro Warrior, qué cartonazo, bro. Eso es un cartonazo. De Ancient Gear que valga pasta. La mágica de fusionar, supongo.
Synchro summoning using Cool Tune Trackmaker and the Cool Tune Mix that you just added from the deck to the hand, special summoning a copy of Cool Tune Loudness War. Synchro summon will be able to activate two different effects from the graveyard.
Aunque pienso tengo que ver si el soporte máquina nuevo, tío, se combina bien con Archetype. Buena briqueada, joder. Encima me ponen este tonto aquí. A la jugar uso Lightning.
Because the Cool Tune Loudness War will be able to activate his effect. So you will be able to banish the Cool Tune Mix, for example, and to destroy another monster your opponents control.
Pero peor es que iba a hacer hasta esta troleada el chaval. Me cago en la mano.
On the next turn, you will also be able to just start things off once again. Because remember, you still have access to the Cool Tune Q, which is a starter. On the Synchro Summon of the Loudness War, you will be able to activate 2 different effects in your graveyard. First of all, of course, the Cool Tune Track Maker was sent to the graveyard as a synchro material.
Vale.
Therefore, you are going to be able to activate this effect to try to return 1 card your opponent's control to the hand. But that's not everything, because the Cool Tune Mix was also sent to the graveyard as a synchro material, and you will be able to activate this effect, target a monster your opponent control, and try to destroy it. That's not everything that you can activate, because of course, on field, the Loudness War has an effect. When your opponents will activate a card in the effect, you will change Loudness War, so that you can banish a monster, the Cool Tune monster from your graveyard, for example, the Cool Tune Mix, and you will then
Porque no sé por qué ha ido a la fusión el pavo.
the effect of the Cool Tune Mix when it is sent to the graveyard as a synchro material. Therefore, you will be able to destroy another monster on your opponent's field. So out of those 2 cards, we managed to just put so many disruptions on our opponent's turn, but that's not everything, because of course, you will have your own turn after that. And
Esta carta está demasiado free, tú.
because of course you still have the Cool Tune Q in hand, which is a very big starter. So you manage to disrupt your opponent, and you have some cards to just start things off again on your own turn. Of course, this is one way to just play the Cool Tune cards, but there are many other ways to play those cards and try to beat your opponent.
Fusiona, fusiona,
Sounds awesome. So that was a little bit of an insight into how the Cool Tune archetype is supposed to function. Thank you so much for teaching me about these cards. And
y esto protege el banco, ¿verdad?
December 4th in Phantom Revenge.
Cannot target, also they cannot destroy. Bueno, puedo tirar. ¡Ah! Me hace el favor. Gracias. Ojo, ojo, ojo. No me esperaba ese acontecimiento.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2026. In front of me, I have our round 11 feature match. Fabian Biesbrauk versus Patrick Baumann. And they're already decided on who's going to be going first. Patrick has won the dice on, will be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over one more time to your commentary trio to take you through this round 11 feature match. Boys, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Ed, and yes, we are back for this new round, and what a round it will be, because there will be a deck that we have not featured yet. I am also very excited about this one. What about you, boys?
I think the most excited person about this is actually Sebastian Lemke, huh?
I told you that 11 is my lucky number, so round 11 is only fitting that
¿Qué
I'm
mazo
getting
tendremos ahora, tío? Para que digan que no han enseñado nunca.
To my taste, really, because I have always liked this deck. I actually did a segment here for this YCS with Emre about the deck, who's also a big fan of it.
It's Exosister.
He doesn't know in chat just yet what deck I'm talking about. Has missed out on the last couple of years of Yu-Gi-Oh! History, but I'll still hold back for a little longer and I'll not tell you just yet.
Que si no me hace TK, aún la remonto la partida. Me cago en la madre.
Let's just say,
let's go over to the table. Yeah. This all right, okay, so
let's break it down a little further. 300 YCS, day 2, top 256 players making their way. So basically you could say after the first day, we took 1/10 of the players and made them able to go into the second day. So they have already accomplished that day 2 pack as well, and they are ready to, of course, deliver now some more performances over overall 6 rounds of Swiss still, which is still almost the same, so quite a long way to still go. Both of our duelists for this one are X2, so they are pretty much on the bubble, but they are ready. So let's get into this dueling action for you. Round number 11, let's go.
Vale, tenemos ronda número 11. Buah, qué locura.
just want to
Ojo, Exosister.
one more time, Sebastian. You said that you always liked Exosister.
Iba 8-2
If you want to fact check that, I think you should watch the broadcast from European Championships in 2020
Sí, claro.
when Power of the Elements came
Van a
out.
jugar 11
I like
rondas en un
Shifter a
día.
lot, and I don't care. Ooh, and there we have it. But yeah, you said the magical word now. Exosister. Sadly not XO anymore, but X2 will do. 8 wins out of 10 rounds is massive, but he will have to face that. Molchami Fuvolos being discarded by Fabian there in the draw phase to play around cards such as Mana, but there is no such thing as Dracotel Van Mana in the deck of Patrick as he now activates one of the new cards, and there is Dimension Shifter. I mentioned the card. I like this card. It's a one-off nowadays. It doesn't matter when you just draw it in your opening hand, does it?
Absolutely, and this card is so strong, of course, against the meta game, against especially Dracotel that you just mentioned. But against the Yummy strategy, it is as strong as against the Dracotel, because you want to rely on the graveyard effect. You want to just get back your monsters from the graveyard so that you are able to build your strategy little by little. And I mean, yeah, you have the Fuvolos. You will be able to draw some cards, but you'd better draw some good cards like hand interactions. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard for you to win the game.
I was going to say, do you, when you get Fuvolos and you have Shifter, do you give the turn away and say, hey, I'm not going to give you any draws, I'm going to let you play a little bit because you can't really set up a full field? Or do you just go, well, I mean, during the Shifter turn, you probably can't win the game against me, so I'm going to set up, give you a bunch of draws, but in the end, I'm going to have such a strong field.
Okay, so we discard the math of that we have Search with the Betrayal because we have to afterwards give something up. Leo, to answer your question, there is the Fuvolos in the graveyard, which actually is a massive advantage here for Patrick, because usually when you activate Shifter, you have the problem that you cannot actually interact with the opponent's graveyard anymore, as there usually is no cards in the graveyard. But now you could just go for a combination of Fuvolos here from
Patrick va a pasar turno y se la suda.
A combination of Vadis and Returnia then on your opponent's turn can make things happen, but this now with the double Fuvolos really makes it a decision whether you want to commit into an Exosister. It's very
tempting to just pass,
yeah, you know what? Before Fabian can draw any cards, of course, the classic Exosister. We all know Mafa, but the other ones are not as common. But we had there, of course, the Exosister Sophia, only a one-off, which gave us a draw. But now with the summon of a new Exosister, a new free of Exosister Carmel, we have to give Fabian 2 cards now.
And that's very interesting because it was very tempting to just pass and let your opponent with 4 cards so that you're able to, going to see your turn anyway. Maybe Patrick is not aware of what his opponent is playing, and maybe he thinks, okay, if my opponent's playing Malis or something like that, I might be in trouble.
But there's also so many decks that you're absolutely losing to if you just leave 2 Exosisters wide open, Shifter is active, and they just run over your monsters. You also don't have follow-up anymore at this point of the game.
But yeah, carefully reading this Exosister Carmel is Fabian there. Rightfully so, as this has been quite the addition to the Exosister deck, as it provides multiple things at once. First of all, you can, during the end phase, which I think we're in right now, set one of your Exosister trap cards from the deck. So you're not as reliant on searching for your trap cards with Michaelis anymore on your own turn, because this card provides it for you. But then additionally to that, it also has that incredibly powerful second effect. When your opponent activates a monster effect or a normal spell or trap card, you can just detach all the materials off of Camille and then make that effect. So you're negating the effect, pseudo-negating it, changing it to you put the card from your graveyard back into the hand, triggering your Exosisters.
And that is going to be Dimension Shifter, because the cards that you are detaching, they go to banishment because Shifter is still alive. So if your opponent is activating an effect, you can Shifter them forever, basically.
Ooh, Sky Striker, mobilize, engage. Of course, the tournament yesterday has already been kinda... Wow, we negate that with It has already been kind of shaped by the striker cards, as we both saw Joshua Schmidt and Dinka Bui on the pure version of the deck. But Fabian just plays a couple of them, sets 1 card, sets 2 cards, sets 3 cards. That's good news for Patrick, as that is a pass turn, and his Carmel is surviving. And now in the end phase, we can of course still activate the Returnia that we set as we control an Exosister Exceed. Oh, we have the Vadis too, though. The combination of both of them is incredibly strong here.
Bueno, lo único con Shifter, poco recovery,
Do you just play a little bit until your opponent tries to remove your spell and trap cards, and then you scoop bluffing that you're playing pure Sky Striker? Because this is the information that Patrick has now versus the Yummy deck. I don't think you would ever really want to Ash Blossom the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. You would wait for a Cupsy or something, but this is really interesting with 3 sets cards now. If I was Patrick, I would be 100% convinced that I'm playing versus pure Sky Striker, also because it is strong in this tournament.
Oh,
it actually makes sense. Look, Fabian is contemplating. Forbidden Droplet, okay. Still no information revealed, really. Could be the Sky Striker deck, but we're now going to go into Michaelis as well. I love this. I have been doing this so many times. You do not only get rid of 1 card, but we're trying to get after a 2nd card as well. And Fabian is conceding, not revealing any further information. Exosister on the rise, X2 in the tournament right now, and winning game 1 in round 11 too.
Está baiteando.
We gotta love Exosister. This is a strong performance so far. Dimensional
Pero
Shifter,
en España.
of course, is a card.
10 y 20 algo de la mañana.
It's really hard to beat, but also if you're playing a more pure version of the Yummy deck, it tends to have some worse hands if you don't have multiple engines to bridge into it.
Yeah.
It looked like, actually, even though there was a Dimensional Shifter, there was not a lot of agenda for his opponent here.
Not necessarily.
It also doesn't work under Shifter, right? The Hornet Drones is not a 1-card combo into the Yummy combo.
You can't activate the Droplet either. It was really like, against the Shifter specifically, it was quite the painful hand to have there in the shoes of his opponent. But I think Patrick controlled that turn. Not necessarily too concerned. But, I mean, you gotta give him, let's analyze, you gotta give him the 2 draws, right? Under Shifter, you get Kamel, which is a superb interaction on their turn, and you get the free return in the end phase as well. It's such a trade-off.
Carmel loops Shifter.
Yeah, that too.
That is the first thing ever. If you're playing versus a non-Malice deck, having Dimensional Shifter is incredible. Okay, versus Vanquish Soul would be tough as well. But even then the play makes sense, because against Vanquish Soul, they have the easiest time removing your 2 bodies on the field, and then you're left with nothing, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But I think that the Dimension Shifter is, of course, a key piece of this deck. The deck is strong.
Has always been.
Yeah. But against a lot of decks in the meta game, when you open this Shifter, they are pretty much cooked, to be honest. Even the Drake Hotel strategy, which is praised to be the best strategy, they cannot do anything. We've talked about cards like Dimension Fisher, which are very strong against the deck. And, of course, if you open this card, this is strong. But now, what I want to put an emphasis is on the fact that you don't know that you are playing against Yummy. So what do you side? You know that the Shifter was very effective because your opponent had to pass on 3 cards. You probably think that you are playing against Striker, but you don't know that there's a Yummy cards. What do you side in?
I feel like in the current metagame, there's a lot of just generically good options to bring in. Evenly has seen a bunch of popularity, so I saw a lot of people winning games off of Evenly alone, so I feel like that is just the classic standard card that we could have. But why theorize when there is both players already ready and looking into the camera? So let's go back over to the table. Let's see the 2nd game of this round 11 featured match.
Let's see, let's hope that we get more of a grind game this time around and not, again, another 5-minute slaughter here of that first game. Dimensional Shifter completely taking out the Yummy strategy that appeared to
Oh
my goodness!
Another Shifter!
Patrick, look into the crowd as well after the Shifter. He enjoys every single bit of that Dimension Shift there.
2nd game in a row, and remember, those players backs against the wall because they have to win if they want to stay in the top 8 race, and having the ability to draw 2 times in a row Shifter against this strategy, this is so strong. And look at that, we're seeing playing pure Sky Striker right now.
Honestly, right? Just having the engage every single time, and now Patrick might think, oh, Hornet Drones is not the ad I would expect from my fellow Sky Striker opponents.
It actually really isn't as well with the deck that Fabian is bringing, because I see that there is a Sky Striker Widow Anchor in his deck, so I feel like he must have drawn that, because in that particular scenario that you're in right now, surely that's a better card to have instead of the Hornet Drones.
He must have drawn that, but indeed, he picked the drone from his deck.
Plumero.
And let's see what he has set. This is a very good start.
Another betrayal coming. Exosister betrayal resolving once more. And we get the Marfa to the hand. This is just so good. I was about to say, you're allowed to get 2 here, Patrick. This is not just
Es el mejor
packs.
Exosister.
You are able to grab another card. Nothing as important as the Mafia, obviously.
I mean, you have the cost of discarding a card, which is not a cost, that was just a figure of speech. You will have to discard a card after this. And discarding the Fuwalos, of course, is phenomenal. That is the thing with Fuwalos, or with Mulchamis in general lately. There's so many discard effects in the decks right now, or cards that fuse from your hand with generic monsters. They really play with the downside of those Mulchami cards, that if you go first or if your opponent does a special summon, you can actually still use them valuably.
Yeah, and we saw this effect of Exosister Betrayal now multiple times, but there's 2 more things about Exosister Betrayal. First of all, you can normal summon an Exosister from your hand, additionally to your regular normal summon, when it is named on the card that it already is on the field. So for example, on Mafar, there's Alice mentioned, so you could just in that combination, on a lot of them Alice is mentioned, so that will usually be a good combination. And then, if a card is going to your opponent's graveyard, I will admit it doesn't look like there's any cards going to the graveyard on Fabian's side right now, you can banish one of them.
Se la suda todo. ¿Quién no te dice que es el robo? El Fabián se le está cambiando la cara, bro. Sabe que sí lo va a negar. Va a levantar, pone Extreme. Está con el loop infinito de Shifter. Es que ha perdido ya, La realidad es que ha perdido ya.
I mean, yeah, and I hope for Fabian that there is a Widow Anchor, because let's face it, I'm a bit concerned about those set cards. We are under Dimension Shifter, which means that we cannot activate cards like Forbidden Droplet that we saw earlier. So there is a limited amount of things that you can do under this card. Will Fabian be able to stop this wave of Exosisters?
How about a cheeky Ichiki Zayorhimi, though? That card did not come in Burst Protocol, but already in Doom of Dimensions. And that card is so good because both effects. It does, first of all, give you more level 4 monsters, just a random German word there as well. But to work with. You can negate it though. Oh,
but there will be something.
Oh, it is infinite impermanence. That is massive.
Bien.
Can you dodge that somehow? Most decks right now have dodging effects. Wow. No, we completely played into it.
We got a game now all of a sudden.
We love to see it. Nibiru taking out this whole Exosister field. Karma felt a little too secure.
Es que si no se recuperaba
Nibiru, but with 2 set cards and your opponent searching Hornet drones,
y ahí era partida.
You would think that there is a monster negate, no?
Un poco su poder.
Interesting, but I gotta say,
Durante se puede poner la trampa.
There is no Widow Anchor in there, right? Because surely before you put a monster into your own main monster zone, you would have preferred that over the infinite permanence that we have just used. So maybe another piece of information. Do you think against Exosister it seems pretty okay?
I mean, you rarely end on just the monster and the extra monsters on the first turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
Un buen ataque para crashearlo.
Right. Good argument by you there. Patrick, that Nibiru came completely unexpected. We felt so safe to Dimension Shifter. But
because we're going second, right? You wouldn't expect your Sky Striker opponent, because this is where we're at right now. If Patrick hasn't seen Fabian play before,
lo tenía perfectamente controlado.
Going first, you wouldn't think that Nibiru the Primal being in the deck at all.
That's a fair point, to be honest, yeah, and that Nibiru totally unexpected. But now, as you just said, we have a game, actually, and Fabian is going to showcase why his deck is at X2 right now. The Yummy strategy, very, very good to navigate around the interactions, around the interruptions. Will Patrick have what it takes to stop?
Los casters ya no saben qué decir. La Yami no ha hecho ninguna jugada en todo el duelo. Yami juega muy bien en torno a todo, como podéis ver.
We decided to set Exosister packs.
And you need something to play with, yeah.
Meaning either he already... Oh, Radiant Typhoon Vision now in the draw phase. He either has a trap card already hard drawn there, or he just sided out all the trap cards going second, which would also, of course, be a viable thing to do. Now, finally, cards can hit the graveyard, so the Vision becomes more appealing. I can see the Vision once more here.
And there was a Widow Anchor in the deck that we could see there, so apparently we kept the card in the deck, wanted to still go for Hornet Drones, perhaps have some follow-up. Searches for the Mystical Space Typhoon. I mean, I should have thought of that when I saw the player going through their deck instead of drawing the top 2 cards.
It actually makes sense, because you want to remove all the unknown cards and to be able to play and execute your combo very well, while you know most of the interaction that your opponent has.
Actually, but I mean, drawing 2 and discard the Hornet Drones that you're not going to be able to use. also seems like a valid solution to the issue right now. This looks like Fabian is just going to attack over the into. Okay, so we want to activate the drones, crash the Nibiru, but that is quite the investment, if I'm being honest. I think 2 draws could have helped as well.
Yeah, but you only invest your battle phase, so you are able in the main phase to just keep comboing.
Did you just say you only invest your battle phase? The battle phase
El tema es que hacer Kagari lo puede putear muchísimo.
Okay, that solves that mystery.
One thing we could have also done, though, we could have used the Mystical Space Typhoon in the battle phase, where the Exosister packs cannot be activated, because that is a main phase only card, but we chose to now, in the main phase 2, go after the Infinite Impermanence instead.
But then you get hit with the Impermanence by the on the Kagari and
I think that you want to remove the unknown card so that you can play as
no
safe as possible, because the Exosister packs, I mean, it is a good card, but you'd better
más de primero, bro.
know what is there.
Primero.
Wait, which zone was that? I think the Impermanence wasn't activated even. It was the Mystical Space Typhoon. I completely forgot about that.
Iba a partir.
And now Patrick is like, what is going on here? I was already surprised by this. But Pax, the cards together knows this is not Sky Striker, but this is yummy. And Fabian takes game 2 in a convincing manner with the Nibiru, the primal being. While it is sometimes a card that players do not include into their main deck, or sometimes use their side decks anymore, when Nibiru is coming as a surprise, it is incredibly strong.
And I mean, we do now in Exosister have that answer with Kamel, but
yo lo entiendo. Una Buddy estuviera humillado.
Backing it up there as well. That was just the perfect combination. And I was
Supongo que quería
about
recovery.
The packs. Actually, on its
own,
it doesn't even really do anything. Because all of those Exosister monsters were not in the graveyard. And Exosister packs needs the other name of the monster in the graveyard to be able to special summon it instead of just searching it. So if the Alice would have found its way into the graveyard, we could have gone for Marfa, and then Marfa, getting that out when your opponent activates Kagari could be huge, because then you trigger the Marfa and all on and so forth. But in that case, where there were nothing in the graveyard, it wasn't possible at all.
Yeah, and I think that was very clever to go after that Infinite Impermanence, so that you just remove what you don't know, remove the unknown, that you are able to combo afterwards with the Hornet drones. You can give up on your battle phase, to be honest. This is not a big deal, because after that you can just perform your whole combo and you just win the game from that point. But having the Arcro Key was also very good, because after that, if you want to remove some bodies from the field, then you just special summon a yummy monster. So
I have a question for you guys, though. When your opponent sets a card into a column where you already have a card, do you just auto-assume they have Infinite Impermanence? Because that's what they did there. It was an Infinite Impermanence. Do you just... how likely is it for you in your head when they do that?
It depends on the metagame, to be honest, because, you know, now the Infinite Impermanence is not a card that is that played, to be honest, even if we saw it right here. So it really depends on the metagame, but usually you would assume that, this is an Infinite Impermanence.
La que retira cartas forzaba el backrow y luego sacabas la otra. Y respetabas Nibiru igualmente, creo, ¿no? Déjame ver un momento.
Your opponent's card, where you're putting the card into the zone, is an impermanence. You might get cooked by bluffing. You might have bluffed yourself.
The bluff of the bluff of the bluff.
Pide Exorcisters esta.
But yeah, those are those
justo saca una deck random que no lleva.
Top level competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, becomes the most
Dos
interesting
monstruos
when
niveles.
players
Sacas primero esta.
each other and sometimes actually just
haces efecto para añadir. Si te cadenan la Impermanence, retiras la otra.
So many times.
Same here.
Y seguía teniendo Extender en mano. Y esto era una invocación, dos invocaciones, tres. Y en la quinta clavas la cama a él. Literalmente hizo la secuencia mal. Lo pone a ese Yami.
Ooh, good question. I think I really did like.
Mejor página para ver decks, Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro decks o Card Cluster. Esos son los que veo yo.
Against the Luna Light deck there in the end, but
se nota en esta Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta.
I think it's gotta be with Sky Striker, with the Sky Striker cards. There is one victory for Sky Striker and one loss, so I'm gonna go for victory with Josh.
Fair, fair. Leo, what about you?
Well, phenomenal game there. I think it's just this one, and I think the players are also on their way to being ready for Game 3. So let's go into the let's go into the table.
Déjame un momento. Yo gano eso. ¿Dónde pone eso? Ah, 800 por servidor.
Interestingly enough, both of these decks
are completely relying on the light.
Ahí no pone nada de eso. Aparte, esto es una carta Exo.
Purge decks, if you
Está boca arriba en
they
mesa.
have the ability to play Dominus Purge.
Dices la Returnia.
We could still chain it to this, but no
Tú dices la Returnia. La confundes con la... Otro Shifter, bro.
Definitely chained it to the
vale.
Marfa, so that is already good for Patrick. How far can he go off of one Marfa here is the question. And I feel like we can go very, very far nowadays with this deck.
Absolutely.
Vamos a ver el combo normal de la baraja.
I think that the Exosister, I mean, the usual field is pretty
Tíralo
good
ahora.
into the Yummy strategy because you have the ability to remove a lot of the body presence on the field, which Yummy wants to have. So it's still very scary, even if we don't have the shifter in the graveyard.
Ooh, normal summon Exosister Stella. We control once again. Another Exosister monster, and we can on normal summon, special summon another Exosister from that. Plenty of engine cards here in the hand of Patrick, and it's like the old usual engine cards. It's not like the new spell cards. Here comes Michaelis, which could give us access to Betrayal. But do we even want Betrayal here? Because Betrayal only gives us even more monsters.
Yeah, I think at this point we are good on the monster side, so I think you go for Vadis or Returnia and then set the counterpart, well, not really the counterpart, just the other trap card with Caramel in the end phase. The cool thing about Caramel is it can search for follow-up or set follow-up from the deck. However, it is not going to extend your turn. And
no juega con la Betrayal, ni lo necesita, bro.
If you want to go for big fields and you only have a Martha, you have to kind of play into a Nibiru. But since Patrick has such a monster-heavy hand, he can just summon out Michaelis and Carmel, set 2 of those cards via effect, and set 2 other cards from hand. That is looking very, very strong.
This is absolutely scary, having those set cards, and Fabian will have to navigate
Mystic Mine, hemos visto.
It better have a very, very good hand. I mean, we've seen some players play something like Evenly, and we've seen some droplets, so could it be something that would win the game for Fabian?
I would like to see a Cupsy. I would like to see a Yummy card first. Oh my
Droplet. Droplet.
Evenly made it happen.
Carmel just
can negate it. There's no way!
And the droplet as
Patrick,
well.
He can't
no pueden caer las trampas.
Even if he had a judgment, he couldn't use it on this as a trap card was sent.
Ya está.
Oh my Patrick.
Do you have something to pop your own Carmel? Can you get rid of that card? No, this is negated now, so I think this is the first card you want to banish. That is a huge combination, and now I think I'll have to agree with you, Jean-Alexis. The battle phase does not matter to Fabian at all, and I think he'll take that trade.
That is a very good trade. To be honest, I didn't expect Fabian to have the Evenly and the droplet, but that was something that was maybe happening.
Tifón. Añado Tifón, gano.
The field is totally even, and you are now in a way better. Cupsy, you wanted a Cupsy, and it's there.
Bro, ya vale.
The best normal summon you can have. Of course, you can argue for a Marshmallow start, but just the OG Yummy card, Cupsy, the cat in the cup, is going to search you a Yummy surprise. Now you go into your one-off Yummy Snatchy, and I feel like just you actually go into the Linker Evo. I feel like ever since Snatchy is at 1, I feel like more people play Yummy.
It really feels like that, and I can tell this is not really Patrick's kind of tier right now. Ooh, the Lollipo. Not using the effect wisely enough.
Not trying to manipulate any graveyards here, faking a card from hand. And now we're going to go into the Cupsy Yummy way.
It's gonna resolve, which is a very good news for Fabian, of course. We already have access to the surprise, but now we will have access to 2 more names, and especially the Marshmallow, which is so good to extend and to get back some resources. The Yummy surprise, indeed.
But yeah, Leo, let's analyze that. Why are there more people on Yummy at the moment? Because I have the same feeling. Everybody was kind of saying this deck is now struggling with only 1 Snatchy available, and also, of course, no more Herald of Arclight. But all of a sudden, people are just coming from left and right, from everywhere, and bring this deck to the biggest stage.
I mean, I've got the feeling that a lot of people, they do not expect Yummy to still be there on top table. So as the deck is less expected, you may have more room to just get the victories and go into top cut.
I mean, fewer breakers in the side decks definitely do help. There's loads of hand traps running around, and you know, breakers are the arch enemy of
Ya lo tiene. ¿Por qué? Tiene para hacer efecto el campo de reveal si quiere. Bueno, y le puede partir, claro. Uno, dos, parte, encadena. Aquí destaguea.
Vades, of course, we knew about that pretty much. Of course, we're chaining the effect of our synchro monsters, so the summoning from the graveyard happens before the Vades resolves, which is massively important here.
But I mean, we activated the summon effect, right? So the Vades is going to resolve, and then
we're
going to... Actually, if we target
it with
Lollipo... Wait, let me read that card again.
It does very much target, right? Of course, yeah.
So we can
hacer surprise, encadenó Snatchy y levanta dos.
Yeah, perfectly executed here. Perfectly executed by Fabian, and Patrick summons out to Exosisters, being Irene and also Sophia, but they don't look particularly happy right now as they cannot use their effects right away.
This is a very well play to navigate through the interruption. Yeah, if he had moved some cards from the graveyard, it would have been a little bit...
we're moving cards from the graveyard.
He is.
Okay, we were one step ahead of ourselves and also ahead of Fabian, because Fabian did target different cards than the one he was bringing back here.
So the cookie that was summoned out is going to pop here, but I think the cookie is going to probably miss its target because the Exosisters can activate and chain their effects.
Also, on that note, actually Lollipo Yamiway does not target, so therefore we had to special summon the remaining ones. Correct on that, but there is now a Yami surprise, and we can just get those cards back into the hand. And from the hand, it's pretty hard to perform an Exceed summon. At least that has not been created yet. Surely, maybe at some point we get that too, but for the very moment, that's not possible.
I mean, we have synchro summons now with the Kewl tuner.
Exactly.
So I think we're getting closer and closer to that phenomenon.
But yeah, thanks to the Yami surprise, we can navigate through the interaction of the Exosister, and we are going to get back the Yami surprise afterwards with the Marshmallow that we added to the hand.
De hecho, aquí podía haber encadenado el Capsi y luego hacer la otra.
I don't see a world where he loses this game.
It's going to be real hard for Patrick. Surely an uphill battle, and Fabian is just trying to find the best field possible. The thing about the Yami field, it's so interactive. Like, you don't even need to put up any crazy negates here. Just on the opponent's turn, you keep on synchro summoning, keep on bringing back monsters from the graveyard with their synchro monsters, and create your interruptions through that. So even just passing on this, honestly, would probably suffice.
Que tiro de Bentley, claro, chicos, se me pasó. No hay lethal, tiro de Bentley. Mi cabeza.
There's still the cookie that you can synchro off and later on summon back. There is the Lollipo that you can use in the exact same way. There is the cookie Yummy way that you can use, and you have just now added the Yummy surprise. But of course, something like a Herald of the Archetype that can work as an interruption, a floodgate-ish effect already that you can protect with multiple cards.
What we go for? Hoka no Mitsune no Onari, and that is the link to they can just set back the Forbidden Droplet from the graveyard.
Exceed. Mi padre.
That is huge. Actually, with so many quick play spells that are dominant right now.
Oh, and also the Ensemble, which is special summoned, and that is... Wow, that is so many interactions, to be honest. It's going to be very hard for Patrick to be able to go through that field. It's not once per turn. You are able to just remove the bodies from the field and send them back to hand multiple times. So indeed, in that case, 2 times during the turn of the Exosister.
Now we use the graveyard effect of a Crocky, putting itself and 2 other Yummy monsters back into the deck. And I feel like that field should be pretty hard to crack here from Patrick's side. But he gets the Destiny Draw, he gets another turn, never say never. Let's find out.
I was gonna say, what stops you from just no, all of the Exosisters have 800 attack points. That stops you from just running over the Ensemble Robin.
I mean, no, they don't. They have 800 somewhere, but Mafa, for example, is a little bigger. Mafa has 1,600 attack points. Irene, though, which is the one we have just normal summoned, is not particularly big in terms of attack points, as it's only 400.
Because otherwise, I would have said you can just attack over this monster, because otherwise they would have to use Yummy Surprise to summon back the cookie.
But now that becomes very scary because we just triggered the Synchro Monster, and on top of that we activate the Forbidden Droplet to stop the opponent from playing, and there
Fabián
is
se la ha
the
comido,
victory for
ha mocheado
Fabián,
bien la
and the
Exosister el
Yummy
Game 1, el Game
strategy
2, casi lo
backs
roba,
against
pero...
the wall. He had to face 2 times the Dimension Shifter, and still he pulled out a convincing victory thanks to the Forbidden Droplet in couple with the evenly matched. Such a great game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Massive.
Yeah, the deck, it was a huge Exosister field, honestly, but then evening out the match with this almighty trap card. This is also evenly matched, or for example, something like Nibiru. If they come unexpected, they can just win games completely. But of course, as you know, we don't only have our main feature match, we also have a backup feature match, so let's take a look at some Genesis action.
There we have them. We have
Vanquish
Conrad
Genesis.
engaging in a Q-Tune versus Vanquish Genesis matchup here. Both of them undefeated 6-0 so far, so doing pretty well for themselves in this prototype Genesis YCS.
And yeah, you talked about Genesis, but now I can see the Genesis cards in action. And we've got the Sage on the field, which is already an Omnigate, and we can perform all our combos with the Vanquish Soul strategy. So we see that they are at 1-1. They have to win here. And looks like Matt in a very convincing position.
And Conrad doesn't even know the card, of course. OGs will remember that card was pretty popular back in the day, but it has been a couple of years. So good to see this card seeing some love again in Genesis format.
I played this card in Agent Chaos to bounce back a Mystic Shine Ball and then summon it back from hand with Venus. That is crazy.
I'm also pleasantly surprised to see it. The best thing about it back in the day was that it was a tuner, right? Just having that level 3 tuner ability, oftentimes having some tokens next to it to also perform simple summons. But let's see what we're trying to cope with it here in this Vanquish Soul Genesis deck.
I like, first of all, you get access to some cool synchros. You know, you have a bunch of different levels. Your X-Ray is not
la monto para ver cuántas ultras necesito.
So I think you can just
Pero sí, supongo que me jugaré Crystron Canine, que a mí se me hace muy
manipulate the attributes in your hand. You can just take monsters from your field. If you need a fire monster or an earth monster, you can just exchange.
Alguno quedará.
Birdman.
Como siempre este bicho molestando.
By the way, do you get a first round win if you have cards with Genesis in the name in a Genesis tournament? Is that how it works?
That would be great. We don't know, but I don't think this is the case. For now, Matt has all the attributes in his hand. He has some dark attributes, some earth attributes, and the Raisin, which is some fire attributes.
Tampoco me costará tanto montarlo.
¿Te
gusta la versión Vanquish Soul? Sí, pero para lo que me tengo que gastar en URs en una Vanquish te montas la Crystron. Más que nada porque tengo ya todas las ultras de Crystron. Si no tuviese la Crystron, igual diría una o la otra. No son tantos, A ver, que yo tengo que seguir tirando al sobre que vienen ambos arquetipos. Hemos sacado una Matlock, hemos sacado una Holy Soup, pues ahora veremos.
Yep, that's quite the field to crack here, Conrad. Best of luck with that.
Desde al final, las cartas Canine las puedo jugar en varios mazos.
First things first, I think
si no montamos la Armich,
one thing that's very popular in Genesis at the moment, and pretty much has been from the beginning, is Kaiju.
Los de mi equipo van 8-3
también. There trades immediately with that Regenesis monster.
I mean, you really need them for something like a Lunar Light deck as well. So Lygadance probably something you would want to have. There are multiple decks. Kaijus are just easy removal, right? And if you have a deck that can bounce some cards, especially, you can reuse them. They're such good breakers because they just take out opponents' monsters by game mechanic and not by effect. So everything that is unaffected can just be outed by a Gamma Seal, except for the cards that they can't be tributed, like anything that has been targeted by Forbidden Crown.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking about points, for example, the Kaijus, they don't cost a lot, while some other cards, they cost so many points that you can't put them all in your deck. That's why we play something like some Gamma which are some generically good second, to be honest.
Definitely. So there is now the cool tune combination.
Brings
out another monster, and so far Mats does not feel like interrupting that.
Yeah, bringing the
No me
mix
creo que no
is
te da
very
combo.
clever here for Conrad because you don't want to special summon something which has no effect on the summon. Otherwise, it's just gonna get destroyed with this trap card and will not give you any advantage in
Está
the end.
guapo el Nitro Warrior.
There is now
Esto es historia del juego.
and Snow Devil reveals all
Historia del
three
juego.
required attributes. Interesting
Esto no lo que va...
cannot special summon
Vale,
from the hand here.
el tío es consciente de que no puede activar el efecto de esto para añadir, ¿no?
I feel like the distraction effect
Solo lo ha
may
puesto
be
por eso la
more
negate.
here anyways, but, oh.
Vale, se le ve que lo sabe.
Okay.
So we activate the Cold Tune Synchro, which is very interesting to be honest, because if we decide to Synchro Summon,
Además que se
the
pague
monster
la...
that we
¿Cuánto se
summon
paga con
will
esto, tío?
still get destroyed. But here we just add a Rico to the hand.
El pavo se ha gastado 4000 de vida.
We'll do something. We'll
Está bien,
perform
bro.
a Synchro Summon.
I think you want the synchro
Cojonudo,
effects
todo
of
bien.
the monsters of Q and Mix or Q and Rico, what you have added to the hand?
So we special summon the Loudness War.
Now we are resolving the Snow Devil though, and that was the initial plan from Matt. He's reading.
Other tuners you control cannot be destroyed by card effects,
Yeah,
of
but
course.
only the others, so...
Yeah, but you still
You
get to keep
the
your
mix.
mix.
Sí, pero tampoco va a
keep your mix,
perder
yeah.
tiempo.
Which is
That
not
is
the worst.
something.
Es decir, el evento, el nivel es bajo.
And you get to trigger 2 effects.
Se pasa que estoy jugando
So
mazo
that
Blind
is nice.
Seconds
Also, your opponent
y
uses
muchas
some
cartas me
monsters,
piden
which is
controlar
the
bichos.
Gamma Seal, the
Ya sé que
Regen
podía
Bizarre
quitarlas,
Fiend,
pero
and
no
of
me...
course, Satellite Birdman. Keep in
No
mind,
es
this
que me
has three
apetezca
banners.
mucho.
Good job. And now this field doesn't look too impressive anymore. Keep
La
in
de
mind,
robar
of course,
dos,
this
¿no?
is Vanquish Soul, so there's Holly Sue.
Pues creo que
and there
tenemos
is still, of course,
sencillo.
the Caesar Valius.
So you're gonna have to face 2 distractions, which can be annoying for the Cool Tune strategy, because if you, I mean, you can Synchro Summon from hand, but if you don't have anything on the field, you are kinda stuck and you can't do anything. So one way to try to play around that would be to have the field spell in hand and to activate the field spell so that you are able to normal summon twice during this turn.
Yeah. Will we find that though? Because there's not that many cards remaining in hand for Conrad either.
I like that. I like that so much. And I think that Conrad is not even trying to go for a distraction
No,
here.
you take control.
Yeah, you take control and then you need to reveal the Caesar Valius. For it, you need to have an Earth, so you can next off just go into Caesar Valius, bounce the Holly Sue back perhaps to get another Earth monster back to the hand and then get another pop with
Ahí te curiosidad que va a retirar.
And we have access to the JJ Cool Tune, which is the field spell. So good going second into some fields because you are able to just resist the fact that your opponent tries to remove the bodies. So he's going to be able to normal summon twice.
Oh, he's actually gonna let that resolve.
And also eventual start went to the graveyard with that.
Oh yeah, of course, that was one of the synchro
It was
effects.
the Rico. Oh yeah, true, so resolving that. Here comes Rico. Rico will resolve. Is there really an opening here for Conrad? Would be impressive to see that kind of a field being dismantled here by Kewl.
I think that now you just remove the body, you try to bounce, you try to just get back the Rico in hand, thanks to the Madlove effect.
Madlove is so incredible, what a card. Just not only being a starter, just like Razin, but also being removal on the opponent's turn, but just way better than Razin in my opinion. Razin needs to immediately face that monster in the same column, but Madlove just goes, once you let it slide and have a low defense monster on the field,
and I don't see Conrad keep playing, to be honest, unless he has some spices in his deck list. But you remove the first normal summon, you remove the second one, you use the quick play spell twice, so yeah, you cannot do anything. Now Conrad needs to have something to synchro summon during the opponent's turn. For example, something like a Clip, which is the in-archetype card that allows you to do so.
Algo, bro.
It will not win you the game.
Synchroid.
Troll.
I think
o sea, yo creo que hemos
we
perdido.
play Satellite Birdman. There have to be some synchro monsters in Conrad's
You
extra
want to
deck.
see it.
I want to see it. Of course I want to see it. Go in there. Go for something completely crazy, something that we haven't seen before.
I think it will remain more classic, to be honest, and it is going to be the Caesar Valius being special summoned on the field.
That's just a lot of attack points that are being accumulated here right now at the moment by Mats. And Conrad is already down to 6,200, so it's really not missing much that he needs here.
Que justo el rol ese que se ha robado.
Maybe we just go into the battle phase here, possibly.
I mean, there was a rather easy way to go for a game
Pues no tengo para
by using
fusionar.
Valius to add back the Razin and use Razin to search out a Heavy Borger. and then kick for quite some damage, and then also having the
No, esto no estoy buscando.
heavy Bogger.
It's going to be the case because I think we just saw the Bogger on...
Alright, okay, if you already have the Bogger, then you don't need that, of course. There's also a Stake Your Soul being ripped off the top of Max. So we're going to see if there's anything that Konrad can do. Right now, the situation looks hopeless for him. Of course, he is 6-0 in the tournament still. One loss wouldn't hurt too much. I think there's still a lot you can do with that. But
of course.
Oh, we are in the battle phase. Okay, so we allowed him to go into the battle phase. Don't know whether even necessarily was much to prevent that, but that will bring us in that Bogger range.
200 life points.
Me ha matado.
That is everything range.
Mucho de cómo hacer el side deck que en un deck que es puro engine, apenas handtrap. Cartas de impacto alto. Tipo Super Poli, Fugalos, Droll. Cartas que no sean una Impermanence, Bailer, Gospel, que resuelvan y hagan daño tocho. Eso es lo que deberías meter en un low impact.
But you have Valius, right? Can Valius destroy your own Bogger?
I don't think you can. I think Valius needs to be
Esto lo me acabaré de Genesis,
one of
bro.
the opponent's cards, but correct me
Bankis. Hace Bankis en Genesis, bro.
So you can protect your burn, to be
Y
honest.
te ríes.
Okay, revealing for Bogger. We are. That is a fire in the dark. Iris being chained. Does Matt see that play? Just destroy his own card to make sure this goes through.
I think he's just waiting. He's just waiting to activate the Valius effect. Does it resolve?
Yes, we are getting Valius on our very own card. Konrad sees, is there another opener in the hand, or is this just it? It is it. And therefore, Max is 7-0 in this Genesis event, which brings him very, very close to a top 8 finish already. Being, I think they are playing 6 rounds total today as well. So they played 6 and 6, so that's 12 rounds, and that's huge already. He is almost there, really.
Yep. And the Vanquishal strategy, very strong, of course, in Genesis. One of the best decks, if not the best deck, facing the Cool Tune strategy. And we saw the flows of the Cool Tune strategy. If your bodies are removed too early in the turn, it is very tough because you have some limited amount of ways to put some bodies on the field. So this is the big weakness of the deck, and the Vanquishal player just recognized that. And I mean, so many interactions.
Still,
even the matchup.
In Genesis,
pues este campo le queda bien a Dion. Aunque sea el de Elric, creo que era. No, este es el de Kewl. Parece que sea lo que tiene aquí detrás, bro. Parece que sea el tablero del juego, literalmente.
I love that we're seeing so many synchro-based decks recently, just like we had in the main featured match where we played Yummy. I know Yummy also has some Link monsters, now fewer than before. But there's also some pretty powerful synchro monsters like the Cupsy Yummy Way, Cookie Yummy Way, or the Lollipop Yummy Way. And we've seen the deck succeed on the 11th round featured match. And now, of course, we have the winners interview prepared for you. So let's get over to Mike.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Fabio, the winner of our round. And I would like to know how you feel about your unique choice of deck.
I feel really good about my choice of deck. It's really fun
Está
to
limitado
play.
esto.
I had been playing Yummy before as well, and I felt the hand trap variant was just coming up short most of the time. I feel like you lose the grand game. You run out of hand traps, your opponent still has plays, and you just lose the game. Whereas with this gives me a lot more flexibility to just play the game and play in a way more reactive manner instead of just having to trade one-on-one with hand traps.
So, post the Forbidden Unlimited list. How do you feel about the deck, and why you choose Kewl variant instead of, for example, Tri-Brigade build or even a Radiant Typhoon Yummy?
Too snatchy lost is very harsh. That is definitely something that has made the deck a lot weaker. Herald was always coming. That card wasn't healthy, in my opinion. And I've never liked the hybrid version, so Mitsurugi or Solfa Chord. I tried Solfa Chord, but it didn't feel right for me. So I've always just been an enjoyer of the pure variant, and then just either play with hand traps or breakers or a mix of the two.
Yes, I will come back to this because I have some questions for
you.
you.
Oh, sure.
But for that, I would like to know how do you feel about the first move that
Así que este la de negar, felicidades.
So right now he activated Shifter. How do you feel about this card in the current meta state?
I mean, yeah, Shifter is a card, I guess.
Madre mía.
Twice this time. It's something that with the right hand I can play through, but this build definitely has a lot more trouble because I have multiple cards that need to send to the graveyard for cost. So yeah, it's really harsh for me to play through. Don't like to see it, I guess.
That even if you just summon Snatchy and another yummy monster and pass turn, it still feels quite awkward to play against, for example, an Exosister deck.
Especially Exosister. Because first of all, he can just either have Returnia, because I think he set Returnia that turn.
Aquí invoca la que niega y ya
está. Would probably be cleared. And then other cards, he also has at least 2 non-target banishes as well, probably during the same turn. So there's no chance of any of my boards sticking around. So there's just no chance with the Shifter as well.
I see. And in the same game, your opponent had special summon Carmyle. And I want to know your feelings when you have activated double Fugalos, because me as a player, when my opponent will still summon under double Fugalos, it means either that he doesn't have such a good hand, meaning that he is desperate for an extra deck monster, or his hand is really, really good. So can you tell me about your feelings?
Pesa Radiant. No sabría decirte.
The only reason I immediately went for the double Fugalos on seeing the second
bueno, es que yo creo que es más el mierda evento este, porque al final te ponen bicho en la mesa porque sí.
I assume this hand was okay, and especially with the set in the as well from Carmel, he would have been fine to play on my turn as well. So it was mostly just having to see cards that could actually
either
stick around on the board long enough so I could out or play on turn 3, or find something to play. But otherwise my hand didn't do anything, because you saw him banish one of my droplets. There was another droplet, and then another card that also needed to send for cost to the graveyard. So,
but I really like the fact that you just kept giving information to your opponent, but to a point that he was starting to think about you might play Sky Striker, for example, since we have only shown during game 1 engage and droplet. And I think that then you committed to game 2 in order to not give information about Yami strategy, right?
Yeah, honestly, using engage to add Hornet
Tiene que ser a la fusión, me imagino, ¿no? La teona mágica retira. Está gratuito ese motor,
I don't think Sky Striker ever adds Hornet drones in that situation.
También te digo, se nota mucho que Max C está a 1, Sí que en este evento está prohibido, pero creo que es una mejora tremenda.
Real idea of what I was on, and he didn't know beforehand either. So.
However, in game 2 we still find the same scenario, that you have been under Shifter and your opponent has summoned Carmyle. However, you were able to dodge this with one of the oldest combos of the game right now, with Nibiru, the effect of Carmyle to change the effect of Nibiru, and the infinite permanence. How did you feel? It was like something that could save you at the time?
Yeah, it was definitely saving me at the time. I couldn't play beforehand, because this turn again I added the Hornet drones off of engage. That was also my only starter. The rest was just non-engine. Because I think I opened a Crow.
Sí, al final yo creo que el problema que está teniendo YUGIOH a nivel de jugabilidad es que los one-ups están demasiado injustos y rotos. ¿Sabes? Yo entiendo que cuando limitas una carta es para generar un impacto real en las partidas, pero es que robar el one-up te da demasiado. Aquí te robas una Kewl, autoganado la partida. Una Crossout, autoganado la partida. Una TTT, autoganado la partida. Que creo que se gana igual. Cosas que pasan en este gran juego.
Can you tell me how you feel about evenly comparing with hand-ups and how you approach this tournament?
So I think evenly in general is a fairly good card right now, because Draco Tail doesn't really get an out to
¿Qué quiero descartar?
The out for Radiant Typhoon is also that they have to chain MST and then also chain Mandate, which I can usually easily respond to with another quick play of my own. So that way I can also play around Mandate, and I think there's a lot of decks that actually don't make specific Omni negates. where Evenly can at least force a lot of the interactions so that I can play in the second main phase and break the board and then establish a board of my own. So, and then especially with the combination of Droplet or first trade in versus Draco Tail, I can also fall in the Virtuous, my own Evenly.
Ya está por aquí. A ver, añado esto, pero lo otro que te da acceso a la trampa. Más o menos voy aprendiendo más a por este mazo, tío. Eso me gusta.
Thank you again for this interview, Fabian. I hope the best for you in the rest of the tournament. And please stay close because we'll be back very shortly with more YCS matches.
Ah, ¿en verdad? Estamos chill.
Welcome back everyone to the coverage here of the 300th YCS in Dortmund.
Voy a invocar al original. Esto tiene que tener animación por huevo. Vaya decepción de juego, tío.
And of course a main figure in and many of them is joining me here, Joshua Schmidt. Joshua, we're going to look at a very specific YCS here in this one, and that is going to be your YCS Prague final against Billy Break. And that was quite the special one, wasn't it?
It's probably to this day the most special final I've ever played. Simply based on the fact that it was the same opponent from the previous YCS final, which he walked away winning the first one.
Imagínate, bro, es la carta protagonista del Crowley y no le mete la animación. Esta basura tiene animación. Y esto creo que también. Ah, tampoco. Qué ridículo. Luego una soneta de animación, bueno. Cosas que uno no se explicará.
That apple was joining you on your journey for that tournament. Tell us more about the apple that was there with you throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, this is just now bringing back memories because this has been years for me as well. But this was just a running gag.
Las dos fusiones más fuertes del arquetipo. ¿Para qué? Para batear esto. Venga.
Which was the first YCS where I had an apple that gave me when I left from home. Like here, take this apple with me.
Be healthy with me.
And I just put it in my
Cositas.
and then I carried it around all day, but because I was playing paleo, a lot of my rounds were going very long, and so I never had the time to eat it. And then eventually, a friend of mine was saying like, "Oh, is it your lucky turn?" It was always on the table, but I never had time to eat it. And then so for this YCS, I brought one back as a meme, which, against what people may believe, is not the same apple because this was 2 months later, so it's a different one, of course.
Also, is there any relationship to Totally Awesome? Because there is some fruits involved on the Totally Awesome artwork as well.
Ojo. Bien, ya está.
But no, it wasn't. It was just.
Prohibido sacar un. Vale. Iba a sacar un 1 y ahí ya tilteo,
And I think what Totally Awesome has is an orange on its head. Yeah.
Orange apples, kind of the same thing if you ask me. But okay, we already see the decks, and both of you, of course, came with a 60 card deck.
Creo que tengo otra multi.
For the people that were maybe not that active back in the day, was that very common? Were there a lot of 60 card decks in that format, or was it basically just the 2 decks that you guys were bringing?
Well, I mean,
Al palo.
the whole trend of 60
Bueno,
card
sabemos
decks
que la
because this is right after
notificación
screener came out. So there was a couple of decks that were playing 60 cards. There was the Infernoid variations. I believe there was some Lightsworn, but that might have also been later in the year that was more popular.
Vale.
But the Paleozoic deck was.
Yo ahí como migajero mirando todo.
I feel like because it actually wasn't trying to like resolve grass and then auto win the game off of it. It was more like, well, I mean, you're playing a bunch of Paleos that are good in the graveyard. You have some Lost Twins in there, and that's really.
Supongo que América empezará a las 4. Como la otra vez.
It's not like you're milling like 25 Infernoids and then going off completely. It was just a solid card in the deck, and you just also happened to have a counter against others. That was one of the main theories behind this deck. It's like, well, you're playing a 60-card deck, and other people are playing a 60-card deck, and so they can't press, but their deck is more reliant on which might make you wonder why Billy was able to activate grass against me in the finals, which is the only scenario that didn't work is if I activated Pot of Desires.
Which you did here, but yeah, I mean, this was matchup-wise then such a clear advantage to your side, right? Because both of you, of course, not really able to resolve that grass looks greener, except for that very specific situation here that you found yourself in. But you're not really relying on your deck as part of the main strategy.
Oye, pues probarme la Purulia contra este mazo, pues ni tan mal. Ojo. Este Kuribo le va a putear algo. Demonio de luz para hacer full combo Smith.
This is something that people will disagree or were disagreeing on at the time.
Come a little closer to me.
My standpoint was always that some of those decks that needed grass to resolve were not as good because, well, they needed grass to resolve, and I always liked that my deck didn't. But of course, people that were fans of the Infernoid deck or fans of other strategies like that, they were thinking about that differently. They were like, no, my deck is fine even if I don't resolve grass. And I mean, obviously, Billy did not get to the finals while activating grass every single round, I'm sure.
Fair.
So I think there's a truth to both sides a little bit. I preferred the deck that didn't
Pues
need
otra.
more. Those decks were significantly better if they had grass. Let's say it like that.
Also,
hay de todo, bro. Si no gastas uno, gastas el otro.
Is that the regular
Branded
Enfield that you presented
Armade.
Billy with there? Just 4 set cards in a set monster, right?
Se me acaba de dar cuenta de los detalles del tapete, tío. Está aquí el estufagato.
I mean, yeah, there was just not much comboing going on the first turn, right? You needed the traps to be
Qué bueno se esconde.
The only way you do more than this is if you draw Swamp Rock and the water, because then you can set up a totally
tapete la abrí basado.
I believe I did that 0 times. Because, or like maybe once or twice.
Al pavo hasta ya la cabeza.
60 cards and 3 Swap Frogs. It's just not going to happen very often. Or you have Grass and Swap Frog or something like that. Like, or Grass can hit both Ronin Totems and 2 Frogs. Then you can like make a Toad. But most of the time it's just set your traps, set a monster and pass.
Okay, next highlight we have here.
Vale.
Actually, a little deeper
Un robo.
into this game here. One very
justo el robo que no
important thing
quiero.
about this whole deck was that you could actually recycle your Ronin Toadin with the Paleozoic Leancolia, right? Is that how you secured the grind game mostly in this deck? If you're because the Inferno deck, of course, had that.
Cuando metan Fallen and the Virtus en Master Pro, es la que se va.
In this matchup, yes. Most of the time, the Leancolia actually puts back the regular frogs to fuel additional Ronin Totems.
Vale.
So in that
Probabilidad de
case,
super poli aquí.
Leancolia in the grind game is basically an instant rank
No lo sé.
because it'll trigger a Paleo in the grave, as well as give you a fodder for 1
Joder.
extra Ronin Totem, so it's 2 level 2 monsters in 1 card activation. But of course, in matchups where they can banish your stuff, then it's really important to get it back. And also one very important thing about Leancolia is they can return face down banished cards as well. So that in that way it can really help with desires. Like if you ever happen to get so unlucky that you banish both Ronin Totems in your 60 card deck, you can go back and you can put it back in the graveyard. But even if you have something valuable in the banished pile, like a Lost Wind or something, you can just activate the Leancolia and get it.
Yeah, that's very, very strong, absolutely. And I think for the most part, it all looked like it was very favored in your direction that first game, but still the game kept on going for quite a while. Would you say that was just simply because Billy did not want to concede in that first game, or were you just not really drawing the right cards to close it out, or what was the reason this first game kept on going for so long?
Well, I mean, I would probably say it's just because I'm playing Paleo, which is like a really
slowest deck in the world.
It's a very slow and grindy
Retira.
deck. From his perspective as well, to be fair, it's always like, well, if the Paleozoic player maybe messes up on the next turn, then I still have a chance to be in it, and you never know, you know, like it is Infernoid after all, so let's say, you never know what the deck count is like, but like sometimes you can draw that Grasslook Screener off the top, or pot of course. There's a lot of high impact, and so you never know until it's over, basically, with Paleo, and it takes a while until it's over, so.
Alright, now, we saw a little bit of yours, but this was the end field of Billy then in the second game, because eventually you did win game number 1.
Yeah.
And, well, it was quite the impressive field for that time, but you had quite the easy answer, I want to say, in your opening hand there, because you could answer this. Was that field in general, okay, you go for the desires first, let's watch this through, but in general, even without power cards like Dark Hole or something, was that a field you could just outgrind with your Paleo deck? Was that just a game plan for you, or did you need those blowout cards
This is exactly the field that this deck was targeting, essentially, at the time, because except for the Totem Bird, that is exactly the board that Pure Zodiac also makes.
Yeah.
It's a Daigusto Emerald and a Trident. The Totem Bird, of course, is because you
through
the Terratop and also had to play with it.
Yeah.
So he was able to do that instead of making Invoker. But
Que no hay ni albas.
the scariest thing on that board is just the Emerald because it creates card advantage for them. But Trident, and this is the reason why Paleo was good at the time, Trident cannot pop face down cards. So that's why Paleo was good against Trident, because can't pop the face downs, but also all the Paleos are unaffected by it. So it's a very low value card in the matchup.
I mean, the format overall, because the Inferno deck that Billy was playing was a little bit of an outstander. It was not like the meta deck, but all of the decks sort of were working with the Zodiac cards, right? So your deck was just a perfect counter to all of those Zodiac strategies?
Pretty much, yeah. That is the reason why this deck was good in this format, is because Zodiac is a really strong matchup.
Droplet.
All right, then we have one more highlight from this, and this was almost towards the end of the second game, and it felt like a little bit of a, Billy was just trying to make that last move, activating that 1-for-1 while Skill Drain was on the field. And
pero aquí, amigo, bro.
Yeah, what are they going to do with the Decatron if that Skill Drain is currently placed up on the field? So you didn't even bother negating the 1-for-1 there in that situation, right?
Well, let me analyze the situation.
Okay, yeah, for you it has been a while as well, of course, go ahead.
So is the 1-for-1 the last card in Billy's hand?
Yeah, they have no other cards in hand.
Okay, so there, I mean, I think I'm looking the Totally Awesome around because it is a big monster.
Pongo una negación de mágica trampa y debería tenerlo ya.
About tributing off my Totally Awesome, and then I won't be able to finish the game because I also don't know if there's any frogs in my graveyard right now to add back with Totally Awesome to apply more pressure. So it's very well possible that if I tribute this Totally Awesome, I can't apply the remaining pressure because there's a skill drain on the board. In the long term, Infernoid would win this game if
Todo para revivir de cementerio.
wipe out the last 30
Sí, pero no.
life points soon. So I feel like I'm holding the Totally Awesome for that reason. And
Es este mojón de animación, bro. Este mojón. Que ni se usa en el mazo.
I mean, eventually in the end, that was just the pinnacle of that cool rivalry between you and Billy. I still remember just after the match how happy Billy was as well, right? He wasn't sad, like he was happy for you that you now got your revenge, that this story was continuing in such a cool way, that he wins one, now you win one, and just the whole timeline of it even happening, that you get to meet in the finals again, was just so special. And as you just also mentioned, it connects you still to this day, right? That whole story that you have together there.
We talk about it every once in a while, and then we joke about it, and he's like, oh, I should have won 2 back-to-back or something, and then I tell like, no, I should have won Pokem if you didn't draw Vanity's Emptiness off of Metal Force Fusion. But ultimately, I think both of us look back at it very fondly, and ultimately, I can say for myself, I'm very happy that we both got one each, because of course, I mean, winning another YCS would have been awesome, winning 2 back-to-back would have been awesome, but I think sharing a story like that with someone else, where we both walk away a YCS champion from the same story, I think is more
No hay nada aquí que me deje, ¿no?
Absolutely is.
No diría.
After this YCS title, you then got to win 2 more YCSs. What would you say on a rating? If there even is such a thing of rating different YCS successes, where would this one rate? Is it
my favorite?
It's the favorite one, this most special one? Because of that rivalry with Billy?
Everything. It's probably my favorite deck of all time that I played in that YCS. The whole story surrounding it is one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me in this game, I think. And they are all very special, but I
Alright, so I picked a good one to analyze this then. So that was Yu-Gi-Oh! History. And we're about to write some more history here this week in Dortmund for the 300 YCS. Who's going to be our champion? We will see. Definitely stay tuned for more coverage here from Dortmund.
Welcome back to your coverage here of YCS Dortmund 2026. In front of me, I have your round 12 feature match. 2 duelists a lot of you will know, Jordan Gallagher and Tom Kleinengraber, and they're ready to kick things off. You've actually already done it, so you're going first, Jordan. So I'm going to hand you guys one more time over to your wonderful casting trio. Boys, take it away.
The Vice World Champion, the runner-up of Worlds versus one of the strongest duelists in this season. He has won so many tournaments, back-to-back opens. It's Tom Kleinengraber versus Jordan Gallagher. It's a match that we have been waiting for to finally show you these big names
Igual vemos una vez contra Draco.
I mean, they want to become even more of a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! History here at the 300 YCS. Tom, already at a Jubilee YCS, of course, was very close to taking a title in London back in the day, but fell short
Dame
to
cartas
Samir
canine.
of course, or Bashar rather.
Canine.
But,
he likes those finals.
He is aiming for another final, but Jordan, as he said it, he seems unstoppable with the Draco Tail deck. I talked to him earlier and he was like, yeah, but that kind of likes me, I feel like, because he just cannot lose. He did lose in the last round, though, as both of these duelists are now on an X1 record, which is still super impressive at the very moment. Still, they're getting into a situation where they rather should be winning from now on if they want to make it top 8. Let's see who can win in this match.
O sea, tonto me va a terminar montando la Banquis,
Round 12 coming your way.
Va, tengo que saltar ya. Una ultra, una super. Hizo una... mojonazo. A ver qué toca ahora.
And this match just goes
pues
to show how hard it is to get to the top 8 of a YCS, how big of an accomplishment it really is, because those duelists, actually Jordan did not lose the last round, he is 11-0.
Que van invictos.
Both of these duelists are X1, so we have a little bit of an error there. But if you are trying to aim for an X2 record to reach the top 8, in round 12 of 15 rounds, you're already playing against players of this caliber, so it cannot be understated how fantastic this is. Normal summon the Alt Art Cartesia and then fuse a Secretarion Dragon from hand with using, I think it is Mululu and Velokias.
And this is a great way to start, to be honest. Yes, there is a Purulia which has been activated by Tom, but we have kind of a way to play around this. And this is a good thing about Branded Dracotail, is that you can play around the Charmies, which are just everywhere in the current metagame. But yeah, Jordan, you talked about this guy, and this guy is literally unstoppable, winning the French Open a few months ago, and now on his tracks to try to win this YCS and keep his winning chain, literally. But very interesting between those two players, two of the best players and two of the best decks. What better than a mirror to decide who is the best between the two of them?
Yeah, almost as if that was Leonard Koenig's words. Yeah, that's what Leo said before the round. I cannot wait to see them fight it out with the same deck here, trying to see who's piloting it better. Will be tough to see because we're both so incredibly good with it, but we see Jordan going into the new Synchro addition to the deck, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, using its effect, resolving its effect as well. And have we given any draws to the Purulia yet?
Yeah, we have
one
given
Cartesia,
one draw thanks to the Cartesia, but apart from that, I think that we are not going to give that many draws to Tom, which is, I mean, to be fair, this kind of expected.
Puedes ganar este ICS sin problema, llevar testando muchísimo tiempo el Branded Draco. Ah, sí. Pero bueno, al final, de topear un evento a ganarlo, bro, ahí se tiene que sumarte en el día.
Dragons and spellcasters, and being able to prevent the opponent from activating the effects on the field is, of course, very good.
It absolutely is, and there is the alternative artwork of Ecclesia. They're also shining on the field of Jordan. I mean, when you have such a special relationship to a deck, when you're playing a deck for so long and it is being so kind to you and you're having such massive success with it, I think you just go the route to just max rarity everything, right? Like when you're playing it so well, you kind of reward yourself with a couple of nice
Si el mazo te quiere, bro, lo foileas.
He has to go for non-standard lines, but it always works out so well for him here as well in this game. Started with the Secretarion Dragon. He's already at plus 4 or 5 cards. Hasn't even used Dracotail Arthelion yet, which is usually like the ace monster of the deck.
And the new cards bring so much to the Branded Dracotail strategy, to be honest, because yeah, before it felt like the deck was lacking a little bit of ceiling, but now we've got the feeling that the board feels so strong and it is so hard to break. We've seen that yesterday with the Sky Striker strategy with Josh and also Dinka. They managed to break the field, but after that you have so much follow-up that is really hard to just win versus this deck.
Now there's just one thing that Jordan needs to pay attention to, and that is to not leave the Fallen of the White Dragon on the field, because that counts as Fallen of Albas, and then you can fuse away the entire field to summon out an Alba Lenatus.
I mean, it surprises you once in life, but not twice, usually.
Okay.
Yeah, it surprised me once.
How did you feel after that?
Oh, well, I felt a little bit stupid, actually. But then, you learn from your mistakes. That's the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! The more you play, the better you get, usually.
And now we get to the Arsalian.
A este entonces, que están en mesas altas, saben la mayoría de gente lo que juega. Sobre todo si vas invicto. Si fueses X1, pues mira.
That's how we get rid of it. That's how we get it back into our hand. Seems like it, because we saw him just moving that card a little bit, indicating that it probably was the target for a Falion.
Imagine you had like space for one more level 8 Synchro monster, then this would have actually, with the normal summon of Cartesia, would have actually worked there to just go with the Fallen of the White Dragon and, of course, the Ecclesia to go into an Omega.
Entonces es Ecuador,
saludos, Christopher. Rahu was activated, but that would have been really, really cool. But I agree, the extra deck space is getting a little bit tight on the Draco Tail branded end, so I agree with only running Ecclesia, the Black Dragon.
Now starting to add those powerful trap cards in the back.
Muy buena de reciclarse el Alba.
The Flame and the Horn.
That is usually before Burst Protocol,
Queriendo
when you
ver
got
alguna recomendación.
Charmit with the deck, you ended on a
ver, en el stream has visto varias. Recomendación sobre ver Banky Soul Canine.
Or no draws. You had a bunch of follow-up. You had 2 or 3 traps with a 5 mana in hand and possibly some interruption. This looks like a lot more. You have the Secretarian Dragon, which is good in the mirror match as well. You have the Ecclesia as well, and so many interactions in hand.
Se olvidó de la Purulia. Se olvidó de la Purulia. Os habéis dado cuenta, ¿no? Al pavo se ha olvidado la Purulia.
It did look like Tom just drew the other cards.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ooh,
and we get rid of the Fallen, I mean, yeah. The neural best.
La invocó y la devolvió. Se le olvidó la Purulia al tío.
By special summoning the Albalenatus.
Yeah. I mean, I get why you would want to trade the one card that your opponent draws for your Fallen and the Virtuous. If you don't have it in hand yet, you get to set it in the end phase. Because before that, I do not think that we actually got to send a branded fusion monster into the graveyard, or a monster that names Fallen of Albas in its card text.
What a turn from Jordan's side. And we see that Jordan is running all 3 different Draco Tail trap cards, and that has lately just been the absolute norm. Like, everyone has decided, hey, all of these 3 trap cards are so good. They are just our main way of interacting with the opponents, so that's what we want to have. We want all of them. Interestingly enough, though, Tom, on the other hand, playing the same deck, has actually decided to not put all of these 3 trap cards into his main deck.
Pero es que creo que puede romper la mesa.
Because everyone agrees on something, but then a mastermind like Tom says, hey, maybe you're all wrong, and I just know how to do better.
What did he cut, Horn?
He did cut Horn indeed, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Some players have decided that this card was probably not the most useful of the 3 traps, and you don't want to draw that going second, to be honest. This is kind of annoying to get that in your hand. This is not a monster that you can fuse with, and this is not something that you can break the field with.
You know what? I like it, because I think before that you really needed the ceiling. You really needed every single piece of interaction that you could get with this deck.
Yeah.
And now with this Ecclesia and another Ecclesia on the field, and basically it's Fallen and the Virtuous that is part of your end board, I think you're good. You actually can be fine with just 2 trap cards.
Okay, now Tom, show us what you can do with this deck.
Oh!
Jordan's side looked impressive, but how about you? Normal summon Draco Tail Lucias. I think we haven't seen it at all on Jordan's end, but Tom got to start off with it here as his normal summon, and it will go unanswered, and therefore fetches us another Draco Tail monster from the deck, which oftentimes, and also in this case, is going to be the Draco Tail 5 mana.
So far, so good, right? I mean, you are starting to plus as well. Tom should be now at 7 cards in hand with the Lucias. With so many cards in hand, I don't think you pop the Lucias at all.
Oh, fusing with another Purulia is never great, and the Lucias. So we're only going to trade with the Lucias, which is, of course, going second, playing into a field, not necessarily the one you want to fuse off, because you rather want to go for, of course, cards like Pan, cards like Urgila, cards like Mululu, who actually have some additional value, but here it's only Lucias able to set another spell or trap.
I kind of really like this. If you have so many more cards in the deck, you want to have multiple pushes, and now he also has the Gulamel on the field there, but does not use the pop effect.
La va a negar, sí.
Or was it?
Pues si no, aquí mismo tira Faimenazo y la parte.
Yeah, I don't think so, but having to use the Faimena so early in the turn is not a very good sign, to be honest, because usually you want to keep it so that you can interact with the opponents, try to chain block something, or even to try to bait some interactions.
I mean, Leo, there is Secretarian Dragon on the field. I was for a second thinking, what do you mean? Why is he not using it? His opponent literally is preventing him from doing so because of that powerful Secretarian Dragon sitting there pretty on the field. Oh, we're now using the effect of Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
And that's where the Forbidden Unlimited list hit the deck, to be honest, because having access to only one Mululu in that situation, in that case, hurts a little bit.
Varias Cartesias.
Also only one K2, right? Because K2, I mean, you have said it now, but these spells usually tend to help you by sending Mululu or Pan from the deck to the graveyard, or from their hand to the graveyard, by fusing it and then triggering the effect so you can remove the Secretarian Dragon. That is now a little bit harder.
But it does feel like Tom's hand is not the greatest. It is fine, he can play, but I've got the feeling that he doesn't have such a great hand to try to break the field. No access to the Mululu, no access to the Pan, as you just mentioned. Only some Purulias.
We shall see. It is Jordan now, Fusion summoning on his opponent's turn as well, and he does have access to Urgila, and Urgila, I mean, we're not really...
Yo creo que se puede permitir incluso el orden de activar las cosas. Artalion recupera Urgula. Es que no necesito ni a Faimena, tío. Esto es lo que hay que mentalizar, ese que es la Dracotela de hoy. Que no necesita la Faimena para combar. Wow. Qué dolor.
If there is not something like
a call by the grave,
you can dodge that so easily with the Draco Tail trap cards, right?
All right.
Oh yeah. That's so hard.
Yeah, we resolve it. K2 is gone, and you're absolutely right. By not going for anything like an Urgula or a Pan, it is looking like Tom's hand is not the greatest at all. And there's still so much follow-up. Jordan hasn't used any of the traps. He has the Ecclesia still on the field. There's only one main monster zone left open for Jordan to play cards into with his 4 cards in hand.
Okay.
He doesn't have a field spell, so that's
Fallen of the White Dragon, sends Titanic Lad. That can open up a lot of things, but I mean, Jordan's still prepared. We know that. All of those set cards. Any response to the Fallen and the White Dragon? Yes, we just used Fallen and the Virtuous on it. Tom was about to pick up his cards, and...
No, I mean, you still have another push, right? The summon effect is still being activated. You summon out Ecclesia, and Ecclesia can get you another Fallen of Albus.
Lo tiene que partir a la mínima, chicos, porque si no le hace fusión de contacto.
Okay. But there is the branded opening. What a great card to add to the branded Draco Tail strategy. Usually players do not play this card unless they are playing pure branded, but Tom decided to surprise his opponent, being able to special summon or add from the
Aluber creo que le puede dar mucha jugada.
He has no effect of Fallen and the White Dragon because, again, the Secretarian Dragon is denying it. I keep forgetting this card on the field. How can that happen? Now,
discards Velukias. And we bring out Aluber, but I mean...
Aluber is a fairy, at least.
It is a fairy, sure.
Effect.
It can, but it doesn't do anything to the Fallen and the Virtues, really. So our Fallen of the White Dragon is still gone.
But you can search for a branded fusion that gives you another push if it does not get Draco Tail flamed. And then branded opening can protect your fusion monsters from being destroyed once. So that is maybe, perhaps something. Branded fusion is now being activated. I think you flame that immediately if you're Jordan.
Of course.
He doesn't want
Tiene para dodgear o tiene para dodgear. Qué bien se ha guardado la droplet, tú. Ya está. Se ha guardado perfectamente la droplet. Va a poder negar Secretarion, va a poder negar muchas cosas,
And the Forbidden Droplet just fulfills its purpose here.
And you can see the patience of Tom Kleinegräber in this situation, because some people would have just immediately thrown out the Forbidden Droplet to negate the Secretarian Dragon, but he knew, I'm going to get the Branded Fusion in 10 steps or so, and I'm going to need it to resolve, so I can Forbidden Droplet, then I can play with all of my effects. And now, does it even look that great for Jordan anymore? He still has the Faimena, he still has an Urgula in hand.
It's still fine.
Yeah, I can see it.
It is still fine, but yeah.
Creo que está para los mirror match, no sabemos, tío.
Huge. You get rid of the Ecclesia as well.
Creo que eso que mainea Purulia, mainea Fugalos.
You're right to praise his patience. waiting patiently and activating like these 10 steps after the beginning of the turn. Wow. But Jordan still sitting on a pretty convincing number of monsters and on some huge follow-up after that. So not only he has to break the field, but after that, he has to make some card advantage.
Yeah, because Thomas is sitting at 1 card in hand. I mean, he is now negating 2 cards, but he is going to resolve that Branded Fusion, and that is now only an Urgula.
Urgula and Fawn of the White Dragon are chosen to be fusion summoned away. And here comes our very own Alba Lenatus. I think that's a first for me, seeing Alba Lenatus on both sides actually in the Dracotail branded mirror match. But both of them want to have it here.
None of them summoned with monsters of the opponents, I want to mention. So that's also very interesting. But you get to trigger the Urgula. But I think that Urgula just forces out the Dracotail Sting immediately. And that is a really, really good Sting target. Because you get to
Guadalajara, Jalisco. Buen tequila, Buen tequila, Luis. Para cuando vaya por ahí, dime dónde hay que comprar, que voy a dar el toque. Bueno, espero que estés disfrutando del ICS.
I think there might be the time for Jordan to activate 5 mana. I think he has Urgula in hand, but even if not...
Se guardó la Ash.
Last card in hand, I believe, in Tom's hand is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So Jordan's plan being denied here when negating the Dracotail Sting, but Dracotail Horn shall still follow and puts the Alba Lenatus back into the extra deck. And how much can we do off of that one singular Urgula?
Yo lo llamo bebida local, tío, que si no dicen que estoy apoyando malas conductas. Yo es por cultura gastronómica. Te esperábamos, pero no viniste. No, hombre. Yo tenía pensado pasarme hasta que me dijeron que estaba 6 horas y no daba tiempo. Otra vez se dará, bro.
Gets 5 mana back. I mean, are we playing Star Dragon or extra deck? Because that would be a good way to get rid of the set Rahu now by just using the effect of 5 mana, possibly. Is that what we're going to go for? Because then it's just a lonely 5 mana in hand, which really does not do a whole lot.
No puedo pasar ese campo aún jugándolo bien. Lo juego muy bien.
A great way to play around this field, but it was so much. Jordan says you had so many pushes, but I have more defenses. Activates 5 mana and is now going to choose a fusion monster that he's going to bring to the field. You said it, Chaos would be the absolute end of the turn for Tom. Dracotail cards are incredibly powerful, but they cannot use...
no van invictos. Antes pusieron que iban invictos, ¿no?
The Alba Lenatus cannot be used as fusion materials, so... Okay, yeah, that is 2 dragons, bro. Yeah, okay, but
it's gotta be the Chaos Star Source being special summon.
I mean, that is kind of the same thing. Same thing for him, but Tom checking the graveyard once more. Last round, Dracotail destroyed, and Jordan still sitting there, even getting his own K2 Dracotail back, looking like he is going to claim this first game.
I think you just really needed one other monster in hand, because you also have the Athalion in graveyard from first turn, so Athalion could trigger on the Gulamel summon, and then Gulamel chains to take care of the Rahu.
But Tom is just nowhere near conceding. He's heading into the end phase, activating his Titanic Lad. He knows that he's able to win games out of positions that seem unwinnable, and he believes in his deck that he built so carefully. But now he has made the decision that he does not believe in strongly enough anymore. His game goes to Jordan Gallagher, who just seems unstoppable with this Dracotail brand attack.
I just love this quick motion of Jordan when Tom said pass, and he was like, really? You're gonna make me do this? He was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's pack it up. There is no way you're gonna fumble this because you already have 9,000 points of damage on the field.
True that, but that was very interesting. This game showed us that the Dracotail deck now is so strong going first. You have so much more ceiling thanks to the new branded cards. The addition of those cards is absolutely amazing. And now you have so many lines of plays to try to play around some cards like Mulcharmies. We've seen the Perulia being activated, but only with 2 draws. Look at what
Tenía curiosidad si estaba jugando Queme. Cuando se ha tirado ese bicho, ¿qué podría estar jugando? Eclesia la normal, añadir Paleón de Virtus, partir y luego setearse otra. Hay cositas en esa lista,
He was not that far away from accomplishing something, but yeah, the hand was really middle range and no access to the Pan, no access to the Mululu, which are such incredible cards, especially against the Secretarian. Now, Tom, going probably first, will have to build a strong field and try to even it 1-1 against Jordan.
One of the takeaways here, though, for me from this first game is the reveal of branded opening. Like, the decision to include branded opening and Aluber into your branded Draco Tail deck is something we haven't seen really at all from many players. So when someone with the name of Tom Kleinengräber does as our Wise World Champion, it must mean something. When he considers those cards to be good enough to be included into this deck, maybe this is just going to be the direction moving forward.
You know what? I really dig it, because you lacked ceiling before, but you really want this branded engine. So he says, I'm going to increase the ceiling of my deck by making it more consistent, more consistently getting to this branded fusion, forcing hand traps where they shouldn't be forced from your opponent as well, having multiple bodies, and of course also sometimes protecting your fusion monsters. Like this plays around Pan, no? You have the Aluba, I mean, Aluba just special summons itself back and negates it, but still, there is more stuff that you can have. Well, actually, the Branded Fusion does protect the Secretary.
And I mean, the branded opening graveyard effect also is really all about protecting, because when your opponent has something like Fallen and the Virtuous, they can't just put it on a Secretarian Dragon, and that Secretarian is so good in the mirror match. But as players are already staring at each other, ready here for the second game, we shall wait no longer. Back to the table we go for game number 2.
The protection is really, really strong. I like this shift in the metagame, as basically every player in this tournament agrees on the Fallen and the Virtuous being an absolutely insane card in this meta. Just sometimes those simple solutions, they can win you a tournament.
Yeah, and it lets you get access to the branded engine, and the branded engine, let's face it, it's one of the best things that happened to the Draco Tail engine. So having more access to it, having more pushes also going second. It didn't work during the last game, but I think that it might be the decisive factor when you want to win going second against the branded Draco Tail strategy.
Alright, we start with Fallen of the White Dragon once more, but there immediately is an Infinite Impermanence meeting it on Jordan's end, and that has been a card he has been siding a lot in his branded Draco Tail decks. Not necessarily something you expect from the Draco Tail deck, because it is a trap card, and you cannot fuse with trap cards, of course, naturally, but he always felt that it was strong enough to include somewhere in his strategy, and once again, he has included it into his side deck here for this tournament.
It is very interesting, especially to see this trap card, but I think that paired with some other end interactions, it is very, very strong. If you have an Infinite Impermanence paired with something like a Ghost Bell, like an Ash Blossom, it might be enough to try to lower the ceiling of the branded Draco Tail strategy, and then after that you have so much push that you can just get rid of everything, get your card advantage, and win the game from that point.
100%, and quite frankly, Infinite Impermanence against the Draco Tail deck got even better, because you have a main target now that you want to use it on with the Fallen of the White Dragon. Sure, Aphelion also still a prime target.
I like it.
But yeah, even more option now to use that Infinite Impermanence.
Yo he caído de Albaz en cementerio. Yo creo que tiene Cartesia, efectivamente. Tiene efecto para aquí después en torno a otra Inferma, que dudo que tenga otra Inferma.
Because we just can now, since we have Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard, or a card that is actually treated as Fallen of Albaz. Now we can additionally normal the Jordan is not waiting for something like an Arthalion, because he knows his opponent is Tom Kleingräber. He's not gonna mess up. If you give him any sort of room to play, he's gonna get so much value out of it. So with cards like Infinite Impermanence, your best chance is to maybe throw them immediately. See that your opponent can't do anything about it.
But look at that. You have so many lines of plays that now you are able to just play around a single interaction so easily. Now he's going to special summon the Ecclesia from the extra deck, I guess, and just keep comboing.
Otra Cartesia?
Cartesia basically worked as a negate, right? This is basically like a called by the grave on the Impermanence, because you just get to freely special summon out your level 4 tuner anyways. The question is, does he play 2 Blazing Cartesia? Because what you want to do with Ecclesia, the Black Dragon, is to special summon out the Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, to have another monster that can quick fusion summon for you.
I mean, nope. But only one Cartesia in there, so that would do.
You can also summon from graveyard.
Yeah, that would suffice.
Ya hace efecto.
Cartesia, it's all about finding different and new ways to fusion summon.
Usually
it was just really the couple of fusion pushes that the deck had. It was just simply
either having hard-drawn access to Cartesia, and then of course Varahu, and also the Famena. But now, it's a little different. Mululu, of course, also additioning to that, which is now limited.
Yeah.
But here, we just have so many more different ways trying to get into our fusion cards, using the access to Fallen of the White Dragon, to get Ecclesia and all of that. So the deck has changed quite significantly with the introduction of Burst Protocol.
Absolutely. Before, we even used to play some Shadow cards, some Pendulum cards to try to have access to more ways to fusion summon, to try to surprise our opponent. Maybe an Impulse was on the branded fusion or something like that, and after that, yeah, you could still fuse, but now with the addition, you are totally right. You have so many ways to fusion summon.
Yeah, and now we'll have to pay a little bit of attention because actually you cannot summon Gulamel anymore since you summoned out the Fallen of the White Dragon with its effect, because it locks you into fusion and synchro monster level 8.
Hay gente que lo está jugando solo a 2 el Artalion.
Of course, Tom knows, and we see there now also is a Dracotail Horn, so the plan is to just bring it in from the side deck whenever you are going first, or maybe also going second when you have like a super favorable Link matchup where you want to have it. I could see it being in against Bellis, for example, even going second, and in that matchup, it's of course better than Flame most of the time. But Tom has access to all 3 different trap cards. Still, he was shaking his head a little bit there, right? He wasn't super satisfied with this turn. Still, though, this field looks very impressive, and Jordan will have to do some heavy lifting here to get through it.
And I think this is very interesting because we see no Secretarian yet on the field, which is not so surprising because usually players want to keep it for later in the turn. You don't want it to crumble under a Mululu or Pan effect. So I think that it might arrive on the table later on, but for now, no Secretarian to face for Jordan, but still 5 set cards.
¿El juego Lamel? No creo.
Right, let's head into the main phase where the main action is going on, and it will be the hard-drawn K2 Dracotail. I feel like it's always like that.
You kind of have to flame that, I think, but we've seen so many hard-draw K2.
I wouldn't flame him if he does, and he does use Dracotail Flame there on the K2 Dracotail, but there is the Forbidden Droplet. This card is everywhere at the moment in the current meta game, and it will be once more dodging a Dracotail Flame.
But now that's a little bit better for Tom than for Jordan in the game before, because the Droplet is not negating anything that is really important. First of all, you only get 1 card gone. Can be still. Oh, Blazing Cartesia is actually being chained to the Droplet because it was. And now we summon out the Secretarian into Droplet.
So it is going to get negated.
Se ha rayado.
Yes.
Ya está.
And Tom is as confused as
ya
we
está,
are.
se ha rayado. La ha liado.
Excuse me.
La ha liado. La ha liado. Ya está, fin.
It's even playing field.
Ya está, se acaba de dar cuenta que la acaba de liar. Madre mía.
My Secretarian as well here in this game.
I mean, yeah,
es la carta que necesitas usar para ganar y la troleas.
Summoning the Secretarian, but he really wanted this one on the field, to be honest.
I get it. It's
la
a
liao,
card.
sí.
Honestly, even the best players in the world, when you're playing a mirror match versus possibly the best branded Dracotail player ever, the icon of the deck, then you can get a little nervous. You want to prove yourself, maybe a little too much, and this is where Jordan Gallagher gets ya.
Pues sí la ha cagado.
Jordan with those double open titles that he has claimed this season already. Not yet with a top 8 finish at the YCS in this particular season.
Just malgastar el Secretarian.
Something to kind of crown it. He is, as you say,
y ahora ese Secretarian en defensa no se lo puede utear. Porque creo que no tiene pan en rotación. La Karen la salvó la vida. Pero
ring, I want to say, and that is actually. It's not usually confusing because Urgler gives you a lot of value, but since there's a Secretarian Dragon on the field, I would have understood if you try to take out the Lokias, because that is the most valuable target that you can have for Secretarian Dragon. However, you probably get another monster in there. And if you don't get another monster in there, the Lokias also doesn't do anything on its own, since Secretarian Dragon needs a Spellcaster and a Dragon monster to target.
Now Tom thinking whether on resolution we are just going to use Fallen and the Virtuous on the Secretarian. So we are trying to make sure the restriction of it is no longer applying. Oh, he's checking the graveyard. Of course, we did put Albion into the graveyard on the opening turn.
Still, there are some targets in the extra deck, so we can resolve it. We can resolve it. Not as good maybe as he expected, but this is a very good target, to be honest.
That's pretty decent.
taking out the Dragon that devours the Dogma is a really good target to summon on the opposing turn with your own Fallen of Albus because it takes away 2 monsters. However, this version of the Dracotel deck does not always have light or darkness monsters. We're bouncing away our own Secretariat Dragon. The bait. It was a masterful bait by Tom Kleinegräber. Also shaking his head and just knowing, hey, my opponent is going to waste a negate from the Forbidden Droplet on the Secretariat Dragon, leaving my Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon, open so I can use the effect later.
Se recicla Artalion. Es que creo que yo no tenía más Artalion.
The Secretariat Dragon later on with my 5 mana. Masterful.
Really, really clever. Once again, he surprises us every single time. But I mean, here, a branded opening in the graveyard for Jordan would have been so sweet. So you really do understand how Tom came to the conclusion that including that card into his deck is worthy. So how much more can Jordan put up here? We have already worked through multiple things on Tom's end, so it doesn't seem unreachable, but he will still have to push a little further.
Push, push, push. Jordan is at not too many cards in hand, but if there is one player who can make a lot of few cards, it's Jordan. That Rahu is looking pretty strong.
Artalion va a levantar, tiene opción de hacer la sincro.
One of them should be 5 mana, but what is the other one gonna be? Also, if you want to resolve that Fallen of Albus effect on the opposing turn, you have to discard another card. So it is getting more complicated. If you want to summon out the Secretariat Dragon to stop your opponent from doing some funky effect stuff, you would have to give up.
Palas Mitsu.
It's so tough.
O sea, alguna habrá, pero no lo sé.
Keeps on looking at the cards that he has in his hand, and of course the one, as he said, is the 5 mana, and I think I spotted the color of the other card. I think that was the card we drew off the horn, and we used that at that very moment to make sure to draw another monster to fusion summon with the 5 mana. I think it is a purple card though, indicating
para forzar la Eclesia, que está bien. Eso parece una as.
Quite unhappy with here at the
and
moment.
All of a sudden it seems like it is totally doable for Jordan. He might be able to break the field and try to
Sky yo te diría que es lo más raro.
Field
y Exosister tiene que sacar el nuevo para reciclar.
Dracotail, Shala, my sweet Shala, and now we're going to chain.
¿Jugará el caído original?
The Ecclesia, the Black Dragon effect, that is going to have
si juega el caído original es la risa.
Exact same effect as the Secretariat Dragon that was summoned into a Forbidden Droplet resolution. None.
Y aquí, si consigue quitarse eso, ya lo tiene.
Is now another difference though between the two decks. Jordan on the one end saying, hey, this card is new, this card is good, this card will be included into my deck.
Está bien si juegas contra Radiant y compañía. 1-1.
We are ending the game. Must
y mira que la ha liado.
Jordan has conceded here, not seeing the vision anymore to make it happen. And Tom's still shaking his head, winning this game though, interestingly enough.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he must be thinking about that move, about the Secretariat move that we saw before. But, I mean, it didn't matter in the end because he got the victory. So now 1-1 between the two players. Remember, those players are two of the best players on Earth, and they are facing each other in a very decisive game because they want to stay at a record of X1.
Entonces no fue el que quedó segundo en el Mundial con Lunar. Sí, es él. Ese que estuvo mucho más cerca de lo que esperaba, totalmente.
This deck is very hard to break. So will Tom get what it takes to try to break the field? We've seen some
gracioso como la tropeta pasa a ser casi obligatoria para tochear cartas.
More engine to try to break the field. In the first game, the hand was not very good, but if you get access to some Mululu, to some Pan, or some Spices in the side deck, maybe you can do something and get the second victory.
I mean, you're saying the hand was not really good, but he had a lot of different cards that were playing good going second. He was playing the main deck Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah.
I think what he really needs in this game, that is basically the OG strength of Dracotail going second, right? You want to have a 5 mana with good fusion targets on your opposing turn, but when you're taking a look at the decklist of Tom Kleinegräber, branded opening, Forbidden Droplet, when was the last time you fusion summoned with a spell as a material?
Well, has been a while, but you've been mentioning the Forbidden Droplet here quite a bit. That shows you how good the card is currently in the format, right?
Pero es cartaza no por la negación, sino por el dodgeo.
Le
pasa un poco como la Falan de Virtus. Falan de Virtus la veo parecida. El dodgeo es demasiado.
If you're playing a deck at a tournament at the moment, and it is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, then you should include Forbidden Droplet into your deck.
I would like to see some stats, which cards are the most used in this tournament. I can still see Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on top, of course. Card is phenomenal still.
I mean, not necessarily, because during the last tournaments, it wasn't the first card being played. It was actually Molchami Fuvalos, who was, which was the most played at something like 88%.
Sí, pero
the recent percentage.
Como Breaker
it was the Ash Blossom at 86
contra Dracotail, la antigua tampoco era tan bueno. Aquí ya se alcanzará algo.
Percentages do not matter in this game. Number 3, Tom Kleinegräber versus Jordan Gallagher, who is going to take it. Both duelists are at X1, so they
lo que más me gusta de Droplet es que no te puedan responder a alguna cosa y cerrar la cadena. Eso lo veo lo interesante. De hecho, la Evenly Droplet que han metido antes, vaya esto.
Well, Jordan, your game 1 looked very, very strong. Can you repeat that? Or is Tom going to be the one fusion summoning more than you do on your own turn?
So let's see what Jordan decides to do, because in the first game we saw that he wanted to get the Secretarian on the field to try to use it to bring back some monsters from the graveyard, as well as interrupting the opponent from playing with the dragons and the spellcasters. So will it be the case right now as well? That is a very good question. On the other hand, Tom decided not to play the Secretarian, trying to play around those cards, like for example the Fallen Virtues or the Forbidden Droplet. And to bring it
literalmente es por el poder de poder esquivarte la trampa. ¿Dar Ruler o Evenly o Droplet más Evenly? Son combinaciones letales. Dar Ruler no te diría... A ver, Dar Ruler por sí solo está bien. También depende del formato. Yo puedo dar Ruler Evenly mucho tiempo. Me hacía buenísimo.
He is waiting for his moment in this third game eagerly, but
el único spot así que se puede estar guardando aquí,
the fusing seed, you could say, with his Dracotail.
Pero tampoco.
And you talked about that earlier, Leo. The fact that if you have to get the 5 mana in your hand, I mean, your chances are way better going into the game. But for now, we didn't see that during the first and the second game. But yeah, 5 mana with, for example, an Orgula would be absolutely awesome, because you would be able to special something to get some cards back in your hand, and also getting rid of the Rahu, which is set on the opponent's field.
Contra Jubel decías dar Ruler Evenly, te volabas la mesa. O el Eclipse también.
He doesn't even waste a second thinking about the line. He knows, okay, if I start Molulu with that Urgula in the hand, we just got to do this, and that is what he's doing right now.
But that looks very much like a standard Dracotail without any branded cards.
Mesa pocha, ojito que yo creo que la puede romper fácil.
Some cards, so I can imagine that he has some hand traps in hand for the virtues.
Okay.
No branded.
Oh, it is branded Eldritch now. Or rather Dracotail Eldritch with all 5 sad cards. Tom, do we have one of his signature cards? I remember him using Lightning Storm back in the day plenty of times. Is this another moment where that could happen?
La roba tarde.
Is this another 6th card pickup? That is not one you're too happy
it's
about,
but
it
is okay. Yeah, it's okay. And we have Branded Fusion, which in itself also is a superb field-breaking card, because you can get, for example, an Urgula into the graveyard and summon out even a Chaos Starshot Dragon. Demands a response in the form of Dracotail Flame, but once again dodge it.
There's going to be an answer, right?
Dracotail Flame that ever received. Forbidden Droplet taking out Gulamel effect in the process, probably getting rid of that Branded Fusion. So we're starting to slowly but surely dismantle that field. Are we going to see another hard summon of Alba Lenato sending an Urgula to the graveyard?
I could see a Chaos Star Source Dragon maybe as well, just simply here.
Yeah, it forces a lot, to be honest, and I think it would be a great choice right here.
How do you summon that with Branded Fusion, though?
I mean, you have to go for Albion first, and then Albion into Chaos Star Source Dragon, so you have to take an extra step, sure, but eventually you could get there.
But yeah, the Dracotail Flame, I feel like this should be the best card going into this format,
Droplet vale Falan de
a
Bruto.
lot of spell cards
Y puede que se
are
metan doble
being
ciclón en
played, but it
banquillo.
never resolves thanks to the Droplet, thanks to the Fallen and the Virtues. So, is it the worst cards of the trap
Tampoco así que Bleach.
It feels like it, but everyone is playing an answer for it. I totally am with you.
Puede meter spellcast.
Gets that extra information. The graveyard isn't as packed as in the first game, so he doesn't take much time to look through it there on Tom's end.
Hay muchas cartas que te hacen ya el toteo. De hecho, en el vídeo que dice de análisis del evento es eso. Las mágicas de YUGIOH a la orden del día.
So we're going instead for a pan that looks like a Titanic clad, perhaps.
Ooh, it is a Titanic clad.
So pan now, that is very interesting that you try to destroy one of your opponent's monsters, because the only monster that interacts with you is going to actually, it is already negated from the droplet. What I have seen players do is use pan to destroy your own Albion after summoning it and then activating Rahu to send the pan, just to get a Fall into Virtuous in the end phase, but I do not know if we want to do that necessarily.
Honestly, here in this case, I would rather go after the Athalia, because you want the Gulamel to stay on the field for the moment where it is negated, because if you get it into the graveyard, it can at some point just come back due to its graveyard effect, and therefore you want to keep it where it is negated for now. And I mean,
sí, sí, lo raro es que resuelva la flame.
He will need 5 mana, and then there is not that many fusion materials next to it, so it's getting kinda hard for Jordan for the moment to interact.
Yeah, when you don't see the branded cards, I mean, the Draco Tail field looks like it is pretty much breakable, and that was the flows of the deck before the addition of the new branded cards. We can see it right here. The Kewl being activated, which is such a strong card. So many cards that are very good going second. We saw the Grand Fusion, of course, and the Kewl doing some work here as well.
We saw that also Tom was almost surprised to see that Jordan allowed him to resolve that card. Raised his eyebrows, now thinking about how to even resolve it, because he just didn't expect it to resolve. I mean, there's not that many answers to it, to be fair, here in that case.
I mean, what is he going to do to it, right? I mean, Fall into Virtuous destroys a face-up card on the field, your Gulamel is negated, you have no way of getting rid of it right now.
I mean, to be fair, Fallen and the Virtuous
El tema es que aún le queda pasar. Una de esas es una Fallen. La otra yo diría que es sin perma porque ya la jugó antes. Humilde, las doble de Ultimate la ha sido mirada a Market. Están carísimas. Están carísimas.
Yeah. And that is then going to be very, very tough for you to handle, because, I mean, maybe there's an infinite impermanence going first. I cannot imagine that it is, because this card really sometimes stops you from playing yourself.
Yeah. I think this is way better going second, to be honest, because you want to stop your opponent from playing.
YUGIOH has been searched, has been added to the hand.
No fusion summon.
No fusion
summon indeed.
Actually.
That is very interesting.
Oh, there is impermanence. We were debating whether that card would still be in Jordan's deck going first. His combo was weaker. His non-engine supporting the combo is even stronger though, and the YUGIOH shall be negated.
And looks like Tom didn't expect that, to be honest.
Yeah.
When we look
at
his
mazo.
face.
Oh, he gives the deck to CUT.
I mean, look at this hand. Those are very purple cards that he's having.
Really? Really?
Jordan, you could tell, he was smiling almost a little bit there, facing those two set cards, facing the end phase, facing his turn here once again.
But why did Tom not fuse with the YUGIOH? I think the last card in hand is actually Urgula, which would have been perfect. Urgula forces out the Sting immediately. Of course, gives your opponent a draw, but you get to activate your own effects. You get to search for a Rahu. You threaten the follow-up with the Urgula. You're going to get another trap. It's set. I mean, you only play 2 at this point, I think, if you're siding out 1 horn after that, but you still also have the Arthalion that can target cards. I think there was plenty of opportunities for Tom to take over this game, but now if he passes over the turn, Jordan, he is quietly thinking, does he have follow-up even? I think
good question, actually. Okay, actually, let's bring it over to us for a quick moment, because there is an appeal incoming, so we will have to wait for the head judge for a little bit. So let's just discuss the situation a little further. Is there follow-up for Jordan? I mean, he did not get to draw a card with the flame, so 1 card less, but he will get, of course, the regular draw in his draw phase. But from just the field that he created, we set a lot of cards. Were we already able to maybe set an additional Rahu? We had the free cards, we had the infinite impermanence, so maybe the last remaining card was a Rahu?
And on top of that, you have another draw, because you can still activate the trap card so that you get some more draws. And I think that with 2 draws, it might be pretty good to just keep playing. We know that there are a lot of engine cards, so I think this is a pretty good situation. But to be honest, I didn't expect the field to hold that well. I didn't. I expected Tom to just break the field, let's be honest.
Tom was basically playing with 4 cards, right? Actually with 3, because he had Fuwalos as the 6th card and 2 trap cards in hand. That is so bad if you want to break a field, even if it is not the greatest field we've ever seen. But Tom has another ace up his sleeve, maybe. If there is a Rahu set, if this is the follow-up that you're talking about, he probably has a flame.
Maybe, yeah.
But maybe that could be answered by a droplet.
As usual.
Or the fallen
the situation that we really would have needed for Tom to be enough here in that game would have been a double combination where we would have been able to dodge both the flame and the infinite impermanence. Like imagine they go flame first and then they go infinite impermanence too, somehow in the same chain, and you change the droplet and be like, none of that happening, I resolve everything. Otherwise, with I feel like 2 trap cards in his hand, going second, it's just always going to be real hard.
In my head, he should have just gone for the good old fusion summon with the K2.
You really like this one, huh?
You like fusion summoning,
yeah, I mean, you were playing Draco Tail, you better like fusion summoning, because if you sent the Urgula, and I mean, you were playing into some cards, yes, but I think it advances you more than it stops you from playing if you're getting hit with a Sting. Actually, okay, let's go through this. You actually resolve this. You have an Urgula with the Lucias, you don't get the Surge. You summon out the Secretarian because this is what gives you most value.
Yeah.
Your opponent has Sting. That is huge. If you want to set a Rahu, you're cooked. If you want to go for Athalion instead of Secretarian Dragon, you could target the Lucias, but then you also get cooked by a Sting.
True.
You always get cooked by Sting.
All of those lines get cooked by
stings, yeah, really.
What can you actually do? I mean, you're expecting the Sting. You're forcing the activation of Sting 100% because of the Urgula effect. So what you could do is Arthalion target the Fuwalos in your graveyard.
Yeah.
And then
so
you set
get a monster.
You get a monster.
So you're still able to fuse, to fusion summon. But to be honest, I see
literalmente la Fuwalos la ha hecho
perder. All the infinite impermanence. He was a bit
le falta ese bicho en mano.
And maybe he thought that Jordan just sided it out and kept it only for going second. And
I mean, that play also loses to impermanence.
Exactly. Exactly. So pretty hard for Tom right now, having to pass his turn back to Jordan. And Jordan, we could see on his face, he was a bit of a relief.
He was relieved for sure. He definitely was 100%. That one infinite impermanence really made it an infinite game for him here to get back to his turn and delay that push that Tom was trying to get through.
And look at one thing, you are able on your own turn to activate a trap card and then chain the Gulamel because the Gulamel is not negated anymore, so you can literally just destroy the field. Tell me.
Looking at the field, Gulamel was droplet negated. Lucias could have attacked over it at least, because now if you're playing versus the deck and you have your set flame and your Sting, your opponent can just start with a Sting, target the cards in your hand, and then in your graveyard, and then chain the Gulamel to get rid of your flame. So you're forced to chain your Sting to his Sting, and that stinks.
And I chain the conclusion of this game. I think the appeal has been done, so we are able to jump back onto the table.
O sea, que no ha pegado al bicho con la droplet a la mitad.
Plenty of things not going Tom's way there. Of course, Jordan did not have the mightiest opening. But I mean, Draco Tail was a meta deck before Burst Protocol. And I mean, that deck has won tournaments before.
Pero es que no ha pegado.
Lo
hace el ataque.
Oh, okay, we go Sting first. So
sí.
we want
definitivamente se lo olvidó pegar.
We want the distraction effect of Gulamel, of course, as well.
Yeah, and that forces out the Sting of Tom on basically no targets, unless you want your opponent to just activate Gulamel.
But you have to do it. You have to do it.
Sting. Sting on, just the pan then, or rather the Aphalion even, because you don't want it to return, of course.
And it doesn't matter, the second one literally doesn't matter. You can choose the flame, you can choose the dispel, it doesn't matter.
Because these cards can recycle banished Draco
cards. No hemos caído que el tío se le olvidó pegar. Que hubiera forzado una Falan de Virtus si no hubiera habido mucho cambio. Pero imagínate que son impermas, esa Gulamel no estaría.
As it used to when you were only playing with Draco Tail cards, but the branded cards give you so many pushes. It really helps you.
Okay, now this is a very difficult situation.
That looked very green, blue. Spell card.
It's hard, Leo, I know.
Absolutely, but you made a fair point. You could just add over to Gulamel and it would have been a way better situation. Not a winning situation, but a way better one.
I mean, I like dodging Gulamel, but that deck, Jordan has found the Draco Tail 5 mana, always finds a way to chain the Gulamel eventually. We destroy
Plan de
the
Draco,
Draco
sí.
Flame before
Puede ser de plan
even
de
having a
Draco.
spell
Totalmente,
card
bueno.
to negate. And
Tom
Jordan
lo tuvo
gets the
cerca,
fusion summon
pero
now
aquí
still
ya
with the effect
el
of
Jordan se lleva la
Bifamana,
partida
and is there going
100%.
to be some more Draco Tail
100%. Te
monsters
va a devolver
to
la
use
fusión a la mano.
besides the Gulamel on the field, which will not
No te
have the
vas a
most
conseguir el
impactful
plus.
effect, and yes, he does. Mululu and Urgula together here.
And another card. I think it was something quarter century, so it could have been Ecclesia, Cartesia, something on the lines of that. You can add back 3 cards now with the Athelion taking 5 mana and Pan.
You saw
And
3
another
cards?
card,
I only saw 2 cards, but
I think there's another one, no?
Looks
Okay,
like no.
well, no.
Ah, no levanta el bicho.
We get the K2. We get the Rahu, that's all we need really. We are
And no
also just
flame.
going
And
to
he bounced
put
the
that
Titanic
Titanic Lad back into the extra deck.
So I wasn't dreaming. Good.
Ya está.
And then at the handshake, Tom says, well, I'm going to bed. I'm going to dream now about this matchup. Jordan defeats him swiftly 2-0.
Le falló. Y mira que el ataque no hubiera hecho nada, pero no jugó perfecto el Tom, Le falló alguna cosilla.
Like the games that Jordan did win, he really was commanding. He really was dictating the pace of the game. He really was showing why he is so feared as a Draco Tail player at the moment, as he just knows every move in and out.
I felt like he was commanding in game 2 as well, the game
Solid,
that Tom
yeah.
won. This is why I went with the 2-0 here, because it really did not look like Tom had any agenda in the end game of that, but then he just scooped after the Shawless.
I mean, it is really hard when you are
Básicamente, el Draco Branded
with the deck for
y
such a long
te diría
time,
Radiant
playing
y
it in
Banquis.
and
Son
out.
esos
And we
3 decks.
know with
Tengo que ver aún porcentajes de torneo, pero te diría que más o menos esos están a la par.
He tried with it a couple of times after that as well. I think for the first YCS and for a couple of regionals, he still was with the Lunar Knight strategy and trying out some different decks. And now for this event, going with the Draco Tail deck, he is sort of new-ish with the deck. Of course, he's still probably he's a lot better than us, for example. But
yeah, of course. I mean,
definitely still a master of the deck. But when it comes to maybe the most fine nuances, of course, someone having all those tournament runs with the deck already will be in the end the one outperforming.
But it was a very interesting game. We saw every single strength of the Draco Tail deck and also the weaknesses as well. Yeah. We also saw that when you don't open the branded cards, I mean, your deck feels like a little bit lower in ceiling.
Yeah.
It works, yes, but I think that usually it shouldn't work that well.
Muteo el micro porque la mí me pregunta algo, me habla en voz baja y no se da cuenta que el micro está muteado, pero bueno, todo bien. La verdad es que me hay que montar para esto.
Yeah, but I mean, with the combination of impermanence and the other cards, it's really hard to push through all of those cards. The thing is, if you're not joined to your branded engine, right, the deck is so compact that there is basically no way you have 5 Draco.
Que siento los Millennium que lo tengo ya al borde de quitar. Bueno.
Even likelier now is that Jordan Gallagher is on his way to maybe a top 8 finish.
Aquí se va todo eso.
It would be very deserved, and I mean, he also, of course, is representing the UK in the World Championship qualifying points race at the moment, where he is currently in one of those top 16 spots. So he has also, of course, his eyes eventually maybe onto WCS on the World Championship in Tokyo later on in the year, and is working hard for that. I mean, when you're winning 2 opens and now possibly making top 8 in the YCS, that would be a very, very demanding result at the end of the season to possibly go to the World Championship too.
I mean, it has been absolutely crazy. In this tournament as well,
Draco
Tail has such a huge target on its back. So many.
Qué pinta ultra, ¿verdad?
Draco Tail players have adapted, and they are playing Forbidden Droplet now. And this card is just used to counter this deck because you have your power spells. You need them to resolve. Draco Tail Flame is your biggest enemy, so playing cards to dodge it. People are side-ticking cards like double cycling just to dodge your Draco Tail Flame. They want to take away your resources and use their power spells against you. So Joshua Schmidt going for a and then of course
gastar los puntos en Chaotic Element
to get rid of the flame targeting effect.
Y ver cómo va.
So everyone is trying to beat Draco Tail right now, and if you're still X1 with especially this deck, it is a crazy performance. Run of a lifetime again from Jordan Gallagher.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think that this deck really deserves a lot of attention because this is the best deck of the tournament. In my opinion, this is the most played deck, and also this is a deck that allows a lot of great players to just perform very well, because if you are the better player on the table, this deck allows you to just take the opponent field apart, try to build your field, and it's a very convincing field, way better than it used to be before, thanks to the branded cards, thanks to the addition of all the cards. Yes, of course, they want to target you, but are the cards that you want to side against this deck strong enough to try to prevent them from winning the game?
I mean, I always felt like the trap cards were really where the Draco Tail deck was the strongest before the release now, but not anymore. I'm with you. Like, of course the trap cards are nice. Of course you want to set up the trap cards and you can just, in the process of producing your field, also put them onto your field as set traps. But additional ways, multiple ways of fusion summoning on your opponent's turn is really where you are getting the value from now in the new vertical format, and that is what also, not in the third game necessarily, but what Jordan Gallagher was able to show here in this match too.
I mean, just having all of your Draco Tail cards, maybe also having an Albion the Sanctifier Dragon or another fusion, plus your Ecclesia, plus your Cartesia, so you can get multiple bounces from Arthalion with a 5 mana. You can use the Cartesia, you can summon a Chaos Star Source Dragon. You have so many cards that you can summon off Mirage Dragon from the Ecclesia, summon out another Ecclesia, that's summoning out of Fallen of Albus. You have all the fusion summons that are interactive in the world, so the deck is incredible. And you can't even really compare it anymore to the Draco Tail. We have said before Burst Protocol, because the deck just set three traps and then passed, and then maybe there was a bounce.
I mean, we've seen that yesterday, like Josh literally resolved Feather Duster. It removed every single trap, but still with all the monsters, it worked. It worked because you have so many interactions. So yeah, the deck is so strong right now.
All right, but of course, we have talked about the match a lot, but there is more to come from the match from the analysis corner, so we're throwing it over to Machado.
Thank you, Seb, and yeah, indeed, we can go through what was an amazing match. Unfortunately, we do not have Jordan here with me because the new pairings have already been posted, and so while we just go through some of the highlights, we'll just pick the new match.
Literalmente no entrevistan al chaval porque ya empieza la siguiente ronda. Bro, le das un time extension de manual y ya está. Es que este tipo de gestiones son las que no entiendo.
On an absolute generational run, winning 2 different opens, and now with a good chance to make it to the top 8 after barely missing out on you know, the top cut in Bologna. So I think really it was an amazing spectacle, and overall, I mean, here what I wanted to ask him was the plan in general. You don't often see this Secretarian
Baronesa. Bueno, si se parte esto está bien.
But it does make a lot of sense to play around your opponent 5 mana and just in general trying to shut down the mirror match. But I think here we saw a very interesting line where we bounced with the Arthalion our own, you know, Fallen of the White, because we didn't use the effect from end, and then we special summon it, finally setting up the graveyard effect so that in the end phase we can then search for the Fallen of the Virtues, and that was, you know, one of those lines where I think really Jordan is one of those creative players, and I appreciate him a lot for that.
Y a este lo despachan sin entrevista, ya ves. Este que es el duelo que merece la pena, literalmente, porque es el duelo que queremos. Da igual. Da igual. Setea un poco. No, pero la de setear Bacro para forzar una baronesa, ¿dónde está? Bueno. Bueno. Vale.
One key difference again that I wanted to ask was this decision from Tom not to include the horn in the main deck. I guess again we have speculated that it's a bit of a balanced decision for, you know, when you go second or in certain matchups.
Porque puede hacerse.
I mean, we'll be able maybe to ask them about it later on.
Negarse uno de esos bichos, hacer efecto de esto
We had again a very interesting interaction
y retirar mi carta.
Jordan tried to shut down the situation thanks to his
si aquí hace esto, me ha humillado. Si aquí hace esto, me ha humillado.
But we see a pretty hype sequence with this branded fusion. First of all, the branded opening, which is a card that not many players at all are playing. And of course, the Forbidden Droplet, I think the star of the show in this match. Every single time the player going second add Forbidden Droplet as a way to play around Flame. And overall here it seems like it was successful as well, but in the end actually the field, you know, the Jordan setup was just too much. Even though Tom did a good job at pretty much making everything here useless, we still had in our end the 5 mana plus a name, which was relevant because Tom did a good job of playing around what he knew. But then just the additional name was good because then the Gulamel makes sure that the face down spell that here, you know, Tom will be able to set pretty much does nothing. But then, when we move to the next game, the situation is reversed. Again, as mentioned, we will see a similar, you know, scenario where we see the flame, and then Jordan has his own copy of Droplet. But here, everything crumbles because, I mean, even a player as phenomenal as Tom has multiple top cut finishes and just got second place at the World Championship.
No.
I mean, maybe gets caught in the heat of the moment and here tries to play around this, you know, forbidden droplet, but doesn't realize, and you can see it by his expression, that by chaining the Cartesia, all he is doing is making sure that this Secretarian will be negated by the forbidden droplet. And yeah, you can see here a little bit of a confusion, and Tom was really kicking himself over, you know, some of these maybe mistakes that he was having during this match. But again, the competition is absolutely tough. Already 12 rounds and 2 days of Yu-Gi-Oh played at the absolute top level. It's never easy, and thankfully he was able to stay in this game. He had to really panic here because, for example, later on in this turn he will use the horn on his own Secretarian just so that he can summon it again. But luckily for him, he stayed in this, he stayed as calm as he could.
L'Adventure Token tiene pinta de estar caro aquí.
Home, which means then we were walking into another game 3. We have seen a lot of game 3s this weekend. But look at this. Jordan, for the first time, doesn't open any branded cards, so he has to go for a little bit of an older, you know, traditional Dracotail opener, a bit underwhelming, if you would say so. And once again, we see this flame followed by the forbidden droplet, and this will be, you know, an interesting sequence of plays from Tom, where he just tried to navigate these interruptions, and overall, in his mind, I think when your opponent does not open any, you know, branded card and is playing a heavy package, you must be wondering, okay, what cause those face downs be? I've seen an infinite impermanence, and I heard, you know, Leo and Seb speculating about this. They were like, I don't think Jordan is keeping impermanence, but I do think that his side deck is not as deep as you would expect. And so when you need to take out stuff like the Mulcharmies, actually impermanence was there, and unfortunately here was the winning moment because Tom, looking through his deck for the Keto, in the end takes the bold decision not to fusion summon with it and to actually go for this normal summon, and he is met by the infinite impermanence from Jordan, indeed in his deck going first, and it was the winning card once more for the UK representative. And I mean, what can you say? Congratulations to both. Tom absolutely still in it when an X2 score, but Jordan must be one of the favorites when the deck he's playing is finally the top most represented deck. Is absolutely crushing it, and now he has a very good chance with the last remaining rounds to make it. So we'll wish both of these duelists best of luck. Maybe we'll see even a rematch of this later on in the top 8, but thank you guys. And as mentioned, we do already have pairings, so it'd only be a matter of minutes before we go back live with the next match. Keep watching.
Vamos, que vamos a tener pronto la siguiente ronda. Oye, pues ni tan mal.
Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5DS Decks breakdown, and here we are talking about a little bit how this is gonna change our format, not only the TCG but also Genesis format and Time Wizard format. I really like that we got a variety of new cards.
¿Cómo funciona este filtro? Si pongo un 2 Pro. Pone nivel A, Link.
I'm thinking, for example, as a Time Wizard Enjoyer, how, for
Vaya
example, the
trolls.
Pro deck will have an impact and like the accessibility of those cards in the Time Wizard. But for example, on the other hand, I also really feel like that for the Genesis format, we quite have a few options in mind. And for example, if you will be approaching a tournament for the TCG or the Genesis format, how would you be adapting those decks?
So the one that stands out the most for me is the Stardust and the Synchron capabilities that you now have. So what you have the ability for within the point.
Welcome back. We've got even more coverage for you here at YCS Dortmund 2026. We have our round 13 pairing.
¡Ojo! Duelo de franchutes.
Versus
No tiene que
Samir
ser.
Bashar, 2 YCS champs and even a European champ from a decade ago. This is going to be an exciting duel for your feature match. So we're going to do a high roll. Samir is going to roll first. That is a 4. And then for Mathieu, we've got...
El Samir en el torneo, bueno, en la partida esta jugó.
Matthew's going to go first. So guys, take it away for our round 13 feature match.
Pues si tarda un poco ni tan mal, bro.
And here we are once more, and oh wow, we had, you know, an all-Italian future match to start the day, and now we get France on top, and what are those two representatives? I mean, amazing stars of the game.
It feels like every match right now, it is in a hot stake, right? Meaning that it's not only a French civil war, but also YCS champion, right?
I mean, no, you really want to win this one. These guys know each other very well. I mean, they're talking at the table. They have been playing multiple times for sure against each other. Yeah. And I mean, I can't wait to see who is going to advance with a win. We know how much energy Samir brings onto the table. And on the other side, of course, the experience that also Matteo has as former champions. So, what a battle. Yes.
Yeah, I honestly don't think we should speak about them anymore, because let the car speak for themselves. Let's bring the action.
A ver, ronda 13. Radiant Typhoon juega el Matthew. Buah, eso me interesa.
Here we are, as we
Contra
can
la
say, they might be
Mitsubishi.
from the same country, but the deck selection is quite different. Mathieu
Pues este enfrentamiento lo veo guay, porque Radiant creo que puede enfrentar bien a... Empieza con añadir tifón. No el mejor inicio. Pero sea...
interact with Radiant Typhoon, because it feels like that a deck like Mitsurugi doesn't have the right actions for Radiant Typhoon. However, I think that if one player has think about this
Se me hace súper gratuita,
YCS Dortmund,
Yo añadir
it is
tifón y
something
otra
that
carta.
has potentially find an answer to this question.
Es un pairing que al menos yo jugando a Mitsurugi no me gustaría, porque tener dos negates así a mágica así ritual.
You really want to save your interruption there to try and slow things down, because this gives so much advantage to Mathieu. And I mean, we are used to seeing him do well with quick spells, aren't we?
I mean, yeah, Samir's list is quite particular, especially because it's full of one-offs. We have seen his deck list being always, you know, particular, I would say. But this matchup is for sure very interesting, because yesterday talking with Samir, it was, I think, X2 from the very beginning. So he's being on the bubble for at least 6 rounds, I would say. But he's one of those super experienced players which you're always feared to play against because of his experience. Previous YCS champion as well. Marcello has the chance to interview him for YCS memories, and you know, always a pleasure to see the guy in action. But on the other side, of course, Mathieu, for those of you watching, former French national champion as well, has always been super competitive at the European level. And yeah, I think he's playing the deck that we were talking about for sure this week, and the Radiant Typhoon one, which, you know, sometimes lacks consistency, but for sure, when get things going, it's one of those decks that for sure here.
No la mejor carta contra Radiant. Un robo y gracia.
We see the Fuvalos, but honestly, this is one of the decks that really can play through the card with no issues. Like, you can't even give 0 draw. Usually you want to give one,
yeah.
but I mean, that's about
prioritize the trap.
Tifón a tifón.
Oh, and this is a bit of a rough one though, because usually when we see the self MST, you wanna hit one of the quick spells, not the other one, because that's essentially a -2. But I mean, it's just gonna work out fine here for Mathieu.
And one thing that both players have in common is that they are both deck building geniuses, right? You never know what Samir or Mathieu will bring to the table, since both give so much time to deck building and finding
Pues le dio 2 robos, Yo sé que no le va a dar ni uno.
Looking at the top tables before this round, I've also noticed that there are quite a few Mitsurugi, and are you surprised? Like we talked about it in the discussion that the deck was still a viable solution, but
here comes Nibiru.
Interesting.
Definitely an interesting timing as well.
Y te activas la trampa.
Okay, so Mathieu just gonna chain this MST so that he will get, when everything resolves, you know, to set his powerful draw engine back. And here Samir is just thinking whether he's gonna be attack or defense. I think Samir is just in love with Nibiru in general. We always see it in the deck. But my question is it just a one-off for the Gallant? Yes. Oh, wow. I mean...
I mean, there was someone we knew who used to play one-off saying, yeah, I mean, if I draw it and activate it, I need the other ones. So, for now. If
I draw it, I draw it.
It was you?
No, definitely not.
Pues está en un spot más complicado que parece. Porque literalmente el Nibiru no se lo tenían que haber comido. El Nibiru... Yo no he entendido por qué ha gastado 2 tifones estando bajo Fugalos. Pero ya no voy a eso. Solo he jugado a Nibiru, no hay que jugar en torno a Nibiru. Pero te han hecho Fugalos. Das 2 robos, pudiendo hacer... Llevas 2 niveles 3 y un boss monster, 3 summons, 4 summons. Das solo un robo de Fugalos y ya vas a por la trampa.
And activating Ash Blossom to preparation of rights, it is one of those spots that you need to interact with Ash Blossom instead of waiting, for example, for Sadzi.
Yeah, I mean, again, 2 of the most renowned Frenchmen you can expect maybe to know what they're up against, and probably Mathieu knew, you know, about Samir's deck and knew that the Nibiru was only a one-off. I don't blame him, honestly, for playing into it. And now we see, of course, the Ash to stop this. But again, Mitsurugi lost a lot of consistency, and so nowadays in Samir's deck we see multiple copies of those cards that used to be only as a one-off. For example, Mitsurugi Ritual could always come down more often than it used to.
Also, I'm very curious to see how the matchup for Mitsurugi is against Radiant Typhoon, because most of the cards are quick spell cards, you know. It's I'm very interested. It's I think it's difficult, no?
Entra.
Yeah, but
añadirá más el un poco.
The field, I think that we're talking about consistency. However, I see prayers with the tribute of Sadzi, which is quite good.
Quite good, yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I think, honestly, I don't know, the only thing going for it is the trap card. I think once they develop the trap card, for it becomes easier, because you can just prioritize using to negate the spells. But this is not the case, and I think in this sort of game state, it's where Mitsurugi really is happy.
FTK.
And, like, I really give the advantage to Samir in this game.
Bueno, creo que haya draw.
Yes, Nibiru played a crucial role in this scenario, since, as you mentioned, Mathieu, I don't think that he thought about Nibiru at this moment, since he probably thought that it is a one-off due to Granite. However, Samir, as you said, if he has it, he has it, and he activated Nibiru, and I think that he has the upper hand right now.
So, let's see, in terms of interruptions, I mean, we know
el tema es que no sé cuántas cartas en manos tendrá ahora Matthew, porque a lo tonto se ha hecho un autotifón y ha seteado 2. Esos son ya 4 cartas menos. Que sí, que ha añadido otros con la crosea, pero yo no sé cuánta mano le queda. Y encima se ha quitado las.
And I believe the other card should be the MST, because we added one with the link, so Probably Samir knows everything, but at the same time, I'm guessing you would keep the MST in hand to discard it with the vision, so there is a chance that there is an unknown face down.
Matthew está pensando demasiado.
Samir right now prioritize to ritual summon from hand or deck.
Okay.
If you have Murakuma, I think
Easy answer.
Easy answer, right?
Yeah, also because now
lo bueno es que si consigue meter a Mazu el Murakumo, va a tener mucha jugada. ¿Qué va a ir a Mirror?
No, I mean it depends also. Does he have only one card in hand, Mathieu?
Maybe.
But also has the vision and can resolve it on.
For Murakumo, I just mean, you know, because it could be very annoying.
Una en mano así le quedará.
Chain 3V, Murakumo chain for vision.
No, because there is a world in which it's tough. If you let this resolve, no, because you can always summon the Phoenix back from grave, no? Ooh, but it's the Sheena, and this changes so much. But I mean,
if you discard the Sheena, does it work like
Droplet? Para robar dos y descartar. Y no tener que quitar esa Sheena.
Effect on field.
I need to summon. Okay.
I'm pretty sure, I don't know, let me check, but I think it's 2 different effects.
¿Y se va a añadir el tifón? No, vale. Va a robar dos. Quiere descartar una Quick Play.
Yeah, then apply.
Y ahora tiene una en mano para mandarla con el Murakumo. Invocar. Justo.
Interruptions in a way where he can still discard the card off the vision.
Justo.
And so yeah, the last face down is Mystical Space Typhoon. Wow.
Va, pero está en la mierda, bro.
I mean, I love Samir's spots.
Un hijo, guau.
Like he has a full end.
El factor de tener que tributar, eso sí, ahí está. Yo lo veo complicado,
And yeah, here comes back this Phoenix. Phoenix with the, again, Mystical Space Typhoon, which can be used.
Pero bueno, la China, tío.
6, 7 cards? 7 cards in hand. Like,
So you probably go for mirror right now.
I think so. I think you go for it, yeah.
Or we are debating about normal summoning Kusanagi.
Recupera cementerio.
Not targeting the ritual.
Which is your favorite effect monster from the Mitsurugi archetype? Excluding the rituals, I mean. Just the level 4.
Vaya, tiene mirror, bro.
Kusanagi?
Yeah, I like
puede invocar de deck.
These,
¿Va a invocar Habakiri de deck? ¿Va a ser tan basado?
Ritual spell has been banished that can broach bats to the hand. Would say Saji?
Otro Murakumo.
I mean, if you're
talking
varios. About value, sure. Definitely the best one in my opinion.
Otro Murakumo,
in terms of everything else, actually, like...
Aramasa.
Yes, Aramasa. And here...
Cargado de mano hasta los dientes, bro. Tifón niega.
And yes, this is the last line of interruption available to Mathieu, even though, you know, we used to say this was one of the first things you learned in Yu-Gi-Oh! That using your Mystical Space Typhoon against a spell does not negate it. In this case, there is still value to it, thanks to the Phoenix effect. Ooh, and Samir...
Se lo va a meter a más,
already committed to this Murakumo, and now the Phoenix will be able to activate on both. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we still have the mirror.
Lleva más de uno.
Murakumo in the graveyard, so.
Yeah, and Mathieu is showing him, I mean, maybe Samir not super familiar with the deck, that this is not once per turn, because there are 2 different effects. It's not, you know, sometimes card says you get special summon from hand or graveyard. In this case, no, they're actually 2 different, you know, conditions. Even so, because you can summon the one from the grave only if you activate Mystical Space Typhoon specifically. But, I mean, again, this is not quite over yet. We do already, you know, we have activated the effect of just Raigeki. But in terms of attack points, Murakumo is still a threat.
And also being able to discard every turn 1 card from Mathieu's hand, otherwise the effect will be negated.
I mean,
it is very crucial, I guess. More control deck like Radiant Typhoon.
Indeed. As we can see here, we just attack over and...
Matthias had left the top deck, right?
Did we use the extra?
And we have also the purification added from the tribute of Habakiri.
We didn't use the extra deck at all, right? So not even
que le haría el Samir, bro.
Yeah. So yeah, this looks absolutely rough, and I'm sure Mathieu might be just moments away from picking up his cards. But let's take a look at what he picks up. I think it's a monster, and yes, he has seen enough, and it is Samir who is able to just completely disrupt what the Radiant Typhoon deck was. I mean, putting up on the field, you gotta give credit to the Rock.
Not only the Rock, to be honest, because I feel like we mentioned this yesterday. I know your point, but it is more like an engine versus engine, which engine can grind more. And as we saw, yes, Mitsurugi has a little problem in order to starting fighting the combo pieces. However, if it starts to popping off and find, for example, the ritual spell, the Murakumo, it feels like a day has never changed, right?
No, but I really also feel like, of course, the Nibiru helped Samir out a lot in this game one. But overall, I mean, it really showed us that Mitsurugi is super powerful. Like, we've mentioned it plenty of times this week, and the deck is super valid. And I really feel like also Matthias had a very good starting hand. On the other side, talking about the side deck, I really feel like Samir has a little bit of anything, you know, as usual. But for sure, like, consistency is the main, is key. So for sure there's Drawn and Lock, there's the double Cyclones as well. I mean, there's the #1 enemy, Denko Zeka. Interesting. One.
In 2026?
I think we only saw it once, maybe this weekend, and when it was summoned, I think it was maybe round 2.
Well, Denko Zeka...
And also interesting.
Mitsurugi estaría curioso, pero bueno.
In the side deck.
Yes, the third one.
I mean, just, probably for Mulcharmi's patterns. But yeah, it's something you don't really see from anyone else. I guess overall the plan for, you know, this kind of matchup is to keep them at bay from, again, accessing the trap card. That's the main goal. It's tough to do so. Mulcharmi Puluria is your best friend because that card is really, really annoying for, you know, Mathieu to deal with. From what concerns him, it's still more on the combo heavy side. Is he running Rainbow, the pendulum we have seen from Vincenzo?
No, he's not there.
Okay, so we won't be seeing, you know, just a card that completely shuts down, and Dimensional Fissure, another popular option, is completely useless against pure Mitsurugi overall, so I don't think that will be any help as well.
Pueden jugar en torno a la fisura, pero les haces bastante daño.
You gotta be scared, but at the same time, in your mind, do you really respect any Nibiru now? I don't think so. Like, unless you're expecting, you know, Samir to bring more from the side deck, I think just because you lost game one to it, I think you should still go for it, and the gameplay is clear.
And if he has it? Again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's right. It's a one-off. If he didn't have it, it was just game, I'm pretty sure. So I believe Mathieu will not, you know, be biased looking on what has happened. But let's find out. Since our players are ready, let's go back.
Se viene.
If anyone has seen my stray, please bring it back.
¿Por qué ponen el Rescue Cat ahí? Ah, sí que es cierto que te puede invocar bestias, era. ¿Qué te quedan? Pues hemos visto Radiant, hemos visto ahora la Mitsurugi, Bankis, alguna Sky, no se sabe. Tienen que darnos el breakdown.
And in the hand of Samira, I can see the Ash Blossom.
And we go for Ash here.
Wow, very
brave Ash Blossom
here being used by Samira.
Yeah, on this Swan. And I mean, you can just pray that it gets you there. In this case, it will be not even close. And Mathieu not only gets these cards off the vision, but then he will be able to summon from deck with Megala. And he has art drawn. As we can see,
vision and the
the Varuron. So pretty much everything. At this point, the only thing you're missing, which will be quite annoying since Ren was negated, are actually spells. But let's see if this resolves. This is the key. It does, and this is quite big.
However, Mitsurugi is one of those decks that can go second even without
Sí, pero tiene complicado,
and still bring threats to the table and manage to play into any field, right?
Yes and no, because again, it is true, but to do so, Mitsurugi needs those spells to resolve. And if you can just set up your mandate and then keep those Mystical Stace Typhoons to negate the ritual spells, I don't know how many push you can find, you know?
One way to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out, as this will be the way to access the mandate. And again, the question rises, do we have Nibiru from Samir once more?
Buah, se come otro Nibiru. A ver, tiene negate ahora.
Double MST.
Pues se ha quitado la vallenato, va a ponerse a la trampa.
And here comes one of the newer cards, which is the Radiant Typhoon Ascendance, which allows you to special summon a level 6, but now we are still going for the other effect to search for the third and final copy of Mystical Space Typhoon.
And now, yeah, he gets to use the link as well to set up his mandate. I think this is, of course, what you're really looking for with the deck, to set up the mandate, something that was missing in game
this
1.
Is great, and now Nibiru is off the table because we have set up these Varuron and Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, so that's even an additional interruption.
Ahora sí, porque esto es a lo que va yo. Yo no veía un mundo donde teniendo la trampa, bro, la Mitsurugi pase. Es que le va a negar todas las formas de hacer ritual. De hecho, yo creo que ese Nibiru, tú, le ha sido un milagro.
Yeah, I honestly don't see how you get out of this. Like, it's extremely tough for any deck. Because you still have the Megala, which can bring the Phoenix next turn. And then you have basically 2 cards that can negate any card, thanks to the double Mystical Space Typhoon. And maybe even Totem Bird to add an additional layer. Yes, Totem Bird on the field.
Negación de marca, negación de genérica, tifón.
I think we got the chance to experience the
full potential
of Radiant Typhoon right now, as we can see a full field from Mathias' side.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. We now have 3 ways to negate a spell and trap, which means you will need 4 ways of
y la Impulse creo que la ha robado tarde
to get, you know, that Murakumo on the field. And even if you do, you have, you know, the negation effect for 1 monster.
Tiene 2 friqueadas, nada.
And I think that Samir has in his hand as a 6th card an Impulse.
Tifón, niego, pam.
But we go all in on this.
Y ya está.
Are you surprised we didn't set the other copy of Mystical Space Typhoon?
Not sure, honestly. Yeah, maybe Mathieu thought that this was already enough.
No, there's no way.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, honestly. I would have said it.
Maybe we wanted this card for Vision.
But I mean, you do have monsters, and again, I don't think you really need to go for more draws. You don't need any.
La setea, niega.
Don't go for Megala.
Usa Nagi para añadir.
That's interesting.
Pero te da igual que añada, bro. Te da totalmente igual que añada eso.
I mean, I thought, yeah. That was just pretty straightforward, you know. You get an additional spell, you get the trigger off, you get the Phoenix, and then you have, you know, basically 2 additional responses.
Y aquí sí es donde podríamos ver algo.
Recognizes when he's backed up against a wall, and his only way out seems to be this Typhon here.
No, pero está cooked,
It was actually 2 summons from the extra deck, so we could play around without Totem Bird, which doesn't bring so much to the table, right?
No, honestly, all in all, no.
Llega el Totem Bird.
I mean, we always see it
y levanta el
like
link.
Part of the combo, but I really feel like it's the card that you need the least, honestly,
yeah,
from
I mean,
Radiant.
If this field is only weak to Crisis, Why not just to pass with 5 monsters, for example?
No, but like in general, I really feel like with such an opener from Mathieu, I really find it difficult for Samir to come back into this.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I still think this is going Mathieu way.
Mira que la mesa de Radiant no se me hace para tanto,
We should have gone fully committing, because like
puedes suflear.
Like usually the only way you don't is when you're expecting your opponent to play cards like Lightning Storm.
Además los recursos con la trampa para reciclar.
So like they need a very specific combination of like droplet plus those, and I don't know if it's worth not going for it. Anyways, here we are still back on our turn.
And I think that any deck right now, if can resolve 3 times the effect of vision to draw 2, it is in a very good spot.
Yeah, just look at this. We give up the droplet. We know we don't need it. And
Impulse.
Again, although it's a level 9, when we take a look at the Radiant Typhoon monsters, in this case we have the negation ready because we only have 0 attack, you know, for the Vibrant, and that is indeed it. Samir recognizes
si ganan dados Radiant, o teníamos una situación muy rara como la primera, es que no puede pasar por ni negates, literalmente es el counter de ese mazo. Y luego yendo segundo tiene posibilidades de partir todo.
For the first time this match.
How do you feel about Impulse in the current meta? I think it is one of those cards that obviously is very powerful.
It's always good, yeah.
But I think that at this moment, for example, against Radiant Typhoon, it's not quite an option that you really want to see. It is more like a side card against the other strategies.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's one of those cards that for sure in some, you know, formats it will be meta-defining and like an absolute blowout.
Like the previous format, for example.
But I still think it's solid. It's like similar to Ash Blossom overall. You're always going to find a target for it in most decks. And again, against Radiant Typhoon, it depends a lot on how they play. If they expect it, they can use Crosea in a way where
you enfrentando, en este caso, Radiant Typhoon contra Mitsurugi.
Is really good. But for example, when you go first and you can set it, it's even better. And I still think against Dracotail, which is the most represented deck, you have a lot of, you know, ways where you can use it, and
I mean, it's the best card against.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
No, so, the second, the first one is Shifter, of course.
Yeah, and talking of, you know, speaking of Shifter, it is one option for Samir. We have mentioned again, his side deck is a lot of one-offs, like not even joking, and that part of Extravagance probably will make its way through since we are starting. And I see actually a really
Antonio, tranquilo y mentalizado para lo que queda. Queda toda la tarde, comer, cenar.
So that was played, you know, even against spellbooks, like we're talking 12 plus years ago, Sky Strikers afterwards. And I mean, you have a lot of quick spells in this deck, so I think we easily bring it in, and it can really shine. So this is what Mathieu must be on the lookout for. But most importantly, we just want to, you know, see Samir acting, you know, uninterrupted, going first, see what his own version of, you know, this combo is. Maybe just, you know, this Granite searching for the one Nibiru and call it a day. But I mean, let's see what he's gonna come up with. He always brings something new to the table, and only one of these two amazing players representing France can advance
qué chulo Van God, creo que no se hayan visto Armage. Se ha visto una en Genesis, bro, pero es que Armage, para que veamos Armage puro, nos falta Boros Protocol. Blazing Dominion. Game 3 saliendo Mitsurugi. Primera vez que sea Mitsurugi en la partida. Impulse, el Brick y Prayer. Buena mano. La mano es buena. Y vemos Troll.
Do you see the right one?
No. And I see also the left one,
está bien. Esto lo hace en Drawface, puede jugar en torno al Droll fácilmente. Genesis es el bebé de TCG, no cuenta. Ah, que sí.
Pretty much the best thing you can do.
Especially with tribute of Armasa also.
Yeah. And I mean, it's similarly to how the Radiant Typhoon deck plays. It's a quick spell. You can play
no has visto, la verdad.
To play around Draw and Lock, and you know, it's really what you need.
Justo a ver, de Prayers es la que le hace la jugadita del Droll. Lo que me extraña es que jugando Radiant, bro, robe todo magia, hay todo bichos. Full bichos, la mano.
Yeah, I also thought about this.
Y una mano que va a tener la trampa del arquetipo más... ¿Cómo se dice? Que va a ir a... No creo ni que vaya al Habakiri el pavo.
I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Habakiri. I mean, we haven't seen a Bakiri pretty much at all, but let's see if that is going to be the case, or I mean, if we already have access.
Yeah, you can go for Murakumo straight away to play against Droll.
And we actually get Purification, which is another great way.
And also Fugalos.
Yeah. So
Me pregunto si jugará Serpiente.
It's probably going to be from end, but let's see. You do have both options.
I think it's from HUD, but Mathieu might think about Fugalos right now because otherwise he will need to also discard a card.
Yeah.
So I think a very good call from Mathieu. So despite that, Mitsurugi Ritual was activated.
Eso, la tira para no tener descarte de Manu. Y aquí es tan fácil como si dice, mira, bro. Me tiro el fuego. Me acuerdo el nombre del otro. Te tiras el naranja. Te añades otra Prayers, porque tienes la Mirror, haces Mirror al Habakiri, te revives el amigo y ya está. Mi racha era de 27 directos seguidos, jefe Antonio.
It's a lot of these things that at the top level you really should consider. And let's see.
And I think right now we just activate
Mirror.
To ritual summon from the graveyard.
Literalmente esa Fugalos no hace nada.
Under Nibiru, under Fugalos, because we don't provide any draw, and just pass with.
Por la quick play de petar, me imagino.
Purification prayers.
Allá tiene todas las instrucciones. Y le setea a 5 si le da PT. Nagatama. Era la mágica. Nagatama.
And keep in mind that Mathieu also has a draw in his hand.
Yeah, but this is what I wanted to ask you. Like, I agree the play with Fugalos was good, but do you think there was merit to just activating the Droll and discarding the Fugalos for Murakumo instead?
I mean, it used to play a playback in a previous format in Rachel Mitsurugi strategy that you activated.
Veremos Babushka. Babushka hace mucho daño,
you just chain Droll and Lockbird.
Lo que sea, yo creo que le va a dar 0 robo. Pero un Babushka aquí.
Because it's very strong against Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
But I think
Claro, es cierto que si tu mazo no le duele la Falan de Virtus ni ninguna de estas cartas, es dejarle el Tariet, claro.
And I do believe I see a second trap in the end from Samir.
IP sería otra.
No, I think it's the
the impulse. No, yeah, with the impulse we saw at the start, right? I mean,
it's a good start, huh?
It's good. Again, he's here considering whether he should even commit to
a draw.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think I would be happy with this.
Give.
No, I think so. Yeah, you don't give it to the.
Especially to Radiant Typhoon.
Yeah. The only thing is that we already are under Nibiru, if that's what you're afraid of.
Bravo Samir, yes.
No,
I think it makes a lot of sense. Bravo.
Wow. And we set the full end. Completely committed to the field, no cards in hand. Or last minute change. Yeah, never mind.
El Robito.
At the very last second we change our mind and we are just gonna
el Nibiru sí o sí.
I guess insulate ourselves furthermore with this Nibiru.
So we provide so much value to Nibiru against Radiant Typhoon.
I see the card that was being drawn from Fugalos.
I mean,
I can tell you that here it's cold in Dortmund, and
on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, it's not the greatest against this deck. But anyways, here we start things off with the Swan.
Añadir.
But here it's important to mention, this is not a special.
Claro, esta es la normal.
Yes, since Samir controls spell and traps in his spell and trap zone, and Mystical Space Typhoon is not in Mathieu's graveyard.
Lo niega al toque.
Okay.
Wow.
Goes for the purification right ahead.
I think that we are considering maybe Sina. That's why we interact.
Y da la mano.
Right
and
away.
That's it. Wow, revealing double Droll and Lava Golem, but again,
Vaya
Lava
mano de mierda
Golem
tenía, bro.
not really effective against
this.
Pues nada, game para Mitsurugi.
Definitely.
Él hizo lo más complicado, que era ganar el Game 1, bro. El Game 1 realmente el Nibiru le dio la salida. Luego a partir de ahí.
Considering if you see us giggle a little bit is because our screen has just been switched to the backup future match, which we haven't really been able to showcase all that much, but it's about the Genesis format event that we are hosting, you know, as a public event. So I would say before we speak about the match we just witnessed, let's switch over.
Tenía esto aquí bajado. Me di cuenta que es
Radiant Typhoon to
Radiant Typhoon.
Esto es lo que te digo, bro.
And Blackwing also, right?
Blackwing, you know, Alberto's favorite deck. So maybe he can.
The year of GB.
he can talk a little bit about what he thinks about this one.
Beast, and now we see Blackwing.
Yeah, it's the universe sending me signals debating about.
Look at these guys.
Está usando los contadores.
Because he doesn't have an out to a monster that cannot be destroyed, and you see they're just, it's like one of those Mystic Minds moments where they just draw the full deck and discard. Did we finally find something for this? That's honestly so funny. Like, look at the field from Senkesen and you know, Gilles just chilling with this undestructible bird. When we did
El mulligan no. Para que quiten para que pongan mulligan en el juego, había que prohibir muchísimas cosas, bro. Todas las Floodgates y cartas auto-win de estas limitadas habría que prohibirlas, porque si no harías mulligan hasta que las robes.
This field of Blackwing, how do we even out this?
I think the only way you can win this is by decking out. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but Scarlet is still there.
No, but most importantly, 15 minutes left and it's game 1, eh? Quindi both X2 deck out into double loss. So that's, you know, an interesting scenario. Let's see. Ooh.
And here the Sheena.
Yeah,
I mean, Mike, if you were wondering how to get rid of all those Blackwing monsters, I feel like Gilles here maybe found an option. Let's just see if everything here, every activation
les quedan 15 minutos, chicos.
Our judges are just.
Esto huele a doble luz.
Yep. Yeah, just a little bit.
15 minutos. Y tengo que jugar otra partida. Y aquí hablando con el juego.
Turtle race vibes, honestly.
Bueno, el de Blackwing va cargado de amor, eh.
Patience, patience, patience. I mean, both having like 6+ cards basically at their disposal. We do see Forbidden Chalice, which of course is a card that maybe nowadays we don't see as often, but in Genesis format is much more valuable because of the point system. And again, as a reminder, they are now in round 8, even though the score would suggest otherwise, I guess.
A lo tonto, el de Blackwing no tiene casi mazo.
And Radiant Typhoon has, can we say, the upper hand right now?
I mean, the deck is extremely
It feels like it is in this game states that it is quite in the spot where both players want to take the upper hand. And Mandate will activate the effect, obviously, to negate.
I mean, of course, in the Genesis format, without having the Varuron, of course, the access to Mandate is quite different than the TCG.
How do you think that Radiant Typhoon access it? If you have it,
you draw it. I don't know. I mean, no. The thing is that the deck is surely good, also in the Genesis format, and the thing is, I'm super concerned about the time. Like, it's there's like by the time they're gonna be siding in, maybe 10 minutes remain on the round, and by look, okay, there's a Bora. Can he deal damage and win like this?
So if you see only the graveyard and the Bora on the field, does it look familiar?
Bora,
yeah, if you just like, if I see Gilles' graveyard, yes, and you see Bora on the field, yeah. How much defense has
Piercing y gana. Piercing damage.
Phoenix is 0. He's dealing 17. No way.
Wow.
No way.
Wow.
Is he really winning like this? No way. I can't believe it.
Piercing damage.
Is that it? No way.
No te creo tú. ¡Y concede!
Oh, and it's it! Bora winning just through piercing in 2026. That was not on our bingo card.
Piercing de Bora.
What a way to win
Ni el Edison,
game
tú.
1. But again, time
Esto
is
que
a
ya
little
está
bit of an
apretado,
issue
tragado y no
because
puede estar hasta ahorita,
again,
no
you
pasa
have,
nada.
you know,
La acaba de ganar
games
por
to be played
piercing
in
damage.
what was like 13 minutes or so.
Luego dicen que no era relevante estas cartas.
Attacking with Bora to a defense position monster.
Like if I'm thinking about it, maybe not many. Like no, sometimes it happens. You attack over a Raiko, you deal 1600, and you call it a
We're
day.
talking about time wins.
Not
Genesis, not advanced.
Because like in Genesis, if you ask me, 0. Because like I think it's almost impossible winning with Bora by dealing exactly 1700 damage.
Yeah.
Lo que me hacen ver hoy en
The
día,
main
tío.
issue here is not only dealing damage, but 10 minutes on the round.
O sea, Hunter en uno para terminarlo ahí.
Really want to win this
Basado,
one
bla.
they want to have a spot and,
No, pero es que posiblemente un duelo así termina en doble luz. Les quedan 10 minutos.
I'm concerned. I don't know. I think it's going to be taking some time for them now. I think they have quite of. I think they're speeding things up a lot while siding in, and I mean, in Genesis now, of course, maybe you can, of course, expect Radiant Typhoon being played. Black Wings, not sure. Like it's one of those decks that control a lot of synchro summons. Consistency, of course, is a big factor of the deck.
Es cierto, mierda, no monte el mazo, ¿no?
Must be super happy of,
Buah, estoy jugando sin mazo. No tengo ni gigante. ¿Qué troleada acabo de hacer?
We opened the stream up where he essentially didn't know.
Acabo de trolear bastante.
He was just sitting
Vale,
there and
bien.
throwing cards for a couple of turns, and suddenly Bora made his appearance and won in the game. So
todo bien, bro. Montarme el mazo.
So yeah, I do agree that we are running a bit low, and so the tension might be there for our duelist. Let's see how they can handle it. I was laughing because in the heat of the moment I saw Senkesen just grabbing by mistake his side deck instead of the deck and starting shuffling, you know, to present it. But then, you know, he realized that the size was a bit different. And yeah, let's see. Of course, it's gonna be Gilles just trying to play as fast as possible. Oh, and look at that! One of the cards that was changed the most in the latest updates, a card that is forbidden for us. Mirage of Nightmare. Do you even know it, Mike? Have you ever seen this card? Because it has been, you know, forbidden for a long time. Basically,
if you ask me, I don't even know it.
Yeah, I think also for us it was already forbidden.
Está bien detallarlo, para que me des a preparar mi regente de Bogotá.
Essentially what it says is that
aquí no hay mazos hoy en día, tú pases.
You draw cards until you have 4.
It's game, right?
It's already.
Oh, wow. Oh, because I think he has 3 monsters. He had the Phoenix, the Varuron, and another Crosea, which he could have not used. And
wow.
I feel like
Black Warwin Bora. That was just a crazy way to end things off. Look at that. Bora winning twice on stream. What can you say?
What's the effect?
What was the effect, by the
of
way?
Mirage, basically, it's a very strange one. It's a sort like a Carpet Demise, but very different. So you activate it, doesn't do anything. Then you pass, and during your opponent's standby phase, you draw up to 4 cards. So you get a lot of cards. It's good in Runic because then you can activate them immediately. But then the cool part is that during your standby phase, you randomly discard the same amount of cards you drew. But if you are able to use them in the draw phase, you don't discard any. So it's basically like a value engine.
You say quick play.
Yeah, you need quick spell or like entraps. You know, it's good to draw those kind of cards. Otherwise, it doesn't do much. It just, you know, cycles. But it can be good in decks such as these ones. So Anyways, it was definitely a spectacle we did not see coming, but now we can just jump back in time in what was our round and this amazing battle between two of the best French players we have in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I think we can go top highlights with Basti.
Thank you, Marcello. I am here alone for the moment because Samir is already preparing for his next round, as that was quite the long match. So I will just go through a couple of highlights from that round 13 clash between the two Frenchmen, between Mathieu Ricard and Samir Basha. So many titles already between the two of them. Only one of them, of course, was able to walk away victorious here on the stage. Turned out to be Samir Bashar. It was pretty close, though. First highlight we have. It was actually Mathieu winning the die roll, which is usually quite the help, of course. And the Radiant Typhoon deck can put out quite a few things. The big thing here was, though, and also Mathieu told me that right after the match, with the Crosea, we see that is already on the field. We should have just searched for a Mystical Space Typhoon, and from there on,
pienso que esto no funciona, bro. Está puesto en Extit, está puesto en el 2. Quito el 2.
Mystical Space Typhoon. That's not really where you're aiming at. You're trying to destroy a different Radiant Typhoon.
Que es un formato solo de links.
Itself back from the graveyard. But as we can see here, this is literally
acabo de entender el formato. Yo he ganado con esto.
Mystical Space Typhoons next to each other. Nothing setting itself back there, of course, as it's both the same card and both the original Mystical Space Typhoon, and therefore he made himself very, very, very vulnerable to what comes next, and that is after a couple of Molchami Fuvolos draws. Probably the game-winning move, of course, the pure Mitsurugi deck from Samir is very much known to destroy the opponent's field in seconds, because we are known to the boss monster that Murakumo is. But already on Mathieu's turn, interesting timing here, by the way, to chain the Nibiru to the Radiant Typhoon Vision. Mathieu trying his best, still trying to get out of the situation, at least destroying the Vision so that we can set it back, but losing out on his complete field here. Also losing out on the Varurune Link 2 before it can get him access to the also powerful trap card, the Mandate, and therefore from here on out really ending on a whole lot of nothing. He was still trying his very best. We're still trying to get to the Phonics, which we established, but a Phonics full hand of Mitsurugi cards, and when the Mitsurugi deck gets to play is almost nothing, and that's how it turned out to be. Really, really well played from Samir from there on. He was able to take that first game over Mathieu, going second. Mathieu, I think, checked out his top deck, realized that is not going to be enough, and then game 1 was sealed in favor of Samir. And then game 2, where actually Mathieu was able to find his mojo again, where he was able to focus again, and also he was only answered by one Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, which was used early on from Samir. He was able to establish this full field. I mean, look at this. We got the Mandate together, of course, with the Mystical Space Typhoon, another spell and trap card in here as well, and we got the Totem Bird chilling. We still have the Varurune and more Radiant Typhoon monsters ready, of course, also to come back. One thing that is a little noteworthy is we kept one of the Mystical Space Typhoons in hand instead of setting it next to the other Mystical Space Typhoon that there is, which in theory, you're like, okay, it's just a Mystical Space Typhoon, you're just destroying a spell trap card, how bad can it be? But, of course, in the Radiant Typhoon deck that Mathieu is playing, was quite difficult, because that would mean additional negate with the Mandate that we have face up on the field. But then in the third game, we saw it all going into one direction, into the direction of Samir Bashar. Already winning one Jubilee YCS in London, and now trying to make it another one here in Dortmund as well with the 300th YCS. And yet, the start that you're aiming for, the start that you really want and need, he had that moment in the draw phase already. Prayers, Tribute, Aramasa, but that is less consistent. But when you already have Prayers, Tribute, Aramasa in the draw phase, while Mathieu's opponent holds 2 Troll and Lockbird in his opening hand, it's just amazing, because you got to search for the Great Purification already before Drone Lockbird could ever be activated.
Diseño
and all
curioso.
the searches
Pensé
have
que ponían
already
SNK
taken
ahí,
place.
a
And
secas.
therefore, in the end, Material was like, well, you're not even really searching for anything valuable anymore, so I may as well just activate my Molchami Fuvolos instead, which we see down here. In the end, he almost got no
A ver, este es el
draws off of the
buscador.
Molchami
Yo,
Fuvolos.
sin saber
Until
mucho
the
de este
very
arquetipo, lo voy a
end,
negar.
Samir was thinking hardly, do I still go into my extra deck or do I just leave it like that? And then at the very last moment, he even already set 4 cards
Al
into his
casino, ¿no?
contract, so
Hombre.
he did eventually decide to go for that Gallant Grey Knight, searching for the Nibiru, the Primal Being. But I'll tell you what, and you also saw
¿Qué vas a hacer, compi? Cuéntame.
he did not even need that Nibiru, the Primal Being, as very clearly
Joder.
on that normal summon.
Ya empieza la gente a
Radiant
jugar.
Typhoon Sven, he immediately was activating that Mitsurugi Great Purification,
Dragón.
negating it, destroying it, forcing Mature to concede, showing his hand there with a Lava Golem and also those Drone Lockbirds.
Vale.
In the end, it wasn't enough. Mature most likely out of the race for top 8 here in this tournament, but Samir Bashar very much still in it and
buenas
ready
horas.
with that pure Mitsurugi
vale.
deck. A lot of people have doubted that the Mitsurugi deck can still be as strong as it possibly is, because that, of course, Mitsurugi Habakiri is now limited, but guess what? Looking at the top tables, looking at Samir Bashar, there's plenty of Mitsurugi cards still flying over the tables. So let's see whether Mitsurugi will be able to take it all down here at the 300 YCS in Dortmund. Stay tuned, more live coverage coming from here very shortly.
Can adapt utilizing the new cards to not rely so heavily on the higher point class cards like your Junk Speeder. Utilizing the brand new cards like the Full Speed Warrior gives you quicker and faster access to a much more wider range of synchron plays, which is really, really good to focus on either a Stardust outlet or just a pure synchron operation for the pure fact you have so many cool and core reprints in that one. Then if you move over to Black Rose and utilize the brand new cards from Doom of Dimension, like your Bramble Rose Dragon, your Black Rose Garden, and of course your Rage Rose Witch, you don't need to rely on Black Garden as much, which does take a bit of a higher points cost for your total, but it still gives you the ability to utilize Black Rose Dragon itself and its completely destructive field power.
And I really feel like it's all about fantasy, it's all about building your decks and feel confident about the deck.
La carta se niega.
Whether it's on your local store
No
with your
creo.
friends, and I really feel like we really want to give it a chance. You already have some very good ideas, but now it's your turn. So if you want to put your hands on those decks and see what you will be playing next, if it's going to be a YCS, if it's going to be a original, if it's going to be
Si niega la carta sin leer, a mí me vale.
Get your hand on the newest Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks and bring your Genesis deck to your next level.
Vamos a pegar aquí.
Welcome everyone here to the price wall of the 300
¿Qué va a burnear? Son 4000.
For every good YCS, of course, there's a price wall. And
Se lo hago en la battle.
YCS, we have some special stuff at the price wall. For example,
Aquí me lo niega y tengo que rezar que no robe bicho. No robes bicho y ya está, bro.
Then also, of course, the classic always now, the Time Wizard, which you can get that cute little plushie here, and some OTS packs.
Hagan ataque.
Sets of them available, and you can already see it in the back. Those beautiful giant cards, always a staple. Ecclesia the Dark Dragon.
Tenga acción, hombre, aquí lo tenemos guardado.
Protocol as a giant card.
Por favor.
Into a frame in your own home. So you should
Sé justo.
playing in all those public events here at the 300 YCS in Dortmund and win all of those amazing
Vale.
prizes that you can get here at our price.
Tenemos partida. Aguantando como campeones. Vale. ¿Todo bien, bro? Ven aquí. Super Poli. Vale, roba nada. Lo que yo veo sin jugar este mazo, bro. Ah, no metió el delfín. Tengo que meter el delfín, bro. No, troll. De hecho, creo que puede estar hasta los prohibidos.
favorite location that YCS has already been hosted?
Already been hosted? I gotta say Bologna, Italy, because it was my first major event.
I think it's gonna be either Düsseldorf or Dortmund, because I'm from Düsseldorf. It's like a short way, you know. You know the guys. It's always funny, and I've never been to like really
this is my second YCS I've been to. The other one was in Lille, in France. So I haven't went to many locations, but I feel like this location is pretty nice. Lille was
honestly, it's gotta be London. It was just a good location in general, and having a YCS on top of it is really good. So overall, I would say it was just a good location. I think it's this one actually. I like the city. I like the city very much. I've been to Germany many times, but this one has something that's a bit different. I don't know why. I think maybe the stadium.
Then I've been to probably YCS Video. In Europe, YCS Barcelona.
I have to say YCS Birmingham. It was my first ever YCS. It was such a great event. Friends, go hang out outside the event.
Señora.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2026. Our penultimate round of Swiss is in front of us with our round 14 feature match. Sylvain Verheist versus YUGIOH Schwarzkopf, who we've already seen, our previous champion here at Dortmund. They've already done the dice roll, so I get a slightly less dramatic intro here. But Julius has won that and he's going to be going first. So that I'm going to hand you over to Barcode, Leo and Basti to be your commentary trio for this feature match.
Thank you, Ed. And yes, I mean, we started the tournament yesterday in the morning, which feels like ages ago, with the reigning YCS Dortmund champion, YUGIOH Schwarzkopf, kind of revealing his strategy and deck there already, which was very unique, seeing those Yami and Fiendsmith cards together. But he's still in the running, he's still out there, he's still on X2 records in the second to last round of the tournament. So we want to check back in and see whether it is still his tournament to defend the title of YCS Dortmund.
But of course, we have already seen you.
Wow,
so you might expect something crazy from his opponent there on the featured match table. You know, we always try to show you the different decks that the YUGIOH has to offer, some variations of cards. And in this very tournament, the 300th YCS in Dortmund, there are so many different strategies at the top table still.
Te pones a hacer aquí tanto.
So let's see which strategy it could possibly
Tanta
be.
filigrana, bro.
We are going into round 14. Let's get the duel started.
Ya está. Bueno. Fácil. El tío ya se rendirá, bro. Yo creo que no te da peña. También te digo, hace falta ser tonto rendirte ahí ya cuando iba a ir a la battle.
The 14th round is about to begin between Sylvain and Julius. Julius, the previous champion here in Dortmund, still there, but he's on the verge of being eliminated if he loses this game. He starts pretty well with the pre-race mat. Be careful, because you have to normal summon this monster, otherwise you will not be able to activate the effect, and we've seen that before in stream.
Oh wow, really? I mean, it's such a word
pre-race map.
They always have to activate the start of main phase, so is there anything else to follow?
Pasa turno. Sylvain, con la fatina tiene una asa la Yami. Onyx, va a tomar por culo. Imperma, purga.
Check the life points of Julius Schwarzkopf. Only at 4,000 after the Piri Rice map.
But yeah, of course, if you couldn't play, then you have some non-engine, and this Infinite Impermanence is pretty well.
Ya está, ya está, game over. Mistela no lo puede negar. Mistela no lo puede negar.
But most importantly,
para la
being able
siguiente.
to banish itself to try to special summon from the deck.
Ya está.
And that is what we
Farking.
are going to do here.
¿Cómo que Farking no
also
funciona,
clearly
bro?
reveals that this ain't a normal Fire King deck, but it is the lately so popular combination of Fire King and Jurek cards here in the hands of Sylvain in those very successful hands here so far. 11-2 with this deck. A deck that honestly has not been really discussed in the current meta game, but still is very much a contender. And I've been told there's not only Sylvain, but another Fire King player at the top table still in the running.
But now, actually summoning this Jurek Megalo, did he just attack?
I think so, yeah.
No way. No way Julius gets
damage.
another turn after this Piri Rice map Ash into a pass. But then again, for Sylvain, you don't really necessarily need to commit a lot to this field.
True, exactly, because I mean, Julius was not able to play through the Ash Blossom, so if you put a very minimalistic field, then you might be able to just stop the next turn as well. And we know that the Fire King strategy is pretty much able to end the game very fast afterwards.
Oh, we go end phase. That didn't do much. In the end phase, we have to destroy the Jurek Megalo due to the effect of miscellaneous Surges. I mean, I said we have to.
If we have the Garunix in hand, then we are able to special summon the Garunix and being
No
able to have
nada,
some follow-up or even more interactions during Julius' turn.
And I mean, not only that, we also get to activate the graveyard effect of Jurek Megalo, putting that Jurek Astero into the graveyard, setting up still plenty of interruptions. And I mean, Julius, he has to find a play first of all, because he did not play after that Ash Blossom.
But is it going to be enough, because you weren't able to play around an Ash Blossom, so now you have to play around a Raigeki? This seems like it is impossible.
Well, it's even the combination of Raigeki and Tapia
vale,
like all of the cards. And we have
the
monster negate
tiene la
as
arbata.
well with the fire.
Y ahora se le recupera la mano, ya está.
Julius, by the way,
algún arquetipo que se parezca a los Transformers de los Bayverse. No sé qué es Bayverse, bro.
Therefore, the life points of Julius, we're on 8,000.
Los mazos de mechas tienes a punta pala. Tienes la RB, bro. Es un mazo ahí mecha interesante. Power Ranger tienes la Super Quantum. Hay mucho mazo de mecha. Y a recoger. Ojo, ha robado Capsi, pero es que no. Es que te da igual, bro. No pasas la mesa ni queriendo. No pasas la mesa ni queriendo. Niega. Creo que tiene hasta la llave.
Put the cat in the cup, bro. This card is going to deal a lot of, I mean, not damage, but it is going to be Arvatat immediately.
Te quitas el Arvata. Ahí el Garunix.
The normal summon of a Yummy Cupsy is going to enable some other cards in the hand
primeras
to do
películas
something.
no soy tan friki de Transformers como para saber eso.
Just negate Cupsy, and Ponyx special summons itself from hand. You also still have the ability to summon out the Meteor on the side of Silver.
Sí que evitar, pero es que luego va a buscar igual. Sinceramente, la purga te la guardas para el campo. Y claro, y si le tiras purga y lo partes, se invoca Garunix. Creo que está pensado si tiras la purga. Purga.
And that is, I think I just saw a card in Julius' hand that could be completely game-changing. If Sylvan only sets up the Meteor as an interruption, Ghost Mana could be.
No, it doesn't matter because you are on your own turn, so it's going to be Chain Link 1. This is a mandatory.
Right.
Más veo la morada grande, gracias Antonio.
You have to activate it first, and afterwards, then Sylvan will be able to activate the effect of the meteor. So it doesn't change anything, and the problem is that you cannot play around this.
Mandatory.
Here comes.
Oh, this is mandatory.
Meteor is mandatory, so that
Ya está,
would mean that you
meteorito.
would have it as Chain Link 1.
True that. True that. You actually made a fair point.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that changes actually everything.
Oh,
can we even get to that part?
But does Julius have something to push? Something like a yummy surprise? There it is again. Getting that Cupsy out, and now Sylvan
Es
is
cierto, la
considering,
Moonlight
can I
puede
do
funcionar, que es
something here?
mandatorio.
Do I need to immediately respond to this with the summon of the Jurek Meteor? We are going for that Synchro summon.
Va a funcionar, no te creo.
Oh my. Uses the graveyard effect of Astero that allows us to summon the also powerful Jurek.
Es mandatorio, le puede tirar la Moonlight.
Julius, of course, a master of his kind, is reading the card, checking whether it is a mandatory effect, clearly reading up on that, and maybe now responding to that Jurek Meteor with the Ghost Spawner as you guys were anticipating.
That is insane.
Y creo que remonta,
Some
que
chill on
remonta.
Sylvan's plan here for sure.
And that changes absolutely everything because now I think this
Full
was the
combo
last
Yami
layer
más
of
full combo
interaction
Finsmith
that
más full combo
Sylvan
todo.
had, and we know that the Yami strategy with 2 bodies, you can literally just full loop and just get your whole field, your entire field.
Qué locura, tú.
The Mourner. It was
Y con Lolipo se puede mezclar el Garuni.
Almost like you want this card against this
Te añades
Fire
Marshmallow.
King deck, even though that is not the deck you built your own deck against.
Marshmallow
But now,
y
Julius, after
Lolipo.
this uphill climb, 1 card left in hand. Pay attention to the Garunix in the graveyard of Sylvan as well. So that could basically
Marshmallow y
later
Lolipo,
on, if you
mezclas
are
Garunix y a
carelessly
jugar.
attacking, come as a further on disruption. But now,
I mean,
Julius.
I think that Julius is not gonna trigger this Garunix. I mean, he's gonna try to avoid that, of course.
I mean, he has a Lollipop.
I mean, yeah. And he also has a Marshmallow now, and I mean, it only makes sense, right? Putting a little Marshmallow over the fire with the Fire King deck here. I think that is probably the proper way to go after this. And also, Sylvan has revealed his last card in hand here. Julius knows it is only a Sanctuary that has no impact in this very turn. So Julius can freely design a way to possibly put out 8,000 points of damage here.
Smartly, he discards the Dominus Purge. You know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about interactions with the opponents. This is a hard-drawn interaction. You usually do not want to discard this. You want to build up a field and then have extra interruption for your opponent. But when you know that you can possibly win the game this turn, I do not even think that you want to keep the Dominus Purge. Now, Yami is being summoned, puts back the Garunix, another form of interaction taken away from Sylvan, and now he just needs to wait. He has to hope that Julius Schwarzkopf does not find a way to win the game this turn.
Puenteamos a Finsmith.
Caliber, I mean, this is very hard to think that he might choke right there. He's special summoning the Linkuribo, literally the second copy of the Yami Snatchy now. And he's gonna keep comboing. Second Synchro monster on the field. He wants to special summon back 2 monsters thanks to the Lollipo Yami Way effect. And yeah, from a game that was pretty much lost on the spot, and I thought that it was unwinnable, but he almost pulls out the victory. What a game right there.
That's what those players are surprising us with every single tournament. Those top duelists that just know what they want to do in the games with their decks. But now the big question is, does Julius find a way to also bridge into the other engine that he has hidden in his deck with only the Yummy cards?
I mean,
está contando el daño que le va a hacer.
Maybe.
Well, it's not that hard, really, right? Because we are playing the Reprodocus as we saw on round 1, and Reprodocus can easily turn those
está contando porque si el bicho se va con la Moonlight, el ataque del bicho se va.
If he really needs it here, and I don't even think we need it because we just rather want to have all the attack points for the battle phase with those Yummy monsters. But if we really wanted to, if we have to maybe go into a main phase 2, we have that option for sure.
And you also have access to the surprise that we got back, so we can use it to just get rid of the monsters on the field, trying to bounce them back in the hand and just remove the ability to trigger, for example, the Arvata.
That's what we do. Now Sylvan is checking whether that's any kind of damage.
Todavía sí se me subía alguna cosa se puede jugar.
Julius is grabbing the pan, but that damage probably not going to be the most important here, as Julius is designing his way to victory anyways. 5,200 life points only to overcome. We're doing the quick math, but those yummy monsters get big super quickly, and I think that might just be the required amount of damage for Julius to actually pull it out of the cup there in the end with one cup drawn.
Sylvan's not too sure about that damage. Let's actually check the Lollipop Yummy Waste sitting at 1,200, so that should be...
I mean, it's pretty much game. It is game, and that was so impressive from Julius. Julius, nothing to play apart from this Spear Race map on the first turn. It was interrupted by the Ash Blossom. After that, I saw that it was pretty much over.
Mira que yo pensé que iba a ser una estampida potente, pero no. Nada, tío, jugando Yummy, Farkin no es la mejor baraja que te puedes enfrentar, Sí que es cierto que tienes las herramientas, pero tanta limpieza de mesa no te deja ni jugar.
To the fact that there are some Radiant Typhoon cards, so you don't want to play Veiler because they play the Crozea in the draw phase. They even try to Shen block it, and therefore you can just use the Ghost Mourner so that they cannot add the cards.
This also, of course, it's very good versus Drug Meteor, so clearly you want to have it in your deck when you play on the featured match stage in round 14 of YCS Dortmund. So that's clearly a good choice. Some insight from Julius, actually. I talked to him and he was like, because usually he's not playing really those meta decks. He's always going a little off the route with Mermail, with Rika and all those kind of decks. He's like, well, playing with a meta deck actually is also really fun, and it feels so easy all of a sudden. I will win this tournament on the spot, which is words that we know from Julius. He's usually quite confident, and he's confident enough maybe to do another deep run here into this tournament. I mean, we haven't had him in top 8 this season yet at any YCSs, and in the previous seasons, he was pretty much guessed every single time in at least top 8, because in Bologna, I think, for example, he was also in top 8 with the Mermail deck, and then of course that second place finish also at YCS Lille, and yeah, maybe another deep run coming from a German man.
And even this deck, I mean, you can consider Yummy a part of the meta, yes, but Yummy's, it's not super dominant, and Yummy, especially with the Fiendsmith strategy and the combos they cooked up, that is something new. That was crazy stuff happening. The Chimera SP banish your own Lollipop, summon it back on the opposing turn to interact. That's crazy cakes.
It's really, really cool. It is something that he has cooked himself up for this very special occasion, and I think that is something that we as Europeans can proudly say. For every YCS, there's people just really, really trying to find something creative, a new approach, something that hasn't really been there, to then reveal it on the biggest stage, to make everyone see it for the first time, to make it worth it,
Magnet, ¿no?
Trying to keep it a little hidden, and then at the very right
moment,
o la
Farkin,
o
Mermail hemos visto. Sabes que la gente se va jugando alguna Mermail, pues se sorprende.
Time and time again, really, in Europe.
Yeah, but it's mostly in these tournaments. Yes, of course, you can make them right meta read with one of the meta decks that you're bringing, saying, okay, this is a little bit more well positioned in the meta game right now. Maybe don't bring Draco Tail branded because the deck maybe has a big target on spec. You don't want to get hit by Dimensional Fissure or something.
True.
But sometimes when those players find those crazy tech cards or those crazy decks like a Dinkabui with his Fire King deck back in Birmingham, those are the recipes to win tournaments.
Yeah, we really have to praise the creativity of all those players here at the YCS, and it might be a winning decision here once again. Julius showing us why he's such a great player.
Orcus lleva muchos formatos dejando ese relevante. Orcus desde que se fue, que ya hablamos, desde verano, desde que entró Yummy y todos estos mazos, ahí la Orcus está ahí por estar.
To the next game.
Grande, Antonio, muchas gracias.
Now Sylvan is going to be able to start. I mean, of course, also the Fire King deck has this crazy combo that you can have on your opponent's first turn and absolutely destroy the entire field, but it is again one of those decks that prefers to go first, as most decks actually are.
Spring for Ash Blossom without wasting any time, but there already is the Sanctuary in the hand, so we will get access to that.
Es complicado porque literalmente una hita te cuenta mucho. ¿Qué decks llegaron al corte a top? Ninguno, porque aún no están en el corte a top. Les queda un
much advantage. But yeah, as you just mentioned, being able to get access to the island will get some card advantage, and this Garunix in hand if he doesn't have it yet.
That is what we are trying to fetch here, and it is Arvata actually. Okay, so maybe that means we have Garunix already. Do we maybe have Ponix too to trigger it? Let's see, we're forming a chain. There is something we want to activate, and it is the Garunix, and we're also using that Okonix in the graveyard.
So this is pretty interesting because, of course, you can only trigger one of the effects. So here, Sylvan choosing wisely to activate the effect of Garunix and keeping the Ponix in hand for later on.
Now Garunix gets to destroy another card from your deck, ideally. What are we seeing there in this very deck of his? There, of course, are some nasty non-engine cards. Fire decks, they can profit off of Dominus Impulse, which is true.
Look at this one.
Kirin.
Not really a standard option.
aquí puentea
I mean,
ya.
you hear Kirin a lot when you're playing against Fire King, but the Fire King Avatar Kirin is not the usual one. That's the small one, you could say. But it is
Debería mandar a tomar por culo todos los decks y jugar la Fire King para el resto. Te toman por culo. Con eso me vale.
It's the one that lets you get access to the Jura cards, so you can just get access to the Miscellaneous Reserves. And after that, you can just special summon the Jurak from the deck. So this is how you bridge pretty much between your two archetypes, and that's pretty good here for Sylvan, considering the fact that he also have access to the continuous spell. So on the opponent's turn, he will be able to special summon the XYZ monster, which is another Raigeki.
Yeah, and I mean, true, the spell one was Rangbali, right? That was
Yo creo que en este canal nunca se ha dicho que Yami
we saw it yesterday, by the way.
True, actually.
Which was a bit surprising, because usually players don't play this card.
But we go for a link option instead, and we know this game since Salamangreat Great days. When you have an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in your graveyard, I will summon my Ita and have an extra monster to link off. It's not Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf just yet, but it is the Promethean Princess, which honestly might still eventually get us to a Sunlight Wolf here, to be fair. So we will use the Promethean Princess, bring back that Kirin from the graveyard.
So that's another layer of interruptions, because this princess in the graveyard, it is also scary, being able to destroy a monster on the opponent field. Pretty good for now.
Sunlight Wolf. Everyone here in this venue wants to see it. Everyone, not just me, everyone.
It is one person specifically, I can tell you.
Dime que juega combo Hit Soul.
He has not had his daily dose of Salamangreat yet.
That's good enough for me!
It is a Salamangreat monster. It is the Raging Phoenix, though, the Link 4, which does make sense to summon out, as it also is another way to come back from the graveyard. And
leyendo la tech.
Ending here, apparently.
Doolittle Chimera.
Doolittle Chimera, yeah, that's an interesting one. It is a fire monster at the end of the day, one that Julius needs to read quite clearly.
That is a card that has been used in combos of Fire King, even in Snake Eyes times. Because you can pop this card yourself and then add back a fire monster. And now we're summoning out the Jurak Megalo. Megalo in the end phase, of course, because of Miscellaneous Source, it's going to get destroyed, and it's going to set up the Synchro Summon on the opposing turn.
So let's sum it up, all the interactions that Sylvan has. You have the ability to special summon the Promethean Princess and destroy an opponent's monster, which is special summon.
El tema es que no veo qué bicho de fuego le renta recuperarse.
Everything, and also destroy the field spell thanks to the Jura cards. You also have access to the Garunix, which can get access to the Kirin, so another card will get destroyed. A lot of destructions, and the Yummy Finsmith strategy, it doesn't like to get interrupted early in the combo, because you want those bodies to stick on the field and to be able to special summon those synchro monsters.
But I'm a little bit confused right now. I know I'm the biggest Salamangreat Andy, and I would have loved a Sunlight Wolf there, but I mean, you could have actually also immediately triggered it. You know, if you destroy the Doodle Chimera, you add back a fire monster.
Of course.
And you could have done that this turn by summoning out the Megalo into a Sunlight Wolf position, and then later on the opposing turn, add back another card, because you can summon something again into the Sunlight Wolf position. So I'm not quite sure why we have decided to summon the Doodle Chimera.
One thing is sure, you really master fire, to be honest.
Thank you so much.
Oh, he's always trouble with the fire as well, though, let me tell you that.
My results with the deck don't say that, but...
Julius thinking his options through. His deck has a couple of pushes. How do you sequence them the best, though? Also,
la pregunta
Ghostbound Haunted Mansion can
está forzado a usar la Obedience. No ahora, pero es que a la mínima que haga una especial, tiene la princesa. Luego tiene la arbata. Luego tiene la salpicadura. Y luego tiene los Hurra. Los Fiendsmith no va a llegar. En ningún escenario posible. En este ya has visto, Perfecto, recupera.
And it just forces Julius to normal summon something.
It does, but maybe also that's all what Julius planned here.
Oh, I like that, taking the Garunix back into the hand, because then you can actually destroy that later on with your own avatar Kirin in hand, and then in the following turns, completely field wipe again. There's so many possible Raigekis.
Okay, normal summon Capsi has found its way into the opening hand once again. Is going to be used here, probably to get that yummy surprise, if I would have to take a wild guess here. But maybe we also just need more names. Maybe we have the yummy surprise already. Let's see what Julius decides on here.
I think you're just gonna go for more, possibly a field spell, the Akoki to play through a field.
Okay. I wonder if we could just have waited for the Link one to be special summoned to activate the princess, so that then the Garunix triggers, you send the Kirin, and the Kirin just destroys the field spell. It could have been something.
Here's a Crocky.
Yeah.
And now Sylvan, does that force him to do something? Apparently not. Julius?
That almost looked like a crash.
We're going into the battle phase, yeah.
Oh, we're gonna special something out.
Quiere invocar en damage.
Oh no, we're going for the extra deck.
That really looked like an
Porque si invoca en damage.
Going to the Linkuribo, which also has a battle phase effect, funnily enough.
That's why we're thinking about the battle phase already. Okay.
Si consigue invocar en algún momento el Lolipo, lo tiene.
Oh, there.
It is going to be the Kirin.
Kirin shall be used. That's fine with Julius.
But we're gonna start linking up a lot of these interactions, right? Oh, we're actually destroying the Arvata. That is cool.
This is great. This is absolutely great, because you will get access to the negate afterwards. And
Haz la chain block al
going
revés,
to be
por favor, no me seas
another layer
malo.
of interaction. You force Julius to still extend with another card in hand, and little by little, slowly, you will just lack cards to just try to push through the field.
Did the Arvata just summon up back out the Garunix?
I mean, you can do that, so that your continuous spell is then alive. The Sanctuary is able to special summon the XYZ monster from the extra deck and then destroy everything on the opponent's field.
This is just better Mitsurugi, right? That's more field destruction effects than ever Murakumo could offer. So maybe Fire King at the end of the day is just the superior Mitsurugi. But Sylvain...
That's a
pues hay que cargarse.
Well, I was just...
Samir disagrees.
Hay que cargarse a Crocky.
I was fantasizing a
Lo
little
veo
bit.
una muy buena decisión, bro.
Away, but I mean, for the moment, it definitely
Porque si te invoca a otro, le vas a hacer exit. Claro, claro. Sí, sí. Muy bien. Bien jugado, Sylvain. Bien jugado. Es que no había otra opción. Mejor que te cargues el campo.
It looks like there is quite some place you can do. I mean, that was not the most impressive field, because it just ended on Doolittle Chimera, one of the first monsters that has ever been printed. But I mean, there was quite a lot of follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a very clever decision to get rid of the field spell, because it is so annoying. Because if you get rid of some monsters, then you will be able to special summon another monster. So by removing that early into the combo, I think Sylvain did a right decision.
Okay, and that's enough. Fire King takes game number 2. Julius scoops it up, and therefore the Fire actually...
Pues los Fiendsmith no iba a llegar en ninguna situación. Ahí no había ni duda. El tema es que una vez que sacase la Obedience, le quedaba hacer el campo para hacer exit. Y luego le quedaba el... ¿Cómo se llama, tío? El meteorito.
Post-siding, that combo is even more intense. There's even more options coming into the equation. And I mean, you explained how innovative that Baphomet fusion summon off of the sequence into then the banished Lollipo to bring it back on the opponent's turn is.
Un deck muy caliente.
Bring back something else instead.
Huele a caramelo que madre mía.
Be the case. I mean, there's good options in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Bueno, eso se hace con los malvadiscos, ¿no? Metes ahí una fogata, una bonfire.
Maybe it is
y le pasas la balao y se tuesta.
We'll see. I will not spoil it just yet, but we will find out. And look, Julius, you can actually see he's reading up once again on Jurak Meteor there, trying to figure out what's the best answer to it. Maybe deciding whether one of his side deck options is the right option.
Pero es que tampoco es tan bueno la mano de turno 0 de barrer la mesa. Está bien, pero te haces un -2 interesante.
Really a close one. And I mean, going second, if the Fire King deck manages to open up the holy combination of Kieran plus
están hablándolo.
Everything can happen.
Even with the Garunix, sometimes you can see that it happened on stream before, and I mean, this is destroying everything. This is so impressive, but I mean, this is three-card combos.
Yeah, of course. However, I mean,
Solo por tiene el top.
use an
Ahí está.
versus this deck, it doesn't really stop it.
Eso, no he visto esa variante.
Also,
Esa variante a mí no se me hace nada mala.
Pretty good for Yami to just keep on playing. I think there's good ways for, especially in a Fiendsmith variant of the deck, to bait out this combination. If you, for example, just start
Yo
with
creo que
an
el
Engraver
Trip será el único que
and
puede
you get
echar
to play some Fiendsmith, you can force out this huge interaction without a normal summon by just threatening a Caesar.
Fair,
And then your opponent will have to go destroy everything, and then you're like, okay, but what about normal summon Cupsy?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We are going to see that soon enough during this last game. Remember, those two players, they have to win to stay in the tournament. And after that, they will have to win the last round. But for now, one last game for history to try to be alive in this 15th round.
El añadido del Caster Friend, este me gusta. No me cae las manos en la mano pensar que el de negar era una particular. Poco a poco.
Is where the magic happens. That's the goal, and all eyes are on the goal for these two players as they are ready to head into this third game. So let's get back into the action.
Game 3. Buah, se viene. Ya llevamos 4 horas de directo, madre mía, se me hizo rápido.
I actually want to see it, the 3 cards combo that we all dream of. The Kirin and maybe
tiene el combo.
the Jura cards.
Tiene el combo.
With the Garunix. Imagine if he had that in the hand.
Tiene el limpiamesas.
Piri Rice Map this time resolving, clearly reducing the life points in half, and Cupsy Yami is the nice reward that you get for it.
So this time you get to combo.
But I think that
tiene
Julius also has
el Hurrak, el Kirin y el Garunix. Tiene la mano de Exodia, el Sylvain. Mira, 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 mira. El Kirin, el Hurrak, que lo tiene, bro. Vamos a ver el... Que combe tranquilamente. Si no tiene Moonlight, se va al suelo, bro. Qué locura.
And I mean, also Pure Ice Map kind of dictating that, right? Because you need to normal summon that card.
No se lo cree, ¿eh? El tío dice...
Predicción
me mandé, no, bro. Entonces el combo ahí sí que tiene sentido, sí. El tío, sí, juega.
And Julius playing very, very fast here. He knows his combo is trying to think a little bit about it.
Entra aquí, revive, comba.
Cupsy is back on the field.
Comba.
He's going to go into the Synchro 2, most likely. This is some classic combo for now.
Now let's see how far we get with this, because now that Herald of the Arclight is not in the game anymore because it is forbidden, the deck really struggles to protect itself from other cuts. You have no way to force out interactions because there is no point in your combo where you can just go, okay, from now on I have the Herald of the Arclight. I can't do anything anymore.
I mean, what an answer that has been found by the players is actually the Forbidden Crown, because when there is the Nibiru, you can just chain the Forbidden Crown on your own monster, and if you just keep one synchro monster, it is enough to interact during the opponent's turn.
Ooh, Julius considering whether to give up there on some possible non-engine from his hand. Of course, one card has to be sacrificed.
Tiene un Pyrrhus Map en mano. ¿Por qué no se quita el Pyrrhus Map? Lo tienes briqueado, bro.
He almost is revealing it. Oh, I mean, that feels like a pretty obvious choice to just get rid of another copy of Piri Rice Map, and that is what ultimately finds its way into the graveyard. No effect, but there's
Fiendsmith cards.
¿Descartó el Lolipo cementerio? No. Aquí es el momento. Aquí. Aquí. Sylvain, no pienses, bro. Aquí. Aquí le haces el meteorito, bro. Le limpias toda la mesa. Ya está.
He wasn't aware maybe of
the fact that there are
Fiendsmith cards as they have not been revealed so far. And of course that Caesar is a factor.
¿Qué tiene la arbata, bro? Es que tiene la arbata. ¡Qué mano! ¿Pero qué mano es esa, bro? Izuna, ¿quién te conoce, bro? Y la Faimea. Cartas malas. Cartas malas, bro. ¿Quién te conoce? El Julius está que no se lo cree, bro. Qué locura.
can see that Julius is thinking very carefully, because having the Kirin doesn't mean that you have the whole combo. You know, you don't know what your opponent has, but he has the Jura card, and this is absolutely scary.
No seas...
As well. This is the 3 cards combo
Este pavo le ha podido la codicia, bro. Llegas a hacer solamente el efecto del Hurrak y te guardas el Garunix. Yo me lo hubiera guardado, bro. Ahí es calentada. Muy calentada, eh.
There is no way, and Julius also kinda having to pause there for a little bit.
Claro, Garunix se puede hacer después.
What Sylvan is putting up on him here with that.
Te tiras otro Kirin y invocas Arbata de la mano, bro.
And now it really gets problematic for
Kirin
him. How does he still continue
y Arbata de la mano, claro. Haces eso y Arbata de la mano. Chenlo por si tiene As. Yo en ese punto, bro, si no te han tirado As a... ¿Cómo se llama? No, claro, As. Pero tira del extra, ¿no? La clase es cosas del curro, bro.
Yeah, he did.
We've already normal summoned. What else
and
can
we've
you
used Tract as well.
There's very few cards that you could use afterwards that will still get
you still have access
¿Qué está pensando?
You should.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And
Cárgate el
maybe
Lurri.
somehow maybe the graveyard effect of Track to Fusion Summon. Oh, immediately now, of course, we are going to use the effect
No entiendo.
of Astero.
Para hacer esto no haces el... Para hacer esto no haces el Garunix. Pierdes a la... ¿Pero qué hace?
And I think that now Sylvan can actually also just summon, send the Arvata to the graveyard.
Ah, vale, quiere mandar... Vale, no entiendo lo que está haciendo, bro. Lo está resolviendo mal. Claro, es que la cadena es al revés, hijo mío. No entiendo qué está haciendo este pavo.
Seeing your opponent having access to all those cards. Wow. This is the...
It's Kirin again. Yeah, it's Kirin again.
Efecto 1-2.
In love with that Kirin.
Y al cargar toda la mesa. ¡Yuhu! Venga, que es Navidad.
Activates and Julius contemplating.
No vas a destaguear. Se puso nervioso, sí, sí.
Yep, it is being destroyed. His whole field gone. He worked for this. He built this up carefully.
Se tira Ponix. Te tiras Ponix, bro.
Just wipes it down within seconds.
No hay otra. Te tiras el Ponix. Bueno, puede hacer doble limpieza. Puede hacer doble limpieza. Se puede tirar el Hurrak. Te tiras el Hurrak. Revives el Hurrak con la limpieza. Tírate el Hurrak, bro. El Hurrak. ¡Eso es! ¡Esa es! ¡Esa es! Te tiras el Hurrak, limpias la mesa, haces efecto para revivir, revives el bicho, ya haces Kirin, te partes el Hurrak y te invocas el Arbata. Arroba Exodia, bro. Exodia, manifiéstate. Te invocas el Arbata de la mano. Ya está. Arbata de la mano.
I thought about that as well, yeah.
But let's hold our breath. Does Julius Schwarzkopf does he have a way here to extend this combo? Does he have a way to even play on at all? He is looking at his cards in hand once again. Is there anything, Julius?
He needs one more
Pero el tema es, no ha hecho Kirin, invoca la Arbata que tiene de la mano, se parte el Hurrak y ya. Ah, vale.
Is it the end phase? Is it the end phase?
Does he not have Yummy Surprise?
No way, that cannot be the end phase, right?
I mean, because otherwise he can summon back the Kapsi Yummy way, and then later
no estoy entendiendo la cadena, bro. Yo pensaba que estaba respondiendo al Kirin, que ha sido destruido. No estoy entendiendo, bro.
There's no way this is a pass, right?
We hold our breath right here. Sylvan asking some questions, trying to plan his turn very carefully.
Claro, es que está resolviendo el Kirin, es lo que no me está cuadrando a mí, bro. Y te partes el Hurrak. ¡Pártete el Hurrak! ¡Pártete el Hurrak!
I mean, it did not look like he had Yummy Surprise in hand. Oh, he does.
La madre que te parió, bro. Pártete tu propia carta. Pártete tu propia carta y ganas. Es que... Madre mía, Sylvain regalándola. La ha regalado. La ha regalado. Porque le ha apetecido. La ha regalado. La ha regalado. ¿Por qué narices no se autopeta con el Kirin en el Hurrak? Literalmente le hacía doble removal. Y tenía la opción de invocarse la arbata que tiene en la mano. ¿Pero qué hace?
Se
están preguntando todo el mundo, bro. Se están preguntando, tú tranquilo. Cargarte el Hurrak, limpiar la quitó a la mesa y autoganar la partida. Madre mía, tío. Hay puente, sí. No, hay puente, hay puente. No entendí, bro. Viene el Hurrak que ha hecho efecto del Kirin en cementerio, invoca de mano cementerio un Ferkin y se parte cualquier carta en el campo. Se autoparte, bro. El Hurrak que tiene en mesa y se lanza otro meteorito y gana. Y es que era demasiado claro, bro. Demasiado claro. El Sylvain se va a acordar. Y lo peor es que luego se mandaba el misterio a cementerio con baba. Kirin invoca una carta del cementerio y destruye una del campo. El orden de Julio permite una negación de monstruo y otra limpieza de campo. Pero quiero decir, aquí mismo, el Kirin ha revivido el Kirin viejo, pero no ha petado nada. Es una pecheada, bro. Es que... ¿Cómo no te partes el Hurrak? Y aún tiene la salpicadura que le puede valer. Sin comentarios, bro. Little Knight. Otro fuera. No me pagan para ver estas pecheadas, bro. Es que no me pagan suficiente, tío. No me pagan suficiente. Madre mía, Sylvain la tirada. Menos mal que tienes normal arbata y la mágica. Es que lo peor es que te lo cargas el campo. Y tienes para revivir. Y se acaba de topdequear la isla, bro. A ver, normal arbata. Pegas a la SP. Vale. Pegas a la SP.
But yeah, it doesn't look great for Sylvain. Only 2 cards in hand, and the only bright thing is that the High Wave King Caesar
Yo una espurga, es que tampoco le vale.
When it prevents the special summon, but apart from that, it looks very hard. The Skeleton Light banishing the monsters does not look great, and also the Yummy Surprise, which is set and will be able to perform so many things to Sylvain.
I mean, what does Avatar do here? Just runs over SP, right?
I think that's the plan. Yeah, I think we are in the battle phase actually here. That's what Sylvain was trying to indicate there.
You also have the ability maybe to try to crash.
El de Sparkin ha tirado la partida teniendo la mejor mano de su vida, bro.
But apart from that,
literalmente.
What are you gonna do? You summon your
literalmente,
that was put back.
You must have drawn another one, right?
Yeah, of course. And that will be negated by Wave King Caesar.
Exactly.
Is he going to do something preemptively? Or will we make that attack happen first? Okay, yeah, he says that's fine. So attack over the Little Knight. No crashing, okay. No crashing.
I think for Sylvain, the only way to get back into this game is to play it really, really slow here against YUGIOH, and just to get advantages where you can. Hopefully, you will live to see another turn after the next one of YUGIOH. With your Arvatas, you might try to force out a battle phase, or what else do you have up your sleeve? So
le puedes hasta esperar, bro.
Is your round to prove how good you are. Takes care of the Caesar.
Skyburn is actually very, very good.
Oye, el
because
Kirin.
you get rid of the Caesar, which is so hard to deal with currently, and on top of that, the SP is not there anymore. So, I mean, this is pretty free. Do you have like something like a Garunix in hand?
another.
That would be crazy.
If we have Garunix there as our last remaining card in hand, that would be absolutely broken. Julius responds with Yummy Surprise to this.
I love that.
Makes sense because the monster effect that is going to be activated in the graveyard will, of course, try to be responded with our Yummy Synchro monster.
Yeah, Sylvan, if he wants to stay in the game with some card effects, he will have to use it now. Tries to summon back the Kirin. And now this was just an activation. Exactly. Julius now gets to respond, and now he's in his Yummy engine. If there are face-up monsters threatening his place, he can now soon, with the one Snatchy and another monster, just go into a Cookie Yummy way. But for now, of course, Snatchy and probably Marshmallow or the Cupsy are going to be summoned to plus off even more. You have a Crocky still in the deck. The Snatchy can activate the on-summon effect as well.
This is so intense. You could see there Sylvan just folding his hands, almost praying that this somehow is going to be enough. But Julius on the other end, of course, kind of like the end boss, the YCS champion, the German national champion, the reigning champion of YCS Dortmund. It's quite the opponent to face here. And you mentioned it, there is Via Crocky still on the deck. And now
para hacer sincro, añadir dos. Es que aquí ya ha perdido, bro. Aquí, o doble el uso, nada. Ya está. Aquí ya ha perdido.
However, Fire King is a deck that can be quite resilient. Do we just attack over this?
Yeah, we're still in the battle phase, so we can try to attack over this, but we just triggered this Snatches effect, try to book and to put it face down.
Haces isla, te comes purga y a casa.
Fire King Island is the last remaining card in hand.
A casa.
And that one does not care, but there is Dominus Purge. The final move, probably to shut him down here. No searching allowed. Oh. Yeah, Viking Island certainly is searching something.
No trap card. No trap card, so nothing gets destroyed here, which would eventually trigger.
A ver, que Lanfi se va a partir igual.
Yeah, but now
si conoce lo que hace Arbata, bro.
And Graver can only send face-up monsters from the field to the graveyard.
Aparte, Arbata no era el que invocaba en defensa, tío. Me invocaba con efectos negados. Tengo el recuerdo de que Arbata invocaba en defensa. No, no invocaba con efectos negados. Aparte, eso se peta, bro. Eso se peta. El Sylvain en una nube, bro.
It's only 10 minutes left remaining, but that should be plenty of time.
It's gonna be
right?
enough. Yeah, it's gonna be enough. Sylvain recognized that, and for now, Julius, he can literally do whatever he wants and go into a victory.
I think Yummy Surprise is a quite convenient way to just put those cards back into the hand, right? That could be our way to victory. Here comes Minion. We still have that Snatchy on the field, which allows us to bring back another one from the graveyard, of course. Just Engraver also use. Yeah, we're getting to 8,000 plus of damage here so easily and so quickly. And if there is a problem with it, we even could use the Lacrima's graveyard effect. Oh, we are set. Wait, hold on. We can send face down monsters.
And this is the end of the game here.
No puede mandar monstruos por caja, pero me la pela.
And he will have to win the last round, but still at a record of X2 after a very convincing game. We thought multiple times that it was over for him, to be honest.
¿Cuántas rondas son? 15.
Remember, during the previous games and during this game, having the 3 cards combo during the first game, being interrupted by the Ash Blossom and having to pass turn.
Pero vaya troleada pegaba el
pavo. He is a champion for a reason, and he won.
No, la jugada no era esa. La jugada era esta. Espérate.
That's just the life of a pro right there. You face a rogue deck, you don't know the strategy by heart, and they of course open this
demasiado fresco. Tilteado a Misplace, bro. Ha robado la mejor mano de su vida y ha perdido.
So many players. I think we have 2 more rounds of Swiss actually after this, right?
El pavo.
I think we're actually having a total of 16 rounds of Swiss,
16?
if I'm not missing. Oh no, wait.
El pavo robó esto.
This was round 14. Oh yeah, you said 13. That's how I was confused. But yeah, 1 more round after this. Never mind my words there. But that is going to be the last round we're heading into after this. And Julius with all the chances in his hand now after this masterful display. And I mean, I gotta ask.
La mano del pavo.
This combination of cards couldn't stop him.
Ha sido. Tengo alguna Farkin aquí montada.
Yeah, it was very interesting because we saw that the combination of the Finspace cards and the Yummy cards, you have to force somehow this combination. And you said that before, you forced it with the tract, and after that, you still have a surprise to try to keep playing. You still have some cards. He played it perfectly, and it was very, very impressive.
Yeah, you know what else is really impressive? What? White Forest gameplay, and I think that we should just go over to our second table at the Genesis tournament.
It actually
Voy a poner solamente las cartas y ya que se vea rápido, tío. Es que si no...
Tistina versus White Forest. I've seen that people were experimenting with Tistina tier limits actually in the Genesis format. Not sure whether there is tier limits in this deck, but Tistina
Tengo el Garunix en mano, lógicamente. Pero tenía lo juro.
Actually, it is a very impressive field on the side of Luigi. Already 1-0 in this duel. And look at that, you have the Vengeance, you also have the toy.
Con esto creo que se puede hacer ya una explicación visual de lo que tenía en mano el Pau. Bueno, y los Hurrak Decks.
That must have been quite the game already that they have been going through here. So that whole field from Luigi was established, going second, and that may even mean that we are currently in the turn of Luigi, right? Just still trying to figure out how to play through that field, which he successfully is doing there at the moment.
That kind of does look like a battle phase right now to me as well. Pretty strong turn from Luigi. He's going to attack over here with the Diabels.
El Pau ha robado
you just mentioned
¿vale?
earlier
Tenía en mano.
I mean, we see a lot of synchro decks during these tournaments.
Garunix,
both in the main tournament,
Arbata
in the format tournament,
y una blind.
and in the
Entonces,
Genesis
la mano era
tournament
esto.
as well with this White Forest strategy.
I mean, in the Genesis YCS, you don't have that many different options, right?
Tenía
Because you
espacio.
can't play Link
Kirin,
monsters or Pendulum monsters. But
Pam,
of course, synchro summoning is super
y efecto este tienes aquí para mandarte. Aunque hagas el chain block, que vale, el chain block, pues sí, lo podemos comprar para tener la limpieza. ¿Vale? A tener la limpieza, compramos el chain block. Tú aquí tienes opción de hacer efecto del Garunix. Haces efecto del Garunix. Te puedes mandar esto y mandar una segunda copia. Vale. Limpias toda la mesa. Gracias al meteorito. Y aquí... Bueno, perdón. Lo he hecho al revés. Retiras. Te cargas toda la mesa y te invocas esto. Efecto del Kirin. Te invocas esto. Si te da la gana, bro. Lo que te invocas esto. El Arbata. Te partes aquí. Te vuelves a mandar otro. Haces efecto de nuevo. Este te puede... Este valía cualquier Hurrak. Te puedes retirar esto. Limpiar la mesa de nuevo. Es que aquí viene lo que me jode. Limpiar la mesa de nuevo. Llegar aquí a sacarte, en este caso, otro amiguito de estos. Por efecto de Arbata, te invocas otro de estos. Vas a la Endphase. Esto se parte. Te mandas Mistela. Te toca a ti. Retiras. Y te invocas otro nivel 1. Iban teniendo el Garunix en cementerio. Es que... Madre mía, tú. Literalmente, esa era la situación. Oh, ha sido muy interesante, bro. Pero sí, esa era la jugada. Vale, y ahora ya podemos ir con el este. Están jugando White Forest contra Tistina. Pues bueno, están de chill. Quizás son muchas ya, bro, pero yo siento que en el momento que ves una jugada que creo que era simple, lo prefiero que era simple, que cada vez es un mispe. Pero joder, bro.
So we try to get rid of this threat, of course, immediately on the side of Luigi.
Claro, incluso puede dejar el juego para material con la Arbata. Es que es otra, ni invocó la Arbata. Es que ni invocó la Arbata. Tenía... Le pone deseando, has visto.
Oh man, this is one of my favorite cards, to be honest. Dark Hole, very simple effect, still very effective one, destroying all the monsters on the field, or trying to do so at least.
I mean, this card was crazy back in Zodiac format. I remember when you were playing just breakers to get rid of one Trident, set up your own Trident, and then get it destroyed by your opponent's Dark Hole.
Yeah, we reviewed the YCS final of Joshua Schmidt against the back in the day in Prague, and I still remember vividly how in game 2 he activated
el peor one card combo de mi vida.
of Trident, and
even more monsters next
Este, a mitad de tiempo. A mitad de tiempo jugando esto.
Dark Hole went crazy back in the day, and guess what? It's back with the Genesis format.
People even played my body as a shield in that format just to negate the Dark Hole, basically. Those were
mitad de tiempo, va.
Toy Soldier.
Metía sin perma, paso rápido. Mitad de perma tranquilo que... Ah, bueno, me vale. Doble hand trap para aguantar. No sé si será suficiente.
Getting into Hayata range is not that dangerous in Genesis format because there are no link monsters.
Esto no puede ni
We
resolver.
invest actually a lot during this chain. We are going to special summon the Poplar, which is such a powerful card. Joel reading in the meantime the Synchro monster, the Arciela.
Poplar is such a cutie, honestly, when it's not
Animal, bro.
from
No me queda
after being added by Snake Eye Ash.
Ah, está bien, grande, Matías.
I mean, unless you have to face it, because to be honest, when you see the Poplar of the White Forest on the opponent's field, it doesn't feel great.
We have got some solid protection here against the Dark Hole.
That's
so
right.
The Poplar was summoned out, and it will also survive. And now
No tenía otro
It's the Arciela that protects, right? Or is it the Diabell?
Diabells is normally protecting
other Synchro monsters, right?
Oh, the Arciela is protecting Synchro. You might be right, yeah.
Arciela
Purga, va con bar. Vamos a la siguiente.
Of course.
You can search for a
Tenía la Cadet de su arquetipo y me cortó el
ritual
combo.
monsters, and then if you go into Archetype, you can show this Night Spellcaster ritual monster, and you get to add
El Hurrak no suena por turno.
Have you ever heard of that card?
I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good card, right?
I mean, to clear it up, Arciela indeed is protecting. I mean, it's first of all putting 500 extra attack points on your Synchro monsters, Illusion monsters, and Spellcaster. Like, it's
Si es una oportunidad, se habla de robar, pero de petar no.
monsters that get that boost, but the ones that get the boost also get the protection of not being able to be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and that is why they survived that Dark Hole there.
Which is pretty convenient in this situation. But we don't have much left, I got a feeling, on the side of Luigi. We still have the effect of the Poplar, which is very effective, of course. But I think this is the last layer of interaction.
Y encima briqueamos. Bueno.
Going for the extra deck there again, figuring out
Un
whether
poco
there is anything else we can do, because of course, Poplar can still do that quick synchro summon on the opponent's turn. But first of all, we are adding
y no hace efecto,
Tistina
curioso.
spell there from the
Tiene ya la invocación en mano.
and that one is the, I think, play of the Tistina, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, play of the Tistina, quick spell that can just special summon Tistina monster from your hand or graveyard in defense position. And another Dark Hole thrown down here by Joel, clearing the field now for once and probably for all.
And that's it. Luigi doesn't have much left. We can see that.
Rondas se suizó y queda una más en Europa y luego quedan las de Norteamérica.
I mean, now
recordar que hoy hacemos doble evento.
To just do your whole combo.
Yeah, using the effect of the field spell now as well, the divine domain.
Sí, la ecuación me la genera el evento. Oh, qué guapa la animación.
Something was destroyed. You can also just send one more to bigger. That's gonna be it. Game. Joel evens the score out. I mean, honestly, the moment we got into this backup feature match, into this Genesis Proto YCS featured match, I was like, oh, that looks like a 2-0. That looks like White Forest is just going to take it away here. But then Tistina, with that double Dark Hole follow-up, is actually, that means he must have had Dark Hole in his deck post-siding, going first.
Yeah, and that's
that's crazy, right?
That's surprising, but it worked very well. And
Descarta
after
sin
the Dark
también.
Holes, I mean, the White Forest player, he didn't
Quítate la
have
Leicester.
much left. He didn't have any interaction, so I mean, this is pretty much it. Game 3.
I mean,
are
to
we
be
going
fair,
to see those Dark Holes again?
I think so, because I think they are just supporting your own strategy. I think even technically you can just use them on your first turn, because as we saw, it is enabling your Divine Domain, your field spell also to activate its effect, and therefore you can establish more combo routes throughout the Dark Hole. I think none of us necessarily an expert on the Tistina matter, but we saw that something was activated there after the Dark Hole, and therefore I think going first, going second, it will always be able to also interact with your own cards, and therefore it seems like a no-brainer to me.
I think it's just a crazy mental power play that you do to your opponent. You're like, hey, you look at this
Pues sí, entonces hay que guardar la arbata, bro. Tiene que guardar la arbata.
And then I'm gonna make a second field that is even stronger. Then I'm gonna Dark Hole that too, make a third field, and then you're gonna feel bad about losing.
Well, the Leonard König logic is always something that I'm looking
Dame un
forward to
bicho,
every
por
single
Dios.
time. he has done it to me before too. Yeah, he made a whole set.
No el bicho que quería.
And then
Pero
was
gracias.
like, no, that's boring. Let's just make a yummy field out of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it actually makes sense, right?
Yeah. He's always doing the crazy stuff. That's what he's responsible for in our commentary team as well.
I'm just an absolute freak, but you know who else is a freak? Alberto. I don't know, this was a very weird segue, but we have just seen a fantastic round of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here in the main event. Julio Schwarz
que no tenga una trampa. Esto lo parto al toque.
Game, and now Alberto is going to break it down for you.
Thanks, Leo. We are living in freaking times that I'm sure of, so thank you about that. Julius had to leave because pairings will be up soon, so we will quickly go through what happened here in what has been a crazy match, I would say, especially because, you know, game one, like, we really thought that it was really going on Sylvain's hand, but, you know, like, you can never know because essentially the game started with Dash on the party race, passed entirely. And in the moment when we thought that everything was lost for Julius, he was able to come back into the game somehow. We are really seeing here the Fire King deck in action. And
creo que la lista no es más experto. Entonces, pensé en ponerme boca abajo el bicho, pero ¿para qué?
Players at the top tables with Fire King is super annoying to play against, especially in this current format. And I really feel like that Julius here somehow survived what was an impressive show-off from Sylvain.
Bate el pego.
Here pretty much, I really feel like he didn't lose his temper, which is also something that we saw in Game 3. But this round was essential because essentially Julius gave another turn, and thanks to that, he was able not only to come back, but also to OTK and seal Game 1. Quickly going into Game 2,
animal, bro.
The pairings will be up soon for Game number 2. Essentially, Sylvain was. He showed us how powerful the deck is because essentially he had it all. There was the Sanctuary plus the Highland, Hita to summon back the Ash into the Prominence Princess.
Que sí, bro. Que me va a pegar de 1000 en 1000 mientras no conecte otros motores, pero me vale cualquier bicho, bro. Es que ya ni digo es iniciador. Un bicho que sea del arquetipo dos animales. Vamos que le pasen ataque a esto.
Okay, he has game because he's gonna swipe off Julius' fields entirely, and this is the combo the deck is really looking for. Going second, the deck has a lot of potential, a lot of disruptions, but what we really witness is something insane because essentially there's the surprise coming from Julius, bringing back the Mashmao, and then he starts things up with the Finsmiths, which is something that we haven't seen in Game 1 and Game 2, which is maybe something that Sylvain was not expecting because he didn't see any single Finsmiths card from Julius at all. And when everything seemed to be lost, Julius ended up with Little Knight plus DDD and 2 set cards. And although I have to say that Sylvain was at certain points smiling, maybe knowing that Julius played out very well.
Bueno, no tengo ganas de ir al 300, pensé que te vería por allá. Chicos, no sé cuántas veces lo he dicho, bro, pero no puedo por curro. Este año estoy liado con el curro y no he podido ir por curro, principalmente. Yo no hubiera ido sin dudarlo. Asplosón, sin fallo. Ritual Break, aquí andamos de nuevo. Vale, bueno, le puedo decir que Oka me
the win to try to sneak in, hopefully in top 15, top 16 to get some
beautiful
prizes. But Julius needs another win to advance into the top 8. He's on the bubble. He really needs to win the last.
Es un viaje muy largo a Dortmund. No es cuestión de que sea un viaje muy largo, pero si yo llego a casa de trabajar a las 11 de la noche un viernes, no hay ningún vuelo que te cuadre. Es imposible. O sea, yo no puedo teletransportarme en 8 horas. O sea, es el punto, no hay vuelos nocturnos.
It's a very nice city, it's very low pay, I'm gonna go with Utrecht. I guess Bologna was really cool, because it was also my first YCS.
De hecho, para Open me estoy aún dudando porque solo se puede ir en tren y eso. Eso por curiosidad, sin fallo. Ah, no es un viaje. Quiero decir, moverte por Europa no es un viaje largo. No es un viaje largo.
Definitely in my home country, Sofia, Bulgaria. I'm still waiting on it.
Maybe in Düsseldorf again, just to see like all our guys, you know. But I mean, the places right now are really good. I want to visit like the America YCS as well.
Vale, vamos bien. Parece que vamos a poder comprar después de mucho tiempo, bro. ¿Económico? Depende de donde sea, bro. Dortmund justo económico no es. ¿Qué me quiere tirar? ¿Jugar o sabes algo? ¿Gamma? Ah, vale.
Well, I'm Romanian, so Cluj, Bucharest, please, Konami.
Probably somewhere in Spain, near a beach probably, or maybe Athens, who knows.
Ojo, pidiendo el Enre que sea en España, claro que sí. Bien, otro brick más, bienvenido a la familia. ¿Comprar Latam? Ah, sí, comprar Latam es barato. Sí que se fue lo que hay para Open. Y ya ni es tanto eso, bro. Standby y en la siguiente tengo recovery. Un relojito, oye, pues. Compra Venezuela, te sea barato. El humor.
Now that the 300 YCS is here, can you tell us about your favorite YCS memory?
Favorite YCS memory? Definitely going 4-0 with Cowboy in time on Bologna 2023.
Ah, es el bicho que se mueve con esto no podía pagar esto. Petróleo, pero yo me informé del petróleo de Venezuela, tío. Es un petróleo de estos muy sucio y con mucha mugre. Y el poder controlar ese petróleo es más complicado. De hecho, como Venezuela no tenía capacidad, lo vende sin filtrar ni limpiar. Y eso lo hace Rusia, Estados Unidos, bueno, y China. ¿Irás a Rafal de Manaures? No lo sé. Ni sé cuándo es. Bien. Alistair. No, pero no te hablo que sea petróleo crudo. Había dos, además que me escuché el podcast, no sé cuándo. Hay varios tipos de petróleo. Y el problema era que no era petróleo puro. ¿Sabes? Era el problema que tenía. Es literalmente. Ahora negación. Y concede. Vale. Pero sí.
Probably YCS Berlin 2014. I was 15 years old, and I topped my first tournament, so that's like the best memory that I had personally. Yeah.
At YCS Birmingham, there was an arcade right outside. Me and my friends emptied out one of the coin pushers at least 5 times. That is a highlight of my YCS weekend. Not even playing the game. Well, I love playing the game, but that was just great. Emptying out the SpongeBob coin pusher.
Eso se enseña el tema de.
I think it was in 2018 in London when I played Six Samurai Dark Warriors and was almost topping the event, so that was a nice experience just to be up there.
Vuelos, Coruña, Dortmund. Para empezar, aquí yo no tengo vuelo directo, tío. Es lo que me.
Was a really good, enjoyable day because he's my favorite caster and you're my second one too, and so yeah, it was a nice pleasure.
Dortmund fecha.
My favorite YCS memories.
Debería ir el propio sábado, porque ya veréis que los viernes, por ejemplo, yo que sé, este fin de voy a pillar mar. Y me vuelvo el mismo domingo porque el lunes toca volver a entrar a la chamba.
And lastly, since
la Sky, pues el saludo semanal o la luna.
You love the most. My favorite card is a trap card, so it wouldn't match. But for I would say Vanquish or Raisin because I'm playing into the deck in the main event.
Para empezar, esto sería saliendo de aquí el sábado por la tarde. Este ya no me vale. Esto es escala, esto es escala. Esto tardas otro día. Todo es con escala. O sea, sí. Primero me toca desplazar de noche a un sitio. Voy a mirar desde Madrid.
Is a beautiful card, especially in Secret Rare. It's only one correct answer. Otherwise, White Dragon, SDK 001, one card to top them all.
Lo mismo. Madrid a Dortmund. No me cuadra ni uno, bro. Por tiempo físico. Literalmente es puro tiempo físico. Y para el Open, lo que tenía yo mirado... Bueno, y para... Claro, primero sí que ir a Alicante. Santiago, Alicante es lo mismo. Ahí tendría que ir incluso el propio sábado. A no ser que el torneo fuese domingo. Ahí ya cambia. Tren. Todo sé si ha llegado a mitad del día. Eso os digo, la dificultad que tengo de viajes es... Pero, ¿qué quiero decir? Que aunque Dortmund sea la mejor ciudad conectada, si salgo el viernes a las 11 de la noche, no existen vuelos nocturnos. Yo no me puedo presentar antes de las 7 de la mañana en otro país. Me cuesta hacerlo en España, pero si no nada. Ojo,
Whoop, that is a 12, okay. And Dario, let's see if you can top that. You can't. Okay, you're going to go first, Connor. Connor is going to go first. So with that, I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentary trio for one more Swiss round. Boys, take it away.
Creo que el Dario sí ha sido antes.
And welcome back to another round of Swiss, the last round of Swiss.
We meet again. Welcome indeed, one last
Tanto frío hace en el local. Suele hacer, Estamos hablando de invierno, Alemania.
Finding out who the top 8 players will be battling it out for a chance to become a YCS champion.
It is the last round before the top cut.
Vale, ahora hay que salir.
Guys, we need to stop. We are losing it. We are losing it here. But yes, I mean, as we have mentioned, now there is only a handful of duelists remaining even in contention, and I can reveal that even just to pick this match, we didn't really have any options.
Doble ciclón, bro. Cualquier cosa que te asegure, Jesús, resolver una heavy volley, llévala. Literalmente. Doble ciclón habrá que llevar. Droplet hay que llevar. Hablan de Virtus, hay que llevar. Purulia toca llevar también. El play MVP, pues ya está. Ahora más que nunca, bro. Y si quieres meter triple tras, ahí la tienes. ¿Qué tenemos? A ver ahora. Semifinals side. Pues tocará meter doble ciclón. Malice contra Brand Tacotail. El Darío con la Malice, bro. Es que es increíble, bro. ¿Qué hay que hacer para que el mazo se deje jugar? No, me da igual, bro. A Darío se la suda. Digo, no sé cómo Malice va a romper una mesa, Si ya empieza a resolver las cartas. El Darío disfrazado de villano. Jugalos. Baylor. Old school.
Maybe not the most common choice in the main deck for Malice, but will that be enough?
I mean, right now, as the Malice deck has been adjusted, it is one of those scenarios that you really want to establish a minimalistic field with Hitzel, for example, in order to draw cards like Effect Veiler as
con Malice. Por 100 euros, Víctor, si me haces un bizum lo hago. Somos Team Darío acá. A ver, yo creo que cuesta decirlo, pero cuando Dracotail es el malo, Malice es el mazo débil, entre comillas.
And here is the 5 mana, and it's met by the impulse.
Bien jugado.
Uf. rough start.
Ojo.
And you told, I think, in the previous round how important Impulse it is against the Dragotail.
La pregunta es, ¿le frenará el turno? Y estoy indeciso sobre la cantidad de novedades para ya que algunas y no entiendo. Porque ahora tienes demasiada invocación normal. ¿Cómo gana Malice? Míralo. Yo jugaría un Noroi y el tema de que están bajando los Norois tiene todo. Es porque como tienes triple de Raizen para que no se te pise. Es simplemente por eso. Vaya. Yo de hecho me tengo que cambiar ahora un core de Bankis, así que miraré un poquito el mazo.
And alright, is the first Cyber Monster of the duel. I do agree with you, Mike, where I mean, Eat Soul has become a really important card for the Malice deck. And whenever you play Eat Soul, just like the Salamangreat deck did back in the day, you wanna maximize the amount of entraps that you can draw off it. But I think here Connor is...
Droplet.
Is it just another Fallen?
No, it was a Droplet,
maybe
and we're debating if we're going to
Droplet,
utilize Droplet right now.
Okay.
Droplet, si tiene Fugalo se puede limpiar la zona ahora.
You don't stop the summon of backup initial if it is normal summoned.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe it will be just another
Top Pro Mystical, pues sí, la verdad
those
que sí.
very simplified game
Orcus.
states.
Lo que vale de Orcus es lo que no es Orcus. Eka Hans. Solo se puede jugar con Chimera y Fiensmith. Y Dino no es que valga mucha pasta. Pero sí, podría ser.
Yeah, Lighter Wind.
Link 1.
And we go for a Link summon.
El tío leyendo, bro, que es atributo luz, ni lo puedo usar.
Yeah,
lee la carta, lee la carta. Lee la carta. El pobre Connor. Ahí, todo bien.
Pretty straightforward.
And we have the wizard already.
No way.
Lo tenía ya.
The wizard already.
The hard drawn wizard, honestly. I think in every scenario you don't really want to see this card.
Hit Soul, porque no hay nada de Malice. Hit Soul y a robar, Esa es la jugada secreta que debe hacer Darío. Haces un Hit Soul y ya está.
Yeah, I mean, when you simplify so much.
Yeah, Wicked, because Hit Soul needs different.
Vale, sí, claro, diferentes atributos, sí. ¡Ahí! Como se robe el campo de Malice, gritamos, Como se robe el campo de Malice. O sarcófago, Yo os digo lo que va a pasar, campo de Malice o sarcófago.
Two draws, possibly one now and one during Connor's own turn. And I mean, this is definitely an unusual way to start things off. Oh, and a Lure of Darkness!
No way.
What a pickup! And we have Ash!
Wow.
Madre mía.
However, Dragotail it has been
Pega, vale.
only with one card.
Y la Dracotail con una en mano, tío. Es que... Esto es un meme, tío. A mí no me paga lo suficiente.
I mean, we used
No me paga lo suficiente, tío.
So, I guess...
It's probably Dragotail monster?
I mean, not necessarily, but
like a dragon, for example,
yeah,
Pan or Urgula, because otherwise we didn't have a normal summon yet. For example, to be a Lucius.
Yeah, but I think I see a
Lucius.
Urgula indeed, and that's a great draw. It is a Urgula in the end, and what a draw this is.
Y ahora remonta, ¿te imaginas?
And attempt number 2 in order for us to fusion summon.
Pierde a Entra. Ya está. F. Hubo un momento de esperanza por Malice, Baylor no lo puede tirar, así que nos olvidamos. Se levanta el Albat, ya está. Es que reciclar el Albat, bro, debería ser ilegal. Lo que está haciendo de... Pues lo vuelva.
I mean, Ash is not the best option against Malice.
No.
Only because it is more simplified.
Yo estoy listo para gritar. Le falta un nombre mal. Nada mal. ¿O quién dice?
You can also easily push for game.
Yeah, since you don't need to worry about Nibiru at this point, since Impulse has been activated.
Yeah.
So there's not a real threat apart from a potential Beastel, for example.
Did Dario use It Soul right away? I think so, no?
Which one?
It Soul in the draw phase, like to draw, or did you notice? I don't know. Usually you do, but I just want to know if he has, you know, a chain block option for the Gulamel. But I'm pretty sure he activated
He
the
has
effect.
already
Yeah,
activated.
Come on.
Yeah,
Because at that point, if you don't, I think this is an easy game.
Yeah, you need to find your Ash, for example.
Yeah, but like...
Un bestial.
No, you just easily push for game with Gulamel eventually. I mean, you have a lot of options, but that's like the easiest one if you just want to go for. And I mean, Dracotail branded, it was the most represented deck yesterday. And we'll see how those numbers will change in the top 8.
Estás Tony, bro.
We still have Ketu, we still have Cartesia probably.
I mean, we have Rao and Ketu.
Yeah.
And Ra, right?
Yeah. It's like
Ketu?
honestly quite easy to go for.
And look what that Lucius it's causing by itself, honestly. It's
Dominante ahora de Dracotail, te diría.
Like, we were stuck with Urgula in hand. Basically, you have to get again Ketu, Lucius. Maybe Branded Fusion can get you
maybe
there.
You have 4 or 5 cards, yeah.
Lo peor es que yo veo esta de mazo. Me dices que limitan Faimena y el mazo seguiría siendo tier 1.
No, I meant at the start of the turn, like those were the only top decks you could have gotten. Like there were really few. And yeah, I mean this already is pretty much game on his own. Again, you can see Connor just figuring out the safest path to victory, I want to say. Maybe playing around bestials or like,
yeah, this is,
you know,
where the Regis has been summoned in order to play around the bestial.
Yeah, yeah. Filia Regis is the field, and indeed, Figlio mio. It's the way you can
Sí, está
play
el
through
Dracopter.
this.
A mí lo que os digo, te reciclas el Albaz y lo que acaba de hacer.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You have enough bodies to just generate game, because you can go for Rao, bring back also Artalion and summon Gulamel, and that's
you just
enough.
banish the target of bestial.
Yeah, if
Tienen que haber puesto que solo puedes invocar monstruos que mencionan al caído del Albaz durante todo el turno. Esa es la errata del fan en blanco.
With the slow roll of Ash, which I don't think is going to be the case. This should be game soon. And yeah, here it is, most likely Gulamel plus another Artalion. I mean, doesn't make all that much of a difference anyways.
That should be enough, no?
Yeah, this is plenty of damage.
Yeah, pegar.
And I mean, sometimes you're really one draw away from turning things around, and this was the name of the game for Connor, who looked like he was having a difficult time in this
es que son
match,
sincros y fusiones las que quieras, pero de eso lo hicieron porque querían que otros mazos del lore de Albaz se aprovechasen.
And I mean, we get to experience how Impulse can interact with the Dracotail. However, it is the malice that, as we said, it lacks some starters, right? Because it has been hit a lot of times in the Forbidden list. It has been addressed multiple times. Yet the deck is still here. However, it's much more weak than what we used to be. Like, it has also, apart from White Binder, had also lost a lot of copies of starters, and we got to experience how a single backup is not enough.
Yeah. But now at least, you know, Malice is always threatening when it gets to go first. Artifact Lancia was one of the trends where we discussed if it was going to see play at all. It went from being the most popular side deck cards for a year straight to now being more of a niche pick, and I don't know if we are even going to see it at all from Connor.
Claro, Álvaro, tío, ¿de qué zona eres?
I mean, I think it's, you know, we said this.
De primeras para Vigo, es la semana que viene que tengo regio, ahí estaré. Si alguien quiere que le pille cerca.
Malice would have been brought, I mean, I think there were a lot of Malice, especially the top tables. Let's see if maybe a couple managed to sneak into the top 8. But on the other side, Dario is playing, I think, one of the cards of the weekend, which is Dimensional Fisher for sure. Absolutely. I think one of the cards that we have been seeing in most of our Duelist deck list this weekend. Paired it up with Dimension Shifter, honestly. So it's definitely cards that we will be seeing from Dario here in this specific matchup. On the other side, Connor doesn't have Lancia, so we will see how he's prepared to play against Malice, and he's one game away from the top.
¿No estabas en ¿cómo se dice? En París? Pensaba. Te vas moviendo por el mundo, bro. En Mallorca sí está bien, buen tiempo. Acá tenemos el mejor café, hombre. Más, que mi taza tiene... Increíble. ¿Qué país de Europa piensas que juega más personas y cuál juega menos personas? ¿Cuál juega más personas? Te diría Francia, Alemania. Fácil. ¿Y en cuál juegan menos personas? Pues es que Europa hay que entender que tiene países muy pequeños. Entonces, en Andorra jugarán 4 gatos. En San Marino jugarán 4 gatos. Es que claro, en Ciudad de Vaticano, ¿quién jugará? O sea, si nos ponemos a países pequeños, confías en mí seguramente. Puro... No creo que... A ver, está bien, pero yo creo que con Finsmith es donde se saca el verdadero Embor. Ah, de vacaciones, pero pues de vacaciones. Un pan al café. Aquí el café se toma tranquilito y ya. El desayuno fue antes. Fisura, paso turno. Fisura, paso turno. Paimena dice la cara del otro. Bueno. Y pasa turno, ni te rayes, bro. Ni un robo ni cero. Ya está. Pasa turno. Claro, ya está.
No way, really? Did he pass?
No pueden guardarlos ni vea. Claro, es que... Por eso te digo que realmente hay países muy pequeños en Europa. Como para decirme cuál es el país pequeño... Bueno, que menos comunidad de Yugi tiene, ¿sabes?
And it's a pass back, yeah. Because Dragotel can potentially go for game under dimensional fissure, but commit all of their resources.
Display. And there it is. Do we have a bell? Something? Nope.
Qué rota está la fisura, tío.
I liked it. I mean, very bold move from Dario.
En Mallorca, ¿dónde jugáis? Tienen muchas zonas de jugar, en las islas. Sé que hay comunidad donde jueguen. A ver.
Dimensional fissure has the additional benefit of stopping
some
of the interactions such as effect Veiler that won't be able to be activated.
Mejor versión de Yumi, con Finsmith o con Soulfire. Yumi pura. Y entre España y México, ¿cuál piensas que es más grande? A ver, chavales. Hay que medir un poco de geografía. Si ir de Ciudad de México a Tijuana es más distancia que ir de mi casa a Berlín, pasándome toda Francia, está claro qué país es más grande, ¿sabes? No hay fallo, no hay fallo, ¿sabes? No lo sé, no sé, igual si me mide es la España del siglo XV, pues gana España, en el siglo XXI me da que no, bro, ¿sabes? Pero sin fallo, bro. Históricamente hablando, España. En los últimos siglos, pues México. Ya está. Y esa respuesta. Ay. Hola, Julio, son las 8:10 de México. Saludos, Marcos. Buenos días a todo el mundo que se va levantando. Tenía toda la charla y se la suda. ¿Sientes que quizás algunas cartas, en vez de banearlas, sea mejor ratearlas como el estilo de buscar retir en sus materias y que pedir retir para bajarlo? Prefiero que lo baneen y saquen una carta... Una carta que haga lo mismo, pero con esa indicación. ¿Quién más gana de México o Rusia? Es que... Como se me dicen, ¿quién tiene más dinero? ¿España o Alemania? Y digo yo, pues Alemania, bro. Ya, ¿y por qué le da igual? Una fisura no puede jugar. Estamos aquí de espera para hablar del Game 3. Es el que nos interesa. Aquí ya ha perdido. No tiene chance de ganar. Ya está, ¿ves? Es que... Alguno quedará, pero no se sabe. Buena partida. Yo voy con la Malis, Un shifter. Buenos días, Carlitos. Vamos.
Yes, one of the things that some people may not catch is that Tormaus has not only the effect to banish a Malus monster from the deck, but also provide all the Malus monster with...
¿Se puede jugar fisura? Sí que se puede jugar fisura. Hombre, y hay que jugarla. Se puede y hay que jugarla. Esquivas el troll, las mágicas tocan cementerio. ¿Qué dijo el Eric Frixanori? Pinche Malis, siempre jodiendo ya no es tu formato, literalmente. De pueblo ves a 2
off, and
no sé.
maybe this is
El
something
problema
that
no sé qué,
already
de
done
Fine of,
during the
no sé.
tournament so far, and
Galvio
Game 3
naranja
they
que
decided
va.
is going to advance.
To be honest, I think
Yo
that
volvería a
Malice
poner
never
Shifter a
was
2.
stopped. Since
Maybe.
I mean,
¿Y
it
qué va?
plays around
Buen día, Julio. Todos arriba con la Malice. Pues sí, por una vez sí. Resiste a morir porque va siendo Malice todo el rato. Y el mazo se adapta. Debería jugar Malice. Mándala a tomar por culo todos los mazos. Vendo la Radiant, vendo la Yami. Y por 50 euros juegas Malice a tomar por culo. ¿Es necesario las Crown? No, la Crown es carta de formato, ahora no se juega. ¿Qué va, qué va? Yo las tengo y no las uso.
Even from Themis with Dragon Mind?
Yes, even from Themis because
la Crown también noto que
depende
mucho de los juegos. Ya digo que la Crown no se juegue y hace que, por ejemplo, la Gemknight sea más realidad.
Yeah, something they don't really see often. Honestly, I really feel like maybe Connor felt this was better than Dragon's Maid. Maybe just tested them and felt like, you know, this
calentando el Shifter. Calentando el Shifter, chavales. Todo el mundo, los de Twitch, usar el emote Shifter, hombre, que lo tenemos para algo. Os voy a poner aquí, bro, para que uséis el emote legendario. Si no, no me vale. Quiero los emote Shifter.
Rather than a more branded Dragotail build that you may not have, for example, a fusion monster.
Todos con el emote Shifter. Si no, aquí no me vale, ¿ves? Ahí está el emote del Shifter, como tiene que ser, tú. Emote de Shifter, todos en el chat. Hay que rezar a Diosito poderoso.
Most likely, never say never, because again there might be a player sneaking in X3, maybe even more, and so regardless, we'll wish best of luck to both.
Julio, está uno, no puede ser Clorra, ¿verdad? No, hemos visto antes, si los vendes yo te digo los compro, pero en pesos mexicanos. No les vendo. La tiempo día con cuentas más para tirar otras jugadas se nos cuesta cada no se puede. Si hay todo Charmis no se puede. A ver. Shifter. Ya, le estoy quitando. Ya está, te aporta el chat. Darío, haz lo tuyo. Haz lo tuyo. Haz lo tuyo, Darío. Confiamos. Confiamos. ¿Dormaus? ¿Dormaus? Es un Shifter optativo. Ha salido en México. Este es el de Europa. Está jugando en México, Pancho. Buen Bailer. ¡Y la final todo! ¡Y la final todo! ¡Madre mía! Como Robin. Y tiene sarcófago, bro. ¿Pero qué es esto? Estamos en Dortmund y el ambiente es increíble. Grande. Darle un saludo a Mateo de mi parte. Que sé que estaba por allá, que os he visto una foto, tío. Me alegra veros por ahí. A ver si para la siguiente puedo ir. ¿Sabes este México? Aquí 8 menos 4. Dormaus. Si la Dormaus resuelve, ¿qué hace, bro? Pierde. Ya está, pierde. Resuelve Dormaus. Pierde. Y es que tiene un bestial, bro.
Just mind games.
Falan de Virtus. Falan de Virtus. Efecto para fusionar, vale. Es que lo peor es que veo a la Malice ganando, bro. Es que lo peor es que la Malice va a ganar. Va X3, Mateo. Saludo de vuelta para ti. Grande. No le queda nada, va. No le queda. Bueno, ya termina entonces. Bueno, va. X3 aún le queda. Levanta, tiene para setear. Es que tiene una mano muy mala, Hablamos que aquí. Uf. Levanta la mano. Hace sarcófago. Invoca en defensa ahora. Lo tiene, Sarcófago, invoca en defensa. Chesicat, partida. Ya está. Chesicat con sarcófago, partida. Darío, haz lo tuyo. Has robado sarcófago Dormaus. Así se juega este juego, bro. Sarcófago. Flame. Vale, venga, ya te puedo participar. No, si es Fallen de Virtus, quiero decir, aquí si es una Fallen de Virtus, sería, ojo la Harry, bro. Ojo la Harry. Jugando en torno a Fallen de Virtus. La Jari es interesante. Porque con la Jari sí que pasa muchas cosas. Y de hecho lo sabe. Darío sabe los poderes de la baraja.
There are a few options like, you know, Fallen of the Virtue and, the other Dracotail trap cards mostly. So I'm pretty sure we will see a lot of summon in defense when he can, just to play around the Orn. And yeah, he chooses to go for Are, which I can respect rather than the chess.
Se la suda, bro.
A bit safer.
Invoco. Bueno, ahora aquí se le están se está quedando un poco, dice, uy, uy, uy.
It's definitely up to debate which one is the safest.
¿Desde cuándo se está emitiendo? Desde ayer. Desde ayer. Falan de Virtus. ¡No! No es Falan de Virtus. ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! Que viene la conejita roja, bro. La White Rabbit. Madre mía. El poder de Malice. No hay más.
Is there a universe in which you just activated before trying to get an interruption? Or you just wait and
Darío sabe
get
cosas
body,
que no
you know what I
sabemos,
mean? Because if there you find, I don't know, 5 mana or another, yeah, Nibiru Veiler, even before, Nibiru would be too late anyways, but I mean, just on the Dormouse, you know?
Maybe you can
just stop this from happening.
Tiene Bestial.
I don't know how much
Tiene
value
muchas
you can
cosas
get
este pavo,
out of the
Nibiru no creo que tenga
You can't get any value at all, that's the thing.
You can slightly, but just eating a Malice that's already been banished. But again, I don't know how much is worth it rather than just banking on finding an interruption
and
right
also
away.
play with Darius' mind, because right now he can understand pretty much about potential handups, but if an extra card has been drawn from corner, it changes a lot the mind games.
It's close,
En
but
tres.
here
Connor
is not really interested in doing that, which gives Dario the chance to go for the first link free of the duel, and it's going to be the red ransom.
La Crypter tiene nombre. Va a ir a la Cartesia para que no vuelva. Lo bueno es que tienen tiempo de sobra, ¿eh?
So let's see. We can get the field spell, but we could also get a quick if we really feel like. But yeah.
Falan de Virtus tampoco. Si había Falan de Virtus iba a ir aquí.
Again, here would also be a pretty important moment to decide whether to use the Sting to search for an Ash Blossom. I'm sure he has a Sting, like positive.
When you're sure, I'm always afraid. Huh?
I know. I'll change my prescription. Yeah.
Or
Little Knight.
Yeah.
Or cat.
No, never. Don't listen to them.
Si era la de atrás, bro.
Speaking of,
I think that Connor really needs to consider.
Puede optar a quitarle todo el recovery.
Indeed, a Sting.
Qué interesante. Malice post-Malice se me hace interesante.
I feel like it's rough. He might already have the Nibiru, to be
Como
honest.
Malice gane el ICS 300 sería un meme, tío.
Surprise me because he didn't really
Sí
do
que nadie
much.
se espera. Battle.
Not
Lo retira.
using the chassis.
Lo...
Wow. Just attacking over Cartesia.
Pero...
Interesting.
Bro, ¿qué hace?
And yeah, we are just gonna attack
Lo retira.
over both monsters.
Bro, ¿y el efecto de Chessicat se lo conoce alguien? ¿Alguien le puede decir a los comentaristas, a los jueces y a los jugadores lo que hace Chessicat, bro? Gracias. Gracias. Menos mal, menos mal. Me cago en la mar, tú. Ya está. Pensaba que nadie lo iba a decir. De hecho, pensaba que iba a cargarse la Cartesia. Pero bueno, así no vuelve. O protección. Bien.
And we do now go for Wicked.
Y encima añade recovery.
And I think it's Bestial maybe. Yes, it is a Druid Swarm indeed.
Como que ha jugado como muy cagón, ¿no? Teniendo tantas cosas. Es la trampa de cementerio. Trampa de cementerio. Pero retirar Ransom te va a combar igual.
Basically, you only prevent the Bestial from being summoned, which I think might even be bad because
he gives
you want the Bestials on the field. So I don't really like the Sting here.
Te apuesta que Malice ganaba uno de los ICS. Ahí está. Además que necesita el robo, el Connor, ¿eh?
Do you still side in Sting though in game 3 against Malice? I feel like it is one of those traps that you can afford to keep side out, for example.
Se va a retirar la mágica, mágica retira el cementerio.
Maybe it's not Sting.
No. I mean, come on.
La dormas para reciclarlo, bien visto.
Like, what else would you consider not chaining? I think that was
X1, creo que iba a X2. Ha sido antes.
Prescription is ready, huh?
Yeah, okay. Let's see. I still think there might be Nibiru though. Especially after this bit of a count. Of course, it was not a count of the number of summons, but rather on the number of effects from the Malice monsters that has been activated.
But, I mean, you already know that you have bypassed the 5 monsters.
Está bien, lo retira el Artalin, porque así no le recupera la cartesia.
I mean, for sure, he was just asking which of the Malice banished effect have you used?
It has been activated, yeah.
But still, I don't know. I smell some rock in the air.
A ver, también es la parte que se juega al top cut. El otro sabe que va a top deck Nibiru.
Here it is, Nibiru. Always trust the instincts of old men.
Pero que no ha retirado la mágica.
Let's see how well
¿No ha retirado la mágica? ¿Qué me estás diciendo, bro? ¿No retira la mágica para tener Hard en la mano?
You don't want to write on the cards with that pen, but let's see.
A mí me están pagando, tío, por ver esto.
We already resolved it. Yeah.
So we can go to Link Spider and then go for plays with
and we can also pop the Nibiru, since we had the Druid Worm, which is relevant against specifically sometimes this.
Link Spider.
And now, let's see. We knew. Yeah, here comes the Link Spider.
Bueno, son retirativas. Sí, pero no están jugando las listas.
Okay. So, Raw Sting.
Para otra cosa. Es que le queda todo esto, eh.
Possibly. And I guess if we're going for Wizard.
I think right now you need to find a way to interact with Rahu at this point. You cannot afford to...
No, you cannot let that resolve, honestly.
Yeah, because we know that Connor has one Urgula in hand.
Yeah.
So it's again in a top deck scenario if we take away the Rahu.
Respetando. Bien, bien jugado ahí. Ya sabes la carta que es.
And this makes it so that the Sting will be useless. And this is a big point.
I mean, we can still access.
Le deniega el robo. Le deniega el robo y tiene para Crypter.
Yeah, hits
brutal.
Effect to draw and then access code.
Si es la trampa de manipular cementerio, le deniega el robo, se retira y aquí se puede quitar la Rahu. Aquí es Crypter. No hay otra jugada. Crypter.
I think it's also something maybe you should have considered.
In order for Dario to lose one body, right?
Yeah, because regardless whether if he uses Linguribo or if he lets it through, he will not access the fourth body. So maybe that was a consideration.
Also, a Crypter is an option.
Yeah, this is good because you still keep in check the trap. I'm really sure that Dario knows now what the face down is, because there was a bit of you know,
hesitation where
hesitation in the moment. So for sure you are. Yeah, let's see if I was right.
Pero teniendo,
okay.
Sinceramente,
I was
si tienes la Pacioteca está bien. Pero en otro universo te cargas la otra. Si ya tienes el Linkuribo para lo que queda.
To keep my glasses.
And we still can make access code and activate the effect banishing Crypter.
Ah, bueno, sí que te access code, calla.
We'll take advantage of Rahu.
Well played by Dario here. Honestly,
mejor con
Earth
ya hizo battle. Hizo battle, es verdad. Hizo ya battle. Tiene para retirar la Rafa una más empieza el turno.
Do you remember what happened in game 1? Only Urgula in hand and he won.
But still here,
I know it's
we will
different.
here, yeah.
Of course.
Efecto de Crypter nada más empezar.
We didn't make.
Crypter.
No way.
Perdón.
We are
Perdón.
slow.
Pero quítate la de atrás.
And we let Rao.
Tiene as.
Oh, retaliate? Retaliating,
Ah, because we had retaliating, but still.
La ha descartado, la ha troleado.
Yeah. For example, Crypter in the draw phase.
La ha descartado. Ah, es la retaliación. Vale.
If you have the retaliating,
Vale, pensaba que
in his
uf,
mind,
tenía todo
he's
controlado
probably
Darío.
like, okay, you want to resolve the effects, then I can just punish whatever fusion
Humillado.
he brings,
Al final
but
hubo
I
shifter,
think
pero no el shifter
you're
que
just
esperábamos.
putting yourself in a problem you didn't need to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. You have no reason to take those chances at this moment.
Just play it safe
and let your opponent to find a way to play.
Yeah, you know that they were out of everything, and now we have a match. Maybe not a close one,
but still.
Let's see. Dario
tenía dos.
Looking great, of course, to bring a Malice deck into the top cut. Again, one of those decks that everyone thought was going to
Solo puede levantar una carta a la mano.
Arthalion can still activate the effect despite the
Va a subir y estoy preparado para subir mis cartas a la venta. Todos a jugar Malice.
Yeah.
Qué buen mazo.
So one bounce.
Qué buen mazo.
Yeah, that goes banished. Do you go all after this Crypter? But again,
you cannot afford to take Cartesia here.
Yeah.
You need to force Crypter.
But even then, you can just banish your own Crypter at the very worst case if you don't have anything else, you know.
You still get one interruption less.
Yeah.
Then you enter battle phase for retaliating.
Oh.
And we still have empty set.
Yeah.
Sí, se puede meter muchas
I
cosas.
think we bounce Crypter here, yes.
Yeah, but he didn't go for it. Because it's cost. He didn't pay the cost.
It's not.
Que no es coste, se lo está retirando por la carta.
It's not a cost. He has set it. It's only cost if it is set this turn.
Okay.
Y ahora vuelve con mucho más ataque. Es que está haciendo esto, bro. Ya salió la Charmer Canine. Va invicta, puro. Invicta.
No, but I don't understand still why you would go for... Isn't it just better to use the Crypter?
No, because you check for Ash Blossom. If he has Ash Blossom, you can chain Crypter. Yeah. It plays around to Ash Blossom.
Yeah, but if you use Crypter, he cannot Ash Blossom anyway. And then you keep...
You have one less interaction.
Yeah.
Me encanta el pavo este que es un random. ¡Uy! La limitación del campo, bro. Ya está, fin. Own it, bro. Own it. Ya está, fin. Fin. El efecto secreto del campo de Malice. Solo se puede pegar a los links. Ya está. Ya está. Partida. 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 El efecto secreto del campo.
We don't have cards. We don't have cards.
We have one Urgula.
No, we use it for Rao. We don't have anything in hand. That's why I was saying, even if he has Ash, he wouldn't have any cards.
Only option right now is Sacrifier.
Vaya mía, qué destrozo.
And Lubellion, because you can go to Secretariat.
Es que no vuelve nada, bro.
Yeah.
Estamos viendo la partida, hace efecto. Retira todo, es que se la está sudando, bro.
To access either Mysterion or Secretarian.
What a
Suflea.
To end things off here. And finally we are using
Se carga el este.
To banish.
Y ahora tiene que fusionar con lo que le quede. Sí puede. Secretarion. Es el único target legal, que yo sepa, porque tiene Dracotail, un dragón más un Spellcaster. ¿Y luego qué haces con eso? ¿Pasar turno? Y darle la mano al mejor mazo del mundo. Malice. Ah, bueno, también puedes sacar eso. Ese es un monstruo ataque. Pero no, no hay caído de Albaz, bro. ¿Qué hace? Ese está leyendo lo que pide. Ya, cuando un jugador de Yugi no sabe qué hacer, lee las cartas. Pobre Connor, bro. No chitees, bro. Uy. Vale. Paso turno. Y ya está. Y ya está, bro. Venga. Hasta mañana. Hasta mañana, brother. Access code. ¡Papá! Venga, bro. Tier 0 Malice. Venga. Gana más que cuando estaba entero este mazo. Es increíble. Es que puede. Y le queda. Y le queda la Harry, tú. Madre mía, tú. ¿Esto qué es?
Malice has been successful not only through its engine but through these powerful banishing effects that come after siding.
El Connor ya apuntando por respeto. El Connor apuntando por respeto. Buah, ya termina, ya termina, ya termina. Pobrecillo, tú, es que me ha dado pena. Mirad la Dracotel. Creo que esto es lo curioso, ahora gana más. Es como la Yami está ganando más desde que la han tocado. Increíble. O se juega más el mazo. Añade. Suflea a tomar por culo. Venga. Darío se la suda todo, dice bro. Si mi rival no concede. El Connor ya sabe que ha perdido. En el de Richmond hay un Malice Torrente. ¿Ya ha empezado? Ahora miro.
I mean, it must feel bad, you know, winning game 1 with a top deck, by the way. Like, I'm sure Dario was feeling extremely.
Y Darío se la saca, bro. Qué grande Darío.
It's Dario who takes this round. Wow.
Pues fácil, bro. Pues fácil. Os voy a hacer un gameplay, chicos. Atentos al gameplay. Esto es gameplay de calidad sobre el canal.
At least one Malice is going to advance into the top 8 of YCS Dortmund, but before seeing and hearing from Dario, we have some action here from the Genesis, so let's jump into it.
Pero si es que ha destrozado.
Yeah, we are.
También te digo, no he visto a ninguno de España, bro.
Swiss, maybe?
Y Mateo iba a X3, Mira, chavales, pasó a topeado. Pero es italiano, entonces se pronunciará así, bro. Atentos al gameplay, Esto va a ser mi plato de comida de hoy, espérate. Tenemos hoy carne picadita, con zanahoria, tomate y un poco de pasta, ¿vale? Todo esto lleno de pasta. Esto es el my combo que me va a tomar hoy. Más carne posiblemente que el duro, pero bueno. Para hacer eso, tenemos una tech. Esta tech es secreta entre todos nosotros. Que es echar bastante queso, bro. Tú esto lo empiezas a hacer así, y le empiezas a echar queso como si no hubiese un mañana. Como si fuese Navidad, bro. Y luego esto ya lo remueves. Ganó la Malice, ganó la amistad, bro. Y aquí, esto es el my combo que nos vamos a tomar. Tuki tuki, Tuki tuki. Queso al fallo. ¡Oh, hombre! Un queso al fallo. Ya está. Yo solo hago este gameplay de calidad, Gameplay de calidad. Ojo, la Armage con la nueva. Tier 0.
At being one of the, you know, most
Ojo,
popular side deck cards, and there is another one. Speaking of, you know,
alpha,
there is another alpha in the deck. Julio's playing two different alphas, which is Alpha, the Master of Beasts. It's an interruption a bit similar to Pancratops, although they do different things. And in this case, it works pretty nicely with Kaijus, because you can bounce them back to the end and then summon them again.
It's one of those sneaky combos that you can actually do.
Sneaky combo.
Sneaky duelist.
To give a Kaiju to your opponent, and then with Alpha, bounce it back and reuse it, for example.
But Dennis
y le pone a
is not gonna be a spectator in his own match. He decides to
una salsa eso, bro, pero si ya tiene salsa.
And
En Rich están jugando Maris Radiant. Eso iba a mirar yo. Es cierto. Déjame un momento. Pero está ya el ICS de Richmond.
One of the key difference between Alpha and
un momento.
the Pancreas drops, it is that Alpha is not a quick effect.
Porque si está ya el ICS tenemos que hacer como ayer. Tiki-taka una pa' una. ICS
Absolutely,
Richmond.
and here we see beta, but the updated version we could see the electromagnet
esto es el día 1.
warrior, which allows you to add another magnet warrior from deck to end.
Sí que están ya de día 2. Pues vale.
I mean, the beauty of Genesis format is of course that it allows to showcase a lot of decks that had not had maybe
No es cuestión de querer verlo, no, pero si hay doble ICS, bro. Me sigue jugando Malis, bro, Esto es un meme, tío. Timothy.
And I mean, this is
Y el Ronald me suena mucho. Algo así, muteado.
Definitely a different tempo to today's event. Yesterday, a lot of energy, a lot of duels in the room.
9-0 va el pavo con la
down to the last competitors in the tournament. 256
¿Quién
people
dijo que
still
Malis
here,
estaba
but only
muerto?
8 will make the top 8.
Eso es que nadie se ha visto el vídeo de mazos para el ICS 300.
Most of our public events start like close to 10 o'clock. Usually not so much at 9
mundo por
o'clock, so
delante.
these might be the only duelists in the room right now playing.
That's true on the first day, but I believe they open up public events pretty much immediately once they get here because, you know, there's a lot of duelists who are here and maybe they didn't make their dream of making day 2, but they could still win some fabulous prizes.
Oh, fantastic.
Retaliating, Sister, pura carta de jugador.
Effective red ransom paying 900.
You may be just going in for it right now, actually.
Yeah, you don't really need Whitebind or follow-up if your intention is to win with Access Code Doctor, which is something that this deck and many of the cyberspace strategies are still able to do.
Poner la cámara en otro sitio.
Chessy Cat. Yep. Chessy Cat effect paying 300 summon back.
I think it's really evident. I'm going to make the assumption that Timothy
Esto no
played
entiendo.
Malice
¿Por qué
quite a
usan
bit
un setup distinto?
in some of the months leading up to this event.
Estados
even
Unidos y
after the
Europa. ¿Podemos usar el mismo
restrictions
setup
and
para
after the
todo?
banning of
Y
Whitebinder
ya
because
está.
he's playing very flawlessly. Kind of
Por diferenciarse.
with this field to prioritize Access Code Talker. I imagine he's already done the math ahead of time with some of these plays, so.
Certainly knows the ins and outs of this deck. And it is a deck that you have to play a lot in order to figure out all of the different combo lines you have because your opponent is going to try to stop you at some point, so you just got to know what the backup plan is. But for Malice, the backup plan is just playing the deck more. Then we get the draw too, though. I did see Amel Charmy, kind of useless at the moment, but still hanging in there.
He did get a Bestial, though, which could be
Pero mejor producido, no sabría qué decirte,
That was the banish off of access code.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about attributes, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's an important thing right there. You're talking about what
Son diferentes,
has been banished. That red ransom on the field is on the field because it was banished via the Access Code Talker. So it is important to keep track of the attributes of the Link monsters because Access Code doesn't need to do its entirety of its effect all at once. It can be scattered out throughout the turn as you need. So it's important to keep track of the attributes that have been utilized.
A jugar Runic.
Definitely a great ace monster if I do say so myself, but not the only linchpin to the strategy. There's still a lot of distance.
Del ICS 300 que dan por participar. Tiene la bandera de cada país que lo hace. Es diferente. Y creo que el tapete es el de Top Cat. Creo que es el mismo, pero pone el ICS de la zona.
Having Whitebinder flashbacks.
A little bit, yeah. Quick check to make sure there's nothing in the graveyard, which is an important thing to note.
Yo, que Konami haga caso a Henry, que ha pedido el europeo en España.
What the next move
Ya
is.
está.
Timothy, maybe you're overwhelmed with the range of options he has because he has plenty of cards.
Tío, si lo
there.
hacen en España, me veo a los de Konami pillando playa, A Madrid no les veo ya, ¿no? Barcelona tampoco. Una playita. Valencia. Málaga, Sevilla. Galicia.
You don't have the field spell. Oh.
Sí, cuela, cuela.
Oh, yep, yep, okay.
Little clarification there that we're getting our power boost from Red Ransom.
Should be 600, I think.
As it is ransoming your attack and defense stats.
100.
It is,
so,
yeah.
It's a
I mean,
29.
sometimes Secretarian can have 1,500 attack.
Oh,
but
yeah, yeah.
That would take a lot of banished
It
cards.
would be at 14.
Certainly would.
Europeo Ibiza. Ibiza. En esto. Vamos en esto.
So I don't think we're going to close the duel out here, so Ronald's going to have to find a way to get back into the game, and maybe he will be able to do so if he's able to really push the limit of this newer version of the strategy, right? Relying on some of the fall of the white cards, but We'll see if Fallen the White Dragon appears, or if he's just going to have to, well, shuffle things up for game 2.
How much is he?
I think there's a possibility that in main phase 2 we're going to see Link summoning, such that a non-dark monster gets into the graveyard to destroy the set Rahu with access code talker, because we know that that follow-up is there.
1 into Arth for 600.
Yeah, 29 into 25.
Or 29, yeah.
Mira, Timothy, se le ayuda todo.
That is like something common to both of these decks. Both of these decks almost play with their hands revealed. They search so many cards, they set cards that are revealed as they're setting them, whether it is with the Draco Tail lineup of FX.
Yo pensaba que se iba a usar mucho menos el Nibiru, ya me he visto bastante Nibiru.
So it's kind of an open book test.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I am seeing some big Link monsters. I think you're definitely right. As Timothy takes a look at that extra deck.
Link summon into Malice Q Hearts Cryptor.
Yep.
There's the Hearts Cryptor.
Activate Cryptor, targeting Malice in the Mirror, shuffle back and non-target banish.
Yeah, I guess this is another way of accomplishing this.
Are you using like play priority, or because I would like to activate?
Oh yeah. That's a trigger, so you trigger that first.
Trigger.
So Chainlink 1 is going to be out all in. Good Ronald to catch that because it is a trigger effect. But Chainlink 2 should go ahead and be Timothy's banishment there.
Yep, so one way or another, that Rahu was not going to remain there on the field, so it was a priority.
No es el mejor mazo, pero es jugable. Está bien.
Well, with no cards in the spell and trap zone and no cards in the hand, Ronald is relying on the top of the deck to save him from this.
Kind of no cards in hand first. Wizard, double March Air. That's it?
Yep.
Okay.
And you know this is TB11.
Yep.
All right, Destiny draw. Ooh, I think I just saw an Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Checks the graveyard, I guess, for an Urgula for Hope.
Mayface. Yep. I'm going to go Urgula, target the Lucius.
And that'll get it started if it resolves, but we're going to have to find out as Urgula goes to the bottom of the deck for now.
Good for now, but now we're going to have the March Hare.
Marcher.
That's going to banish the Red Ransom.
Summon. Effective Red Ransom paying 900.
Just good, solid gameplay, but it'll be interesting to see if Ronald can actually bring this all the way back. He's not at the precipice of losing this game, but anything getting stopped means he's just sitting on 3,000 attackers with 2,500 defense.
Aquí siguen con esto, bro.
So now we see Red Ransom, White Rabbit hits the field. Now that's likely going to set.
White Rabbit on summon.
Yeah, and then on summon effects. So TPO7.
TPO7.
Which can be activated this turn. It's getting a little difficult for Ronald.
I'll activate Fallen White in hand.
Oh, it was Fallen the White? Actually, it did look like an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but I guess the lighting was off there. We couldn't tell. So I talked about this earlier. Maybe Fallen of the White Dragon is enough to get you back in here. So we send Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon to the graveyard, and we special summon the new Fallen of Albaz.
¿Alguien de Cuba jugando torneos? Supongo que habrá. Hay mucho cubano viviendo en Estados Unidos.
Well against Draco Tails are potentially something that you're going to be able to actually use as a form of interaction from Timothy's side.
Yeah, the only dark really in the deck would be Draco Tail Mululu, and the only light would be Draco Tail Frixel, but adding a bunch of light and darks to your deck almost enables your opponent's plays if they have any Bestials, and we know they're in there somewhere, Timothy.
I think he has a Magnum in hand, so it is.
Hay mucho cubano viviendo fuera de Cuba. Eso es verdad. El año pasado, bueno, hace 2 años ya, yo conocí a un cubano que estaba viviendo en Italia y era suscriptor del canal. Escapó de Cuba y nos contó cómo estaba viviendo el sueño europeo, literalmente. El tío estaba súper contento, con curro, viajando. No sé, súper feliz. Súper feliz.
Poor Dark Dragon, that's not the Dark Dragon she was looking for.
5K?
47.
47?
It is funny, years after the branded first were introduced and sort of that lore.
Si no conozco ningún cubano, punto.
Hey!
Shut them down.
It's part of the plot. This is a canon event. But now Ronald going into the deck, going to go ahead and summon Fallen of Albaz. Maybe the right fusion can get him out of this as he discards a Draco Tail Lucius.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see maybe potentially Mirror Jade options.
But I think the MTPO7, right?
Yeah, the problem here is that if Fallen of Albaz isn't on the field, then it's not going to be resolving.
So to clue in some viewers, remember that Fallen of Albaz does fusion summon cards on the field, but it does include this card, Fallen of Albaz, and by using MTPO7, you're going to add a Malice card from your deck to your hand, and if you control a Link 3 Malice monster, you are, of course, going to be able to banish a card without targeting. So there's no fusion, so Ronald cleans up his cards, and we are going to game 2.
Yep, it looked like that was enough. I do appreciate Ronald there pushing a little bit and trying. It seems
Pero
like
¿cómo ves el Kana y Cristian este
in the middle
año?
of the
Por
turn,
cierto, aquí en Cuba
Timothy was
hay una buena comunidad de Yugi activa, hacemos torneos locales todos los sábados sin que se aprenda. Lo sé.
It helps to push you, figure out what your opponent would do in these situations, and because both of these decks are pretty well known by the community, you have to know what's different about the pilot, right? It's one thing to see the list, it's another thing to see the person behind it. But Timothy did a great job there. He is our Game 1 winner and getting one step closer through another marathon, right? 6 rounds. 6 rounds is a regional for some people. So you have to get through a full YCS today, and maybe he'll make top 8 after all. He still has to get through 2 more games.
Es que imagínate la peña, bro. Me gasto mis 300 euros
now it's time for the weird
en mi nueva mejora de mazo de Archetype, la Malice en corto.
Actually just took a handful of psi frames, both Delta, Gamma, and obviously Driver certainly, and not so much the Radiant Typhoon cards, but it is possible that there's still some coming in. I couldn't exactly see every card in that pile. I feel like those would make more sense going first anyway, though, because they just add more consistency of accessing Dormouse through Cherubini. So I could understand keeping them in the side deck here, going second in game 2.
Well, as he's swapping cards out, it's a totally different story for Ronald. Ronald already shuffling his deck, ready to present, so whatever decisions he made, they were pretty obvious.
Yeah, so I think one of the most popular side deck options that the Draco Tail strategy has implemented this weekend is utilizing Dragon's Mind.
Oh yeah, 2500 attack or defense, and then you get your counter trap based negate, one of the strongest ways to stop a card.
And then you get the reset, so you get to use it defensively, and then you get it to push through what will ultimately be your first battle phase and any interactions that could happen during that turn. So I think it's almost like an upgraded Solemn Judgment relative to exactly what this strategy is trying to do. So it's been an probably one of the most popular cards in the Draco Tail strategies this weekend.
Definitely a card that I feel was overlooked by the player base, but as time goes on, people look at their cards like, oh, that does say 2500. Let me include that. In the Genesis tournament, there is a duelist doing really well with Regenesis Vanquish Soul. And I was like, all that for Heavy Borger? But then I started to think, oh, you've got Fires, you've got Urts, okay. So the creativity of duelists continues to impress, but we'll see if these Dragon's Minds, if they did enter Ronald's deck, prove to be useful. And it is a great choice, right? You're going to go first. Even one copy of the card would be huge in terms of what your field would look like when you pass over to Timothy.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's really the fact that it serves 2 roles, which is stopping an effect on that first of the opponent's turn, and then the ability to reset it and then protect your first battle phase. It's the dual factor there that Dragon's Mind accomplishes that I think makes it a guaranteed inclusion here going first in game 2.
It's also a trap card too, so you're able to set it during your opponent's end phase as well, so that's live during your own turn to push. Or similarly, you can set it during your own turn to keep those conditions, right? Because again, paying 2500 doesn't feel bad. But speaking of life points, it's time to get into game 2 here. Friendly handshake, these duels are still, they're trying to win. They're not trying to be mean to one another, so great sportsmanship on this play.
Stand by. Yep. Mayface. Yep.
So looks like we're going to see a copy of Branded Fusion. What's interesting here is Timothy has a copy of Ash Blossom. I'm not... All right.
Yeah, there
he's going to.
¿Tiene Ash?
I think you could argue that Ash Blossom can be held this format.
Not if you got down this impulse.
That's totally fair. Didn't see the impulse. That totally changes it.
Oh, it totally changes it. Ronald is just not dead cold. Looks like in the hand I see...
Malice tier 0, bro.
White perhaps? No.
Malice tier 0. Nos la suda todo.
We'll see what he's able to do.
Nos la suda todo.
Yeah, he's got Effect Veiler, Ash Blossom, and Fallen of Albaz.
Se la suda todo, bro. Es que
que
va a ganar la Malice 2-0 fácil. Es que tiene la trampa de combat. Mira. Mira la cara de Ronald. Atentos a la cara de Ronald, Atentos, atentos.
Yeah.
Ya está.
So now we're going to get Dormouse onto the field.
Effective Chessy Cat paying 300.
Yep. That is an inherent strength of the fact that this is an all-dark attribute deck, right? Having access to Dominus Impulse is incredible. We've seen with so many different decks with Loonlight, Mitsurugi, etc. Ronald does not have the same tools, right? Because there's so many different attributes for Draco Tail, but maybe Fallen of Albaz is his friend, but maybe not in that form. I know a lot of duelists were thinking about cutting the original version of it. It's very strong for follow-up. It's not exactly as great for starting.
It definitely increases the ceiling of what your interactions are, but you're absolutely correct. The liability of drawing it without any other meaningful starters, or well, for what it's worth, starters were not a problem for Ronald. It was the fact that he needed the 3rd starter here that may be making him regret having that copy of Fallen of Albaz in his deck.
Just 1 card short as the song goes.
Banish Malice P White Rabbit, effect to come back.
And now it's really just Timothy's duels to lose, right? You have almost an uninhibited field, though. He doesn't know about the effect villa, of course, but he's able to get into the Link 3 all the same.
Q Hearts Cryptor.
Jare.
Attempt to enter battle phase.
¿Qué hace? ¿Qué
Just doing a quick check of Hearts Cryptor.
¿Miedo al Nibiru? ¿Tenía partida?
In the main, I will attempt a Veiler.
Gorgeous effect veiler to the alternate art.
Okay.
¿Por qué se ve?
Battle? Yeah. Swing for 31?
Yeah.
Still battle phase? Activate MTP, banishing Cryptor.
Yeah, this is
there's the handshake. Ronald knows this deck well enough to know he's down and out. The smile on his face, still great sportsmanship, because you know what? Ronald's still in this tournament.
La Jare solo es en Memphis, no lo mataba, ¿no?
Are you playing the Magician?
Pego 2-5.
He's still doing great, but 10 and
Pego 5.000. Bueno, sí, el efecto de 300 de ataque de la tormenta.
Yeah, it was really the Ash and Impulse.
800.
Typically, if you only have
2-0, bro.
I would let the brand
2-0. ¿Quién quiere el Final Fight este? Esto no vale para nada. Esto es un vendehumo. Toma por culo, bro. Toma por culo. Esto no quiere nadie.
You kind of do make a bet with yourself, you know, is there going to be something further? Do I need to stop a monster effect? Maybe more so, but no, he chose to just go in for the kill, and it worked out for him all right.
10-0 Malice. I don't know if I would have predicted 10-0. I definitely would have predicted Malice at the top tables. 10-0 is a very impressive showing.
Oh, no, it absolutely is. And it's one of those things where everybody thinks that just because a card gets taken out of a deck, that's it. The deck is gone. Not so. As long as you could still play 40 cards, and some of them are the same names, you know those combos, you know their alternative lines, you can still do stuff. Because how many times did Malice play against Kashtira? And the first thing they did is they grabbed away a white binder, right?
Absolutely.
You have to know how to play through that. Those are what the best champions can do, is know how to play without their best cards. And now anybody who continues to play Malice basically is making that bet with themselves. No, I can still do it. I can still get it.
I mean, honestly, if you just watched this match, you wouldn't even think that Malice had another restriction, or in this case, another card that was forbidden. It looked just as powerful as it did 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh, yeah, look at that. He knows. Ronald just, what can you do? Nothing wrong there, but again, smiles on his face because he knows he's still in contention, but he did get that first blemish on the record. But that's okay, again, your tiebreakers are still going to be important, and what's also great for him is that his tiebreaker right now is a guy who's 10-0 on Malice. It's pretty good.
And there's 5 rounds of Swiss left. He still has, you know, in theory, 1 more loss to give, so all he has to do is go 4-1 for the remaining portion of the day. Which after going 9-0 yesterday, that I think is just well suited into the format. He again, going to a talking point from yesterday, elected to just play branded with the Draco Tail, playing a little bit more in that mid-range and not going all the way to the high ceiling with Magistus. I think that's a correct choice. So I think he's positioned well to finish this tournament with a 4-1 record and then potentially find his way into the top 8.
No, you're right. But speaking of Timothy, though, we didn't get to see a single Radiant Typhoon card, did we?
I know. They stayed there on the side deck. I really am curious what the logic is behind that package.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out if Timothy makes it all the way to the top cut, right? But it's interesting to see how much Radiant Typhoon has expanded beyond its own deck. I was at my official tournament store just 2 weeks ago, actually.
Antes de poner eso, tenemos aquí...
How are you, man? Welcome to Mexico, first of all.
Thank you.
Have you been here before?
No.
This is the first time?
First time.
Okay.
But it will not be my last. How do I say 4-time champion in Mexican? How do I say that?
4 veces campeón.
4 veces campeón!
Okay, so you're ready for the back-to-back?
Yes.
Nice. Awesome. All right, so why did you come to Mexico to play the YCS? Why no other place?
So, I have a question for everyone watching. If you have a choice, if it's all the same money, would you rather go to Dortmund, Richmond with cows, or Mexico? What kind of, this is not even a...
Freaking Mexico,
look up a little bit. It's sunny. It's 10 a.m. There's sun on my face.
A ver,
in
a
Toronto,
tiempo le
there's
gana,
snow right now.
Ese sol en Alemania no le hace.
Who in the world, you'd have to be crazy to go anywhere else, but to choose Mexico over any other, you'll be crazy.
Yo le compro que prefiero México a Dortmund, 100%. Y más en febrero.
Every restaurant I got so far is impeccable. The food's incredible. I believe...
Viva los tacos, sí que sí.
They said it was very traditional, the restaurant I went to. So I said, Bro, I don't even want to look at the menu. You just tell me what's good, I'll get it.
Awesome.
There's some, I don't even know what it's called. It was. I still have the aftertaste. It's so good. It was delicious.
Probably like a torta, something like that. So yeah, amazing. Yeah,
it was just delicious. I almost ordered 2, but
yeah, I know.
I'm already getting too fat.
This is going to be your first time in Mexico. I really hope that you have like a really high level experience, so you can see that here in Mexico we actually have really good players. You're going to win, obviously. But you're going to.
I don't care if it's Kaiba and Yugi themselves. I'll beat them all. I want them all. When I was at Peru last time, I faced 7 YCS champions.
Nice.
Out of 14 rounds.
You got this, bro.
So this time I hope it's even more because it won't be enough.
And what deck do you think it will win the event?
My deck, Yummy Soulful Chord. I will win the event.
Nice. Awesome, bro.
But one thing I'm going to say is, if you're playing me, dodge me, avoid me, ask for repair, because I will loop your whole hand. You will not have a turn or chance to play the game.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. You're awesome, bro. Thank you. Hola amigos, ¿cómo están? Estamos aquí con Trip Gaming. Estamos en la YCS 300.
Está pasado. Pasado. Aquí están aquí tranquilos. Aquí están aquí con la repetición aún. Que bueno, que sí, muy bien. A estos de antes. ¡Buah! Qué grande el Trip. Está... El tío ha dado argumentos de peso, bro. Nadie quiere ir a Dortmund en febrero. Están todos con abrigo. Ahí estaba el sol, ¿eh? Yo ahí se la compro. Era Malice Ignister, combo, combo Master Duel. Le dejamos el like. No veo aquí el mazo. Es que es un mazo que estaba. Es un vídeo que estaba en japonés, bro. Para encontrar ese archivo, tengo que ir ya directamente a la Deep Web. Pensé que sería un Vendemo y no jugaría Yumi Solfacor. A ver. Él iba a jugar Yumi. Hay demasiadas variantes. A mí me gusta Yumi Solfacor, ¿eh? ¿Dónde está? Déjame pensar el... Pero es que perdió 2. Está loquita el tri... Hombre. A ver, voy a abrir el WhatsApp. Voy a ver que no se vea nada, que no quiero ponerme aquí a que se vean números. Vale, todo bien. Porque a lo que me habéis dicho de si Malice se va a jugar o no, aunque limitasen todo, hay unos combos de Malice que sí que son con mucho más ladrillos, ¿vale? Creo que se siguen jugando. No, esto de que no cargue el WhatsApp.
I cannot say I have.
Oh, you're missing out because, oh my goodness. Yeah, maybe these cards seem not threatening, but I gotta say, Neo's really good in Duel Links right now, but also, they made a full Diane Keto deck.
99%.
Gaining 1,000 life points never felt that good. It's her in different stages in her life, and it is literally one of the top decks of the format. Our format in Rush Duels looks cute, innocent, but it is deadly and maybe the most brutal form of dueling than ever before, I promise you, man.
That is an iconic card, so I do appreciate that.
But there's a lot of good stuff left in really just the entire dueling economy when you think about it, right? You've got Duel Links doing so many cool nostalgic cards, where the Gradius was also just added too in that same pack. But there's also all the really neat stuff you've got for Master Duel. And speaking of bonus tools, you want to take a look at another feature match?
I think they're in Game 3, so let's take a look.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we got the Handshake Duelers are beginning their game, and we got a treat for you. Vanquish Soul Canine.
El canal se llama... Joder, es que no puedo...
Kind of fleecing out that.
Pero os digo, tengo el vídeo aquí, lo encontré en mi... Que no puedo buscar esto, bro. Esto no puedo buscar. ¿Dónde está?
He's playing again here, Tri-Brigade Yummy. So Tri-Brigade has a few new cards, some interesting ones. Tri-Brigade Springin's Kit, for example. Huge component of this particular strategy.
And you know what else is a huge component of this particular strategy? Summoning cards from the hand.
Oh yeah.
That Mulcharmy Perulia is going to be pretty deadly.
I mean, it lines up unbelievably well against the Yummy cards and inherently Tri-Brigade cards themselves. Just to illustrate how much Hani
Era esto.
does not want to deal with Perulia.
Vale, ya
he has
encontré.
a copy of Crossout Designator in his deck and one single copy of Perulia, so you know going into this weekend he's like,
Este es el vídeo.
every possible
Ojo, espérate.
defense against Perulia.
Go ahead.
Including just
Vale.
playing the one.
El maldito bot este, tío.
And the Fualos after the special summon of the Yummy.
Y ahora sí nos tenemos que meter en...
Really interesting to see you know, Perulia has made a comeback, and it's an obvious
El
comeback
navegador.
between the yummy strategy.
Esta era la lista que decía, bro.
And of course,
Andrés para ganar, hombre, sobrado.
Summoning so many monsters from the hand. It is a card that will get you so much more mileage than maybe.
Kirby Yummy. Me sorprende que Hani Hawari esté jugando Kirby Yummy.
Hani came prepared for this. He just wasn't lucky enough to draw the crossout designator this first turn of the third.
Ah, normal. La mayoría de gente de Perú, bueno, cualquier país que esté abajo de América, como no tiene el Conti de Sudamérica, bueno, el ICS 300 de Sudamérica, pues suben. Está. Yo no sé por qué no lo hicieron, sinceramente, pero bueno.
Field spell is placed. Let's see what Hani does next. Pretty obvious, right? Yummy Amusement Mignon going to bring back a Yummy monster from the graveyard, and then we'll likely Synchro Summon here. I assume it would be Cups Yummy Way just to get things kicked off further. But do you want to give your opponent another card when you just pay 100 life points and maybe Synchro Summon next turn? That's what Hani seems to be thinking about. I mean, this is
I'm letting you know I have
the difficult decision.
Yeah, you can tell just how tough this is.
I love how all the monsters on the field are like the cutest monsters of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, but the duelists are so serious because the weight of the effects.
¿Por qué no jugaste este evento? Creo que es la primera que me preguntan eso en estos 2 días. Por trabajo.
It's cute.
Couldn't get much cuter than that. As
yeah, no, some of the smiley, most adorable monsters and duel monsters are like, oh man, oh, he's got a jellyfish and a little bird thing. Oh gosh, what do I do?
That's something my wife always comments on when, you know, like this is a Draco Tail card from the same pack as this Yummy card.
Yeah, Justice Hunters is a little all over the place, but it really made an impact last year. We're still feeling the impact right now.
So I can't tell exactly what that is. It looks like it might be Mad Love.
Okay, yeah, but he didn't search anything, so it looks like he must have hard drawn the Vanquish Soul start.
So he'll use this, though, to access a Vanquish Soul from his deck.
Certainly great to get to the character select screen, pick your stage. Maybe stake your soul, depending, since he didn't search any spells or traps. Maybe he has the stake your soul in his hands. But we are going to go ahead and Synchro Summon here, so put 100 into the machine.
¿El deck de YUGIOH será meta? No, no. Si no ha sido bueno con el soporte que le han dado ahora en Legendary Decks, mucho tienen que hacer.
Cookie Yummy Way, excuse me. So we might be trying to flip face down the Vanquish Soul monster, try to avoid some sort of tag out there from either the Heavy Borger, Caesar Valius, even Rock of the Vanquisher.
Yep, that would make sense. Yeah, so it puts the Mad Love face down.
So it was a cookie.
I think Hani has to feel pretty happy about these first two game plays from Omar. They're amongst the least threatening. And wow, look at this. Hani's actually going to be able to
cold. Wow.
Get the turn back to him. There's this thing with Hani where whenever he sits up in his chair, you know he feels good. This is something that you've noticed about the way he's played from whether it's Snake Eyes or Sky Striker decks. You can tell that turn went flawlessly for him.
Now, he's won YCS championships before, the Team YCS in 2024, but you're right, it is that kind of gamer mentality. Like, oh, no,
acaba de terminar ronda 15. Están haciendo los ajustes y ya
Synchro Summon again. Let's see.
I also appreciate just his pace of play once he gets into the groove.
Seemed kind of stunned, but I think he made the right call, just playing conservatively, not giving his opponent too many cards. Omar obviously doing what he can, but definitely the fact that you really didn't have that much to start any combos. When you normal summon Dr. Madlove, and then you activate Vanquish Soul start, I mean, you obviously have nothing left in the deck if you didn't search. But speaking of searches, Cups Giveaway is going to go ahead and add, looks like...
Yo ni te diría eso, bro. Quiero decir, que no es malo, bro, que si te gusta un mazo que no es meta, pues no pasa nada, pero Synchron, por desgracia a día de hoy, es que ni lo ves. Ni ves ese mazo. Ni ves una Blackwing, que tampoco es un mazo meta, se llegaría a ver más porque puede llevar muchas cosas y mesas mejores. Cuidado de este DD, otro mazo que es buenísimo. Pero que va, Synchron le falla muchas cosas.
Cookies trump the other two by a considerable margin.
I mean, they do have the Sugar Crash effect, right? Minus the 1,000 or destroy. But speaking of parfaits, perfect monster here. Cups Yummy hit the field. We're going to go ahead and search out another Yummy piece of the combo. Looks like Yummy Surprise being added to the hand there. Such an amazing card, right? Depending on the circumstances, whether you want to clear your opponent's field, maybe you want to special summon Yummy Marshmallow and then grab back your Yummy Supplies, use another effect later.
Yeah, the release of Marshmallow totally changed the functionality of that card. You know, anytime one single card turns into two bodies, And we've seen that for years now, being prominent strategies.
It is what makes Pot of Greed so good, right? One becomes two.
Reminds me more of something like
luego veo Master Duel Meta, a ver si está...
Kagari. I mean, functionally, that's actually what the strategy does too.
True, true. Which actually, this strategy does that too.
Guess.
It can.
Looks like Hani now.
Si jode en italiano y se llama Monarch, puedo cambiarlo por los marcas, hombre, no. Tiene Calez. Buah, tiene muy buena mano. Lo que no he visto que necesito la tribrigada,
Okay, so here's the surprise. Yep, the Marsh. Marsh is going to bring back the surprise.
Certainly put a lot of coins in the machine to get that many prizes. And a lot of power boost, because that is Yummy Amusement Mignon on the field. Acroque in the graveyard. Oh, but there's the Nibiru, the primal being.
Eso sí que duele.
It's a very logical card for Omar to have in his hand, if you consider the fact that, right, he passed with so many cards in his hand.
And that makes sense why he didn't have any reveal targets. Nibiru was a light. That is not fire, that is not dark, that is not earth. Wrong attributes to tag in your friends, but tributing all those monsters feels pretty decent. Actually, all just the face-up monsters, if I recall correctly. So the Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove should be face down and fine.
Lo de Tributo para interrumpir, bueno, y para puentear.
So it looks like he's chaining the surprise in order to bounce both the Soul Start and the face down Madlove.
There's a lot of reasons to do that. Obviously, you can get additional combo extension if you can hold on to your yummies.
At a steady pace. Why would you? I thought it was. Oh, I guess what I say doesn't matter. Sorry, doesn't matter. I would like to appeal it, but I don't know. Like I feel like I was thinking on a reasonable, like honestly, because I feel like I was thinking on a reasonable spot.
So little interaction here with the judges. We might take a brief little pause here, which is okay. But thinking about the tempo of the match, it's going to be kind of difficult to keep playing because you've used up many of your card effects in the combo so far.
Nibiru en Bankis.
I don't think it actually matters where I put the token. I guess I'll put it here.
So we're just going to put the token right in front of the extra monster zone. In attack position. No, defense. Okay.
Defense position. I was about to say attack position.
I was like, oh, does he know something I don't know? He just.
No sé si jugará Link Spider, porque con lo Tribri el extra va apretadísimo.
It should just be these three, right? So it's got.
All right, so we're gonna switch things over here just for a little brief break with some judge interactions, I believe, but there is going to be an appeal there, so it may take us a little bit of time. But we do get to talk about, you know, how diversified the format still is. I think there's no deck that's not still in contention from the last format.
Literalmente están poniendo la partida, le están haciendo castear a Dinkawi su partida antigua, bro.
Not with the same decks, there's a lot of characters who have like made switch-ups. But I haven't seen anybody really be pushed out. We still see Malice, we still see Yummy. People are like, one Yummy statue, it can't do anything. There it was.
We still see K9 Crystron. It's modified its end board. We actually still see Mermail even without the water statue.
Shows you that the impact of the Forbidden Limited list is not as scary as a lot of duels think. They think, my card! It's okay. Sometimes you retire somebody from your lineup, but the team still goes on.
Yeah, I think we've definitely been able to see Yummy adjust to the limitations.
Oh, yeah.
That was a strategy I think a lot of people were really worried about. I actually don't recall who it was, but somebody on the feature match stage yesterday said, my Yummy deck got destroyed on the Forbidden Unlimited list. I needed to change. Well, clearly we're seeing Hani.
Los duelos, una sorpresa. Malice cargándose a
I'm not going to say
todos.
the duel's just wrong. Maybe it was his Yummy
Malice
deck
ganando a la Draco
Maybe he was
fácil.
playing some cards that weren't Yummy cards that are in there. But either or, it just goes to show you really can't play a lot of different stuff. And I think that's starting to solve what the format is, because we did get to see some of the international YCSs and what they're playing. And not a huge representation from Exosister just yet, but it is cool that we still have a lot of those decks still out there, because Exosister made their top tables.
Yep, I think there's at least one Exosister still floating around the top tables. But I'm hearing that the judges have settled the issue there, so we can jump back into Game 3.
Cool. All right, so looks like everything is back to normal here. 15 minutes and 27 seconds left on the clock, and we did get a little bit further into the turn here, as apparently the Radiant Typhoon monsters make an appearance.
Yeah, so there's a small Swen and Eldon package here in Hani's deck in combination with 3 Radiant Typhoon Chant. right? So now that's able to put 2 beasts. I call them the Tri-Beast variations.
The Tri-Brigade, haha.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Tri-Brigade cards. We're going to see them here, but the Tri-Beast, Beast, Beast Warrior, and Wing Beasts. But it's a really reliable way to put 2 on the field, and now we can see Farragut.
And it looks like the slow play penalty was upheld, so if the timer seems like it's been modified, you do get a 3-minute extension when that happens. Remember, it's not a big deal. It's just a warning as long as it is your first warning. Afterwards, it could be upgraded, but it was not upgraded here. Speaking of upgrades, though, man, Tri-Brigade definitely got an upgrade with those new cards.
Yeah, now we see the classic Tri-Brigade kit. Hani probably feels, honestly, pretty great that Nibiru has already been activated. I don't think Omar really had much of a decision. But Hani's now going to play unaffected by a future Nibiru, which I think some of the Tri-Brigade variants that have existed over time, if they weren't able to put him Apollosa early enough, were afraid of Nibiru. Then obviously Apollosa being banned, that's changed quite a while ago. But it looks like here we have double Dragon Lords, which was part of the original Tri-Brigade end board from many years ago. And is that Mauser there? It's kind of hard for us to tell, but it does look like it's Mauser, the new Tri-Brigade Link monster.
You're right about the Ancient Warriors. It's so wild to see it because I never would ever see that monster and say, ah, Beast Warrior, that's what they are. But it's a great inclusion in any of those decks, whether it is, Fire Fist or, again, just there's a lot of Beast Warrior decks. Even Lunalight can make use out of that card. But that's basically threatening at any point to be able to return a card from the field to the hand, and perhaps that Nibiru the Primal Being in defense mode is not going to defend Omar's life points that much longer.
We see a Nerval sent to the graveyard. We see the brand new Tri-Brigade's kit sent to the graveyard.
Dump another Fractile, and a new Chain Link.
And then a Fractile sent to the graveyard, so that was the combination of Mauser and the kit itself that was used to link off to make the Mauser.
So good to see Fractal with other Tri-Brigade monsters. I've gotten so used to seeing it as just an extra extender for Lunalight, but this is where it belongs with its fellow Tri-Brigades.
I dumped 3 cards. Okay, so,
So now there are 2 chains here. The Nerval is going to allow him to search a copy of, it looks like, I would assume Fractal, if I were to guess. I couldn't see exactly, but then the Tri-Brigade's kit will now, or Spriggan's kit will summon back the Nerval from the graveyard.
Certainly plenty of monsters on the field, plenty of materials.
Looks like Omar might have an interruption, though. It's a copy of Azuna, okay.
Been sitting on that for quite a while. We have summoned multiple monsters from the extra deck, so I wonder if it's Typhon. Maybe we'll go into Nash Knight. Can't be light, but there's still a lot of other options.
Perfect.
So now in an open game state, he activates the effect of Nerval.
Cool.
And now here comes out Azuna.
Anything?
Hani asks Omar if he has anything.
Nothing in the open game state. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and synchro now.
Ya está. A ver.
And then I'm going to
Vamos, que el Nibiru será su, ¿no? Me ha quedado claro. Y saco los prohibidos de Trivigada. Yo creo que estaba pensando, es que al final...
Continuing here, Hani certainly trying to put more gas in the tank, but the fact that Omar shows up with the K9 squad
no lleva los Radiant
this late into the same turn is impressive, honestly. The fact that he held it so long really shows a lot of patience as a duelist.
Looks like he got Lollipoo on the field, and now he's determining what he wants to special summon.
I'll attempt to battle.
Boswell.
2 yummy monsters with their effects negated. I mean, they're all practically the same.
It is met, though, with Ghost Bells. Took a little while to make that determination, and then Hani looks like he's chaining Lollipop. His opponent activated a card effect, which now allow him to special summon 2 yummy monsters from the graveyard anyway, so I guess functionally it has basically the same outcome. He just doesn't have the Lollipop on the field.
So Cookie and Cookie services here as we have Cookie Yummy Way and Cookie Yummy, and that was summoned off a Synchro monster.
Use the effect of Cookie to pop the Azuna.
Going for the Izna there. Makes sense, right? You don't want to fall into any surprises with the Lupus. He's going to go and chain the Lupus anyway.
And now he's going to be able to use the Dragon Lord.
Yeah. Oh, and getting rid of a beast from his hand there. Good looking out.
Wow,
yeah, so he had that checked there with the Dragon Lord, the ability to return the other level 5 to the hand, or in this case to the banish pile, just because it left the field.
That shouldn't matter, honestly.
Si esta es la baraja, decía yo, lleva todo.
A copy of Radiant Typhoon Chant, searching out a copy of Mystical Space Typhoon. I just love the idea of there being 1 copy of Mystical Space Typhoon in Hani's deck. That is definitely a 20-year blast from the past.
Oh, yeah.
Just one MSD.
You want to talk about shakeups on a Forbidden Limitless when Mystical Space Typhoon went to 1. You're like, but how am I going to destroy spells and traps?
How am I going to destroy my Mirage of Nightmare?
Yes.
Attack for 2,000, 46, and then attack for 1,800.
So 2,000, 4,600, and 1,800.
Se te Typhon Bass.
Added up in just a moment here, but that Mystical Space Typhoon is live, is important. We know the Vanquish Soul start is in the hand because it was returned with the Yummy Surprise. So the Mystical Space Typhoon, I mean, that is getting real work.
Yeah, I think we know that there's still the Mad Love with no targets in the deck, plus the Soul, as you just mentioned, which is checked by the Mystical Space Typhoon. Plus he has the double Dragon Lords as well. I love when you can get extra value off the double Dragon Lord. Sometimes you actually have to give up real
Hasta la
material.
surprise,
But
se
other
puede
times
defender
you're
un
able to
ataque.
utilize its effect and get
I'm gonna go ahead and use
free, right? Sometimes used to go chain Revolt, or like chain its effect to the activation of Revolt. So I do appreciate any time you can get extra value with what the card is on your side of the field that you send.
It would be nice to see Tri-Brigade Revolt. It's such an incredible card.
It does sort of pain me to think that it doesn't look like Hani's playing it.
I know, it's an incredible card that you just can't make space for. There are too many good cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! How do you choose?
Here we go, bro.
Yeah, I guess in today's Yu-Gi-Oh! People just side it if they are going to play it. But you haven't lived until you've activated Tri-Brigade Oath.
Oh,
or, sorry, Tri-Brigade Revolt, rather.
I mean, it's pretty good.
Yep. Tri-Brigade Revolt. Tri-Brigade Revolt, though, is not anywhere in Hani's deck list, unfortunately.
Well, maybe that'll work out, but we are activating the Vanquish Soul start. We'll see how dangerous Hani thinks it is. Does he just chain the Mystical Space Typhoon?
Yumi murió.
Great way to get rid of the card, not activating a monster effect or anything like that.
Well, Mark just double checking about the double Dragon Lords to note that it is in fact a
Typhon niega,
Yep, anytime. Speaking of any time, Mystical Space Typhoon, it's the right time for it to activate. You're right, though, about how good the Ancient Warriors are in the field because, I mean, they can be used to tribute extra yummies that you got off of your effects. But there's the handshake. Applause from the crowd there as Hani takes it with a surrender from Omar.
Yeah, so we'll be moving on with a 9-1 record, demonstrating two strategies this weekend that we've not seen win a whole lot in Future Materia, Yummy and the Tri-Brigade, combined together to do so here.
Sometimes it's the curse of being on the stage, right? I remember when Voiceless we kept showing Voiceless Voice. You remember because you were there, and it just couldn't make it on stream. And we promised the deck was good, but for whatever reason, it just had a curse on it.
Voy a ver qué están diciendo aquí, tío, porque están de charla el Barberi con el otro.
To congratulate you on this
because yes, it was incredible. 2 days of really hard-fought duels. It was right around you know, Shadows, Burning Abyss, and Satellar Night format. But then the 12 rounds of Swiss are over, 11 rounds of Swiss are over. I read the list and I am 33rd, which was top 30 issue back then, and I am on the same score as the 32nd guy, which by the way is also the guy I played with on Bubble, and I'm completely crushed. I'm like, oh no, come on, after this week and coming here 33rd. But not many know that even today there is a window of around 5 minutes before those standings are official, and then they can not be changed anymore. And suddenly within those 5 minutes they announced that they were gonna publish the official ones, which I can tell you I didn't even stand up to go check. And then I still remember I hear one of my best friends back then, Luigi Elishu, who suddenly I hear his cowboy scream like woohoo, like this, and then I go and I actually got 32nd because there was one mistake in the standing. And the feeling was just incredible. I mean, I sneaked in, as you said, I was called the luckiest man in London that weekend. I got to play since I was 32nd against the first seed, which was the undefeated Patrick Reeder, the winner of the previous YCS London. And I just 2-0'd him, and yes, in the end I didn't stop, and I broke that curse and I won the YCS, and it was just an incredible memory.
And it was a complete different atmosphere, especially because there were no hand traps, for example, back then, 12 years ago. It was a lot of traps, and as you said, it was Shadow meta, and in the final you played against Dominic Barowski, which was playing as well Shadows. I picked up some highlights that I want to go you through. Because, for example, in game one, just showing you the first highlight was
something else.
I think was 30 plus minutes, but essentially I want to start from this moment, which pretty much changed the whole game, because you were quite in control, And at a certain point comes Black Luster Soldier.
Les está apeteciendo literalmente ver partidas sobre Skull.
And pretty much as we can see it,
I mean, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, right. And I want to ask you, what were your thoughts? Because like at this, if you look at this field, like you can continue banishing monsters with Black Luster Soldier, and pretty much the game is over.
Yeah, you can check my cards. I mean, I had again Sanctum, and Black Luster Soldier was limited back then, and it was definitely one of the powerhouse cards alongside Super Mario.
¿Soy yo o no se vería mejor? Hay más calidad de stream en el de hace 10 años que en este, bro. Fíjate, se ven las cartas bien. Las cámaras son buenas. ¿Sabes qué decir? Veo que se ve más claro todo que en la mesa que hay ahora. Lamentable, pero cierto. Hasta no hay reflejo. Mira eso. Bien marcada la vida, bien marcado todo. Vale, que sí que falta cámara de cara de jugador. Te decía que tenían cada mano. Qué locura.
Did you realize that, somehow you could have, came back into the game at this point?
For sure. I mean, I remember I got so excited there when I saw the Armageddon, because in his mind, I think he wanted to just try and go for game. He was feeling super confident, but I mean, I was shocked because, as you said, he should just probably mind his own business, not do anything else, ride this BLS plus Vanity, and now the game changes completely because all of my cards are now active again. I was doing better before the Black Luster because, as you can see, also the life points, I'm still on full life. He's basically halfway gone, and that was absolutely an heartbreaking moment for him, but the game was still far from being over.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I want to show you, because as you mentioned, you had the 2 Shadow Fusion in hand, so pretty much you start playing, right? I think this was the first Shadow Fusion being activated from your side. But what I think is more crazy to me is that, of course, like Dominic pretty much lost a very good advantage, I would say. But he's sitting on 4 cars, and something maybe unexpected comes, which was super popular not only here in 2026, but also in 2014, because shortly after, Dominic goes with super polymerization.
Yeah, and again, I'm a bit annoyed in my mind at this point, because as I've been telling you, BLS, Vanity Emptiness, and now even the super polymerization, another limited card, I'm like in my mind, oh my, is this never going to end? All of the limited best cards in the mirror match, and I mean, you still gotta hang in there again, as tilting as it can be.
Guapa la moto, bro.
Of course it is, because just look at this. Once more, we have to start from scratch. But you have to try and hang in there. And I remember at some point I really switched my mind. I was like, okay, I need to get him somewhere else. Obviously, the cards that he has are better than mine. So let me come up with some ways to maybe try and get him to make more mistakes, because he already did. And that means that he's probably not super comfortable in that spot. Of course, the same was for me, because it was my first YCS final. But I don't know, the experience maybe was still different in terms of tries. Yeah.
If super polymerization was not enough, I think the entire turning point of the entire game is the next highlight, which is 2 minutes. And I want you to guide us what happened here.
Okay, so here what happened, which was quite cool on my side, was, as you can see, I managed to summon this Falco. My opponent goes to go Sanctum and pop it, but I realized that I'm threatening Black Luster Soldier. So, yeah, this is happening really quickly, but I compulsed back my Falco, and my opponent didn't realize, as you can see here, since he declared the effect of Moral Attack, I pointed at the Shadow Core, which was face down because it got drop stun. It was completely useless. It was gonna be stay there forever. And then I kind of tricked my opponent because I thought it would make because Winda cannot be destroyed. So I'm like, okay, so of course you target this other card.
One, right?
And he said yes. And that gave me a +1 because it allows me to get back the card. So it was completely a outplaying move. And now, as you can see, I get to attack over the Falco so it doesn't trigger. And I make this amazing black rose. I wish I still had it, which is gonna just completely obliterate everything. And yeah, this was just an amazing turn. And Yeah, I think, again, it really comes to show that, especially back in the day, but even now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also a game of bluffing, a mental game. And, I mean, I was proud for sure of this turn. I remember the crowd completely going crazy and erupting, so it was a hype moment for sure.
Yeah, because I really felt like Dominic was in complete control of the game, not only with the Black Luster Soldier, also with the Vanity Emptiness. Then he had the Super Polymerization, and somehow you managed to stick into the game, and pretty much here you kind of sealed the game because like he's left with no cards in the deck. So
I mean, I have like 7 cards, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So 1-0 for you. How do you approach game 2?
I mean, it's mostly a question you should ask him, because he had so many times where it looked like the game was over on his side. And at this point, I remember I felt quite a bit relaxed, because I was like, okay, I just won an unwinnable game. Pressure is on him. Because honestly, if you're standing on the other side, you're gonna be in your mind, I threw everything at this guy and he still came back. How am I supposed to be winning this? And I mean, I just again kept focused, trying to stay in the game, and I knew that worst case scenario I would have 2 more chances at it for just winning it. And I felt like I had some spice in the side deck as well, so that was gonna be an interesting factor in the upcoming game.
And for the 5th highlight, it's just it's pretty much pretty quick, because game 2, again he has the Black Luster Soldier. And I wanted to ask you, did you realize you were close to time? Because at this point, you know, it was quite of a fought after game, right?
Yeah, in reality, as you can see here, the previous turn there was a bit of a misunderstanding, we could say, between us and the judges, because as you can see here is the spice in my hand. I have Raiza and Monarch Stormforth, which are unseen cards at the time in Shadow. And it was just because they are really good in the mirror match, because what you usually did was you went for a fusion, but you don't want to leave it up so that they then go Shadow Fusion, and the normal way to do it was self-debuting for a Shadow Beast. But if you think about it, once you move to the side deck and you have more cards like Monarchs, that becomes much better, and Stormforth was amazing at dealing with face-down monsters, so they don't trigger their Shadows and you get to advance. In this game, I gotta say it was quite a weird one, because in reality what happened was the previous turn, before this Black Luster hit the field, he only had the Moro attack you saw, and then he went and attacked for game, because I was at 59, if you noticed, before this attack of Mathematician. And I look at my face down, I have Compulsory, which obviously you don't want to use, because you are not forced to. But then I remember I asked how much time was left. Unfortunately, I was informed that there were like about 5 minutes left, and I took the damage, but there was a miscommunication, and as soon as I took it, and at that time you only had like 2 turns each, and so basically I kind of threw the game at that point. And in my mind, I remember, obviously, it was quite the heartbreaking moment, but I tried to stay calm, because there was game 3 coming, but it was going to be a full on-time, you know, basically 4 turns match. And in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, I just beat this duelist for like 35 minutes game 1. If I lose twice on time, it's going to be devastating. So I really tried to keep my emotion at pace, and of course, in like 2 turns, everything can happen.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So let's take a look at
what did. For the last highlight, highlight number 6, pretty much, I mean, this was a quick one, because essentially you start things off, Dominic goes set monster, set 4 cards, and it's just a matter of dealing damage, right?
Absolutely.
So you had the Mathematician, which was, of course, a great card to back you up. But the surprising thing was that Dominic didn't have enough.
Yeah, the funny thing here, as you can see in the grave, there is this Felis. I remember I did not use a single time this card in the top cut, but here in the game 3 of the finals, I went for Mathematician and I decided to go for it. Just, paying this bet and destroying the face down. And here is also an interesting moment, because I hit a target with the Shadow Dragon, and technically you're thinking, wow, that's great. He has 3 face downs. But I actually don't activate it, because in my mind I'm like, I just need to push damage. If this is a bait of an artifact monster, I'm just gonna, you know, risk losing the game. So why take the bet? It's not like we're playing a grind game. The game will end in a turn. So let me just keep my calm, attack with both monsters, and it was good enough.
And it was good enough, and I mean, overall, beside winning the tournament, you only lost one match during the entire tournament.
It was a really interesting event again. I remember I lost only once, also on stream, to Fire King of all things, which was a deck no one played. It was basically a three structured deck put together, and I mean, it happened when you don't have maybe experience, but
I don't know, I've get enough still.
It's okay, relatable.
Go.
all right, let's get the signature.
All right. YCS Dortmund 2026, the 300th YCS Spectacular here in Dortmund, and we are ready to get into our top 8 duelists for this tournament. We have a big crowd ready to kick things off, so let's introduce them one by one. Your first duelist, a previous Italian national champ and a regular topper, it's Diego Ganzelli.
El tío quieto, bro, puedes saludar.
Duelist, a previous German nationals finalist in 2022, it's Schulze. Your next top 8 duelist, after a disappointment at YCS Bologna, he's back, another regular topper, Marco Parenti. Up next, top of Swiss at YCS Bologna, back with a vengeance at Dortmund, it's Danilo Siracusa! Your next duelist, a 2-time Open champion this season in France and the UK, it's Jordan Gallagher!
Mucho jugador de nombre, tío.
Next, a regional topper, but a first YCS top, it's Dario Montale!
Sobra el Darío. Como gane Darío con la Malis.
We get into your feature match duelists. First YCS top for this duelist. Your blue duelist in the feature match, Keanu Kokot!
Mucha Dacotel,
And last but certainly not least, top 4 at YCS Bologna, so this is back-to-back tops, and more impressively, top of Swiss for this tournament.
Radiant Typhoon.
With the oversized Another Stratios, it's Gabriel Hua! Well done. Okay, we're going to welcome Keanu back. Feel free to sit down. We'll have someone take that card for you.
Ay, ya lo sientan. Ya lo sientan al toque tú.
Just before you get ready with your decks, we are going to do a high roll to see which of you will be starting. So, Gabriel,
al toque lo sientan, o sea, es como de la nada.
That is a 6. And for Keanu, we'll have to go for this dice again. Roll it one more time. That is high. You're going to go first? Keanu is going to go first. So with that, I'm going to hand you over to your wonderful casters, and they're going to chat for a bit about what we're going to see in this top cut. It's going to be very exciting. Stick around. Top 8 feature match is coming imminently. Guys, take it away.
Dale.
Welcome back, everyone. Basti, you made it in time. Crazy. You were the one handing over this giant card, the oversized card. Congratulations. All of our top 8 duelists, phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh players. You've seen so many of them already. Great successes before. We have such big names, so many talents. I'm so excited for it.
What a match that is going to
Todos los jugadores con nombre, como están pocos huecos,
Frenchman as you are. Yeah, I must say that I'm very excited about this top 8, to be honest. And I must also say that this top 8 is so stacked. Like all the names, the big names that we see there, and in the middle of all those names, there is Gabriel Huart, who was already in the top 8 during the last YCS, in YCS Bologna. And I mean, this guy is very, very impressive. He's getting better and better every single tournament, and he will have to face a very strong opponent, but for now, I mean, it must feel very good for him.
I was just going to say, Keanu, I think he now has many fans after this pose there.
Oh, yeah.
Calm down, job's not done. You are in top 8. Great accomplishment, but the job is not done. Everyone here, they want to get the world points, of course, but they also want the title. You want to be the 300th YCS champion here in Dortmund.
And of course, it is a classic case of David against Goliath here with, of course, we see Keanu being introduced as a first-time YCS topper. I mean, that pose with it is quite ambitious, I want to say, when Gabriel just sits down with a second top 8 finish in a row on back-to-back occasions, getting that oversized card there as well, just next to it. That will be a challenge, but, I mean, deck-wise, because I think we can already address a little bit what the decks are going to be over on top 8. I'm not going to mention the 2 decks of the players just yet, but I think we had around 15% representation at the start of day 1 for Draco Tail branded, and that number went up because we have plenty more than that. 15% pretty much turned that number around all of a sudden. We have more than half of the players in top 8 on Draco Tail branded. And I mean, if you followed the stream, you saw some of those faces already that you also saw on camera there, and they are really, really, really good with that deck.
There was a short time in this tournament where Draco Tail was nowhere to be found at the highest top tables.
Yeah, true.
But I think that was just in the beginning. After table 10, most of those Draco Tail players, they have been around somewhere in the tournament. They have all made it. Keep in mind, we have 15 rounds of Swiss. Those are so many. There's very few players who can ever finish a YCS Swiss like that XO. So even if you have an early round loss, you can still end up on top.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the talk about decks. We're going to give you the additional decks next to it as well, but we don't want to spoil maybe what's also going to happen in feature. But in terms of country representation, yes, we have Germany versus France here in the featured match, but from top 8 on onwards, Italy is the country that's really making a name for himself, as we have, I think, 4 Italians in top 8 being 50% represented, after actually in the overall representation even falling behind the UK. It looked like the Italians are suddenly declining, but now when it matters in top 8, they are there to deliver.
Absolutely, but for now it will be a fight between France and the opponent. The players are actually ready, so why not just jump into this top 8 right now?
Ojo, empieza el fin. A ver la Radiant. Literalmente van sincronizados.
There we are. The top cut is just starting a quick last shuffle before possibly the most important duels of these duelists' lives. Gabriel versus Keanu. Who won the die roll? Who is going to start here? Is it going to be Branded Draco Tail? Or is it the last remaining Radiant Typhoon player? Mystical Space Typhoon. It has been a while since this card has been super relevant. Actually, the last time was in, I think, 2018 or 19 in the Sky Striker strategy to destroy your Area 0. While Sky Striker was also part of this tournament, that is not the play you want to go for. But a branded fusion start from Keanu and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is answering that. And honestly, the hand of Keanu, the things that I saw, they don't look like he's going to play.
He's passing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! In maybe the most important duel of his life, his first top cut appearance, his first feature match, he passes to a single Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and Gabriel starts off with the chant to start a whole lot of more things. But there's also an Ash Blossom answering that from Keanu's side.
But there is something else to expect. Still in draw phase, I guess, being able to activate its effect and try to add 2 more cards from the deck to the hand. And yeah, I'm not surprised that you activate the Ash Blossom on the branded fusion, to be honest, because we've seen that countless times before during the rounds. The fact that you have access to the branded engine brings so much more to your ceiling and to your end field. Here, not very good for Keanu, who had to pass after that, but for Gabriel, it looks very promising.
Ooh, and we're not done at all yet. Radiant Typhoon, Eldam. Keanu couldn't even set a card to his spell and trap zone, meaning they can be special summoned here, those Radiant Typhoon monsters, and that is what Gabriel is going to do with that Eldam straight onto the field. And I mean, the Draco Tail deck, not necessarily known for cards like Nibiru and stuff like that, so maybe it's just go time here. Maybe just turn 2 is the final turn of this first game as Gabriel starts pushing into this.
I mean, yeah, you have the ability to play around this Nibiru anyway, and you have the ability to just build so much card advantage that your opponent will not have much room for expression.
Keanu wants a piece of the cake as well, though, as he's activating that Mulchamifulos before Gabriel could even access his extra deck. And now the decision will be, does Gabriel want to commit into this? I feel like he wants to.
I think you can actually just use the effect of Sven to search a mandate and then not give your opponent any kinds of draws. Then you don't have to go into the Varuron and just attack with 3 monsters. You have a Mystical Space Typhoon already in your hand, so that will actually set up quite the difficult turn for Keanu already, but we have decided to take the Radiant Typhoon Vision. Are we going to give over 1 draw? This could be a make or break scenario. 1 draw sometimes is enough for Dracotail. We've seen that in so many featured matches already.
I mean, you have the ability to just try to see what you draw, activating the Vision right now.
We're searching though.
Oh no,
for a second it looked like we're about to search.
I think this is very clever to just draw some stuff here. You want to access your non-engine to try to be able to prevent your opponent from playing. You've seen that the Ash Blossom was enough to stop the turn, so now you want to just accumulate some cards and not let him draw any card.
By the way, how insane is a searchable in-engine Allure of Darkness, basically?
It's pretty good. That's maybe also... sending the mandate to the graveyard. Oh, that's more attack points coming your way, though, as we are activating the effect of Phonix here. And Phonix is healthy. It's 3,000 attack points, and it's game 1 for Gabriel Huard. He has been in top 4 already in Bologna, and he wants to at least repeat that performance once again.
And yeah, the single Ash Blossom stopping the turn of the Dracotail player. I mean, this is unusual because usually you still have something. You still have the Rahu, the Lucias, for example, to try to play. This time it wasn't the case. And we saw the Radiant Typhoon just, I mean, without any draw and the game. I mean, this fight between Radiant Typhoon and Dracotail, I was excited about it because, you know, a lot of players, they argue about the fact, is Radiant Typhoon able to break the Dracotail field? And I've got some players in the room today.
Cambio de una partida a otra. Se acaba la partida,
18 against the deck going
¡Qué barbaridad!
Okay. So they decided to change, and they played Radiant Typhoon for so long and decided to go into the Dracotail because they saw that it was almost unwinnable going second. Of course, if you brick or have a very weak hand, it helps. But it's going to be very interesting during the game too, because of course Dracotail is going to go first to see if you can actually break the field with the Radiant Typhoon.
I mean, Radiant Typhoon has another tool that is incredibly strong against basically any deck going second. That's the Sheena that is going to special summon itself, and then while doing that, bouncing all of the other cards on the field. So that card is phenomenal at breaking fields. However, is it enough to beat Dracotail? Because Dracotail, even if you take away every single card from their field, if the first turn was good enough, there is a lot of follow-up and even still interactions with a possible 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, Radiant Typhoon got a new card that is very powerful, the Link to the Power Rune. But still, I always thought the most powerful Radiant Typhoon card in my mind doesn't have the Radiant Typhoon name because Sheena is a crazy card. That card probably has won so many matches throughout this weekend, and probably also for Gabriel has, of course, he is including that card as well. So, last remaining Radiant Typhoon player in the tournament. Top of Swiss, though. That deck really was the talk of the town, the talk of the world, really. Everybody was expecting this deck to come into the meta game, striking, hunting for titles. Will it be a title this weekend here right away? Will it be Gabriel Huard bringing it all the way? We shall find out. Players are ready. So let's get back into the dueling action. Game 2 starts now.
Game 2 for Keanu, trying to show us what his deck is capable of. Surely he will have more cards to play and will be able to play around some interactions. I mean, we hope so for him, because a single Ash stopping the turn is not what you expect.
That is pretty rough. Lucias, do we just Ash this again and hope and pray that this works? No, that Lucias already going to grab us, most likely a 5 mana. Seemingly a better start than in the first game right away. By the way, a little emphasis on the list that Keanu has brought to the tournament. His list is a little different to a lot of the other Dracotail lists, as for example, he's maxing out on the incredible Ecclesia. He's playing 3 copies of that. So a sign of major consistency, which was left to be seen on that first game, but hopefully could help here. But there's the Gabriel!
¿Qué ha hecho?
He loved that card with his Malice deck in the last YCS, but now he's onto it with the Radiant Typhoon deck, and he does not even stop there.
And this is very interesting to play the Dimension Shifter indeed. We were talking about the fact that maybe the Radiant Typhoon deck has some difficult matchup second into the branded Dracotail. Is that what I have been told by some very good players? But if you play the Dimension Shifter, this is so hard for you. You have to chain the 5 mana, which is the case right now.
Well, but the question remains, why did he not use that in draw or in standby phase? Because in this situation, Keanu was easily able to chain the Dracotail 5 mana to this, and now is able to summon out the Arthalion, and you might not even be able to resolve the Rahu if you take out all of the monsters from your hand. So there is nothing getting banished here. You have a decent setup, and you're going to activate to
there you go. You're right. Effects. I think he confirmed to the judge. Well, I cannot resolve that Rahu anymore. Therefore, only one draw for Gabriel. I think an easy answer to this is Gabriel needing good cards, in need of just engine cards, and then you want to kind of provoke 2 draws out of your opponent, but it's not happening here.
But if you're in the situation where you need cards to actually play the game
with, Cementerio.
Actually, well, then you probably have a Mystical Space Typhoon.
La Flame la tiene en mano.
You're giving your opponent a free Dracotail Flame, which we apparently don't even need on the side of Keanu, which might indicate something.
And there is something else. I mean, Keanu will have 2 set cards which will prevent Gabriel from special summoning the monster from the hand. And since we're under the Dimension Shifter, it's not going to be a Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, so that might be difficult. And on top of that, all your spell cards will get banished, which is heartbreaking for the Radiant Typhoon strategy.
Definitely.
So this is a high price, a huge price for him, because it stopped a little bit of Keanu's turn, but will it be enough?
Gabriel, really also one of those upcoming players in France, right? He was
Battle
at
phase.
The World Championship point already in the last season, did not make his way to Paris there through the playoff, but now with back-to-back YCS top 8 appearances, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets back into those top 16 spots, so maybe we're going to see him in the playoff once more.
Es Bentley, bro.
Es
battle phase.
Just declared the battle phase, trying to threaten, for example, an evenly match. I think so, and this is why we just activate Horn on the side of Keanu.
Yep, you are going to banish the Horn, but you're going to be banishing it face up, so that if evenly match gets activated, you can still activate the Sting and get the Horn back into your deck, so you at least have some sort of trap follow-up. If it even happens, maybe Gabriel is just getting out some of those interactions.
And imagínate que no tiene Evelyn, also activate the Sting right away.
Es el más troll de su barrio.
Like the Shifter, for example, will get another draw, and at least, as you just mentioned, it will be banished fast up.
That's good, and I'm wondering whether it really was because of the battle phase announcement, or maybe we're heading into the end phase even. I mean, to be fair, you can just end the main phase always, so you don't know whether your opponent wants to go into the end phase or battle phase.
But I'm concerned.
But Gabriel sets 1 card.
Because as you just said, maybe he was lacking some engine and wanted to get the full of some engine.
Igual ha troleado,
He was bluffing, not using the evenly match here, just staring down his opponent going battle phase and then seeing that nothing happens here.
This is the problem of Radiant Typhoon, to be honest. A lot of players have just experienced the fact that you don't draw any engine and you're kinda stuck with some non-engine. It is the case here for Gabriel. Let's see if this non-engine is enough to stop the Dracotail in his tracks, but no Shifter anymore during this turn, so it's gonna be way harder.
For the duel, as Shifter is of course limited, and also there is a card in Gabriel's graveyard now, and Lukias finally gets to search an Urgila, and Urgila has plenty of options to go after here when it gets to the graveyard as a fusion material. With 3 set cards on Gabriel's side.
Fusion, such a great card, letting you get access to your branded engine, and this time there is no Ash Blossom on the side of Gabriel, so it's getting harder and harder.
Bueno, de Fusion la tiene que poner a uno, la siente mal.
Throw in another Urgula to go for the Alba Lenatus fusion summon, something that we did not see a lot of previously, but in this tournament it is a very,
es que estoy pensando sobre estas cartas.
Choice
no tiene sentido.
Those branded Dracotail duelists. Yeah, sends the Urgula.
I think this is pretty clever, because you want to try to remove the unknown cards, and as long as you have the Urgula in the graveyard, you can just keep extending your plays anyway.
Oh, Gabriel thinking now. Is that where we answer it? It is with a call, by the Grave.
It's a very solid answer. That's one of the only answers you can have to this effect, because it is non-targeting spell, trap zone removal, and it's also one of the best targets. The thing is, if we have a Draco Tail Flame, we can chain it to this call by the Grave, not only to negate it, but you could also use it to shuffle back the Urgula and still get the effect.
And we force so many things with that, because we will get 2 spell and trap cards out of this chain, which is pretty good, to be honest. Because Gabriel, with only 1 set card remaining, it might be hard.
It's going to be very tough. What can we destroy here? Okay, well done from Keanu. First of all, setting a card, and then the destruction part will come in, if you remember.
Did you see the set card? Did you see the set card? It was such a good card.
Keanu is going to look forward to doing lights out for Gabriel here in game 2. Going to put up a lot of follow-up, even if Gabriel has some cards that stop Keanu from ending the game with life points this turn. It's going to be a lot of walls. Super Polymerization is a big hit there.
Huge
but there's another card set. Maybe it's double Super Polymerization.
Could be. Would have not done much against the field that Keanu put up there, really. So the pass from Gabriel would be a lot more explained. Now Urgula trying to add back the 5 mana. No response still from Gabriel. And Super Polymerization, even if it is set there, cannot be activated on this, as Alba Lenatus cannot be used as fusion material, of course.
Things I can imagine that there is going to be more fusion monsters, because does Keanu really want to poke for a little bit of damage and then pass again? Can't believe that is going to be the case.
I think that you just go for game here.
Yeah.
I mean, you try to at least.
I mean, there's plenty of cards that you can still use in that deck, even if you get Super Polymerization on. It's going to summon a Secretarian Dragon. Fantastic card
esa la luna deja elementos con Brand Fusion.
Anti-Draco Tail.
La Brand Fusion está siendo demasiado problemática.
But there's ways to play around that.
For sure. Also,
Albion rojo uno da igual, es reciclable. Pero no te tiras de Albion rojo, no te tiras de Dogma. Titaniclad. Tienes muchos torres en Memphis que te hacen
therefore, now more clock on the screen, as all of those duels, all of those top 8, top 4 and final matches now are going to be on no time out. So all the time they need. Of course, they are still supposed to play in a reasonable pace, and they will be reminded for that by the judges too, but there will be no timeout or anything like that.
Activating the Rehu Draco Tail and special summoning the Gulamel. So we are going to go after this last set card. What is this set card? I think Gabriel just packing his stuff and going into the game 3. No engine, so that was pretty tough for him. We had the Dimension Shifter, and I think that I want to just talk about that, because Dimension Shifter, not a lot of Radiant Typhoon players have been playing that. You can play something like the Dimension Fisher, which is very, very good, because it lets you get your spell cards in the graveyard. But Dimension Shifter, that might be the way to stop the Draco Tail strategy going first, because as we just mentioned before, when it goes first uninterrupted, it is so hard to break. And we know that the Radiant Typhoon strategy, you do not play a lot of hand interactions in there. So it was pretty lucky from Gabriel to draw the single Ash Blossom, and even more lucky to just stop the opponent with this single Ash Blossom.
Yeah, but then also the Dimension Shifter in game 2, if it was used in the draw phase or Stamper phase, it would have stopped the turn from Keanu. But you were absolutely right. He had no engine in hand. He really needed a chain 5 mana draw from the Fualos.
¿Cuál era la tecla, tío, para que el cursor apareciese?
It was really tough. He had to gamble in this situation a little bit, but then again, all of those cards. I mean, they didn't really stop him. He forced out all of the interaction that he gave for free.
I mean, that's all you can do, basically, when you're in this situation. But that's one of the problems of the Radiant Typhoon strategy. This is the consistency. So
consistency, yes. But one thing that really is separating all of the Radiant Typhoon players from Gabriel this tournament is the inclusion of just a very small package into his deck. Probably, possibly going to be seen here in this first game, as he, for going first, really has decent ways to up the ceiling of his end field even higher. I think negating a couple of times with Mystical Space Typhoon, already quite cool, but backing it up maybe with a very powerful Exceed monster, we shall see whether that's going to be the case.
I have an idea where this is going, and it's a really powerful package. We've seen this in multiple decks this weekend. Good for a comeback, has dominated the meta. Many of you might already know what we're talking about, but we're going to keep it concealed.
Write in chat if you know already.
Until it actually happens, but I think our duelists are
ready
for the third duel. Shuffle up your deck. You don't want to break in this last round. So close to the semi-finals, the top 4 of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund.
Who will it be? Only one more game to be played between the two of them. Germany versus France.
Aún no he visto una partida en condiciones de Radiant Typhoon, tío. Siempre pasa algo. Otro Shifter. ¿Pero qué pasa con el Shifter, tío? Que lo prueban ya, tío. No es normal la cantidad de Shifters que estamos viendo.
The hands of Gabriel Huart now. Can he do it?
Este
he will start off this third game if there are no big surprises. So let's get into the action.
Pero es literalmente tener una carta que te va a dar autoduelos. Uno de cada 6 duelos. Uno de cada 6 duelos lo vas a autoganar por Shifter. No me jodas, bro. Está uno y lo roban todo el rato en stream.
Finally, Gabriel's time to start the match, going second against Branded Draco. It's hard enough, but he can just confidently decide to go first. Now Keanu is going to have a good hand, to need a good hand.
No hay Purulia, que es la que duele. Hay Explosion por 2, que eso puede estar interesante.
But does Gabriel have engine? He struggled in the last game of playing,
but
that is looking good. There is an Eldam. As a
start.
Immediately answered though by one of these side deck choices that Keanu has brought. Effect Veiler. It feels like an ultimate rare effect Veiler negates twice, right? But it will definitely negate this Eldam here.
So yeah, you want to go after the first card that is being activated by Gabriel because we know that this deck has some consistency problems. So you don't want them to access more spell cards or monsters.
That's another Eldam here. Okay, that's 2 level 3 monsters. Okay, can we now tell the world what this other part of this deck is? Yes, we can. Melody, the Brass Djinn. Looks not very impressive when you read the effect. There is a very impressive feeling about him. He is a light fiend. He does transition to the Fiend's Engine, but not today.
Adiós a la
Radiant, Keanu follows his Veiler up with the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring as well on the Fiends of Requiem.
Adiós a la
Radiant. Card from Gabriel. 2 set cards and the pass. Keanu all of a sudden is maybe the one being able to advance here.
But does he have enough cards to play the game?
Creo que ha briqueado la Draco,
That's all well and nice, but you need
Pasa turno.
You gotta be kidding me. What is going on here?
This is past gaming. Both of these duelists really can't play the game at this point right now, but also Keanu has no spell and trap cards, so that means that Gabriel can just spend
no.
Who is going to find the play?
That
does not look like it is.
Is it Time Wizard?
We're passing back. What is going on here? This is 2026 and these guys are not able to activate any cards. But there is a vision.
And the Ash Blossom in response.
Gabriel has a vision, but Keanu does not want any of it. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. But is there an answer from Gabriel?
Does he have a combat? Can we reset it? Yes, we can reset the vision. That's huge, actually. Using the Mystical Space Typhoon on the vision, using the Graveyard effect to get it back there. Will not help this turn, but possibly on the next turn then. But Keanu once more. Can he find a good top deck here? Just one 5 mana, one Branded Fusion, something like that could have turned it all around.
That looks like a top deck. There has to be no
answer for I think during the end phase we are going to activate the vision again, and this time there is no Ash Blossom, trying to find a good top deck, trying to find some more engine so that he's able to play. We are discarding the Sven.
But I think this might as well be still the draw phase to find something like a hand trap, maybe an Ash Blossom to answer the Lucias. Lucias normal summon. There's a resolves. Can Keanu play? Does he maybe have something like a Called by the Graveset? So to stop this 5 mana, if this 5 mana resolves,
no creo que sea
Khaled porque si no había tirado. 5 mana is being activated. Gabriel just nods. Can Keanu just resolve here? Yes, he can.
And I mean, Keanu couldn't play the last couple of turns.
Se va a recuperar Explosion y Veiler.
Something like an Urgula, and Urgula against that
Aquí se acaba la partida, chicos.
Card you want to have. Is there something to immediately?
Va a fusionar, se va a recuperar Explosion, Veiler y va a partir una.
He is now starting it.
3 monsters.
There is an Urgula in there.
And the Purulia from hand is also huge because you have Ash Blossom and the Effect Veiler in your graveyard, so you actually have such good good targets here. Orgula, of course, incredibly strong.
Yeah,
the Ash Blossom.
Qué absurdo esta la también, bro.
Maybe the Fimena or the Lucias. I don't think you're going to target the Purulia.
Si esto entra, mira, más
there. Oh, you only have 2 cards. And you can't use Urgula to add back the Fimena.
No resolving, so Urgula is going to destroy one of those cards. What is it going to be? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So first
thing first, exactly. Draco Tail will be set. And also next to it, the Urgula is going to set the K2 Draco Tail.
Now we are going to destroy one card.
O levantar cartas en el...
Remembers the Urgula, both of these
El nivel
cards
Yuri.
set massive advantage for
El nivel 1 sé que es para torneos locales y regionales locales.
Super polarization hit is huge again, but is there maybe
El
another
nivel 2 sé que es para ICS
so
y ser juez de piso, y el 3 creo que es para cargos más altos. Pero tampoco estoy muy enterado de eso.
But yeah, but it feels almost impossible to play
around
the Veiler plus the Ash Blossom anyway if you draw another card. So Keanu in a very, very good spot right now with the branded Draco Tail strategy.
Yep. I mean, I think Gabriel opened double Mystical Space Typhoon, right? Of course, that card can negate if you find access to your trap card, but on its own, it's still only as powerful as it was back in the day.
How is this a brick that you play thrice? That is crazy right there, but K2 is now, of course, also being activated. And even though you can't possibly push on anymore because your Rahu is destroyed, you don't have access to another one, you can just add good cards that you can fuse off with Fimena. Mululu is at 1, K2 is at 1, but you have such easy access to those power cards. And next turn, we have a Fimena that fuses away a Mululu and a potential other great card with so many hand traps backed up. Keanu does not have the full field of branded Draco Tail, but this is Arthalion control.
Tiene Veiler, As, Moonlight, Fimena. ¿Qué más da? Si es que el otro no puede jugar.
I mean, it is in the hand, of course, but still very threatening. We know that there is an Effect Veiler, we know that there is an Ash Blossom, we know that there is a Fimena and a Mululu as well. It feels like it's almost impossible, but first of all, we have to draw a play, which is the case with the Sven, which is special summon. But there is the Ghost Mourner, so it will not resolve. Gabriel, can he do anything?
Oh, that is the Shin. But
tira
how
Veiler.
good is it really?
Tira Veiler.
Bounce in Arthalion.
Pero tira el Veiler.
Congratulations.
Yeah, but it will resolve. Then the Sven will resolve, so we will be able to just get another spell card.
True.
Tira Veiler, bro.
That is a good response.
We have added the effect.
Veiler.
So you can chain effect Veiler.
I think it's going to be the case. It's going to be the case. It resolves.
Sin comentarios, bro.
Está
el tío con 3 cartas en mano y aún le dejas hacer C pluses.
Which one do you choose? You can go into the vision.
Y otro sea que tienes Veiler y As, que se va a buscar la que añade revive cementerio. Estamos tontos.
To try to get another level 4 or less. Which one will it be for Gabriel? He is thinking very carefully. Just try to imagine the amount of pressure on his shoulders right now, being 1-1 against Keanu, trying to go into the top 4 and to just advance in the semifinal.
Don't forget, any of those cards
claro, es que se busca la que sabe que puede realizar.
Ash Blossom was added to the hand previously on the last turn with Arthalion, so adding a Vision or the chant here.
No, pero Veiler al bicho. Al bicho en mesa. Porque he hecho invoca un bicho, el buen hago efecto en entrada, le tira Moonlight, encadena la Sina, levanta toda la mano y ahí le tiras Veiler al suelo. Y así no añade esa.
Do we have to fuse away maybe one of our interactions now from the hand? Because there's not that many cards in hand anymore. Okay, there is Mululu and Urgula.
It makes sense. It makes sense because we are going to special summon
Eldam
from the graveyard, and on resolution, it's going to be channeling one Eldam and channeling two
Mululu. So
it's not going to resolve. And what can you do after that?
That's true, since Sheena is not a Radiant Typhoon monster, you can't go into the Varun.
Bueno, ahí tiras Ash y Veiler al Link Radiant. Es que da igual.
Although Urgula is not finding a spell and trap card to destroy, I think Mululu is.
Y aparte es que es eso, es que es cadena 1 para Gabriel y es cadena 2 para Keanu.
Take 2 cards back to the hand from the graveyard. Lucias for follow-up is being targeted first, and then you also get to.
Y aquí no debería disparar ningún efecto.
Can't set another K2, you haven't recycled it, but you can start setting up trap cards like
si aquí es listo,
Flame, which against this deck is also
no hace efecto del bicho bien invocado.
I mean, in this particular situation, Gabriel just never even activates the Eldam, right? Because they know it will always be chain linked through Mululu. So if we have another way later on in the turn to get another Eldam out, or maybe the very same Eldam out back from the graveyard, then we can capitalize on its effect. So just activating it here does not make much of a difference.
Right, we add back Lukias and Fimena. Phenomenal pushes for the next turn, even if Gabriel gets to set up a field that could be quite decent. It is still going to be extra tough.
Estaba preocupado por el tiempo y me acuerdo que estas partidas ya ni se juegan a tiempo.
Fimena in hand is so strong already on its own. And then maybe, as Keanu will get another draw, maybe even two with the trap that he's setting up. Maybe there's also a branded engine at some point.
This is actually so scary. We've talked about that, the ability of the branded Dracotail strategy to just build so much follow-up. You have to break the field, but also try to do some card advantage and set up some interactions. And on the side of Gabriel, it looks like you don't have much in your hand because you weren't able to play during the last turn, during the previous turns. So I seriously doubt the fact that he has a whole lot in his hand.
Doesn't feel like it, but we are going to find out. Checking his extra deck. One thing important to note is that we are only able to summon wind monsters, of course, for the remainder of the turn, as we have summoned that Sheena this turn.
So I think we have also... Have we activated Corsair? No. No, I think we haven't.
No.
Corsair,
no, actually,
normal
we only need a wind monster on the field for Sheena, right?
Yeah,
but it doesn't...
The card that locks you
we
into
are
wind
using
effects is
Corsair. Yeah, totally,
we are normal summoning Corsair. No, we are going to
Lo va a
go
crashear.
to win, which is actually good because you have
the
special summon.
La Moonlight.
It's Purula, no?
Fuvalos, and also the Mourner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a Fuvalos? No, it was Purula.
Que va a perder esto, bro. El de Dracotail.
Me
pega un tiro.
Me
pega un tiro, bro.
I was gonna say haven't seen in a
Que además es un nivel 3, no ha gastado la norma.
Yeah, I am with you, but here maybe it is a way to just push all of our monsters enough.
So I think you just enter battle phase, you just crash the win, and the win will be able to add a card from the deck to the hand. We have the ability to add another Sheena if we want to, because as Mourner is a win monster, we'll be able to activate it during the opponent's turn, but it will be, I think, too little too late, to be honest.
Actually, you have a level 3 monster in the Mourner now. You have not activated Corsair this turn. Can you just...
You can just add the Eldam.
Eldam, exactly. Special summon that.
But we already went through the Tempo, right? Because the Requiem was ashed in the very beginning. Or the Mellow Melody, not the Tempo. They're both Jins, but...
En la situación que se ha metido por la cara el otro, bro.
Gabriel checking his extra deck, trying to find what the next step is. What is the winning play? If there is even a winning play, because I don't know, it feels like it is almost unwinnable from that point.
There is so much follow-up in the hand of Keanu, on the field of Keanu as well. Sting is such a nice push, gives you a draw. Rahu, of course, is the branded fusion of the Dracotail deck, if you will.
Maybe Gabriel has found an answer. He's really trying to figure out what the solution could be. That feels like maybe a Link summon, trying to hand over that.
Tribute summon Corsair.
Oh, Tribute summon Engraver! But I mean... Now we have to link off the Engraver. With the Engraver, we can then put that Requiem back in the extra deck. But the Fiend's Avenger is so small. Oh wait, the Requiem is still in the graveyard. So this...
Que va a sacar César.
Princess.
But
if you want... I was going to say you could make a sequence if you're running that package, but I doubt it.
Does the Necroquip Princess does much...
I mean, the Necroquip Princess gets us to Caesar, because then the Engraver is in the
graveyard. You can
special
summon the Engraver, yeah.
And then we can go for Caesar, but Caesar is not even enough to get over the Aphelion. Next turn, then it can just attack over, really.
That is the biggest issue. If you want to go for Caesar, you have to leave the Aphelion on the field, and then just attacks over it. Also, I mean, Sting can't be activated this turn, so that's another whole problem. If you're running a big package with a sequence, you could actually go for some...
literalmente,
But I do not
por no tirar un
think
Bailer.
is in the position to do so.
We'll find out. I think this is the Necroquip Princess that we are going to special summon right here, sending the Engraver and the Requiem, indeed. And we are using both of them.
Is this SP
it must be the SP Little Knight.
Feels like SP. Gabriel, linking off that Necroquip Princess, is an extra deck monster. Goes for the SP Little Knight, second link to that he went for after the win.
And Keanu is just happily banishing the Rahu because he has Lukias and Fimena. More than enough follow-up. The Rahu was just the icing on the cake, and actually he's just gonna get back another one. But now another push. Engraver is being activated from the graveyard. Do you have something to link up into?
I mean, Gabriel trying desperately to stay in the game and trying to remove the key pieces of Keanu's field for the next turn, but there are so many things that you can do. You just mentioned the Lukias, which is of course very good.
It's a pass, Bo. It's a pass.
Yeah.
Keanu only an SP, and that is all we have to worry about. Maybe something else on the hand, but it feels rather possible here with all those Dracote cards still available.
Keanu picks up another card. This might be another push. This might be another card of value. You still have Urgula in the graveyard, so there is technically another card that he can add to his hand later on if he does not forget about Urgula. But right now, not even a spell or trap card set in sight. There is basically nothing that is stopping you from pushing through this except for the SP Little Knight effect. And I think, you could basically skip your turn, your battle phase, by just running over SP and play in peace. But at this point, do you want to give a player like Gabriel another turn here? I think you're trying to push through the Little Knight.
I mean, he's in a pretty difficult situation anyway, and I think there is no losing play, to be honest. I think there are only winning plays on the side of Keanu. Yes, there is like a wall with the SP and the between Keanu and victory in this top 8.
El punto era tirar un baile para prevenir la quick play.
But the fall of the virtuous top deck wins the game! Keanu picks it up, destroys SP Little Knight, and advances to the top 4 of YCS Dortmund.
Wow, first YCS top cut, first featured match, defeating Gabriel Huard, who has been on a run lately in the European scene. What an entrance for Keanu here. That is massively strong, and I think we actually have even more content to share, to show to you at home, because obviously the Proto YCS for Genesis is still ongoing as well. So while we are going to still have some analysis later on for our match that we just had here in top 8, let's check out what's going on in Genesis. Oh, we're equally so in top 8 here, and a very familiar face comes in here. Johannes Bauer was at the World Championship in 2025.
¿Cómo cabrarse el formato Genesis en 3 segundos?
In Bologna with Luna Light, and now apparently is a big
Top 8 competitivo de Genesis.
Still a big fan of Genesis.
Radiant Typhoon contra Banquis.
There are no Radiant Typhoon players left.
Quien diga otra cosa del formato Genesis.
There are still some in the Genesis top 8, thanks to Timo playing this strategy right now.
Esto es el formato
He's
Genesis.
down 0-1 against Johannes, but he will try to get the victory over here. At least he has some engine to try to play the game.
Definitely. And going first in the second game after Johannes being able to win this first game. Johannes just smiling there. You always see Johannes smiling. He just enjoys himself while playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And at what a level this man is playing.
Exosister.
Crazy in love with the game. I remember the first time we saw him at tournaments. I think it was the German Nationals. He was so shy. He was so nervous at this. That's a different Jin.
Yeah, look at that. I was also surprised. I was expecting maybe the same Jin that we have just seen with Gabriel, the Mellow Melody.
But this is Muzo Rhythm, the string Jin.
He's cool.
He looks very cool, yeah.
Oh, look at that. And we're going to bring out Chimera here. What kind of combos are we cooking here?
Well, that is very much cool. I don't know if you've read the effect of Muzo Rhythm, but I don't know what it's doing, really, for the deck. But we're going to figure... Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, we have immediately
fused
it off with the Chimera, yeah. And then here comes also the Megala from the hand, followed up by the Radiant Typhoon Manifestation. Gets MST.
We are cooking here on the side of Timo, and Johannes is just observing, chilling, playing the Vanquish Soul deck that, keep in mind, is not a K9 variant of the deck. That is a very important feature of the Vanquish Soul in Genesis, because they cost a lot of points, and you basically want to in-engine point yourself up to 100, so that there's not a lot of space for K9 cards. But you can play almost the full engine, I believe. So you're actually having a really consistent, basically last year's Euros Vanquish Soul deck that you can run.
And we've also seen some players play the Red Genesis cards. We've seen that before earlier today in the tournament. They are pretty good, considering the fact that you can get access to some 2,500 attack or defense points very easily on the field. So let's see if Johannes plays those cards or not. But for now, it is Timo's turns, and I've seen something very interesting in his deck, because we've seen some Lava Golems going first.
Actually, is this Chimera doing something else other than annoying Johannes and ripping a card from his hand?
I mean, that is
cool
already, right?
Especially considering the fact that the Vanquishable strategy wants to have a lot of cards in the hand to get some more attributes. It is.
Oh. And I mean, please don't forget about the graveyard effect that Chimera also has on the opponent's turn.
Lo no está, tío.
Their turn then,
Es que te
you can
invocas
just
banish it
from the graveyard to target a Beast Fiend or Illusion Monster in your graveyard and special summon it back out. I know in Chimera, oftentimes that has been used to bring out Diabells, but I'm not sure whether Timo also has that card in his deck.
This time we start out the Jin again with null materials.
True.
And then it's gonna look really cool.
For sure. I mean, that guitar, the way he's holding it,
yeah,
I'm all for it.
All the strings being played at the same time, love it. All right, but this is already a rather impressive field. I was thinking, when are we gonna link off the Mega?
It doesn't work.
And the Crusader, but I don't think we're linking them off ever.
Oh, set 5, Johannes, how you want to break that? Oh, rank 6 still available to us.
Okay, what are we doing? What are we actually doing?
That is one that you do not see every day, and also Johannes, even though knowing almost every single card in the game, has one to read up here as well. And I mean, it gotta be a wind monster, right? Because we did go for Crusader here this turn.
I would really like to give you guys a highlight of the card right now, but I'm lacking a name here. So if anyone manages to read this, help me. Looks like something. Oh, we're gonna figure it out soon. Okay, in the end phase, Regenesis Warrior is being discarded, but I think that would be really funny if this card just added itself back to hand, but I think it needs to leave from the field. So that
I am actually not sure. I think you can add it from the hand, even if it is sent to the graveyard on the opponent's turn from another place.
So this actually is Dragonlark Pyron.
Oh wow!
And Dragonlark Pyron cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, while the other monster other than Pyron is face up on the field that was special summoned from the graveyard. And also during the standby phase, you can attach one material from the Pyron to target a level 5 or lower monster in your graveyard and summon it back. What could we possibly try to bring back with that?
I think actually we are, by the way, still in the end phase, and Johannes already made a move. No, wait, this is the draw phase. He did not take back the Warrior, because actually the effect is if the card was sent there in this turn, in the end phase. So I think it could have.
Oh, what a great card!
Let's slice it up, Guardian Slicer, a card that, when it was released, saw a little bit of play in the current TCG in the advanced format, but now you more so see it in Genesis, and it also is a valid going second option in the deck of Johannes.
This is actually very good, because the Vanquishable strategy, it doesn't revolve around the extra deck at all. Yes, you have some very good cards, but you can get rid of them if it is to play a card like that. Going second, so strong card, but it can, I mean, it can be answered by Timo.
You don't even have a Rock of the Vanquisher in the extra deck. You really do not care about those cards. It's going to be really tough to find something that you would prefer there over just cards on your opponent's side of the field. Also, still questioning about the Dragonlark Pyron on the field. Maybe this is some setup so you can always basically have a monster on the field that is a win.
Maybe. That could be the solution. But
so you have Sheena ready?
Johannes now going with the Slicer, still considering which cards even to banish from his extra deck, and he has found an answer to that now. And he, I think, went after the Varurune and also the Megala, right? I think those cards he pointed at. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he gets rid of them. The Megala, of course, which wants to special summon the Phoenix.
Oh, but Timo immediately after says, I have that Chimera in the graveyard there for a reason. I want to summon back.
Oh, that's the Eldon. That is just going to be extra follow-up.
Absolutely. I mean, you can even look for something like a Phoenix in hand, which you will be able to special summon.
Probably that, yeah.
That will be an extra way to disrupt the opponent.
Yep, exactly as you are suspecting. Makes sense, right? So you are creating another interruption through the Chimera, so that is finally the explanation for it. But here comes Radiant Typhoon Vision, maybe trying to draw into additional non-engine, and the Mystical Space Typhoon right after.
Yeah, you want to get some follow-up, and you want to trigger the Phoenix so that he is able to be special summoned on the field right away. And on top of that, you can get some very cool answers in your hand, considering the fact that you can still play some hand interactions.
And discards I mean, Johannes actually helped Timo there because he got those Radiant Typhoon monsters back into the hand of Timo, so he can now just easily discard them for the effect of Vision. Ooh, we bring the Varun out.
I quickly thought we forgot the Vision, but that is not the case, of course. Timo knows what he's doing. After all, being 9-2 in the Genesis Proto YCS, his opponent.
And this is pretty much the same game state as before, because we have access to the Varun, and we even have access to the Phoenix, which was the point of the Megala being on the field. But one thing is that it doesn't start a chain, so you can still special summon the Red Genesis cards.
That is really, really strong. So maybe those cards can help Johannes push through the field. The one other thing I really like about the Regenesis Vanquish Soul combination is that they have so many different relevant attributes for the Vanquish Soul, so that if you have an Archfeed, you have access to it, you can basically search whatever you want to have the fitting attributes for your other cards. If you need a Fire or a Dark for your Holy Sue, you can find something.
Johannes looking for the graveyard. I mean, oh, another Mystical Space Typhoon now on the Archfiend summon. And there is the Mandate, of course, as well. That card was not even searched. He just had it hard drawn in his hand, I believe.
Indeed. So we are going to try to prevent Johannes from having access to the powerful Regenesis Sage.
And here comes the Phoenix. Big brother of the Fire King Phoenix, of course. Coming onto the field here.
Qué buena animación de la purga, tío.
Johannes reads up on the Vision here.
Están florecillas, por la carísima.
Por greed.
Yeah. And I mean, you have even more card draw with your Radiant.
Quiere magadísimo el combo Ritual Beast, ¿sabes? Mientras te tomas el cubata en la mano.
Incredible when it comes to value, but now Holy Sue, another card that is incredible, shows you
Shifter.
Warrior Shifter must have been the last card you would have activated it, of course, in the beginning of the opponent's turn. Ruon is now going to negate the Holy Sue, and I wonder at which point Johannes is going to pack up the cards. It is now, because Timo has just absolutely outvalued him. That is a field that he could not break. While you have a lot of agenda in those matches in the Genesis format going second, that was a little bit too much.
It was indeed, but now going first, I like about Genesis that people are forced to go different routes, because Regenesis, Vanquish Soul. If you think about it, the combination makes sense because the Vanquish Soul cards offer you stat lines which are working with the Regenesis cards. But in the TCG, there were always better combinations in the current format, like the K9 cards, which is so natural to combine with, and also just the non-engine is of course, you're more free to pick the options you want to go for. But in Genesis, you kind of are forced to think a little more about what else there could be. And then we went down the rabbit hole and found those Regenesis cards being kind of good as well.
It really promotes the creativity of the players, and that is a domain where you are very good, Leo. So you could be a very good player in this Genesis tournament.
You could
I think so.
I mean, I played one and I won it with my Memento strategy. I don't think it's that valid anymore.
See what I mean?
Because you have some Goblin Biker cards that cost a little bit more now, so that was a really, really tough one to build now. But Genesis is a lot of fun. I have like 7 decks at home, and I really enjoy
Ooh, that's a good one as well. Yeah, I like it.
What are you playing in Genesis?
I mean, I'm always having my Apophis deck ready to work, but that has been the case since the beginning, and it is still playable and all right. But I really was trying to also try out Kewl tunes lately, because I mean, we saw it throughout the coverage of this weekend of the Proto YCS for Genesis. That is really good. But my newest idea was Ice Barrier, actually. I really want to play Ice Barrier in some kind of a pure version. Leo, what is this look, huh? What are you trying to tell me here? You don't think I can build a good Ice Barrier deck, really?
I really like Ice Barrier. It's an incredibly cool deck, but I've heard you say that so many times about so many different decks, and
they all have been glorious and perfectly successful. Thank you for explaining that to the audience.
Son 2 pachangas, bro.
Oh, it was great.
Quiero decir, son 2 pachangas de Genesis.
Thank you. But no, it is all about, of course, Johannes and his opponent, Timo. And Johannes, I mean, that could be a legacy already in Genesis format, winning back-to-back major events here in Europe after the big invitational in Bologna, now possibly going back and winning the first Proto YCS here as well at the Jubilee YCS in Dortmund. This man apparently can barely be stopped in Genesis. I gotta say though, his record was X3 after Swiss.
Yeah.
So he certainly was someone that just squeezed into top 8 there, probably around 7th or 8th place there. Luckily enough to be in, but it was enough. And as long as you make top cut, you may as well win the whole thing.
Absolutely, by the skin of his teeth, Johannes trying to enter the top 4. But first thing first, he's gonna have to win this third game of this round, this top 8. He's gonna go first, so it's gonna be a lot easier for him. I've seen some very spicy stuff in the deck of his opponent. We've seen some lava golems, and I've also seen some sphere mode, which is such a great card, especially considering the fact that you want to special summon a lot of monsters thanks to the Red Genesis addition in this deck.
I can see that happening. But then you will also need to like hurry up a little bit because the Vanquish Soul deck, it builds up so much value, especially with Regenesis cards. If you remove them on the first turn, you know what? They're gonna be back. So our duelists are ready. So let's go over to the table for game 3.
Ah, pero esto es el game 3.
We see them drawing
claro, esto es lo de Radiant contra Vanquish. No veo esto. Es que para verme un Genesis Pro de Radiant contra Vanquish.
Because he's going to be able to cinch Shadal's, like, you know, Dragon and Beast. He'll be able to take out the Runic Fountain potentially and get a draw card.
All right, I am going to send a Shadal monster and a light monster. My light monster is going to be Vodnica the Fountain Spirit.
Oh, that's brand new from Burst Protocol, isn't it?
Shadal monster is going to
I think so. I can't tell what card it is even.
Vodnica. The Fountain
Spirit. Oh yeah, it's the new level 10. Yeah.
Shadal Construct. El Shadal's Construct, excuse me.
It's gonna summon.
Okay, we're gonna have some chain links here. We're gonna go chain link 1 Dragon, target Fountain. Chain link 2 Construct.
So Dragon's going after the Fountain. The Construct's gonna send something to the graveyard.
I think it's Shadal card. Yep, Shadal card from my deck to the grave. So Dragon is targeting Fountain to destroy it, and Construct is triggering to send a Shadal card from my deck to the grave.
All right, so Construct is chain link 2 here.
That is fine. Okay.
Opted to
so I will resolve Construct.
Yeah, I'm not choosing to use the Varun here.
Sending Shadow Beast, and we'll resolve a Shadal Dragon targeting Runic Fountain.
Yep. So Dragon. Going to destroy the Fountain. The Beast is going to be sent with Construct, so he's going to get the draw as well.
Se me hace curioso que lleve un engine.
Now the Fountain Spirit in the graveyard. If another level 10 monster is sent to the graveyard, you're able to summon him back.
Una mezcla rara.
So that's a looming
bueno,
threat.
Sin contar la Tirla Mentistina.
Not bad.
All right, Jordan seems pretty happy with this draw.
Do this. Let's go.
Oh, muchas gracias por ese pedazo de plan, tío. Se agradece un montonazo.
Might be.
Shadow.
There's so many cool cards. Yeah, it probably is. There's so many cool cards you can use in Genesis. It's all about exploring the card pool, the whole database. There's so many hidden gems you can find that once, like, you know, the more popular cards all have points on them, and you can really utilize that. So he's going to use the Book of Lunar Eclipse, discarding the Crystal God Tistina.
That is going to be
ese es el de descartas para poner dos boca abajo.
His way back to the field
to bounce it
for the first time. And then now the Cyber Slash Lady is going to go ahead and put
back
on the extract.
Because
cuando era bueno.
The Lunar Eclipse forces that out and checks the Varun at the same time, putting it face down.
Getting rid of a lot of Moises interruptions here. I mean, he did have to commit a Shadal Fusion to do this, but
I really like what he's kind of demonstrating here from Genesis. I was mentioning a lot of like those interactions from the hand, Ash Blossom,
no estaríamos
all have points, right? So he's invested all his points into the 2 cards for his main strategy, but there are so many good options at like picking apart fields that he doesn't need it. He has the Shadal Fusion, the Book of Lunar Eclipse, Hey True Nade, all great, valuable, I like to call them budget options, free to add into your decks. There's so many things to explore.
Now, Shadal Fusion has always been one of those strong breakers that players have played even in advanced format for many years.
Yep.
I'm surprised to see it not pointed.
Oh, Stardust.
And he's going to be chaining the Excel Synchron to summon Stardust Dragon from the extract here, and then immediately Synchro summon the other 2 monsters.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't seen this card in quite some time.
Oh yeah, this one's really cool. Jurashin. I call him the Cursed Thunder God, you know, we'll go to the second thing. But this card can act like a Heavy Storm or a Geki. It's just a board wipe, just absolutely incredible card.
11 rondas de Genesis aún han sido. Uy, ¿cuánta gente habrá jugado al YCS? A ver qué excepción fue Brasil. Y yo sé por qué excepción Brasil, pero bueno.
For a second, I thought you were talking about the Runic Fountain. I'm like, how?
Yeah,
no, the Fountain Spirit.
I'm not going to try and tackle that one. I'm going to call it the Fountain Spirit.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
This has a quick effect to board wipe. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I really like the Cursed Thunder God. It's an incredible card, a really incredible tool. Alright.
¿Qué tiene Tistina en Quarter? Este chaval está jugando Genesis solo para poder jugar Tistina.
They did not give us an easy job with these names.
Aqua monster from the deck to the grave, except
is this the armed seahorse?
And then during my end phase,
I know that one.
That one's easy. That's when send Hamness to the graveyard.
That's a tournament card.
Es una copia de avanzado para la gente que se queja del formato, pero es que es un concepto incorrecto, bro.
Yeah.
Ronda 9 de 11. Te pones aquí, lo que es lo mismo. Es lo mismo. Radiant Typhoon Bankis, top 8. Quiero decir, no. Yo simplemente veo que Genesis y avanzado es lo mismo, pero sin links y péndulos. Tienen que mejorar muchísimas cosas.
And we're going to summon the one, the only.
Opino que ni este nicho ni nada. Opino que ni tiene nicho. La gente que está jugando este torneo es por los premios que hay, no porque les guste el formato. Quiero decir, están haciendo combos absurdos al igual que en el otro.
How long has it been since we've seen Tearlaments Kictalis on a live stream at a YCS? It's been years now. And here it is going to add a Tearlaments card. That's another cool thing about Genesis is some of the forbidden cards, they're still usable. They may have a lot of points. Even stuff like Pot of Greed, you're able to use only 30 points. But this is a 50-point Kictalis, and it's going to send Tearlaments Kictalis to the graveyard. So we're going to see some cards from the top of the deck be sent as well. And he's just trying to fill his graveyard up.
Activate Tear Cache.
He's not going to be digging for like any other Tearlaments effects of Fusion Summon because he's already used the one halfness that he has. Wow, just seeing Kictalis is just such a throwback. Looks like he sent 2 copies of play of the Tistina.
It's going to be really hard for Jordan to do all the damage necessary here because of the interaction. Every time his opponent activates a card effect, he's going to gain 300 life points when it resolves.
Se ha petado. Hemos perdido a Estados Unidos. F. Ah, no, ya volvió.
It's anywhere, not just on the field, anywhere. Okay.
That's a lot of life points to keep track of.
Gain some more.
But it's very relevant for his effect. He does have to pay 15 life points and tribute itself.
Alright, Kictalis effect is going to destroy itself to summon.
Grande Julio, ¿vas todo el día hoy?
Sí, gracias por esos $2, Horacio. Hoy toca todo el día.
Wow.
Y a ver cómo me despierto el lunes para trabajar. ¿Qué le harías a Genesis para mejorarlo? Meter los péndulos y reflex y hacer un sistema de puntos acorde para que ninguna de las barajas que sean jugables en torneos meta sea jugable en Genesis. ¿Qué te parece el juego de Duel Links? Está guay, a mí Duel Links me gusta, tío. Me gusta que tiene mucho lore y te vas moviendo por las... ¿Cómo se dice? Por las distintas eras del Yugi. A mí Duel Links como juego me gusta. Quitaría las habilidades. Las habilidades es un turbo custom. Pero Genesis hay que meter péndulos, hay que meter links. Estás viendo que se juega Radiant y Bankis. Quítalos. No, está al toque. Ahí se está jugando Radiant. Quítalos. Radiant no se puede jugar. Cualquier deck que tenga una mínima importancia en torneo.
I don't know. I hope the people at home can hear the life point sound just as much as we can. I love it. I love hearing the dee 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 every time it affects activated. It's like dee 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 dee. I love it. It's so funny.
Now, more than just all that life point gain, Jordan has to be wary of when that Junshin will be able to use its effect, paying 1,500 life points to send himself to the graveyard and destroy all monsters he controls. I mean, obviously Tearlament is very strong at dealing with an interaction like that, but how good is Tistina at dealing with it?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go on and do it before they get like.
Buena jornada para vos y aguante Ferkin puro. Grande, Federico. Muchas gracias. Un saludo.
Currently, there are 2 level 10s on the field, are there not?
I see
the Fountain Spirit and the.
I think the other Tistina is one of the small ones. Oh no, it is the big one. It's the Miyasama Dragon Tistina. So yeah, there are 2 level 10s. Moises is thinking here, but looks like he's gonna let him overlay. Could be a little dangerous.
También me hace reír mucho, chicos.
What rank 10
I will
would he opt for?
I mean, if he goes for Tistina, the divinity that defies darkness, if it's destroyed, while it has materials, you can spell summon a Tistina from your graveyard, so it'll be able to kind of let him continue playing even if his field gets destroyed.
Buenas, Julio,
so
¿cómo estás? ¿Cuándo es tu próximo torneo y qué deck jugarás?
Gracias, Club por esa donación. Mi siguiente torneo es la semana que viene, que es el regional de Vigo. Y estoy pensando si jugar Luna Light, Yami, cualquiera de las variantes o Radiant Typhoon. Esos son los decks que tengo en mente. Eso puede ser un deck de un fake puro, para mí sería o no. Eso ya sería coaching, Federico, y eso ya hay hasta fila de espera, bro. No podría. Si quieres canjear puntos en directo, que es en la morada, hay una que es revisión de lista. ¿Qué es eso, tú?
In fact, it's a Tistina card. Believe it or not, it searches more than the K9 stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Es que
I think he's explaining Excel is protecting the Stardust Dragon.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. You are correct.
Since he used the effect of Excel Synchro and summoned Stardust Dragon, it gives the effect of protection.
Yeah, protecting it from the secondary effect of chaotic elements here.
Okay, so you're immune, huh? Interesting.
Moisés está tranquilo. Muy tranquilo.
Jordan still has a lot to fight through.
Activate Demigod to summon and search.
It's the
¿Vamos a jugar más Ritual Beast?
Chavales. Going to be able to hit the field here.
Hay que entender cuando los mazos se acaban. Es decir, lo he jugado ahora, en Master Duel, fuera de evento o alguna cosa. Pero si el mazo ya no está en su formato, tampoco puedo ponerme a jugar Burning Knights o mazos así. Al final, yo siempre intento jugar los mazos potentes o los actuales. Si se suma que me gusta o hay otras cosas tipo la Gem Knight, pues mira, ahí encaja. Pero Gem Knight, por ejemplo, yo sé que más de 2 meses no le doy. Ayer jugué contra una dogmática en que en primer torneo metió un medio extra deck, lancé Meteto en Fizz y sin estar curioso.
Change that monster to face down and add a Tistina card. So yep, he's going to go for the Seahorse, puts it face down, and now it's going to add a Tistina.
I believe, is that the Sentinel?
I didn't see he added. Tistina can put a lot of damage out pretty quickly, so it'll catch you off guard if you're not ready.
12,000's worth?
I mean, okay, I'm not sure about that much
normal
damage.
Sentinel or additional normal Sentinel.
Additional normal will be used on the Sentinel of the Tistina?
To destroy and search. Yep. I gotta stop wasting time tracking life if you guys are tracking it.
Pero nunca he visto las cartas que tienen en mi vida,
He's just going to get that Demigod back into the hand. I believe that's what he had, or maybe it was the Crystal God.
I will move to
I couldn't quite see it was quick.
I will go Divinity that defies darkness over Stardust Dragon. This
right,
gains
entering the battle phase.
I love that. The Divinity that defies darkness, attack over Stardust Dragon. That's such a good name.
The attack over Stardust Dragon part?
Yeah, that one.
Destroy all face-ups, right? It's pay 15 and tribute itself.
Okay. All right, we are going to use the effect to finally pay 1,500 and destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Now, the Tistina, the divinity that defies
darkness,
will activate Tistina from the graveyard.
Ahora mismo están las dos partidas de Genesis. Cuando están estas, prefiero ponerme a jugar el evento.
Finally get over the Stardust.
Si hay algo llamativo, pues mira.
Broke through the field. Not a lot of cards in Moises' hand, right?
Yep, and he will not have a battle phase on the next turn because of the runic tip.
And Tistina's all about that follow-up. He has 3 cards in his hand. It looks smaller than that at the time.
Okay, I'll pass.
Some options.
I believe there's at least one cool tool monster in there.
Top 5, yeah, top 5.
Thank you.
Rico, yeah, I think.
12 minutos. Madre mía. Les queda poco tiempo a cada uno.
If I control Crystal God, I can do the Daruma Cannon.
I mean, he has some time here, right? His opponent still has to do over 8,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, so the Demigod during your opponent's turn has a quick effect. You can change as many monsters your opponent controls as possible to face down defense position, and then you can send all face-up cards your opponent controls to the graveyard. So kind of a built-in Daruma Destructive Karma Cannon effect, and that's going to be enough, and Jordan's going to...
Same thing. Shuffle.
Wait, what happened? Did he concede? Wait, hold on.
I'm not sure who conceded there. No, okay, it looks like YCS was able to take it away with that Kultun summon.
I looked down for a second to read Demigod, and then I looked up and it was over.
All right, Jordan just wants to go first here in game number 3.
Que te da igual.
Huh.
I mean, yeah, it didn't seem like he had enough. I mean, they already got to play all of game 1. They got to see a bit of each other's cards there.
Un poco esquizo que se escucha. Yo lo prefiero, porque estamos muchas veces partidas que tienes que jugar a ser adivino de lo que dice de la fase que está. De hecho, yo siento que le gana.
I believe because he didn't control the Crystal God for the effect of Demigod, right?
Oh, does he have to control? Oh, if you control Crystal, I Yu-Gi-Oh read it.
Yeah.
Yep. Just gotta make sure there's enough time on the clock to be able to play another game.
Yeah, 10 minutes on the clock here. I mean, this is
claro,
There's a lot of cool cards, a lot of cards you haven't seen.
Porque te van narrando toda la situación. A ver, si pones solo a los jugadores o les dices que tengan que hacer.
Looks like Jordan is ready to go. Deck is presented. YCS having to prepare to go second again.
I mean, what we could really take away from that is the power of Droshin, the Cursed Thunder God. Just being able to sit there and wait until your opponent invests plenty of monsters on the field and then just field wipe.
Yeah, every time. I mean, if you want to compare it to a card that we've seen in the past, is it Exosister and Spooky Dogwood? Forcing your opponent,
kind of, yeah.
Forcing your opponent to play a little inefficiently to not give you so many life points.
Aquí, algo así. Yo creo que aquí ya están en.
And Fallen of Albaz, or like the new Albaz, Fallen of the White Dragon, gives a lot of.
Ahora está con la entrevista de la partida. Bro, que son 8 personas para el top KT. No es tan complicado. Están ahora con la entrevista de la partida. No. Una Radiant, una Malice, eran 3 mazos distintos y 5 Dracos.
Jordan Stoic, he's ready to go. He has a game plan here. Now he knows more of what his opponent's cards do.
Here's some extra cards. Oh, yes, sorry. So you can go ahead and cut. And then you want them aligned? Yes, please. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, draw the hands, don't look at them.
Okay.
Draw
hands, don't look.
Yep. All right, let's see what this tier limit Sistina deck can do when it's not facing down the field.
Había otro mazo más, era una Malice, una Radiant.
It was the very end of game 1. He had very many monsters on his field as the game was ending, so I'm assuming that's what he's going to go for again here.
Okay. I mean, it looked like he had ways to summon a lot of monsters in game 2
Una Bankish, una Malice, una Radiant y 5 Dracotails.
Swarming the field seems to be the name of the game here. Lots of advantage, lots of cards in the graveyard.
Okay.
We'll see if he has the starters to get it started. We're going to be starting with the Tistina field spell.
I will activate Two Element Scream.
Two Element Scream, a fan favorite.
Oh, that's a good one.
Two Element Grief.
Oh, that's the wombo combo right there.
Yep, special summon.
Ningún Lunarite. Así lo vemos en Norteamérica, tío. O en México, quién sabe.
I don't think you'd go for Havness here. Oh, I guess you go straight into Havness.
Grief resolves. Havness effective for you.
Oh, he has the materials in hand that he needs. Okay.
Two Elements monster and an Aqua.
Yeah, Grief's kind of just like a foolish burial with like an extra step.
Yeah.
No la screen.
The Havness summoned to the field and then was sent to the graveyard. Now Kiktalos.
Sí, la verdad una Yami faltaba.
Yeah. No, I did not. I was
about to say. Yeah, I was about to say that.
We're definitely.
No, you're good. You're good.
Make sure we don't run that time.
Yep,
right,
you're
just
good.
making sure the game state is preserved here, and now we can go Chainlink 1 Kikalos, Chainlink 2 Scream.
So I'm going to resolve, or we're going to activate Kit, Chainlink 1, Scream, Chainlink 2.
Yep, just in case there was any points for something along the lines of Ash Blossom, you can protect yourself from that. Wait, he said Chainlink 2 Scream, right? Did he not?
I didn't. I can't. My player audio is pretty low, so I didn't hear him. No.
Well, I guess not.
It makes more sense to do Chainlink 2 Kiktalos here because if you send, you're always going to send the tier cache, and now you have less chance of sending it from the top of your deck and more chance to send it to Cena card.
Sure.
Or Solic.
Or the Heartbeat. Oh, that was a fantastic 3.
I didn't see the third one, but
it was the Fountain Spirit.
Oh, wow. So 3 cards that have effects. The Solic is going to add a monster, so we can add the Hobness.
Yeah, that's fine.
The Heartbeat's going to add back the trap. And then that level 10 is going to be weighted to be able to summon back.
Me encanta la gente leyendo los tier laments como si se hubiese olvidado del mazo, pero por salgo que dio el deck.
All right, now we'll see what happens from here on. We're going to have Potentially 8 more cards going to the graveyard here once the Kikalis activates effect to summon back the Childish
I will activate Kikalis effect to summon from hand or grave.
All right, it's going to swap out the Kikalis for Tier Cash, and we're going to see 8 cards go from the top of the deck to the graveyard.
So Chainlink 1 to mill 5, Chainlink 2 to mill 3.
Tira 8.
Did you cut? Yes, you did. Okay.
Another hard feat. Agree.
3 and 1, 2.
That one summons back from the grave.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, we got some options.
Activate Miasma Dragon, Chainlink 1, Vodnica, Chainlink 2.
Yep, so 2 level 10s onto the field from the graveyard. This is some cool
poder
stuff.
Cristina.
Anytime Kikalis resolves, you get a lot of cards out of it.
That's a big frog.
Bueno, a 6. A este, ¿cómo vamos?
Looks like we're going to get that Sentinel.
Okay.
Alright, now because you have...
Normal summon Sentinel. Sentinel effect, target Miasma Dragon to destroy it and search for a Testina card.
Sí, el tiempo es un factor. Pero tampoco es que Radiant pueda jugar mucho.
You're going to want to keep the Tailness Kashira on the field. Although you don't necessarily have to because you also have access to Havness.
He's going to add the Demigod.
I believe the Demigod can special himself because he does control the field spell.
Just an ordinary Demigod.
That was a misplay. Oh well. I will activate Demigod to summon and search.
Demigod's going to go ahead and summon himself, search a spell trap here.
Play the Testina.
Grabs play the Testina. This is kind of like a Lunalight Perfume. Spell summons Testina from... We can do hand or graveyard.
I will...
Now we see from these Testina effects having the god on the field is relevant.
To summon from hand or grave.
So we want to see him get that on the field as soon as he can.
Nope.
Is there a Nibiru?
Nibiru? Ah, Crocea.
Because the quick play spell was activated.
Okay, why not? Might as well try and get a couple cards out of your deck to be able to add a Mystical Space Typhoon plus a Radiant Typhoon card.
I mean, starting with more cards is better than not.
Pero esto huele a doble luz.
Gonna go ahead and grab a copy of Mystical Space Typhoon and Phonics. Not so often
4 minutos.
The Phonics
doble luz asegurada.
Okay, I will overlay these for Super Dora.
Okay.
Activate Divine Domain Bat Testina to dump a Testina monster from deck to grave.
Sí, hay un Bankish.
Choo-choo.
I will send Crystal God Testina.
I believe that's Super Dora on the field, I believe.
Super Dreadnought, Real Kane and Gustav Max?
Nope.
Which one?
Set one.
Oh, number 81.
And I will.
Which one is it? I can't.
Pass.
I believe it's Super Dora. Because it's not Lieb and it's not Gustav Max.
Yep. Makes it to immune to effects other than its own.
Yeah, number 81. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Qué rico.
It's the one that makes a card unaffected by card effects.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Tiene Eclipse.
A very strong rank 10 monster.
Name of the game here with Testina.
Is he going to pass and then concede immediately again?
I mean, we have some options with the Mystical Space Typhoon as well as the Phonics. Oh, it's going to be a Book of Eclipse, another very powerful quick play spell.
En Europa van por el top 4
y
en América van por la ronda 12.
Now he's going to lose all his monsters. Sulik is no longer activatable at the moment, but having
Lo que pasa es que yo creo que
and now because quick play spell was activated,
Europa ya, bueno, el top 4
from the hand
va sin tiempo. Se va a demorar un porrón lo que es la ronda.
Even more cards.
Crusader goes face. Yes.
No hay Wild Forest.
Book of Eclipse is for both players. And now we're going to use Ascendance to add a copy of Mystical Space Typhoon.
Como comba añadiendo Tifón. Increíble.
Just putting it in the hand, not putting it on the field yet.
Does it target? Okay, what are your targets?
Phonics is going to go after those two monsters, and then Havness is going to be activated in the hand because the monster effect was activated.
On the field, summons itself from hand to mills 3.
Sure.
Mill 3. 2, 3, and then shuffle these back.
Vale.
Are they shuffled on top or in the deck? Okay, got it.
El doble boss está bonito.
Right. 2 cards.
Efectivamente.
Spin back to the deck.
Sure.
The Dora is protected here, but now we can
Ese rango
demonstrate
10
cool
se quita un material y es un affected.
I will chain Tearlum and Celiac.
Celiac is going to immediately be activated here, going to be able to attempt to negate the Cool Tune, but we have Mystical Space Typhoon that's going to be able to go to Celiac. He's going to be able to grab a Tearlament monster with the effect of Celiac after the Cool Tune resolves, but I don't know if that means much anymore.
¿no? Se vio uno que quedó alto, pero no. Ah, en top 64
the graveyard maybe. Alright, Moises has a minute to deal the damage here. It's going to be synchroing from the hand
justifica la asistencia o la asistencia justifica el stream en las 3 sedes.
Cool tune condition.
A ver.
It makes a big difference.
It does, it does.
De frente a LATAM se sabe que los eventos en LATAM tienen siempre menos jugadores que los de Europa o Estados Unidos. Le sumas que la ubicación no es la mejor de todas, pues 1000 está ahí. Luego, evento en Estados Unidos, también la gente tiene más pasta y se puede mover. Entonces yo no creo que sea cuestión de stream, sino cuestión de pasta. Así de simple. No sé, creo que va a dejarle pasta. De punto sigo. Ojo al Draco Slayer. Qué gran carta. Doble derrota.
This is just Maui messing around.
Yeah. Eldem hits the field.
Sure.
I'll
grab.
Okay. All good.
And
yeah, I think time's called here, and it's going to be
y sonríe el
Jordan.
Jordan.
So unfortunate. It was a long match. Both players trying to summon a lot of monsters and go a lot of places. Unfortunately, we missed that game number 1 because we jumped in late, but it definitely seemed like the game 1 lasted a pretty long time. So then that game 2 was also pretty lengthy, and unfortunately, I'm not able to get the job done there. I mean, it's something you have to like keep in mind, even though like you might have to read a lot of cards or think a little longer. You still have the clock, like that's there. You need to play at like a really fast pace sometimes, just because like it's better than reaching the end. Yeah. It's not like it's not the allotted time you have. It's like, I mean, it is the allotted time. But it's more like you need to finish before this time clock runs out.
Yeah, it's something that you have to take account for. If you compare it to Master, sometimes you have to make worse plays because you know your counter is timing down.
That's a perfect comparison, yeah. Like, you only have so much clock, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, this was a matchup where you couldn't really tell who was going to win that game. Both players had a lot going on. I don't think it was anyone's fault. It's just that matchup, both players had strong engines, and they were fighting each other, and like it just wasn't enough time to decide a winner.
I think, yeah, where Jordan's going to look back on this to where maybe he could have changed things. He played that game 2, that whole turn, which took quite some time, while he's facing down the Jirashin, the Cursed God.
Entre stream y stream me estoy haciendo el eventito este.
There was kind of an inevitability about that. If he wasn't going to be able to do anything after that, he was going to end up conceding. As soon as he passes, his opponent didn't have to do anything. He didn't like show any unrevealed information. He summoned the monster that he searched on the previous turn, the Rico. So he could have probably conceded that game too a little bit early, but that's just like something you have to like look back and kind of learn from for the future. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to Billy Brace, and we'll be right back for more action. We'll find out how the 300th YCS here in Richmond, Virginia is going to complete. So stay tuned for more Yu-Gi-Oh action.
Esto está muy roto porque me acaba de poner un bicho que es instrucción en turno 0. Por la cara. Todo bien. Normal fugua. Vale. Mi rival aquí, yo que le va a dar el botón del... Ah, vale. ¿Está la Moon legal en este juego?
I got 5 cards with me. Let's see if you can guess them before anybody here. Alright, I'm here with Armand. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Was it released after 2020?
Yes.
Was it released
before 2023?
No.
So after 2023, was it released this year? Or sorry, 2025?
No, not 2025. No.
2026?
Yes.
So it was released in Burst Protocol.
En Dortmund quedaron así.
Yes.
Por retiro, sin fallo.
I don't know the spells in this. I've played.
Eso hasta un normal fútbol.
You could.
Is it archetypal?
No.
¿Qué tiene ahora para jugar?
Think of the type of spell.
Is it a quick play?
Yes.
Is it Forbidden Crown?
It is! Well done. You played Genesis, though.
Yes, I played Genesis.
All right.
It cost too much for Genesis.
But you could.
Si se hubiera celebrado en CDMX la YCS 300, en la 200 se juntaban 3.000 personas. Bueno, claro.
All right, I'm here with Felix. Felix, you have 60
que yo entiendo
seconds
que tiene que haber variedad de
ubicación.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
¿Sabes? Pero si ves que una ubicación te hace que tanta gente no te pueda ir al evento,
no.
pues lo haces ahí.
Dual Monsters era.
No.
Porque creo que el ICS que juega en México tuvo más jugadores que el 300.
Synchro?
Yes.
Synchro. Is it one of the main characters from
No está bien, no quedó tirados, pero estamos hablando de los que vienen con nosotros. Grande, gracias, ten cuidado estar México. Y les quedó X2 King en número 15.
No.
Level 7?
No. Keep going.
Level 5?
No.
Oh my god, you said no to level 8. Level 9?
No.
Level 10?
No, wrong direction.
Level 4?
No.
5?
No.
Maestro.
It's a synchro, my favorite synchro.
Think little ones, little synchros.
Oh, Cupsy Yummy. Cupsy Yummy way?
There we go. Cupsy Yummy way. You got it. We'll count it. We'll count it. Well done. All right, in the spirit of Valentine's Day, I have Mitch and Melissa here to give a 60-second challenge. Can you get it before chat? Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
No. No.
Is it level 4?
No.
Level 2.
No.
Level 5.
No.
Is it stuck in an archetype? Is it an
Yes.
archetypal card?
Yes.
Imperma?
Did it release recently?
Ash.
I would say yes.
Is it in Radiant Typhoon?
No.
Is it in Draco Tail?
No.
It's gonna go through all the archetypes.
Yeah. Is it in Doom of Dimensions or from Doom of Dimensions?
No.
It's not in Burst Protocol then. It's not new. Is it from Duelist Advance?
No.
Oh my god.
Is it a Cybers?
No.
Reptile?
No. Not Reptile.
Machine?
No. And again, when I say new, it's relatively new. Yeah. Don't think like immediate, but relatively new.
Invoco, revivo.
Yes.
Is it the Blue Eyes archetype?
No.
20
seconds.
Dragon.
Is it in the Red Eyes archetype?
No.
Oh, it's not in Draco's either.
Red Hat Dragon? Is it in
the
Red?
No and no. Don't think dragon archetypes. That's my
Si quieres jugar Punk, bro, jugalo con
dragon
Fence,
in
no
a
hay
different
otra
archetype.
forma.
Dragon in a different archetype.
No digo que sea mal mazo porque puede llevar 50 hands.
No.
Pero es que antes hay opciones
That's
mucho
good though.
mejores.
That's good. Okay. 5 seconds.
Se te cae el partido. Aquí,
Think
aquí
low
está
level.
bien.
Low level.
Troop Dragon.
Dragon. Parlor Dragon. What are the
Super
dragons?
Poli.
It is Mimighoul Dragon. You play Mimighoul?
I do. Yeah.
Mitch.
I'm thinking dragons, not.
You know, that's
This is the best card.
It's the best card in the deck.
This because he should have known it.
I think so. All right. Well, hey, thanks
Para
for
el jugador
playing.
promete Meco, es como ser de una ciudad pequeña en España, volar a Madrid y Barcelona, y a pesar de que CDMX la capital es mucho más accesible llegar
I'm
y
here
estar
with
ahí.
Ivy.
Eso me pasa, ¿eh? Yo quería aprovechar el fin de semana
Is it a spell card?
No.
para el puente y una cosa, y me es mucho más económico. Os parece un chiste. Ir a Madrid que ir a Málaga.
Yes.
Ir a Málaga, el precio se multiplicaba una barbaridad, bro. Unas cantidades absurdas.
Was it released in the last 2 years?
Yes.
Is it a Dominus card?
Yes.
Sí, el puño creo que ya te lo
No.
comenté, Juan Braulio.
No.
Te digo que la versión de Handtraps no está mal.
Is it Dominus Spiral?
Con
No.
Fiensmith.
Technically, it is still one
Pero
of these
vamos,
cards.
que a Rogue
but
no llega.
Yeah.
Song of the Dominator?
There we go. Yep. Counts as Dominus card, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's got that in the name. Well done, though. That was great.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, the 300th one, and my goodness, it has been a hoot to be here. But we are getting down to the finals rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, there's just a handful of Swiss rounds left before we cut to that top 8. We've got numerous players still in contention, several of which we've been watching this entire weekend.
The community highlights have just been incredible. When you think about all the great duelists that we've been watching, they've actually done some great results too. So taking a look here, some of these duelists no longer in the tournament, right? Nicholas M, Jeffrey J, Edwin, unfortunately they had losing records, so they did not make it to Day 2. But
those are the Genesis.
Oh, those are the Genesis. My apologies. My goodness, I missed that icon again, and thank you for always having my back. So, 6-2 is incredible in Genesis, actually, and so is Jeff Jones, 5-3. Still technically in contention with that Dark Lord deck that we saw him on, and Edwin as well, 7-1. Pack in the YCS Advanced format with 9-2, also still in contention, as well as Ruben Penaranda, 7-4. Not as in contention, but still a great showing from a world champion.
Adichia has an 8-3 record in the Advanced YCS. Kamal still alive for the top 8 with a 9-2 record.
Estoy diciendo que mucha gente ha pasado ya directamente a Genesis. Ha perdido el principio de semana. Aditya 8-3, ese novato per casi, Kamal 9-2, Lucas 9-2, Gis parecido, Rubén parecido.
So again, do not worry if you don't make that coveted spot in the Battle City top 8. You still have a lot of things that you are competing for, and it's also good practice. Where else are you going to play against some of the best of the best of the best duelists in the world?
Yeah, I think that's one of the features now that we've changed to the top 8 elimination bracket. There's still a lot to do if you were to get top 16, top 32, plenty of prizing that goes very far down. So players will be going deep now into day 2, even if they know their chance at winning the event has been come to an end. The prizing still, though, at that point of the day, can definitely
and it is good practice, right? We didn't get 300 YCS out of nowhere. It doesn't mean there's going to be a 301st, 302nd, 303rd, etc. All until we are great old men with the 500th YCS. I'm sure that lived that long. Jokes aside, though, it is incredible to see the gameplay, so why don't we go ahead and tune into the stage and get our game on.
Up first in the blue chair from Chattanooga, Tennessee, in his first day 2 at a YCS, in his first feature match. Shout out Chattanooga YUGIOH.
Cristron 10-1. Y luego decía la gente que no estaba. Vale, para todo este.
And his opponent in the red chair from Nice, France,
your
reigning world champion. Shout out my bold king, Steve Kangas, and all his friends, Julian Kewl.
Creo que vamos a ver las dos partidas a la vez.
On stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
I wonder if Kangas paid him to tell him to say that. But jokes aside, James here on Kanon Cristron, something we haven't had a great look on day 2, but still a very strong deck. And then Julian Cajon, my personal player to watch, still actually doing quite well with the branded Draco Tail strategy.
Right, we've seen Cristron decks incorporate Joko really well, right? The level 5 synergy lining up perfectly with Salvador. With the one Jokal, right, there's a limitation there that some players looked at this weekend and considered that if they're going to play the K9 strategy, maybe put it into something more like the Vanquish Soul deck. I think that's certainly more popular, but the Crystal deck is nothing to laugh at. I've been walking around between rounds, and I've seen Spell Canceller, for instance, in the field, which is definitely one of the appeals of a deck like this in a format
Están ya con el top 4 de Europa.
Draco Tails only play maybe 10 to 15 spell cards, but they're so pivotal, and then certainly in a format with Radiant Typhoon. So Spell Canceller is one of those monsters that many of the players
Tengo que crear una vista nueva para poner las dos partidas simultáneamente.
We'll certainly both experienced duelists here, but it is going to be interesting to see which of these decks manages to advance out of this round of Swiss.
Y si pongo el audio de las
Julian, again, just kind of an interesting story because many of the champions that you see throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history, they've been playing since the game came out. They bought their first pack of Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Not Julian. Julian showed up 2 years ago.
Vemos el top 4, chicos, y luego ya vamos a esta.
¿Vale? I do note that his favorite card is Wind Up Rabbit. I don't think he played a format where Wind Up Rabbit was at the top tables.
No, but I will say I have.
Vale, la stream y ahora aquí empieza el top 4.
But we means that basically we are gonna find out whether Dracotail is gonna make it or not, because we do have Dracotail paired against Malice in the match we are gonna show, and then the other one we are gonna have another Dracotail deck, which is the one we just witnessed from Kewl against Diego, the last Vanquish Soul deck. So we do have, you know, amazing matchups ahead of us, but I think we have talked enough. We want to see who will advance to the finals. Let's find out.
Semifinal, buah. Cine. Cine. Dracotail contra. Supongo que esa otra Dracotail lo habrán puesto. ¡Malice! Ojo la Darío, cómo gana el evento con Malice, bro. El Darío está que ni se lo cree, ya está en el top 4. Malice God, bro. Malice God, ya ponemos la vida aquí. Como gane Darío con la Malice, ha briqueado. Sarcófago. Sarcófago, es que es buenísimo. Este chico es buenísimo. Gana el dado. Ya está apuntando la vida.
Yeah, I mean, the big winner, of course, was Dracotail, as mentioned, and I
Con
guess
mi padre Darío,
the biggest surprise is
Danilo,
probably
sí,
Malice.
literalmente.
And let's see if Dario can back it up. Here he opens, you know, maybe not the greatest of hands. I think he has both, you know, a copy of the trap,
Tiene Rabbit
one
en
of the
mano.
traps, and then the quick spell. So
La ventaja que le va a dar la Chessica, tú.
basically, he's hoping that his line of play will go through.
I mean, when
y la Malice
was released, did you actually believe
that
we would experience Malice the top
¿Retiras una?
No,
I would have not believed
¿Robas
that.
dos?
I mean, we all knew that it was definitely playable.
Dos. Oye, pues cero robos, ¿qué quieres que te diga? Te robas aquí, impulsas, pasas turno con campeón y ya
If there
está.
was one person who was quite vocal about Malice being real, it was Danilo. I saw him, you know, just writing a lot of posts about, you know,
Yo sí tengo dos handtraps, aquí le paso
play
turno.
Lancea for
Y me
this
la pela,
event.
bro.
My question is, did he
Ya
follow
está.
on his own advice?
Yes.
Estaba pasas turno, le venía las dos robos.
Then he came prepared.
A man of his word.
Yeah.
Crypter.
And wow, this
No tiene
time
handtraps,
around we have
entonces.
seen Dario previously, you know, not give his opponent any draws, but there was a dimensional feature. I don't think maybe you can afford to do the same here.
And we provide 2 draws to Danilo, so he
Digo, se la juega
can
que
again
flipas,
5 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Since we prioritize Cryptor.
Oh,
Y encima roba la Femina.
Also the Femina, wow.
That can be extremely punished by
not only
Dracotail.
And not only due to the fact that Cryptor doesn't have right now a target in the banishment zone, but also playing against double Fugalos and Femina is
Uy, no hay ninguna de petar, pero bueno, va a levantar la
However,
Crypter a la
I think
mano.
that if we have a trap from Malice, we can actually
Si
change
tiene
it
la
to
Jare,
defend Arthalion to bounce, and in order to bring back Cryptor.
Yeah, I think even
que yo
though
a Dracotail no le di
obviously
nada de
I
mano,
don't think
tío,
there
es que es lo
was
que-
an easy way out. There is a universe in which Dario could have passed just to prevent this from happening. And I mean, 4 cards are not a lot, and of
But
course
you lose 2 interruptions, both MT7 and also the Cryptor.
I know. Let's see. The thing is, do you like those interruptions against Dracotail? I mean,
yes, in the set cards.
Yeah, for sure that's the only way you have to do it, but it depends a lot on what they start things off with, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but for sure, like this starting hand from Danilo is super powerful. But as you mentioned, Mike, there's
Bueno.
the trap.
Yeah.
Esa lía.
We knew about it. Danilo didn't, because that was the first action from Dario, setting it face down before activating Gold Sarcophagus.
And GWC has been activated in order to banish the Cryptor, so it cannot be bounced by the effect of Arthalion, and she will be brought back by her own effect.
Vale, levantar bicho
But
y la
of
rapta.
course, if we have seen even players cutting Horn and you know, playing around it by summoning everything in defense, if there is one deck that cannot afford to do that, is a Link-based deck. So Horn will be definitely much better against this matchup.
And I mean, Hornet is one of those traps that you really want to see against, for example, Malice, since you really want to activate it into the Link monsters in order to have your opponent to commit again into Link summoning.
Telita.
But now play is to Danilo.
The thing I really like about Danilo is that it really makes it look like it's easy to play Dracotail.
Lo Tempai.
Like every single time you are witnessing him playing,
Lo
it's
Tempai
like he's
está
been
bien
playing the
donde
deck
está.
for
Gospel will be
ages.
activated to Horn.
Good one. Here.
Buena
Good
Gospel.
catch from
And
the bell.
do we decide to actually activate MT7 here in the
Wow.
So
Cortando,
we
ojo.
have the back and forth between
Es una magia.
our trap cards and the
Es que cortar la Jare...
I'm pretty sure the last card face down is the Malice in the Mirror.
Malice in the Mirror. Niegas Artalion, mezclas, quitas la... Eso está pensando el Darío,
Glasses.
Eso está pensando, no, lo va a hacer.
Did the cat catch it?
No, it is true. You see, you doubters. You doubters.
We activate Malice Artalion so we can have Dormouse in the banishment zone, and we can activate Final Crypter right now so we can banish the and hope that Danilo doesn't have another option to sack his engine.
Una impulse traviesa.
This is one of those spots where hard drawing these cards actually
bien gestionado por Darío,
most of the time sometimes you don't really want to draw them and
bien, ¿verdad? ¿Quién nos diría que el salvador del meta está siendo la Malice, bro?
Uf.
And here the Ops Slimmer, but
Veiler tira.
Veiler, but I mean, look at the speed at which Danilo is
impulse?
Just completely unfathomed by what his opponent is doing.
Yes, because I believe he has full knowledge of Darius.
Yeah, but it's not like this, you know, just changed now. He has been playing at the same speed from the start, absolutely confident. And I mean, me and Alberto witnessed an amazing top 8 match between him and Marco Parenti in a mirror match of Dracotail decks that really was a nail-biter and it could have gone either way. And I think after such a tight match, you can loosen up a bit and be like, okay, I'm in here, I didn't lose again in the top 8, so this time around let's get a chance. Yeah.
So have speed things up. Ecclesia has been summoned and activate the effect to banish yourself in a special summon Cartesia from the deck.
Saludos, Alexis, ¿cómo vamos?
What a card it is, this newly released Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
And we activate the effect of Cartesia to fusion summon into
Sí, nunca quería apoyar a Malice, literalmente, ¿En qué nos hemos convertido? Estamos apoyando a la Malice.
And Kewl can be activated.
Así está este juego.
Dario controls the monster. Can
Saludos, Carlos, vamos.
Fusion summon if we want to.
Un Bestial puede estar, pero es que aquí ya empieza el ciclo.
Secretarian targeting Mululu and Lukias. Lukias has already activated the effect, so Mululu will be special summoned, and Kewl can activate the
Yo
effect.
no fue a negar, lo veo jodido.
Probably paired up with Pan, I believe.
Yeah.
Or Urgula.
It's okay, yeah. Either one
to
of
give
them.
advantage, yes.
Malice no vale.
And I think what is really paying off for Danilo in the tournament is that he maximized of the copies of Urgula. I think he's always been a fan of playing a 3-off, which of course in the mirror match is something else.
But this is enough damage.
Pues estuvo entretenido hasta cierto punto, yo no lo voy a negar.
First duel. I mean, going second against Malice before siding and being one of the few duelists who has come prepared.
Cambiar a Malice porque el mal era White Binder.
No sé qué decirte. He must be feeling so
Yo apoyo a Dracotail, la Malice te morir una vez ya. Vaya deck más guarro el Malice. Quedó más guarro ahora la Dracotail que la Malice, pero bueno.
Julio ya podría liberar lo Tempai y si qué tal está hoy.
Lo Tempai, a ver, no debería volver por cosas obvias que Campos son afectes.
Danilo is super well prepared
y que creo que el mazo está a full power, es un muy buen deck. Pero vamos, que se puede jugar. Se puede jugar como todo. Mientras Ciber sobreviva, Malice vive, tendría que ser. De hecho, quería enseñaros el vídeo de cómo se juega Malice en Master Duel teniendo Ramson baneada y todos los nombres limitados. Es una locura.
Watching his matches, even in top 8, he knocked out another Dracotail. The name of the game for him has been banishing. Not only is he playing Shifter, but he's playing the full package of Dimensional Fissure and Retaliating Sea. So he's really trying to just completely shut down the graveyards after game 1, and so this is not at all obvious on how it will end up, and you can see it even here siding some of these decisions, like taking out the effect Veiler. It's a powerful card against Malice in a lot of spots if they don't open the trap cards.
No está mal.
But if you know that your opponent has triple Dimensional Fissure,
Ronda 12. Antes me habéis preguntado, no soy a la ronda. Ronda 12.
And this is what a very good player like Danilo has accomplished, meaning that he understands that Effect Veiler might not be so good against Malice.
No sé quién ha ganado la primera.
Might be there in order to stop the effect of Effect Veiler, since it is a cost to send to the graveyard. And acknowledge this and trying to counteract against your own counter.
Me hace gracia mucho Veiler.
You know, little scenarios that make the difference between a very good player
mucha carta de negación, incluso la mula.
I feel like anyways the matchup against Malice is not easy, although he's prepared. I mean, of course, like you have to see Lancia, you can search it for sure, but I feel like
no, la original no se puede. Eso sí que no puede volver, chicos.
Of course, winning game 1, also losing the die roll. You know, like it feels good for sure, but you know, we also saw Dario before on our future match, and he has all the answers needed in the side deck. Yeah. And I really want to see if this will be the case once again. And I feel like, you know, our duelists are almost ready with siding in, so I would say let's jump into game 2.
Game 2 ya. Hostia, loco.
Let's see, nice fist bump. Are we gonna see again a lot of Fuvalos? It doesn't look like it. A lot of spell and chop in the end from Danilo.
Vale. Dormouse.
Dario opens Dormouse.
Basado.
And I think that the effect of Dormouse resolves.
A ver, el tema es, Raju debería estar a 1. Paimena debería estar a 1 y Artalion debería estar a 1. Y aún así el mazo sería buenísimo.
I mean,
no. Either you draw that or you have Fissure, I
guess,
right?
The thing is, yeah, exactly. Meaning that if he has Dimensional Fissure,
cualquier punto se hace
yeah, he's winning, yeah.
If and when they get rid of it, then you might have the Veilers, you know.
De hecho, interesante. La verdad es que no, no ha habido ninguna partida.
I'm sure Danilo now is wishing he kept those effect Veilers.
Creo que había una que estaba jugando
la. But let's see. I mean, it's
la mistake en arresto no llegó a resolver en Dracotail.
And I think right now Dario has checked for both Lancia and Faimena, since I don't see a scenario where Faimena was not activated there.
No Albaz a 1, si lo peor es que no Albaz es súper buscable, chicos.
We experienced the round 15, I believe, 14.
Yeah. Yo por eso digo que cuando hay gente que me pregunta sobre los structures de Branded, cuando consigas uno.
Archetype engine is flowing for Dario. He has the chance to add something else.
Descarta Veiler.
Wow.
Se la suda.
That's a bit surprising, isn't it?
¿Tiene impulse?
I guess it just feels like he needs the extra bodies.
Yeah, I mean, we witness sometimes our duelists just giving up on some of the hand traps.
We're not using.
We didn't activate the effect of the mouse, right?
No.
And there's the Nibiru.
And here comes Nibiru. We did not activate Dormouse.
Maybe.
Oh wow.
And we forgot about it.
I'm not too sure, honestly.
Not sure, honestly, what happened.
Ya está.
Set one and pass.
El sueño de Dario aquí se acaba.
Come on.
We didn't start.
And we did.
We didn't start with Colsar Goblins, right?
No, we don't.
Yeah,
I think we completely forgot about that. Maybe in the moment in which it mattered the most.
Yeah. It's five with the Dormouse.
Of course. Yeah, we are just counting the defense, but I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. What has just happened? Danilo might be just moments away from walking into his first YCS finals. His hand looks pretty good with that branded fusion available.
I mean, this is
tiene Faimena, tiene Branded Fusion, tiene Raju, creo, tiene Ecclesia.
You see a stream, it is that. There's a lot of nerves right there. You feel anxious, you feel nervous.
There's a big crowd watching. You know, it's the semi-final of YCS Dortmund, the 300, so 2,600 duelists showed up, and here comes the Branded Fusion.
However, can be answered with Impulse.
Let's see if Danilo has something like Kewl, for example.
Ah, el Extiton, eso es para puentear a Finsmith.
I think
and Kewl also with Branded Fusion.
Tiene todo, bro.
What an opener. I mean...
Ya está. Déjalo.
Doesn't get, honestly, much better than this for Danilo. Again, can't stress enough how he was vocal about Malice being a real deck
Brand Fusion se tiene que pegar uno ya.
latest Forbidden and Limited list.
Qué locura, bro.
His chance to walk into a YCS
Es que bájate, incluso a uno la Brand Fusion se juega en Dracotel, porque ahora el caído de Albaz que llevabas como Brick ya no es Brick. Es como, bueno, limito el Fallen of White. Juegas una Brand Fusion y un Fallen of White. ¿Por qué van a tocar Brand Fusion? Es que no tiene sentido.
No, right?
No, but I think we know a backup in the hand.
But I think we will soon find out because I don't think Darius left with
Y
any
setea dos
answers
por si
in the
acaso se
hand
come
as well.
Hunter.
There's a retaliating C,
Ojo.
yeah, okay. But,
Okay. We do have 5 mana.
Hace daño.
We have 5 mana.
Conecta.
Does this protect us from the fact?
Pero no tiene ni recovery,
much, honestly, in this spot, I think, right?
No, because we bring Gulamal
Rotación,
and
no.
activate the
El
effect
tema
of
no es la
5 mana
rotación, el tema es hacer buenas
and
vibes.
chaining Gulamal in order to destroy the retaliating.
Es decir, la idea, yo lo he dicho,
Absolutely.
que ningún mazo del sobre de
I think
constructor
that
Dex esté haciendo algo
he's
te hace ver que las
focused to
cosas
go
están
for
mal.
game,
This is it, right?
Las cosas no pasan en
Exosister
7
has been normal summoned.
Is that it? No, Dario.
We need to check one move at a time. There is
Of
no,
course.
there's no pressure.
Saying
It's
wait.
WC.
And yes, wait a minute. This is not over, possibly yet.
Okay.
And
Vale.
yes, it's not. Dario lives to see another turn.
¿Te imaginas que remonta aquí?
One other problem of Malice
Remonta aquí
when
se
it
lía
has
parda, bro.
low life points,
Remonta
needs to
aquí.
keep count of
Yeah.
those life points because there might be an issue with the effect from banishment.
Absolutely.
And I
Always
mean,
needs to be counting, but I mean, anyways, Danilo didn't close this up right now, but looking very, very, you know,
and unfortunately
promising.
the effect of Ecclesiate is only in the main phase, so it cannot be activated during the battle phase.
Yeah.
Here we go for 5 mana. And of course we're gonna get rid of the trap card which goes to the grave, by the way. Yeah, okay.
I don't think that makes so much of a difference
No,
right now.
but sure.
And I mean,
Mysterion.
Yeah, this
and
is
Mysterion against Malice.
the Mysterion, which is obviously really, really good against Cyber's deck. Can we find any help from the top, or is this going to be it for Danilo?
Normal summon backup.
And I mean, here we also have a nice interaction with, even if things go completely south, we can use, you know, the Horn or our own Nibiru, which is also a nice interaction.
Dice que bien. Ojito el Linguribo que puede humillar,
Here, right?
Y Esterian. Buah. Es que Mysterion además retira todo, bro. Y tiene opción. Si le queda mano, tiene la Eclesia para tributar e invocar.
Does Danilo play the OG Fallen of Albas?
Yeah,
Fisura, la robo
he's
tarde.
playing, one.
So Ecclesia also is one
Ah,
extra
necesita un
interaction.
robo.
Yeah. But,
No creo que esté jugando al caído de
he needs to
Albadri.
resolve in order to get some cards back, and this is exactly what will happen now. Oh, okay. Change
Vale.
of mind, and we are not using it on our own card. We
Jare.
are just using it to try and stop Dario.
Cuando haga
but
efecto,
there is
Mysterion y
an
pa' casa.
are. I mean, that Dormouse must have been
Tampoco
forgotten
la...
at the start of the turn.
Tampoco la regaló, no
I
cambia
guess
mucho, bro.
Mysterion
El tío
what
tenía
it
literalmente
isn't
full
good
combo
of Hare and
a la
White Rabbit
cuarta.
can do, because you let White Rabbit to be special summon back and then you activate Mysterion.
Mysterion, yeah.
Yeah.
Mysterion, here it is.
Exactly. We are out of traps, and this is it! Danilo takes it convincingly in just a matter of minutes.
Ni le dio,
And he is our
le
first
dio, bro.
finalist here at
Vale.
YCS.
GG's.
Dortmund Malice is knocked out.
And I just want to put a disclaimer that we need to understand how Dario is feeling, meaning that there's a lot.
Vale, tenemos aquí la otra.
Oh.
That's good too, by the way. The Dawn Draxer really has been a drag on Julian's game plan.
Right, so this will unlock the spell and trap cards, which he's going to value so much in terms of the recyclability of his Draco Tails.
El Draco tenía 2 que
So now Dawn Dragster goes back to the extra deck.
You can continue. I'm just going to look at your grave while you continue.
Which is almost not the worst thing, because if James ends up with a tuner and a non-tuner
Ojo,
again,
Fernando
he can just
Alonso.
take the Dawn Dragster, and he's running out of options from the extra deck, having special summon so many different cards.
10-1 va la Crystron, bro, volando.
Discard inclusion to summon himself and destroy a card I control.
Alright, so discarding the Crystron inclusion. Go special summon a monster.
Va volando,
Yeah, it's going to be...
Efecto
Because he
revive.
was destroyed, I'll attempt to activate Crystron Elescaldus effect.
Not to be confused with Salvador.
Yeah, they both have, level 5. They have, I would say, somewhat similar effects, but in the essence, they both...
Sí, yo era ese que ganó el mundial.
A Crystron card that has a similar effect to another Crystron card? You don't say. Certainly does take a duelist with a lot of experience to appreciate the nuance of all these individual cards to be able to get to this situation. Speaking of situations,
at this
5 plus 2 equals 7. We may be seeing that Dawn Dragster show back up.
Thank you.
Here, I'll go
They also have the ability to exceed summon with the 2 level 5s.
En defensa.
Ooh, we might go into the...
Wow,
Yes.
Chronomalies! We're doing this.
I'll go
Vimana.
ahead and attempt to end main phase.
Let me read this real quick.
Such a
Everything
powerful
is at
card.
normal
Yeah,
stats?
2 material, detach negate. And, you know, machines are what it requires, but that is not hard to come by in this deck.
Well, is it machines? Is it 2 machines? Because there was a lupus that was used for this.
Oh, that's right, that's right. It is a machine. It is
Yeah.
a machine.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're good.
I will attempt to move to battle phase.
Sure.
Julian, all caught up to speed with the card stacks.
Sure.
You have
And
anything
again,
before the damage
there's no
step?
offense. You
In
read
damage
those
step,
cards when you get a
I'll
chance
activate
to
Vimana's effect, targeting itself, and
El efecto
Canine
gana
Werewolf
ataque.
in the graveyard. The targeted monster on field will gain half of the target engraved's effect. It will attach as material.
Explicándolo con la calma, el
Vimana
James.
is gaining 33 divided by 2. That
So it's
should
gonna have
be
33?
1650 plus 23. That would be 3950.
Yeah, so I'll take 950.
Yep. So that
So
should put you at
950.
7050, I
Across the
believe.
port bow there, Draco Taylor Stallion goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, great communication, being very
And then
methodical
I'll
with
attack
the
directly
math.
for Crystron Tristaris for 800.
It's important. Tournament policy guidelines say you need to keep track of that math on paper.
Entonces, la Crystron me preguntabais, aquí hay una
So it is
carta
interesting. He threatened that spell and trap
proceed
card
to
negate for much of the
second main
first,
phase.
let's say, turn and a half, and now he's threatening the monster negate.
No hace, bueno, claro.
Correct.
Switch gears, you
I
know,
will
you're
set
not
one card
as
face
worried
down.
about the Draco Tail Sting if you've just kind of used up everything from your graveyard while you have the Great Spell and Trap
to my
negate.
end phase.
That is FA Dawn Dragster, and it's still in the extra deck, so if we go to another turn this
end
duel,
phase.
James is just sitting on
activate
powerful
inclusion.
effect after powerful
Would you mind
effect.
if I have a look in the graveyard as well, duelist? Thank you.
And now we'll have Ecclesia returning back to his hand. Just the ability to
Boswell.
constantly have
Date a la
monsters in
Boswell.
hand for future Draco Tail
I will
summons,
attempt
but
to chain
Ecclesia in and of
Mana.
itself
I will
also being
detach the
threatening.
materials to
Really
negate,
impressive. Wow, so
the
threatening that
activation
he's
of
actually
this
electing to negate that
Sure.
effect.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, but we are going to go ahead and use the Draco Tail Sting, so
Mira el robo.
one great
Está
graveyard
desesperado el
disruption
pobre.
deserves another. So
Hey,
in
buenas
revenge,
tardes.
let's get rid of the Crystron
I'm good to
inclusion
go.
and the
I'm
Canine
gone by my
Lupus.
You shuffled.
I believe so. Would I,
Tell
would
you,
I be allowed to
Ecclesia's
cut
come a
again?
long way. I know that's literally the plot of the animation, but
Sure, I mean, if you want to,
to
okay.
see her go from something that was a niche card used in Sword Soul to being this powerful, motivating strategy
verlo.
at the top tables
No está
is just such a cool glow up for that card. But
La Falan de Virtus
Estelon
sirve para tradear.
Albaz and itself back to the field.
Jugalos, robo
Swallow's
de mierda.
not a great draw.
Nope. It's a Draco Tail material from the hand.
This has to target an XYZ monster to gain attack.
Target one face-up monster on the field and one Exceeds monster or Chronomaly in my graveyard.
So just clarifying the exact method of increasing the attack.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Do you have
It
any
does
quick
gain the
effects
attack
in the draw
until
phase,
the end
duelist?
phase.
No.
But
In
it
the
is a
draw
quick
phase,
effect,
I'll
so he
activate
would be able
Vimana's
to
effect.
activate it
I'll
here,
target
which would
its
then allow
all
him to have
targets.
another monster negate.
Certainly powerful.
Canine Werewolf in itself.
Falan de
Now we're
Virtus.
seeing a chain of the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Little
so
Knight.
that was the other card that he drew,
Ya era
specifically
Horn.
off of Flame. So by sending
I will
Albion, this will
attempt to
destroy
chain
Vimana.
I couldn't
SP
imagine
Little
you'd
Knight's
use
effect.
SP Little Knight to try to
Will
protect
target
it since it wouldn't have
Vimana
Xyz
and
materials.
Fallen of White to banish them until the end phase.
Seems unlikely.
But I think we did activate SP Little Knight to try to... Oh,
Pétala. Ya está, no le des el robo.
interesting.
I'll attempt to chain Crystron Cluster, targeting the Fallen and the Virtuous to destroy it and shuffle a Crystron from graveyard banish.
So trying to negate the spell to get the draw to put him in a better
Soflate la magia,
situation,
bro.
but
Bueno.
using the Crystron
Shuffle
Cluster
back,
to
Soul
destroy the
Fedora.
spell before it's negated to avoid the draw.
And this will recycle one of
Madre
his
mía, la
crystals.
Crystron, eh.
That's almost like a niche Reminds me of the use case of double Cyclone against Draco Tail. That's a cool maneuver, and something you only get from just playing this deck over and over and over.
I thought you did not target your SP.
I believe I targeted Vimana and Fallen of White.
Okay, sorry. I must have misheard, my bad.
No trouble.
So it does look like he elected to go with the Vimana.
I guess you're just going to absorb something later, maybe gain attack, and it is just a body. But that is an interesting choice.
Gotcha.
I mean, if Julian can't deal with the SP, and I know he just has Fwalos in hand.
To go to main phase. Attempt to leave main phase. End phase.
That SP's just going to sit there, so, you know.
Equation.
Maybe it was an efficient use of that card.
I'll attempt to change Staros to summon a Crystron from deck and immediately synchro summon after.
Thinking.
So it looks like we've activated in response here.
Change Fua.
Oh, nice. Okay, slipping in the Fwalos before we get the special summon from the deck and then possible synchro summon.
Yeah, so this will net him some.
Silphador, he'll draw 1.
During the end phase, of course, but it's still not bad.
Things can happen during the end phase.
Yeah.
Hombre, si se lo va a Faimena.
Looks like he drew Rahu Draco Tail from my eye.
Yeah. So now I'd be concerned if you're a fan of Julian. I finally think his resources have been whittled down.
Cristiano es barato.
That might be the one thing Julian doesn't have going for him, considering his lightning fast career. He hasn't experienced, you know, the dread of loss, right? To crest at the top cut, to almost make it, and then have to just, well, go back and try again.
But we do see the Arthalion hit the field. And we see the reset now.
We're in my end phase, correct?
That is correct.
Searching the deck here, this is likely off of the Albion, the Branded Dragon set, it appears.
It is, and I think he's electing to go with
pasando demasiadas cosas en la endphase, tío. El Julian de tener solo una carta se ha puesto a 4 en mano.
You'll get White Dragon, I'll get Vimana.
So now White Dragon comes back, Vimana comes back. The concern that will be potentially here for Julian is that Vimana will be able to activate both on James' turn, but then again on Julian's turn to get back
would it be a legal activation to activate Chronomaly Vimana's effect?
Yeah, usually K9 Crystron has been a very explosive deck. Of course, it can grind like nobody's business and has been a terror of different formats for that purpose. But lately, it had been seen as more of a combo deck. But to watch it just go toe-to-toe with Branded Draco Tail in its newest form, it's actually a really cool duel, although I will say it has taken 20 minutes for this game one. Neither duel is sitting on their hands. They're trying to play as many card effects as they can, but that's quite a few card effects as we see from that stack graveyard on both sides.
Sure.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I feel like Crystron K9 is so well known for comboing on the first turn, any on Spell Canceller, in a swift game one. James is really elected just to try and, with cards like Cluster, really play the actual Cluster cards themselves and do what you just mentioned, try to go into those longer grind games.
And speaking of grind, using the Chronomaly Vimana to go ahead and grab the Cyber Dragon and attach it from the graveyard. Now we're getting back to those materials. Now we even have another monster negate, and then we have the FA Dawn Dragster. Let's kind of close it in against Julian here. He's got so much follow-up. If Julian can survive long enough to get to his own turn, he's okay. If he's able to strategically play through both the Spell and Trap negate and the Monster negate. But Scrap Recycler may throw a wrench in the gears there.
I will change FA Dawn Dragster to attack mode. I will proceed to battle phase. Start a battle phase. I'll activate Cluster's effect, carding Arthalion.
Sure.
His Arthalion's going to get banished because that was one of the ones that came from the grave, I believe. And then, of course, the Crystron Skeletus recycles. Come back to great grind game.
Allowing you to recycle resources. That's actually one of the things that I think dramatically favors James right now.
800 o 900 creo que pegaba el Recycler. No le da.
1600 next.
I feel like every time I see Crystron, it's a different deck with the same cards.
And then I will activate Chronomaly Vimana's effect. I will target itself.
Just about how you play it, how you utilize that strategy.
To gain 1650 attack
and
points.
We're going to target Exceeds monster, gain some attack points, attach material.
I'll declare an attack with Chronomaly Vimana.
That's game, right?
And that is game, Julian says to himself.
Just double checking.
Take a look at the graveyard. Is there anything you can do? Did I miss something? No, that's it. Shuffling his cards back. Julian has conceded game one. And James really showing same look, new angles.
And Julian's really going to be put on the back foot. He's going to have to try to win 2 games in under 25 minutes. So you see him very quickly select out those dragon lines. If there is a path to winning very quickly, it's opening well, establishing a field, obviously with the Dragon, and then utilizing, as I mentioned earlier, Dragon's Mind on James's turn, and then have it reset for Julian's turn, so that he can use it to protect his first battle phase.
Now he's got to close it out, but he knows how to move fast. I mean, look at those hands shuffle.
And this is important for all duelists at home. 25 minutes seems like a lot of time, but if you have to complete 2 games in that amount of time, especially after a really grindy game that we just watched, it's important. You don't want to obviously experience a double loss at this stage of the tournament, so keep that in the back of your mind.
James just shuffling to himself. Julian looked out to the crowd briefly, and now is back to just getting the piles ready here, going as fast as he can, just keeping the pace of play moving.
Dominadísimo.
But what a duel. I mean, I don't know that I could have predicted any of that happening. Of course, if you're an enthusiast of both of these decks, that was certainly some fine play action for sure. But James just really slow and steady wins the race, grinding it out, attaching Exosister materials here and there, synchro summons and synchro recycling. And scrap recycle. I mean, he really is a machine.
So not likely to see any spell canceller combos certainly going second from James. So he's probably going to try to establish those board breaking capabilities. The fact that K9 notoriously lines up pretty well with that. Rely potentially on some Molcharmies. And from his perspective, he's also incentivized to try and kind of scope out Julian's opening turn. Because if you have to weigh this decision.
Oh, wow. I know where you're going with this.
Do you want to try and play another grind game here, where you think your ability to break Julian's board but also win relatively quickly is present, or would you rather try go first in Game 3 and side in something like Spell Canceller, which may actually win in the shortest amount of time possible? With about 25, now about 22 minutes remaining, it's important to weigh which of those 2 pathways is the most likely to actually lead to that second victory and avoid the double loss.
I'll go first. Good luck.
Well, tune in to find out as we enter Game 2 of Round 12 here at YCS Richmond. And we're starting off with Branded Fusion getting hit by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, a match made in heaven, but now Pymena is discarded.
I'm not sure I love Branded Fusion being hit by Ash Blossom as much this weekend. I think I'd wait on some of the other cards in the Dragon Tail matchup. But Branded Fusion is the best quote-unquote bait for that imaginable. But here we have Pymena, and we'll be able to search our deck for a copy of Rahu, double add back, so we'll have the Pymena back and the Droll Lockbird back. Now he's going to activate the Rahu, he's going to conduct a fusion summon, Pymena from his hand, and now he'll be utilizing another card from his deck, and I'll be able to set at least 1, probably 2 differing Draco Tail trap cards.
And good looking out on the side decking as you saw him scroll through his list of cards. I definitely saw at least 2 Dragon's Mind in the deck.
Yeah, it's because one is in his hand.
Oh, nice. So he went all out to try to prepare for this particular duel to shut his opponent down. And I think he is well on the way to do that.
Yep, so he's got the Goulamel on the field. So now he'll set 2 Draco Tail traps with the Dragon's Mind and the Droll Lockbird. I mean, this is, from Julian's perspective, just exactly what you want. An Ash Blossom that was really low impact.
No response.
And then the ability to establish a great field with Dragon's Mind. This is about one of the fastest ways that he could actually win.
Romper esto está complicado,
Go ahead and place the face down the bottom of the deck. Just got to pick the deck up. There we go. And grab Pymena back to the hand.
Yep, so Dragon Mind set. Now he has Pymena in hand. This is just what he wants. This could be a very swift Game 2 in favor of Julian.
Do you know what's so interesting about setting the Dragon's Mind? Is that it looks like you opened with the 3rd Draco Tail trap in your hand, because it's such a common maneuver where they'll set like the Flame and the Horn, and you're like, oh, of course the Sting is the card they just set, but this is anybody's game now, as we have a counter trap in the mix.
Defensa bien.
So we have Sulfador.
Sulfador's effect.
And now we have
Oh,
Sulfador on the field. Here's the Dragon Mind, as we were just talking about, negating a monster effect.
2,500 is a sacred number for this card game.
It looks like it's just the Tristaros. Tristaros.
But unfortunately, without having access to the Draco Tail Horn, not able to get that off the field before the shenanigans begin, since it is an attack mode. But the Draco Tail Sting feels just as good. Oh, and the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop that.
Okay, so now I would like to take back what I said about Branded Fusion. Potentially. I mean, you could maybe have held Ash Blossom longer, but having the second Ash Blossom, it does make it valuable to try and use on Julian's turn. Obviously, having Ash to stop one of the traps is part of the game plan against the strategy. Whether or not you actually ask the Branded Fusion or something else in the strategy, that's a little bit debatable. But something to consider with the double Ash there. Only opening one Ash, you could definitely justify using Ash on a trap card when you're going second.
I noticed they're using the Ash fast when they have 2. The last time we had the same exact opinion was followed up by a Dominus Impulse. So having multiple ways to stop something, that guarantees your first Ash is fine. But yeah, no telling that he had 2 Ashes here, but we do resolve into the Crystron Eleskeletus with the Synchro Summon. Julian's inner Pharaoh, trying to tell him what to do next. It looks like Visina is the play. Fusion Summon, no response. Using Droll and Lockbird, and a Dracotail Arthalion. So a Spellcaster and a Dragon, but no, it's just going to be another Dracotail Arthalion.
Yeah, just showing the usefulness of hand interactions, right? Why, for instance, does Infinite Impermanence not make its way into a lot of branded Dracotail decks? Well, that's the reason right there. Very often you just need, whether it's a Ghost Mortar, Effect Veiler, or Drone Lockbird, another monster.
It could be an Ojama Yellow. It would still fit the bill of being another monster. But look at that. A fast game. James immediately conceding, understanding what you understood, that there's not enough time to have a big grind game. So let's see how he side decks here. We're about to go into game 3. Both players getting ready. And man, I have no idea. This is stressful to watch.
That was 4 minutes. That was a 4-minute game. Julian could not have drawn that up better. The Dragon's Mind, like I just mentioned, everything lined up just flawlessly there. So you'll see him side those out.
Están poniendo partidas antiguas. Se diferencian mejor y se ven mejor las cartas aquí, bro,
Crystron deck notoriously has access to cards
que en los eventos de ahora.
Canceller, so
vale, la cámara es más fija. Normal, han pasado no sé cuántos años. Pero la disposición del tapete, el texto y todo está 50 veces mejor que ahora. Yo no sé cómo lo hacen.
Well, if I remember right, Infinitrack Riverstormer grabs an Earth Machine from the deck, but that could get you into an entire Canine combo by itself, right? Because you do have that Canine Leroy. So you're not burning your normal summon, you're still getting to those 2/5. With the Crystron monsters, maybe even a Spell Canceller that something happens to it, but it'll be really interesting to see if we do end up seeing the Spell Canceller. Of course, it's a Wind Machine, so Infinitrack Riverstormer not going to grab it, but
after a long...
Well, sometimes it goes into the Scrap Recycler.
Oh, yeah, and then you get the
Platinum Gadget. Yep. There's always bridges on bridges there. Get to eventually spell cancel.
Oh yeah, no, I'm using Infinitrack Riverstormer myself in a Gold Pride to grab the Gold Pride Eliminator because it's an Earth Machine randomly. It's so cool. I feel like that is really the last couple of years, these bridges, you know, when we got Diabell Star and all the simple spoil cards, we got Ian Smith. It's not just showing up with one strategy, it's 2, and that does turn the 3 with YCS. Remind me of the good old days, Chaos Monarch, right? Every card you evaluated was like, oh, this card's bad. No, it's a white dude. Oh, this card's incredible.
Yeah, I think the uniqueness here with just the bridging quality of it is, you know, if you drew just Monarchs, you weren't going to get access to Chaos Sorcerer 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, if you draw your Yummy cards, you're going to get access to your Tri-Brigade cards. And if you draw your Tri-Brigade cards, you can get access to your Yummy cards. And if you have, you know, I could go through basically every major deck type out there. The Bridges is actually one of the things that if you were to prefer the Magistus cards over the branded package exclusively, that you could make that argument. The branded Dracotail deck doesn't necessarily bridge one to the other as well, if at all. Whereas the Magistus cards, you can bridge all 3.
Definitely some good times there. Maybe as the format proceeds and progresses, we'll get more interesting looks at Magistus. But for now, let's go with just what we got on Game 3 of Round 12.
I mean, I think if you look over what's happened in Dortmund, there were 5 copies of the branded Dracotail deck in that top 8.
Oh, wow.
I went into this weekend, and that was the variation that I thought would reign supreme. I thought it would be more popular, which obviously gives it an advantage, but I did inherently think playing a little bit lower to the ground was right. The Exciton Knight didn't necessarily win Julian Game 1, but seeing it come up in that way, really impressive.
Ooh, double Perulia. Crystron's are water monsters, but they do not want to see Perulia as a friend.
Tienen una línea decente para jugar en torno a Perulia, dando solo 2 robos.
But James is going to have to consider his options here because as he tries to reach for something as powerful as Spell Canceller, it's going to be pretty difficult. But let's go ahead and start with our Crystron Sulfador.
So that's 2 cards. Looks like you do Momal Charmies, which is obviously not ideal with 2 already active.
So, a free pass there, thank
Es un
goodness.
target, claro, pasear ahí.
But after
Porque
we
si le
destroy our
tiras a
Krishnan
eso,
monster, let's go ahead and reach into the deck
son
here.
dos robos más.
So it'll be interesting to see how much James has prepared
Send up 2 names from deck to
for
drain.
wow, for trying to play combos underneath multiple of the Molcharmies.
Activate.
I mean to stop you mid-conversation, but Julian stopped James mid-combo.
So Smiger is going to be banished. That allows him to search Spell, which of course is going
Ah,
to
claro,
be completely
descartó
unlimited,
el...
as a matter
Vale,
of fact.
sí, por eso no había que tirar.
Now Crystron Inclusion will allow him to search. We know there's no Droll Lockbird. Oh, I guess we don't necessarily know that because it would shut down your own Perulia, but he didn't choose to Droll Lockbird after the Smiger. Another monster from hand, so now we have
ya van a la final.
total. I saw another Molcharmy.
Oh yeah, that was
Aquí van por la
another
ronda
for sure. Speaking of water monsters, we got Crystron Skeletus hitting the board here.
You added Schmeiger?
That's correct.
Got you. My boy Jesse.
We'll activate Triceratops
Yeah,
effect.
that's fine.
Destroy Synchro. Summon 2 names.
Pins and needles. Can you imagine drawing 4 cards and still not being happy with your hand?
This is correct.
Gotcha.
Well, it depends on what the totality of his hand is. At least in a strategy like Draco Tail, you could theoretically use Molcharmies for the purposes of fusion summoning. We saw a similar thing with the Droll and Lockbird in the previous game.
Overlay.
Sure.
Yeah, but James is continuing onward, right? James has now established the 2 level 5s on the field, so now he's going to go to Nova, to Infinity. He's a little bit more isolated combo-wise.
Crystron Smiger.
Wow, he's really just...
we will activate...
Just not cared. You draw as many as you need. I'm going where I'm going.
Now the question is here, can he avoid any more summons from his hand? Certainly, I think he might be able to do a fair amount of this. It depends on exactly where the combo ends. He might not be trying to do the Spell Canceller combo because that would require him to summon the Scrap Recycler from his hand.
Again, one of them is Schmeiger.
That is correct.
I think as he sees that there was no Nibiru the Primal Being, he feels like this is the time to stop.
And I'll draw for turn.
He gave his opponent plenty of cards, but passes, and Julian's going to draw. Let's see what you do with a... Ooh, how would I count? 5, 6, 7 card hand?
That is good.
Yeah, so he would have drawn 4 cards there, and he used one of them, which was Ash Blossom.
Oh,
so now,
dear.
So now we're going to see...
No
is that the third Perulia, and then obviously Fuwalo.
Soltaron a Vanlis
drop
después
negate the Infinity and Divine Mana. So Julian's probably feeling really good, right? He's still got about 13 minutes left on the clock.
4.
He's got a hand full of cards. He actually looks like he has another Molcharmy.
Yeah, I think there's a Fuwalos in there too. The gang's all here. He's playing a Molcharmy deck.
So, 5 of the top, 12 cards were Molcharmies for him? That's wild.
Yeah.
But here we have Fallen. That's going to send Albion.
I'll attempt to change her
Great
stars,
first action.
From deck,
Oh, he's going to be able to activate the Fuwalos here.
Does he chain it?
Oh, he's going to chain Fimena. Okay.
No response to Fimena.
Okay, he's going to choose not to. That makes sense. That would be funny.
Oh, yeah, but he's not here to horse around. He is here to claim another victory. And his dueling life depends on this. 12 minutes tick down the clock, but Draco Tail Arthalion is summoned, and then Fallen of the White Dragon next to it.
So now we're going to see a Synchro Summon.
It's got to be Dawn Dragster.
Yeah. Dragster, absolutely.
Because it is so good. What do you need the Spell Canceller for when you have basically up to 2 Spell and Trap negates? If you or up to 2 monsters. If you include the Cyber Dragon.
It was ideal to layer that, right? He had the Droplet earlier in the turn. Had there been the Dragster on the field then certainly that would have also been hit by the Forbidden Droplet.
Is that Rahu?
So set the Rahu. You're right to say layered. I feel like that's a word we haven't said this entire duel, but you're right. Layered interactions are what Crystron does so well because you think you know the outs, and then new outs appear on the field.
So here we're going to resolve Arthalion. Now Fallen is going to get out the
Ya está pilotando, bro.
Be nice to finally see a Synchro Summon. Here we go.
Finally, I think we're going to be able to see Dark Dragon.
Those at home, it is time to see what the hubbub is about. If this effect resolves, going to go ahead and banish.
Currently, correct.
So Ecclesian, the Dark Dragon is banished. Now we're going to get...
There you are.
Artesia.
Res.
The alternate art. I like how we said, there you are.
Rahu.
Now Rahu gets activated. So this will now allow him to conduct...
Aquí le va a forzar ya con la Golem. Ah, no.
The only one he can
Segundo
make.
Arthalion.
Arthalion, he said. He's going to use the Fimena from hand. He's probably going to use... hand or Urgula.
Chainlink 1, Urgula. Chainlink 2, Fimena.
No response.
So now...
So resolving Fimena. I'll set Sting. Resolving Urgula. Where are you?
There's the one of Ketsu.
The first one, it was Malulu plus
Droll and Lock, or yeah, Charmy. That is correct.
I'll pop that.
So just confirming what the fusion materials were and getting the K9 forced release.
Gracias, Horacio, bro.
And that was naturally drawn, right? There were no K9s used on that
I recall
first turn,
correctly,
so that was, you know, essentially a bluff for all intents and purposes.
Thank you.
We know a double Perulia, the K9 cards, probably will remain in the hand.
Urgula, target 5 mana.
No response to Urgula.
It's going to go ahead and get the 5 mana back, put the Urgula at the bottom of the deck.
Oh, activate.
Julian going as fast as possible. Being respectful in that sense, too. You're not just playing fast for your own win. You're trying to make sure that your opponent, he does beat you, at least has better tiebreakers without a double loss.
Standings. Si
it's actually advantageous to both players, for there always to be
YUGIOH
an
YCS,
outcome.
lo que sea, coverage, igual ahí.
Y si no, Facebook Dragon. As we commented on earlier this weekend, Secretariat Dragon so fantastic because obviously it has kind of a lockout effect in mirror match-like matchups, but it also in and of itself can progress your board.
Speaking of progressing the board, you mentioned the K9 monsters being kind of quiet, but here comes K9 Lupus storming the field.
Which means the force release wasn't necessarily a bluff.
No ha hecho Tristalos.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're doing it. Wow.
Right, because if he needed a Zuna, but if he was able to put a K9 on the field, he could have that force release. Now we have Typhon, right? This is the power of Lupus.
Tristalos, bro.
So how much attack does the Cyber Dragon Infinity have? Because it's natively 2100 and gets 200 for each material under it. That count, what, 4? Or is that 3? I think that's 3, right? So 2700?
It is under Droplet, which should be noted.
Oh, that's right, Droplet. So why worry anyway?
No response.
Which is a great reason to go ahead and burn the K9 Lupus, of course, to bring out the Typhon.
Yep, so this is Secretarion that's resolving, and Arthelion goes back to the extra deck. YUGIOH hits the field. I think that was a hand that was added.
That's what I saw.
Correcto. It was at
1350.
Yes.
Yeah, so 1350 attack.
I haven't used cart yet. Can cart make any?
It's still a lot of monsters to get through it. If any one of those survives,
la partida está muy bien, chavales, pero empieza la final.
8 minutes tick down.
Empieza la final.
Doing some math in his head. Julian maybe trying to close this out right now.
Lo que vamos a hacer aquí es...
But how?
He still has the Cartesia
Voy a atrasar un poco.
You heard him say, like, okay, I haven't used Cartesia
Vale, no vamos a ver nada de la final. Acabamos la partida
yet?
que les queda 8 minutos. Y ponemos la final a partir de ahí, ¿vale?
So battle phase,
eso sí que le vamos a hacer.
Typhoon.
Y entre que vamos...
By mana down, that's fantastic.
1350, correct?
That is correct.
He does want to get rid of that
450.
Cyber Dragon Infinity, which means we've cleared out
Should put me at 75,
all of the meaningful interactions except the Dragster.
End phase? Or main phase 2 end phase? This comes back.
So Ecclesian the Dark Dragon back to the field.
Albion. This is
going to go ahead and use Albion's effect as well.
So he's going to be able to
add Fallen to my hand.
No, add Fallen to hand. So he's going to actually activate the Fallen, and this is going to try to use this on Dragster here. So he's going to send Albalanatus, and now Albalanatus is going to resolve during the end phase. And now he's going to put the Branded Fusion into his hand as follow-up, and then he's going to get the Ecclesia. So this is really,
draw for turn.
really the master class of how to pilot Draco Tail.
No, it really is. So let's see if K9 Crystron still has a chance. James, normal summon K9 Noroi.
I'll chain Sting.
Oh, but going for the Sting here, trying to limit the options for follow-up. So goodbye K9 Lupus. And goodbye K9 X Force Release. Did go for a single Crystron card there. But recycling the Ketu Draco Tail immediately. Let's draw, and it's a Droll and Lockbird.
Wow.
That's destiny.
Some K9
so now we're going to see a Jokel.
If you have no quick effects.
I have no quick effects here, Duelist.
I imagine this is going to be
effects.
Cartesia. Right, he's already has Cartesia on the field. We know he has 5 mana. So he also changed Cartesia, chained his Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon, so we have multiple effects in this chain. So
Jade.
We have Mirror Jade coming out through the Arthelion plus the
Go ahead
Fallen.
And attempt to leave main phase.
You're right about it being a masterclass. He just knows it so instinctively, though. He doesn't think about it. The hands just do what they're supposed to do.
I think I want to be clear. The Dark Dragon put the Fallen, like put
on my end.
the White Dragon on the field. It just was shortcutted for time, so players are confused. Like, where did the Fallen of Aldaz's name come from?
Oh, that's fair.
That's why he chained the Dark Dragon.
There's another Fallen the Virtuous here.
I think that means that James is going to the end phase, which is allowing Julian to resolve all these effects. He's got just about every possible card that he needs here. Yeah, he's drawing for turn.
Yeah, and you can see James settling into a half smile, nodding there emphatically at Julian.
And James,
dándole 5 minutos a la partida.
not assuming that the game is over.
Esperamos, bro.
Sending Urgula to the graveyard, sending Pan to the graveyard. So this is going to put
La semana que viene tengo
Valiant on the field, which it was recycled on the previous turn.
Just a quick thumb through there. James takes a quick look at the camera. I think he knows what others may know
de
too.
poner partidas simultáneas. Es lo que no entiendo.
There's a difficult road ahead for him for sure. But with all those monsters on the field, 4 fusions, 1 synchro, destroying your K9 Arroy.
Battle.
Good game, Julian.
Yeah, your battle phase, and there's the handshake.
Y Julian gana a los 4 minutos.
Round of applause there for the duelists here.
Madre mía.
Certainly good stuff.
Y aquí está, vale. Yeah, buena final, eh.
Grand final, and I get to say the thing I love saying every single tournament. It's time to duel. We're about to write some more Yu-Gi-Oh history, the 300th YCS. We have started this weekend, and we're going to crown our 300th YCS champion in this very match between 2 Italians that have made their way through all those players, throughout all those matches. They have successfully become a part of this final, but who is it going to be? We shall find out. What are you guys thinking? 2 different decks as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Because of course, we have the Draco strategy in the final. That was expected because it was the most represented deck and also probably the most powerful deck, going first, going second, with the branded addition to the deck. It was so good. But in front of this deck, we've got something that probably went a little bit under the radar after the Forbidden Unlimited list, and arguably stronger than before.
Yeah, and we've got the, I want to say, counter matchup, a deck that likes to abuse some hand and graveyard effects of the opposing side. So it is going to be Vanquish Soul K9 versus Branded Draco Tail, and the players are ready for the finals of the 300th YCS here in Dortmund. So let's go over to the table.
Bueno, empieza la final.
You say that this Vanquish Soul K9 deck become a little bit unexpected, not as popular anymore.
Puño de colegas, no. Dar la mano de
caballeros. This deck won our last YCS. We just had Vanquish Soul K9 win the YCS in Bologna, and it's now back for another title. But Danilo will do everything he can to stop him from doing so, as he's now starting off with Katizia fusing away Nibiru the Primal Being and Pan.
Vale, fusiona con... Así mejor, ¿no? Fusiona con Artalion y Nibiru. Ahora tiene para recuperar. Me sorprende el Nibiru main, mira que a muchos arquetipos ni les duele. ¿De qué perdí la final? Solo un nombre de Dracotail le da un poquito igual, porque ahora ya puede añadir, incluso tiene acceso a la Faimena. ¿Está llamando otras cartesias? No me sé las listas. Al final Cartesia a mí se me hace demasiado buena. He visto muchas listas que llevan a 3, Vale, setea 2 cartas y posiblemente no es el mejor turno para una baraja Dracotail. Os lo digo, en este caso. Activa refuerzo del ejército. No tiene la Flame. Salida pocha de Dracotail.
But I mean, Danilo not having access to the
Digo normal, bueno, va a hacer normal de Raizen, supongo. A no ser que tenga Horisu de Hard Rock, no creo, bro.
If it is paired up with some other interactions, and we know that Danilo must have some very good against the
Boca Raizen va a añadir
of course normal summon the Raizen. We have the knowledge about this one. Will there be anything
Lo levanta la mano al toque. A ver, esto está bien porque
el Ryzen tiene, como se dice, un efecto que no es, que es una vez por cadena. Entonces aquí no le pueden encadenar de petar la misma columna. Si añade a la mano ya es a la Holy Su directamente. O le quita el robo. Le quita el robo. Diego lo tenía. Mala noticia para Danilo. ¡Oh! Pan de Virtus.
Danilo really going all in with his interactions here right on the first summon of Diego. Sends Alba Lenatos to the graveyard.
Nos invoca, resuelve el efecto de añadir. Danilo no roba carta. Le queda una posibilidad de hacer un disparo. Lo bueno es que tiene nombre Bankis, así que añadir Holy Su le puede ir muy bien en esa situación. No hizo ningún efecto de mano, así que Canine sigue tranquilo. Añade Holy Su. Estaba claro.
Pretty hard if there is fire attribute.
But I mean, we know that Danilo is having the Nibiru, the Primal being in hand. He does not have these
Prosperity.
He's going to have more access.
Ahora sí que le corta. Le ofrece el mazo. Y dice, así está bien. Ahora sí que corta. Teóricamente en esa situación, si tú ofreces el mazo para barajar, tu rival te hace eso de mazo por cortado y luego tiras la Prosperity, es un del palo. No me fío de ti. Quiero quedar bien en el vídeo. ¿Qué? ¿Sabes? Ha sido raro. Imperma. Imperma fuerza cartesia. Este Your Soul. Incluso Case Canine. Ahora aquí tiene opción de extender con lo Bankis. Tiene también opción de... No vi lo que añade. Ese era el Yaolong, ¿no? A ver, Yaolong es un muy buen bicho para enseñar con... ¿Cómo se dice? Con la Holy Su, porque se invoca gratuitamente. Pensando aquí Danilo sin responder, porque tiene opción de meter tanto el Faimenazo como el efecto de Cartesia. Efecto de Cartesia. Un monstruo que también estaría muy interesante, muy custom de jugar en este momento sería el Mysterion. El Mysterion también estaría curioso, pero aquí quiere sacarle provecho a, en este caso, al efecto del pan. Es que tiene el Nibiru en mano guardadito.
Considering to give up on his very own Mana in hand because he doesn't see a chance to fuse with that anymore. So Mana fusion summon gone.
Madre mía.
And let's resolve this shape Mysterion. Danilo told me not many people find space for this card anymore in their extra deck with all those new branded cards, but he still has access to it. He's still found space for it, and therefore is now able to summon it out here in this
efectos trigger.
This is a little bit, I call it double wobble.
1, 2, 3.
And he has Mysterion. Pan could pop the Holy Su and then Mysterion
la retira.
Oh. That is what we're doing. Mysterion is just
la retira. Y además Holy Su está a 1, bro. Retirar la Holy Su ahora sí que duele. Y no siento cómo le va a poder dar la vuelta. Una Izuna. Izuna es la que le podría dar fuerza ahora.
It cannot be that many anymore as we have also activated the Pot of Prosperity and the reinforcement.
¡El Yokul! Yokul para añadir. Así que se lía. Pues aquí sí que se ha liado. Porque lleva invocación de Razer, invocación de Holy Su, 3-4. En quinta entre la Reaper le fuerza el Nibiru. Y puede jugar. Buah. Campo libre para Bankis, Campo libre para Bankis. Quita el Yokul. Veremos cuál es Saryu ya.
Holisu is limited now. So if it comes to a crazy grind game of Vanquish Soul versus the Branded Dracotail deck, Vanquish Soul is actually just... It's just old Vanquish Soul. This is YCS.
Tiene para hacer Lantern
from 3 years ago.
más de Izuna Baby. Es que Izuna Baby es mucho.
And this is pretty strong. Historically, Vanquish Soul K9 had a very good matchup into the Branded Dracotail strategy thanks to those K9 cards. And
se puede llegar a tachar la Cartesia para que no recupere. Tiene el Balon para cargarse Backrow. OTK no creo que sea por el tema de la Prosperity.
As you just mentioned, having the Holisu banished is not good news if it goes into the grind game, so you'd better end the game pretty quickly.
Lantern.
The Lantern as well.
Lantern añade.
Saryuja line almost to me, unless you want to overwhelm your opponent with... I mean, this is also a lot of damage already. If you get a case for K9, a hand effect was not used this turn, so you...
Suelta una carta en mano. ¿Por qué invoco Kewl si pide 2 cartas en mano al oponente? Porque eso es para invocar lo normal. Esa es la limitación que tienen los K9. Pero Kewl, si enseñas otro nivel 5, se invoca por la cara. Quitando lo Power Creep que está la Dracotail, al menos hay mucho más variedad que antes. Veo que hay más variedad. Van 0-0, sí, perdona que no he subido la...
Rahu, Dracotail, and Draco Sting there to the graveyard with Zeus could be massive. We do need to focus, though, on having our Holisu back in hand before that, though.
But see, if you Zeus, I mean, there is so much gone from your side of the field as well, right? You committed so heavily into it, and if you want to Zeus, you could have just attacked with the Ripper over the Cartesia, and then just, you know what, Zeus then, and then start playing on.
Exactly, and on top of that,
yo no sé si hubiera enseñado el Nibiru en mano, a no ser que supiese que era un Nibiru.
To the hand, which is even more follow-up.
And you play into Nibiru if you use the Ripper.
Exactly, yeah.
So actually, maybe I mean, I think you lose every piece of follow-up that you have if you go for a Zeus here.
So vale, aquí
Ripper, nothing to worry about anymore here, or the Nibiru
puede meter el combo del C. Se puede acoplar la Cartesia, que yo creo que es lo que haría. Bueno, para que no vuelva, también está bien. Puedo utilizar el turno pasado. Pues ya está.
Which is very clever, because now the Arcadian will not end up in the graveyard, so you cannot special summon it back.
And there is VC, XYZ, Nash Knight right on top of it.
Qué roto está ese bicho, tío. Se carga encima Backrow. Se carga la Rahu.
And this card just pops a spell trap card when it's summoned. Usually on your first turn you use this to pop a case for K9 to set the release, but now Ripper is attacking over Mysterio, and that is quite the bunch of damage on that field.
Pues casi letal, Casi letal porque tenía Prosperity. Menos mal.
On the first turn he didn't even have any massive answers, but to be fair, Danilo didn't present him with much to answer anyhow. So here, with all those engine cards going second, and specifically that remaining Jokel that he still had in hand, he is just taking everything apart here.
So we remove the Cartesia from the field, but of course it's going to get back into the hand of Danilo at the end of the turn. But thanks to the number C104, it removes a lot of good top decks on the side of Danilo, because the Cartesia, if you normal summon it and you activate the effect, you can literally just chain the effect of the
Honestly, we could even go for SP Little Knight here still, right? Like just also getting rid of the Cartesia. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe also appealing to get rid of the Spell and Trap card though, which of course we know to be a sting.
I think you actually removed the trap, I guess?
It's interesting. SP Little Knight definitely is the card to summon, but what are we banishing? Of course, Alba and Nato still sitting there in the graveyard, but
no longer,
as that is additional follow-up that could have been generated.
Oh, no,
pues bien medido, bro.
In the end phase still gets to add itself back to the hand. Izuna is chilling there as well. It's always
tiene opción de jugar.
Open on the field when you have Lupus in hand.
Only one unknown card, the card that was drawn by Danilo this turn. Will it be enough? We are trying to get another one, activating the Sting. Now
Ghost Bell.
But there is the Ghost Bell to prevent Danilo from creating more advantage and trying to find a solution.
Dudo que lleve Typhoon. Recoge. Madre mía, tú. Buena partida.
second with the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. Is it going to be
Madre
back-to-back
mía.
YCS wins for the deck? Is it going to be Diego Ganzelli taking the crown here?
It's not only back-to-back YCS wins, but the last
Esa
YCS
Gospel,
Dortmund
tú.
also had Vanquish Soul in the finals, even before Holisu. Yeah, Lukas Janssen not winning that YCS back then. It was YUGIOH Schwarzkopf, in fact, who also played a phenomenal tournament.
Todo el mundo ahí saludando.
We love that.
Están los italianos.
Who walks away victorious here with that crown, with that title, with that beautiful
Uno con lo de One Piece.
standing in the middle of us. I'll try. Can I do the pose now?
Sí, lo tiene bien montado, Sergio, esos están ahí en Italia dándole a tope. A tope, bro. Perdiendo monedas. Tenemos a Banky Soul ganar. Yo sé que gane una Dracotail. En Estados Unidos fijo que gana Dracotail, tío. Ahí gana siempre lo predecible.
Historically, as I said, the Vanquish Soul strategy very good against the Dracotail strategy thanks to the K9 cards, but after the support it wasn't that much the case because of the Brandy strategy. But here, it won the first game.
You were mentioning the Nibiru, the primal being that took a material off.
Están encargando todo de que le meten. A ver. Pues que el Kewl más lo otro ya está.
Of the Ripper go into SP Little Knight and banish the Albalinatos. Without that, there would have been the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Saludos para el grupo Omega en Ecuador. Saludos a gente de Ecuador.
Maybe he should have just kept the Nibiru to force the K9-17 Ripper.
One more thing I want to bring up. I feel like the innovation that Tom Klein
Banky, supongo que contra otra Dracotail. Porque eso quedaban Dracotails, la Malice se eliminó, la Radiant se eliminó. Sí, 100% otra Dracotail.
Feels so good, right? Because we saw multiple times now how much of a struggle it is for the branded Dracotail deck when the branded part is missing.
Un shifter, bro. Falta el shifter de la final. Un shifter mágico. El shifter mágico, bro.
Of this YCS with Ernst Schulze, our previous German Nationals runner-up from 2022, who piloted the deck phenomenally. But our duelists are ready. The final of the YCS Dortmund continues. Game 2, we're going to the table.
Como haya un shifter, me caigo, bro. Me caigo.
Danilo will go first once again. Will it work out better for him here this time around? In top 4, Diego already beat Danilo's very good friend
Sky. Ah, es que está guay.
It is on Danilo trying to stop Diego's run here.
So for now, there is no shifter.
Shifter. Uf. Me asusté. Fugalos. Entra.
Which can now, of course, not be ashed anymore.
Yep, and this is now going to summon out the Fallen of the White Dragon, always treated as Fallen of Albas, even on the deck list. So, you're summoning back the Ecclesia.
No te creo, bro.
You gotta be kidding me.
Hizo una.
Trading Ash Blossoms left and right. No further Vanquish Soul monsters for Diego here. So it looked promising, but Danilo's still in the driving seat.
That is absolutely insane because not only you get some card advantage if you get to special summon the Raisin, but on top of that you get another Vanquish Soul monster to try to interrupt. But there was the Ash Blossom.
Okay, so this is of course a synchro summon in the fusion deck. Adding new addition from Burst Protocol and the usual line Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon coming in here and using it as well, resolving it.
Now that looks a little bit like a bait from the Rahu in the beginning. If the Rahu gets ashed, you can actually still go for a synchro summon there. I wonder if Danilo would have preferred for this to still resolve that. The Cartesia on the field. Does he have
es divertido ver el Banky, sí. Es un mazo que da show, tío.
To cut it here. We know the Holisu didn't resolve Sensei card. This is so tough for Danilo. Diego, we have seen his hand. He has the Holisu. He can activate.
Madre mía, tío. Qué abuso.
Fantastic for the previous Italian national champion Diego Ganzelli.
And this time there is
Esto es de Diego, bro.
So Diego
is going to
be able to special summon and win the YCS Dortmund. A convincing victory 2-0 on Danilo, giving the Vanquish Soul strategy another win in the
Banky es campeón,
YCS. Congratulations.
Facilito, bro.
History is made. We have a new champion, and it is Diego Ganzelli on his first YCS title.
Todo esto para que se cargue la Bankis a la yugular, bro. Es que le hizo la 13-14. Yo esperaba más de Dracotail, pero no, pero tú has visto lo que han hecho. Ahora ya puedo adelantar.
The level of the tier is tier 1, tier 2. Is the confidence that you have with the deck. I play this deck
ah, que hace. Bro, primero que celebre y luego ya que comente con el trofeo y todo. Qué locura. Por eso una pasta. Es que te da igual el juego, tío. Es que Holy Su es una carta muy tonta. ¿Ves? Voy a jugar. Y se la suda, bro. Mira. Es que justo ha tenido el dodgeo, la ha tenido. Qué locura, bro. Qué locura.
What were you trying to play against the most? Like, why that sequence with Ornn and, the Fallen and Virtue?
At the first, I think that the better way to force the Dracotail board is raising when you have a Burger or Caesar in the end.
15-2 que no ha briqueado. Si el chaval briquear no ha briqueado, lo que hace es que lo ha parado. Briquear es que sin que te tiren una disrupción pases turno. Aquí el Pau la ha tirado. As Blossom Holy Su. Literalmente. Y Brankis fue un error, no pasa nada. ¿Falta algún otro evento? Sí, tenemos otro. Todo lo Brankis a uno ya, literalmente. Qué locura, Brankis.
It was an incredible combo, yeah. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, often this deck is about bluffing. So it's about not giving your opponent.
De cara más por a ver, Radiant ha quedado primero de suizo.
What attributes if you have the burger, no? It's a lot about
el Magnet no se sabe, Antonio. No se sabe.
And I think we can see how this continued, because there was another interesting decision. So with the Prosperity, your decision to take the Gyro Long, for example, which was also interesting. And of course, after the Olisu, now it was back to Danilo to choose what to do. Did you expect, what he was going for, this Mysterium line, or again, what was going through your mind?
In my mind, I think that if that Olisu have to force Nibiru or Cartesia or Faimena, because if my opponent interact with Olisu, in my end,
aquí fue la buena, así que no invoco el Jalón. En duelo 1 robó todo el Bankis y en el segundo también. Se la suda. Va volando. Bueno, al menos ya puedo quitar la otra pestaña, bro. Que es esta. Ya la puedo quitar porque ya no vamos a estar con doble stream a la vez.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's say that this match you were good at drawing, the limited cards. I think.
Yeah, but in my deck I have a lot of limited cards because if are limited
for a reason.
Because,
yeah, exactly. And of course, what followed after that Jokul is you absolutely dominating the field.
Sí, no, a mí Bankis me gusta como mazo,
this C104, I saw you summoning a lot this weekend, but not playing any quick spells. So can you tell us a bit about that decision?
Because in my opinion, the quick spell is very bad into Radiant Typhoon matchup. Because he can use MST and out it. And the Under Charmis is too much expensive setup it. Because the trap under Fuva is so good. For example, in this tournament, when I open with only Vanquish Soul, my opponent drop Fuvalos.
Sí, Holly, para una mano full Draco tampoco es que sea un problema. Buah, pero le forzó así de todo,
With one draw, I can make full board and 6 card in hand. And the quick spell is too much expensive. I have to do at my opponent so many draws.
Yeah, I absolutely get your point. And also going second, I think maybe after the latest Forbidden Limited list, the deck lost a bit of the power going second, and going first is more consistent.
Yeah,
so.
the consistency now is perfect.
Yeah, it's crazy, and of course here again we see Ghost Bell, another of those cards that made the cut, and it was working out wonders for you. If I'm not wrong, you were just facing Dracotails all the way, no, in the top cut.
I play with 3 Dracotails in top.
So I mean,
that
must have been just one more reason why you absolutely dominate this matchup. And I mean, game 2, I guess, was not so close, as we can see.
Bueno, game 2 se la ha pasado por donde quiera.
Danilo opens up, and here there is a little bit of, you know, area of plays with this Ash Blossom.
Cuando hay inicios en México, a ver, tengo pensado volver en un futuro. Pero no puedo hacerlo cada 2x3, más que nada porque si ya estoy teniendo problemas en viajar por dentro de Europa, imaginar la de días que tengo que mover para ir fuera de Europa. Es una barbaridad. Realmente a ese evento no puedo ir por cosas de trabajo. No hay más.
My end was double Ash Blossom. That is good because I have Ash for another trap. And Raisin, Medlov, and Holy Sue.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. And yeah, as we can see here, Danilo tried a little bit, but in the end, he didn't have Dracotail, so he just went for this Ecclesia, had to pass. And then, I mean, the ending was just really, really sudden. And what were you feeling when he didn't activate Ecclesia and just passed?
Maybe I say in my head, maybe I can win this final.
Yes, and you did indeed, because he didn't put up as much as a fight as we were hoping for.
Hombre, estoy para 2027, ya lo comenté. Tengo pensado ya hacer algún viaje. Pero bueno, también tengo que ver con qué es de mí para 2027.
Now, before we move on and give you your unique trophy, I want to give you the chance to give a shout out to, you know, friends or family or whoever, and yeah, take it, it's your moment.
I shout out all my teammates, all my friends that support me every day, all my family, and nothing else.
Nothing else, and I think it's enough. So again, I'll ask you all of you guys to give one more round of applause.
El caster es italiano y dice, mira, yo lo digo en italiano y tú lo traduces al toque, bro. Ahí.
And thank you guys, but now we'll just transition over because we need to give Diego his trophy. So stay tuned for the prize ceremony.
Attention duelists, we have a new YCS champion, a 300 YCS champion.
Yo soy de los que opinan que hay que prohibir shifter, Kewl, ese tipo de cosas.
I mean, you've just spoken to Marcello, you've said a lot. How do you feel right now?
He's crazy now. He's crazy. He's fantastic.
You have loads of your friends who've been giving you hugs and cheering you on. Is it nice to have that kind of support?
Yeah, my friends always support me and are my force.
Well, fantastic. We have our Konami representative Dom here to give you that unique 300th YCS trophy.
Uf, yo no lo cogería de ahí,
For your adoring fans, give it up for Diego!
Parece súper frágil ese trofeo.
And with that, I'm going to welcome on all of my wonderful casting colleagues. Thank you so much, all of you guys, for joining us on the stage. But thank you very much to all of you who've been watching at home. That is going to be it from us here at the 300th YCS here in Dortmund, and we have had an amazing time. Thank you very much to all of our judges, to all of our partners, and also thank you very much to every single participant who took part in these duels, and all of you for watching at home. Without all of you, this would not be possible. But give it up one more time for Diego Gonzalez! That's going to be
el tío con cuidado que no se lo rompa.
YCS very, very soon.
Hombre.
Take care. Goodbye.
Vale. Y ahora, muy bonito, pero tenemos otro ICS. ¡Ay! ¡Ojo, Pac! ¡Paco! ¿Cómo? Me lo pongo de cero. ¿Cómo que Pac contra...? Espérate. Quiero la que se enfrentan en torneo el Pac contra el Team Samurai. Me lo pongo de cero, bro. Por el meme ya.
Up first in the blue chair from New Brunswick, New Jersey, the Taiwanese terror, the YouTube sensation. Shout out Team
es italiano.
Pro,
Pagawat Parmunsu!
Son del mismo equipo, llevan el mismo mano.
And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario, also the Thai Terror, the YouTube sensation, shout out Team Supreme Pro, Sam TSX!
Grande.
Battle of Master and Student commences. Casters, take it away.
Pal lo mismo, bro. No sé qué tenía YouTube, pero en grande. Hola, tío, hola. Ahí estaba Diego.
Both these players with only 2 losses, which is the record you need to make into top 8. Master versus Student has Pack, or sorry, King has said there, it's Pack taking on Sam. I don't know which one's the Master and which one's the Student. One has definitely been on the scene much longer, but I don't know if that's the Student and the Master has, you know, surpassed the Student, or the other way around.
Sam has been around for quite some time, but once Pack got into it, once they started working together, that's when Sam started really shining here. I think Pack gave Sam the tools he needed to really come out as a star duelist.
Yeah, these two players have played on a team together before in our Team YCS tournaments, making it all the way to the finals. So they're best buds. You see them wearing matching attire there. They've probably practiced together.
Pero de este serán un vídeo cada uno y a facturar.
Just matching everything, I'd imagine.
So you can see Team Sam's kind of enjoying a little more, a little smile on his face, but this is still a tournament for Pack. I mean, both.
Dortmund ganó Bankis.
He knows what's on the line. He knows what this game means. The winner will move on to be able to only have to win 2 more rounds before the top 8 cutoff, and the loser is going to still be able to continue to play for some awesome prizes, but it's going to have a really hard time at making that top 8 cutoff. Now, we got the deck list. I'm going to take a quick look and see how they're all written in different orders, so there might be some differences actually, but I don't see any quite just yet.
Esto es aquí de cachondeo, bro.
I believe it's card for card the exact same.
Sam es campeón ICS, literalmente.
You're gonna have to make that top 8. Number 1 here, round 13, 300 YCS.
Yeah. Oh, they're both just so happy to be there.
So we're live? Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, you saw Pack being a little stoic, but it's hard to stay stoic with Sam.
Yeah.
He'll break you. He'll make you laugh.
I'm cheese. 5?
So a 5 from Sam.
You're actually
Back roll to 7.
So just go. You know, go easy on me, coach.
They have the same dice, the same decks. Different extra deck sleeves at least, so there are some differences we're looking at. But Pack is going to start things off. Okay. Sam's still smiling. Pack locked in.
Yeah, go first. Oh, anything standby?
You know these two have played each other a ton in practice, and now they're having to play on the biggest stage of them all.
I know when you play against someone you're this close with, it's hard to take the match as seriously because you're so used to being casual when playing against each other.
I know this line. I know this line, fam. Do you? Just chain the fool, man.
So he's going to start with 5 mana.
They resolve? Okay.
Madre mía.
They're just joking with each other, seeing if there's a response, but Sam allows it to happen. Oh, it's in kind of a weak hand, your 5 mana, using a copy of Fualos and another 5 mana.
Yeah, definitely not the strongest start for Dracotail, but the good thing about the Dracotail deck is no matter how you start, as long as you're able to get those monsters into the graveyard and then be able to access the spells from your deck,
Una imperma aquí,
you're
ojito.
going to be able to get some things going at least. So the Arthur line is going to add back the 5 manas.
No parece una mano
5 mana
buena.
will resolve to set a card from the deck. Will it be
Ketu?
the Rahu? I imagine it's going to be Ketu or Rahu
I'll
here.
set the Rahu.
Yeah,
Rahu.
Va a ir a la Úrgula.
Rahu really good at getting Urgula into that graveyard.
And you have 2 more cards left unknown, right? Yeah, so I've 2 unknown. Yeah, it's 2 5 manas, 2 unknowns,
Just
1
give
Rahu.
write down all information here.
No, nothing.
No secrets between friends.
I'll go Rahu.
Sam giving him the death stare. Is he going to use Ash Blossom?
Yeah, okay. Give me a second. You don't have Ash. Alright.
Se tira la Úrsula.
From hand.
The Pack cannot guess Sam's next move, and Sam has made 0 plays.
So there is the Urgula online now, so it'll be able to add back a spellcaster from the graveyard. Gulamel is now on the field. Artheline in the extra monster zone. Not going to be needing any sort of
Literalmente, Horacio. Literalmente.
fusion-based strategy. I just want you to know that I heard Sam's laugh like from the stage. That wasn't through my headset. I definitely heard that like in person through my headset from the stage. That's many yards away. You can see them having a good time.
The Urgula does resolve and set the Ketu Dracotel from the deck.
Albaz. Vale, fusión.
Okay, there is a brand fusion to get more names in circulation. Look at Sam staring into the camera.
Sí, Pac ganó la última
No
DC
response.
Cup.
There hasn't been an Ash Blossom yet. If it wasn't on the Rahu, it's not going to be on the brand fusion.
Team Sam's almost in tears here.
Yeah.
He hasn't even got to play a card yet, and he's just having too good.
Además vean 10-2 los dos,
But this is what it's all about. This is kind of like Yugi versus Joey, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Qué duro, bro.
except maybe not as like dramatic. It's like the reverse. So.
Dude, Pac is making all the plays, putting up all the pressure, and I feel like Sam is somehow making Pac sweat.
Albion fusion. Yeah.
Okay, we're actually activating
Eso es Soma.
Albion 2 fusion.
Yeah.
All right, time to lock in and actually get serious about this. You can see the laughter, the smiles.
Un bestial. No sé por qué piensa. Gospel.
He must have some sort of like effect negation or something he's thinking about here.
Sam just wasn't
Branded yo creo que le van a meter golpe.
Usually you just put the Spenta in the graveyard and you can go from the Magic's cards from there.
I do.
So clearly there's something that Pac is trying to do here that Sam wasn't prepared for. Wasn't in the lessons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, Albion is going to resolve here. Looks like we're going to be using
Retira.
Yep, Arthline from the field, Fimina from the graveyard. There's a dragon and a spellcaster.
It has to be Secretarion.
Yeah.
Using that extra Fimena here. I mean, losing that talent is kind of unfortunate, but it's pretty easy to recycle them.
Yeah, not the biggest of deals. Now he's going to use Spinta's effect to banish to a...
No, sí, sí, claro, sí, están jugando lo mismo.
Targeting the Secretarion here.
Because equipping from grave is not something you can bell. Really? Yeah, I promise you. Don't even try to use it.
Yo juego parte de las barajas. Les molesta que uno comience a barajar solo parte del mazo y ya. Si vas a un torneo serio te baraja todo el mundo, bro. Una cosa es pa local.
That's pretty funny. The Moon Maiden is going to be equipped, and now he's going to be able to add a Magician's Monster. Adding another copy of Spinta.
They know there's Joel Lockbird is not in the main deck for them.
Yeah, that's like the kind of funny part about this. Is they know exact interactions that their opponent is playing.
Creo que es una mezcla de ambas, O otra fusión.
They know
Qué rico.
exactly what they have to play around, especially getting to this point in the turn. He knows that he's probably free to go. He just wants to make the most oppressive field that he can.
That's correct. 5 mana unknown. Yep. Yep.
Crowley resolved, fusing with the Albion.
El equipo.
Now Ketu can be activate here. We knew that was set previously.
Creo que no hizo ni normal,
This is going to grab a copy of Malulu. Now correct me if I'm wrong, have we normal summoned? No, we have not.
Nope. Malulu is going to be the normal summon for the turn.
That's going to fuse with, again, the Fimena.
Y no hizo Urgula.
I mean, we knew that both Fimenas were in hand. It's going to go for just another copy of Arthalion here. Now the Malulu will be able to trigger. They're going to get at least one trap card online. It's going to be the Flame, most important card in the mirror match. And now we can use that Urgula if we haven't done so already.
Urgula on 5 mana?
Yep, Urgula is still there. There was 2 Fimenas in the hand previously from the original Arthalion. And then during the end phase, Albion will activate to go ahead and get that fall on the Virtuous.
Effect of Sec, targeting this.
Secretarion is going to put back the Malulu onto the field. Let's see what he decides to put back here. Just the additional Spenta.
Crowley?
Oh no, yeah, Crowley makes more sense here. Have it accessible in the deck. This is a lot.
Yeah, so you know 5 mana, I have Flame, and then I'll proceed to leave
the Malulu on the
main
field,
phase.
Gulamel,
end phase, I'll trigger
Zora.
Albion.
Zora doesn't, oh yeah.
It's a monster negate.
Yeah, it's a little monster negate. He has the 5 mana in hand, and Fallen into Virtuous at the end phase is going to be set. All right, Sam, much more serious now. Needs to focus and lock in for his turn that is now coming up.
Yep. Uphill battle for sure.
Es una buena mesa.
On the field, so he's very limited as to what
Negación del Magistus. Fusión del Mululu. Popeo de Gulamel.
Sam was just trying to
y lock de Secretarion.
See if we can get a mistake out of him.
Stand by. Yep.
Mucho, yo creo que testearon mucho.
Main? Yep.
Set. Okay, set. Oh, it could be Albaz. That's 3.
So you're the go.
He's gonna he's gonna have to go for flame on thing. Chain the Gulabel to destroy the set just to avoid the Albaz set. Was it in fact the Albaz? Because he could have made Albalonatus with the board.
Okay, sure. What do you have?
Or was it the best bluff we've seen so far?
Sam's considering if he even has a response here.
Yep.
Siento que entre broma y broma ya llevan 9 minutos quemados,
This is a pivotal part of the turn. I think he's trying to think about chaining to the flame so the Gulamel can't activate, right?
Well, I think he already activated the Gulamel.
Oh, did he? Or maybe it was too quick.
Nope, it's not easy for sure, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like... Okay, no, he's considering... Okay, no, we are activating Bell to the flame. Zeroa is going to negate the activation of Bell, sending itself.
This is still here, because you can't chain Gulamel,
That's correct.
Okay, alright. That will resolve.
Okay, so I'll resolve this to destroy this as well. And then
¡Oh! ¡Lo humilla!
does get to destroy any card on the board.
¡Lo has playado! ¡Lo has playado!
I mean, it gets the flame out of the way at the cost of just a set monster. The deck doesn't necessarily need its normal summon if it has ways to play, but Secretarion is still there. Very hard to play with that on the field. Gulamel still active as well with the Malulu on the field. The Fallen the Virtuous is there to go after the Secretarion.
Y bien baiteado, sí, porque ahora se quita el Secretarion. Bien baiteado.
Dragon. It's going to send it down the Ecclesia on the Dark Dragon.
And there's Rahu. And there's an Ash Blossom. That was the last card, the Unknown, and we are going to go to game 2.
No tenía. El tío lo intentó,
It was actually pretty close. Actually, if I didn't have Ash, it was actually
I mean, that was a really smart considered. Said it was close, and if you he's down, perfect. They're going
because they are.
Maybe por aquí.
2 of round 13 of YCS Richmond.
I mean, there's no hard feelings either way. Both players can be.
El tío lo hizo lo mejor posible. Le sacó una Omni más una trampa. Y la Gulamel, quiero decir. Forzó con 2 cartas 3.
I mean, I don't think it means that much if Pac wins.
Le hizo salir.
Sam wins this match, it's over.
True, good call on that one. Oh, look, Sam let Pac go first.
Yeah,
I told you the mind games. He knows the strategies to side out the Dracotail traps going second.
Look, you see him. You see how he's talking back right now. He's letting him know.
Yeah, so he's trying to take advantage of the theory. I knew it. I knew he was going to do it. It's the mind games. Because what does the Dracotail deck do if it doesn't have the trap cards going first?
I mean, he only put up 1 in the first turn here.
And it was enough, yeah, I suppose.
We'll see how much of his engine he actually sided out.
All right, so now he's going to use the Fimena for Urgula and Fualos.
Juega Spacey, bro. Se la suda todo. Perderá como un hombre. O ganará como un
I
héroe.
think Sam's trying to be serious, but every time he thinks about being serious, to smile, he just
can't turn it off. He cannot turn it off.
Go line.
Anyone that knows Sam's personally, this is who he is.
He enjoys playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's the most important part. You gotta have fun.
A ver, yendo 10-2 en ronda 13, hay algunas personas que entran, con X3.
I don't think that was necessarily in the main deck here, but that is one of those cards that come in for this matchup because you know Magistus cards are there, and Sam took advantage of that by making Pac go first. As many dead cards as possible.
All right, so he's going to have Fimena, Urgula, and Malulu all in the hand.
Urgula, Fimena.
All right. No Rahu set
here. Is that 1? I'll pass.
Okay.
Yeah. No Dracotail trap cards to be set here. Just a Lucius and Artheline and one.
Se la lió.
The Fimena and Urgula represent some interruption. You see Sam, once again, I can just physically hear him, the thing. Because, like.
Además tendrá la fuga, los tendrá todo. Fenrir.
Castira Fenrir is going to be special
Buena carta.
in the hand of Sam. This is a cool card in the Dracotail side deck because not only does it offer
Está riendo el otro.
to take care of some monsters, it gives you more monsters to fuse within your hand as well.
Already got Pac sweating here, is considering if he has to respond to his Fenrir.
Pac shaking his head, not happy with the position that Sam has put him in.
But he's proud of him.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, you have to be. I'm proud. I'm not going to say I called it, but.
Oye, más uno.
Especially if you feel like maybe the person you're playing against is a stronger caliber potentially. I'm not saying that Sam's bad at all. He's definitely an excellent duelist. I remember he's one of the best Yubel players that we ever got to like watch on stream during that format. So you have to give him his props. But you definitely respects Pac's play, so being able to have a chance to take advantage of their theory leading into the tournament is excellent.
Baylor.
Both these players are very exceptional at being students of the game.
Yes.
Yeah, it was good.
I hear a dog. I don't know if you guys could hear that. So now
normal summoning Lucas here from Sam. See if there is a response from Pac. Doesn't seem like there will be.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, no, I haven't. Oh, I can't do that.
Oh, you can't tell your opponent that you don't have a card in your hand.
On that turn.
Revealing public information here. That's just how they're just playing like this with each other when they're practicing.
Yeah.
So in official tournaments you can't do that as much.
A lot of times, yeah, it's just in jest. Yeah.
Están jugándola a rollo testeo.
They do have to remember they are playing in a YCS, not at home on the kitchen table.
Lucas grabs Fimena here. Sam has to respect the one set to a certain degree. I think the most obvious one it could be is Fallen the Virtuous, because that's the card that's going to be in the deck no matter what.
But I think Sam
No, creo que es para el turno pasado. Brand Fusion.
I mean, he knows it's perfect information. He knows what he also usually
Buena
puts in
carta.
over those Dracotail traps. But I think Fallen the Virtuous is a good guess for sure.
It could still be Flame, if you had to guess as well. But I think Branded Fusion would get flamed, so...
It's good.
And it's going to resolve. I mean, I think an Urgula comes down just to check here.
Looks like Sam's choice to go second is paying off here. I mean, there's still plenty of interaction from Pac. He has the 5 mana. He has, I mean, I know the trap card that set, but I won't spoil it just yet. But Urgula is going to force it right away.
Bien chequeado.
And Albion, the Branded Dragon, probably. Oh no,
can't use that with Urgula.
Oh,
so
he uses the fire. Oh, it's a dragon, so Alvalinatus. And yeah, it's infinite permanence, and he's going to chain it to the Kashira Fenrir.
Imperva.
That's all right.
Está bien.
Not the end of the world there. You get your value, and now Urgula can resolve. I mean, it is a weaker fusion monster of the ones that you could have summoned here.
Además, el Fenrir se lo convierte en material de fusión. Y el Artalion si llega a resolver. Puede recuperar ese Weight of Fallen. Los jueces le dijeron que no puede dar información privada de la mano.
So now he will not let himself play any cards in that column. Smart stuff.
Literalmente, José. Top 4 siempre. Y espérate aquí.
As soon as he activates the Rahu, he might force out the Fimena to go for the Secretarion to limit Sam's value. We'll see if Sam has an answer for that. We're going to activate Fimena first.
Igual le mete el Fimena Challenge para fusionar con un Molulu.
And this is a situation where Pac might be forced to do something.
He's definitely considering his options.
He's really considering. I mean, he should know everything that Sam has available to him. It's going to resolve. Now, I imagine he will likely use the Lucas on the field. And what is the card from the hand?
Fenrir.
The other thing Pac has, I think, he has a Malulu in hand, right? Malulu.
He does have the Malulu.
Yeah, the Malulu in the mirror match when it's the opponent's turn.
No sé qué tan Fenrir, para no dar info.
All the chain links resolve. Your cards will be last on the chain, so your Malulu is going to be able to negate.
No sé que voy a sacar algo. Ah, vale. Pero es que si no te quitas el Fenrir ahí, bro.
Imagine that is what he would have wanted to do here. It looks like it's another copy of Lucius as well as the Fenrir in hand. So not as valuable as you would
Eso es que opinan, que Brand Fusion a 1, Fallen de Virtus a 1. Eso sí o sí.
Lion will likely try to add back the Fimena and the White Dragon.
He's going to go after the Arth Lion.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, going for the Fimena as the Fimena and the Arth Lion. Lucas will go ahead and set a card as well. We still have Rahu face down.
You have 2 in hand, right?
2 in hand, yeah.
Está pensando si le importa.
Let's it resolve.
Pack having no responses here.
He's hanging on to his interruptions as long as he can.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The more information you get from Sam, the more you can understand where you need to respond.
Yeah, set first, yep.
Okay, just resolving in order here.
Yeah, imperm's there. Yep.
Yeah, Sam making sure to check where the imperm was
Yo prefiero la versión de Cote Branded. Siento que lo Magistus ya es demasiado. Depende de la engine que lleves. Yo siento que al menos se está viendo los mirrors de Draco. Y si juegas solo Branded, no te es suficiente motor para romper la mesa. La Fallen se está jugando toda la Beber Stakes, toda la razón. Claro. Y encima la Fallen, lo roto está es que te setees otra Fallen y sean como una doble disrupción genérica. ¿Sabes?
Is relevant here, otherwise you would be able to just force the battle phase and get rid of Pack's hand.
Yep.
This would have been enough to do the damage.
So I know I just one card missing here, probably a full one. Regular, my mana.
Dice que quiere responder.
Okay, looks like we're finally activating the Fimena here.
Yep.
No response from Sam. He's going to use Malulu and Urgla. So this is why Sam set 2 Rahus, because he knew that Pack has the Urgla.
Caos para partir, otro para partir.
So it's going to take out
Está bien.
one of those Rahus, and the Urgla is going to take care of the other one.
Chilling to Urgla, chilling.
Sure.
3 move.
Sure.
The Chaos Star Source Dragon.
Yep, because there was one Dark Dragon used for the summon, he's able to go after one card. And the Urgla will go after the other Rahu here.
Setting a couple of Rahus for himself.
Sorry,
effects.
Claro, porque no tiene targets.
Rahu?
Yeah, and then pop this.
With this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sam out of fusion.
Creo que la ha parado, eh.
So now Sam's either gonna Spenta, and this is going to be a
Ojito la Spenta.
I'll concede.
For Pack, yeah. He sees
Ojo, 1-1.
I mean, he used branded fusion, right? So he's locked into fusions, but it's
Ya sale Pack.
so much from the Magis's cards. Obviously, some of the Zorora
25 minutos.
and to continue, but they're going into game number 3. Like everything he next game.
Hay que hacerse un poco. Pues poco más y... Vale, espera. Entra. Digo, poco más y me pongo ya a toque. Y si no, pongo el por 2, eh. Hasta quedarme al día. Solo con Invoke todo. Con Primate. Blaze siempre va con Primate. Buen Baylor. No te creo. ¡Oh! Secretarian. Menos, si no lo dejaba sin mano, eh.
Gonna be a couple things now. Crowley's gonna do some work. Putting stuff back on the field. Doesn't really want to fuse the Secretarion though. So we'll see what he does with this.
No response from Sam. Crowley comes down.
Will he use it? Having the Fimena there was strong, but it changes your play drastically.
¿Dónde vas a objetivo? Yo nunca lo he dejado, chicos. Una cosa es que no pueda viajar por curro. Otra es que no está al día. Mismo la semana que viene ya lo he dicho, tengo el Regio. Y el mes que viene es el Spanish Open. Entra. Va a volver a tener la negación.
Urgla is going to add back the Fimena. And looks like we're going to be ending our turn here. Let's see if there's anything else you can set from your hand. One more.
Claro, yo ya creo que lo llevo diciendo tanto el día de ayer como el día de hoy, como la semana anterior y la semana anterior, que yo este año, entre prácticas y curro, chicos, es que no tengo tiempo. Literalmente por eso hay menos vídeos en el canal, por eso... Porque no puedo viajar ni nada. El Fenrir, bro. Buah, el Fenrir fuerza muchísimo, tío.
¿Cuántos Spanish en top? En top 8 ninguno.
But just like at this point in the tournament where you're going to catch you off guard, this late stage, he's going to go for Horn on Fenrir. Oh, he's going to Ghoul? No, he's in the Fenrir's hand.
I think he tried to enter battle phase.
So the Horn just puts it back?
So he's doing, I assume
he is in the battle phase.
Yeah, he's doing this in the battle phase. Going into main phase now, so you know you're losing another turn. Fenrir can go back on the field. That's fine.
But he forced out the Horn, so not too bad.
Okay,
Summons YUGIOH.
Vale, ha forzado una.
Now that could, I feel like it's, okay, we're not going to be using the Zoro here, but Zoro could have easily negated that and then destroyed the Fenrir. Getting a little 2 for 1. And we still know about the Flame. The Horn was the unknown.
Ah, le pregunto. Al grupo.
Famina in hand, Cartesia in hand. I do not believe there's another known Draco Tail. Now Sam has to just build the strongest field while also cracking here because he does not have the battle phase. Famina is activated. Will we chain the Zoroa here?
Chain, sack for cost itself.
Yeah, just sending itself, you can avoid something along the lines of Droplet, and then it's going to be able to destroy the Fenrir.
Yep, negates Famina.
¿Cuándo se graban Leeds? Este año.
But Sam does
You can't ask, yeah, you can't ask. Don't ask.
I don't want to ask.
Oh yeah, he can't ask for any information that's still in the hand because it's not public anymore. He has to deal with the Flame now as well.
And here comes Ketu.
And that's going to be met with Flame unless
Ojo,
you have
tendrás.
save here. But I mean, you're just going to have to try to get Flame.
Plan de
follow the
Virtus.
Virtuous to get himself out of this.
Y le sonríe.
I see 3 monsters in his hand. I see Pan, Urgula,
And that's game.
Fenrir, Urgula, Famina. And Pack is going to take down Team Sam after an epic match.
Pues estuvo
Sam
bien.
catching Pack
Buena ronda,
off
13.
guard there in game number 2 by letting him go first, using their strategy that they devised going into this tournament against him. Just absolutely incredible. But like I said, a bittersweet matchup. Like Sam may be going to his third
Yo solo
loss,
digo
so it's
que
gonna be
Pac
pretty
con ese
tough for him to
outfit
make
parece el
top
típico del
8. I don't know if
McDonald's.
one might sneak in there potentially.
De atención al cliente, tío.
That face literally reads bittersweet.
Yeah.
but now the pressure.
Dame caro.
Because you know you just had to beat your friend, kind of eliminate him from a chance at top cut. The pressure's on you. You have to make it worth it. You have to take it all the way. Now you're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your friend that you eliminated.
You are carrying his well. And unfortunately, I did really love watching that, but now I feel like a lot of other players got to watch it too, and they know what they're doing. How many other people are going to make Pac go first?
Yeah, it could catch him off guard, so he may have to adapt.
Eso es verdad. Igual han jodido el torneo a Pac ahora haciéndole salir, ¿eh?
I mean, if they watched the feature match at the end of yesterday, they could have probably got that indication, because we could kind of see from the play that the traps were sided out, because he just never said any, despite having plenty of opportunity.
We don't know how much he could have made with his end board still, because you don't know how many of the Magistus cards are still in his deck.
Buah, un cuarto de vida. Hace mucho que no voy al McDonald's, pero tampoco es que el McDonald's me llame mucho la atención, tío. Al menos en España hay sitios de comida más baratos y mejores que las hamburguesas de estas pochitas. Y eso me pido un durum como ayer.
Another fantastic game.
Oh, so amazing. Yeah, we got to see Radiant.
Supongo que jugar en torno a Droplet.
Dracotail field with just engine cards in hand. I hope Zhao's out there still doing well. We have to.
De España me dicen que nadie top 64.
This match was a good fun watch. I mean, it's really cool when 2 people prepare for a tournament, come in with the same deck, card for card, side deck's the exact same, extra deck's the exact same, main deck's the exact same, 43 cards, but then you both do really well and then have to encounter each other at some point. It's just destiny.
Yeah, it comes down to what cards you draw, how you play them, and a lot of really important decisions throughout. We saw not even just the decision of choosing to go first or second, but just how to play out your cards,
Eso es verdad,
when to use your
deberían dar un
response, and when you
sobre,
have that
tío.
information of what your opponent has access to, just not even in their hand and what they've shown you, but just in their deck overall. There's a lot of decisions that you can make to know when to exactly choke them out.
Yeah, and it was just like a well-played game from both
FC
players.
McDonald's,
but I really like the effect there on the Arth Line. The Blazing
Probé la salsa de verano, madre mía, qué cosas le untaría cualquier comida, 20 y 10. A ver, el KFC está buenísimo. Yo prefiero el KFC casero. Ese que no tanta especie, pero bien. Si no veo yo, a ver, sí que es cierto que, por ejemplo, siempre digo que hay muy poco chance de top de España en europeo, bueno, en eventos. Sí que hay cierto que hay 5 nombres que de vez en cuando pues se van rotando, pero no suele ser lo normal que tope alguien.
Sí, la Kewl desayunando. Hombre, antojando. Se llama antojar.
By how often it can fusion summon, and it's gotten a bunch of new ways to be able to do so, but it's just one of those situations where you have to find them.
Bueno, ahora que tenemos un evento, sí que me abro el Steam, bro. Mientras juego de Chile el evento. A ver si me dicen cómo ha quedado Mateo. Porque Mateo no iba mal.
It's just, especially with these tournaments, there's only so many players that can be around in your record at this stage. And a lot of them are players that you worked with, especially when you've practiced and played this much. I kind of feel like I know a lot of players at this point, so very often I have to play a friend toward the end.
Yeah, but like, what about just someone you prepared with? Like someone that you... Have you ever what about...
Pancho va 10-1, René va 9-2, Irán va 9-2, Alex Mosquera 9-2 y Pablo Domínguez 5-3.
But you can at least cheer on your friend, but you know that if they lose, you're going to never let them live it down. Like, oh yeah, if I had a one, I would have gone all the way.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so it sounds like Kangas is standing by with our interview for our players from this round. So go ahead and take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. We have both of our feature match competitors up
on
stage.
We have to bring Pack and
Sam up here after that one because we know that you're both on the same team. You're both good friends. Pack, I want to ask you first, what was it like doing
En cualquier país de LATAM, McDonald's no se compara con la comida típica. A ver, yo creo que quitas en cualquier país de LATAM, digo, en cualquier país la comida tradicional va a estar mejor que el McDonald's. No, el tema es que se quita cartas clave yendo segundo, que son buenas de primero. ¿Qué top van? Ronda 13.
That's just free, to be honest. He got lucky, you know what I'm saying? Ness got lucky.
Heart of the World's final. Sam, what do you think?
Honestly, that was a really fun game. You know, Pac is my mentor and coach, alongside Nesh as well.
Yep.
So they actually prepped me for this event. So you know, like I was, you know, I'm not really good at Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not really, but these guys make me better. So you know, it's like a coach versus student. It's an honor to be able to just play him. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a sick game. A back and forth game 3. You see game 2 of me, you start. You seen that?
Yeah, that was
you
got
know.
good.
You know when you start.
Well, what do you think about that game 2, where he makes you go first?
I'll be honest. We talked about it, but I didn't know if he was actually gonna do it. He ended up doing it, and let's say I was not prepared. So yeah.
Well, Billy and Asala
Para
were
México.
back talking, and
Lo acabo de
they
decir.
weren't sure who was the master, who was the student. But Pac, as the master, how'd you feel seeing your student play? Do you feel like you have any pointers for him, or are you happy with how he played?
I'll be honest, like
la mejor comida es la peruana. Los mexicanos solo saben de tacos. Que arda el chat. Madre mía. A ver, puede ser que externamente sea el típico meme, pero yo he de decir que al menos mis hijos, los de Dread, me hicieron probar mucha variedad. Entonces, quitar un mouse. Wow, para poder jugarlo. Esto no sabía que lo llega a pillar. Es decir, tiene mucha más variedad, ¿eh? Yo creo que decir que en México la gente solo come tacos es como llamar come palomas a los peruanos. Literalmente. Yo creo que es lo mismo. O sea, si nos rimos de uno, nos rimos de todos. Ya está. Yo, si me preguntáis, la comida de España me encanta, bro. Es la leche. Hay de todo, bro. España tiene de todo. Marisco, carne. Y la paella es lo mejor del mundo, bro. Los tacos están bien, pero la paella... Ya está. Cero fallo. Cero fallo.
So the student becomes the master.
Yeah.
All right. Any shoutouts? I'm gonna give both of you a chance, Pac. Any shoutouts that you want to give to anybody here? Or
shout out my family. Shout out Supreme Pro. And shout out to everyone who supports me. I love everyone who comes up and say hi.
Ahora arde el chat, sí, el chat está ardiendo.
So thank you for that. Shout out to Konami, man. You guys are putting such an amazing event. I love this setup. This is insane.
Asado argentino que probarlo.
Best card game in the world. To be able to share the stage with all of you guys at home, and you know with Steve.
¿Dónde vas a comer pabellón y te va a encantar?
Ojalá. Insane. Thanks for watching. You guys are the reason why we have stuff like this. So shout out to Konami and shout out to all the viewers watching at home.
That's the correct mentality. Shout out to everybody watching. You're the reason we put this all together. Thank you so much, Pac. Thank you so much, Sam. Congratulations on the win.
Vamos por los stands de Guadalajara. Ready for duel.
So good to hear from
Hay que ser bueno, doble teleport.
I knew that like it was at least a moral victory that game too. No matter what the end result was, I knew that Sam was going to be happy that he could at least
no, a ver, pero cualquiera que sepa de España, bro.
I know I got you.
Sabe que... Es que creo que no he escuchado a nadie decir que solo comemos paella, bro. Literalmente. Y hace mucho tiempo que no tomo yo una paella. Pero sí, se puede comprar el punto. Ah, sí, yo en México aprendí que hasta lo que no pica, pica, bro. Eso se aprende rápido, no hay fallo. Por ejemplo, antes de ayer tomé pimientos de padrón, que eso es solo de aquí.
Panthera, they're all on Team IP Masquerena. I'm just using the short parts of their names. Fuamoko, Calliope, and Ravencroft on Team SP Little Knight, and they're going to be training right now for their matchup. So share your team's hashtag on X to help them secure their victory, and tune in to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Digital Games on February 28th to see the finale live on Twitch and YouTube. You might see me there as well. But don't forget to claim all the in-game rewards too, including gems and 3 different 4th anniversary packs with guaranteed Royal Finish Ultra Rares in each pack.
¿De cuánto tiempo fue tu boda a México? 9 horas, 11 horas. No, la admin se acordará mejor que yo. ¿De cuánto fue el vuelo a México de duración? 11 horas. Por ahí, 11 horas.
Good luck, man. Good luck. Stay my man. Normal summon Gold Leo effect.
Al menos en América pone ahora de los previos, tío. Me parece. Extraño la barrio. No. No, gracias.
Activate for Wallows. No response. Activate for Wallows. No response. Go ahead. Summon Clado Trick. I draw twice. Yep.
Te dan clases a ti, de hacer TikToks. Literalmente, ¿qué te van a decir mis hijos? Mi papá nos enseña cómo jugar este juego, yo le enseño cómo poner el móvil en vertical y hacer el payaso. Claro, claro que me enseñan algo. Algo que no tengo que hacer. Ya está. Oh, les echo de menos a mis hijos, Les echo de menos, eso es verdad. Pobrecillo. Tengo que grabar algo con ellos, aunque sea hablar de la vida. O simplemente ponerme en llamada. Es que chateamos por el grupo, pero poco más. Es que no da tiempo a otra cosa.
Foolish Burial.
Me falta la Charmer, una, otra.
You'll learn effect at a Illuminate Spell Trap. Sure.
Todos los de protas. Sí. A mí me gustaba.
Illuminate Fusion. You might read this card. Go for it. Thank you. Activate. Sure.
Pero bueno.
Effective Perfume Dancer.
I'm going to draw twice.
Yes.
Perfume Dancer adds.
Péndulo, buah. Oh, péndulo le da algo,
You're good.
Más soporte a RB, no creo, bro. No, lo dudo. Se agradecería, pero lo dudo.
No response.
Sí que olía, ¿no? Me encanta, tío. Cuando la gente es asiática a la que me enfrento, no suelen autoconceder ni nada. Ven el combo, disfrutan, se lo pasan bien jugando al juego. Es otra mentalidad. Están ahí full chilling. ¿A quién le importa RB? Aún hay que... Mira, baneado del chat. ¿A quién importa RB, bro? El mejor mazo del juego.
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear you. Good? Yeah.
Perfume?
Hola, chica, te gusta aquí. Vale.
Last, one of my previous opponents thrusted for your DDG for Dimension Ground, so it's not that.
A better player might have done that here.
El asiático sabe que es un juego. ¿Qué he seleccionado? Aquí la he liado. No ha ido la... Ah, bueno. Por un momento se me había ido la olla, digo. No sé qué he seleccionado, pero...
Effective Kaleido check, sending for cost. Send Leo Dancer.
Sure. Hard drawn wolf.
Skill Tiger.
Tiger, okay.
Effective Tiger, trigger Goldu.
Sure.
A mí se me hace que 3 Astrefles para Feken puro es mucho. Te saca los recursos de Engine. Solo 6 hand traps, eso es poquísimo. Otra partida estilo roll. Yo quiero ver cómo cuajo lo de mazos de anime. El RB está... Joder, el RB es la polla, bro. Es decir, me podéis decir cualquier otro deck en el juego que al lado de esta preciosidad... Aparte, mira, me estoy haciendo el solitario. Ni pienso la jugada y me pongo a hablar con vosotros. Es que... Aquí se hace un todo en uno. ¡Hala! Hombre, en verdad le puedo tirar así a tomar por Q. Ah, pues as. Venga. Aquí full chill.
2K,
Va, bro.
47 defense, 45, 57 attack.
Todo bien, bro.
So 57, 46 is what I said? Cool. 57, 47, sorry, because it's 15, yeah, 35.
4,700 defense, that's correct?
57, 47,
well,
yep.
I was asking.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
¿Qué más?
Not doing math in my head. Usually I just go, it's large.
Ah, no ha Ritual Visa, bueno, perfecto. Eso es verdad. Esa es la RB mala. Y ya. ¿Qué estás jugando? El mejor deck del mundo, bro. Tier 0. Ya está. Este deck es el mejor del mundo porque no lo puede jugar el naquismo. Vale. Perfecto. Vale. Vale. ¿Las que han anunciado? Blazing Dominion, tengo mucha curiosidad por el deck de Rey Archedemonio. Le tengo mucha curiosidad, de verdad. No, es que... Y de hecho se me ha pasado a meter una carta. Está a lujo. Ahora... Y llegamos. Ahí. Aquí hubiera sacado un 6. Vale. Ganamos 100. Y aquí es donde nos dan la skin de la... De la amiga. Y aquí saco un... Oh, el perrito. Espérate. Tengo que meter el delfín, tío. ¿Cómo me puedo dejar el delfín? Y Shifter no se puede jugar aquí. Está prohibidísimo. No dejan jugar a Shifter. Qué cabrones. Sí que tiene confirmado Blaze soporte a futuro. ¿Será un mazo tier 1 con ese soporte? No lo creo. Pero no opino que... opino, no sé ni hablar, que el mazo va a estar bastante jugable. Entonces, yo creo que un producto donde te viene muchas hand traps, un mazo que no está mal, está bien. No que igual hay que pasar a pagarse Kaibamans o a pagarse lo Primate, dependiendo de lo que hagan. Pero bueno, hay Rarity de por medio. Tengo ganitas del Top Cut, Uy.
Kewl. Think here.
A mí no se me hace un mal mazo Blue Eyes. Puede llevar mucha hand trap, tiene grindeo. Buah.
We will be using Magnum at the end.
So. No, because you're about to draw.
Right, you're
You're good, you're good. Yeah. Perfect. I'm going to put the Get To right back in your hand.
Ah, buena mano. Dentro que cabe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place.
Se invoca.
Just make sure you put out the right card.
Probably not, but, you know. Never punished.
What is Kaleidochick?
Qué maravilla.
It is not being punished.
Draw twice.
Ash.
Trigger Crush.
Ash, mi amigo. Leyendo la carta. Vaya, encima.
Effective Kaleidochick. Sure. Sending Saber Dancer.
¿Cómo jugamos en torno a esta mierda? Todo bien, no te preocupes.
Never guess what comes next.
He's so tired. He's exhausted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have how many in hand?
Good question. 1, 2, 3.
Yo tenía que aplicar un momento la de sujétame el cubata.
11 cards. You're not going to put anything back.
A un momento tendrá que llegar a Master Ball, digo yo. Que no mal vamos.
Well, we're going to resolve Magnum.
Yes.
So we might actually, it might actually happen.
No, because you're going to go to 12.
And then you have
Más o menos ya me veo aquí con la play secreta.
Is it +6 or +7?
It's +6. So,
okay, so I
it
would
is
put
going to come up.
one back.
So we are going to search Malulu.
Ojo, grande Puru.
And then we have to resolve the effect of Wallows to put back, because I think I have 12 cards in here.
How do we randomly determine, can I just like shuffle a hand and then point at one at random? Okay, cool.
So that card's going to just verify. You have 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Definitely have to do it.
Yep.
So, this is a long time since I've had to use this part of Wallows. Go ahead.
That one.
All right. He goes back. Right.
Vale.
Okay. Ready to go? Okay. Standby phase, main phase.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Magnemite added Malulu, correct?
Magnemite?
Se apañó fácil, la verdad.
Magnet did add Malulu, that's correct. All right. Activate.
Yeah, those were unfortunate fluid
Let's make sure we declare phases.
Yes,
so
yes.
In the draw phase, we'll just kick things off with a Fallen and the Virtuous. Oh. Oh, that's fine.
I don't have anything that matters, so yeah.
All right, we're going to send Ecclesia. We're just going to kill this.
I will chain Silverhound, banishing itself, and Saber Dancer to negate the activation. That's fine.
Luna y no sé cuál es el otro.
Second one.
All right.
Surely not.
All right, then after that, we will use Rahu Draco.
That is fine.
We will use as material. Yeah, this and
Para. Vale.
Activate Hands effect.
No response. Can I read this one?
Sí, con mi mazo me puedo quitar las dos torres. Pero porque tengo una protección de cementerio y luego un bicho que bustea ataque. Entonces, me es relativamente sencillo a mi mazo quitarme eso.
Cool. I'm destroying Baguska.
Makes sense. You served well.
Alright, and now this thing is not negated.
Correct.
So we will activate
Oh. Aún declaro en top. En top 8 no. Lo otro habrá que verlo. Aquí la he liado. Pero bueno, lo arreglamos.
This is not great. The materials are Albaz and yep. All right. After that, anything here? I'll use Shawless effect. Is that good? All right. We're gonna target these two, and we're gonna put this back in the deck.
Yes.
Pam pam pam.
Normal summon Lucius activate. Add Urgula.
Ah, no es una gran mesa, pero tampoco creo que la necesite más.
It was 4 plus 11 is 15. He's at 4,000 attack points. Attack the Liger Dancer.
Deck Dragon Link competitivo. Deck Dragon Link competitivo. Control y con Impulse, supongo. Control y con Impulse. No sé, tengo que leerme bien las nuevas cartas. IP con esto.
That's correct. Okay. May I see your graveyard? Go for it. Thank you.
Okay.
Main phase 2. We're gonna use my mana.
Yep.
We're gonna fuse away.
Quiere salir de battle.
Urgula.
Vale. Va a atacar la IP, ¿no? ¿Qué hace? Ah, vale. La peña que no lee las cartas, tío. Gamma.
Rahu, pop the Tenki, add Magnamut.
Me tira un gamma, tú. Bueno. Está bien, supongo, bro. Esto está uno. Lo peor es que si va a seguir en battle le tengo que petar las cartas.
I realized immediately, it was like, there's no reason to negate the fallen.
Double fool was so.
Main 2, vale. Pues creo que se va a negar, por lo que sea. No, creo que había una magia mejor. Sí, le tengo que negar la magia. No, así está bien. Así está bien. Está. Qué fácil no lo dejan, bro. Easy peasy. El Rich Army contra Super Quantal. Para.
Oh, sorry. Red light will trigger down the new chain to revive.
Ole. Negar ataque, la buena. Sí, tira muy bien con... Perdón. Me ha avanzado medio tablero con esto. Super Quantal es mucho mejor mazo de lo que parece. Lo digo de verdad, es... Bueno, iba a darle a cancelar. Porque el mazo lo que hace es llegar a sacarte una torre. ¿Sabes? Y te da bastante jugada, ¿eh? De hecho es un mazo que para jugarlo en TCG está mucho mejor de lo que la gente piensa. Lo que pasa es que es un mazo muy complicado y nadie lo usa. Tira muy bien con Canine.
White layer effect, search, 1, 2 to open. And Alpine spike effect, vanish. Yep. Yep. Back. Cross. Target. Back.
Joder.
Cross. Target.
No, métete la Super Quantal, tío. Literalmente, si sacas la torre, bro, es auto-win.
Like, very sorry. Yo. Playing magical. Vanishing and vanishing at 2 differently leveled.
Está jugando la Eva.
Light fairies.
Negación de trampa, ¿era eso? Y aquí ya se va el carrer, porque saca a todos. Y ya. Me encanta cómo está muteando el de sonido. El megáfono, tío. Y ya está, ¿no? Esto ni se lo puede quitar. Este bichar con eso lo quita. Ah, bueno. Si haces eso, también vale.
Leaving main phase, I'm gonna at white. White layer effect in the grave. And then still proceed to end phase. By main.
Heavy Storm.
Oh man, we'll go get 3.
Yeah.
I was almost ready.
It was.
I was like, I need to survive that turn and see if you put monsters on.
Heavy Storm yendo primero, bro. ¿Para qué hace eso?
I heard you gasp.
Paqueta de soporte muy bueno. El soporte 3 no lo veo mal. Sinceramente. De hecho, quiero ver qué mesas puede dejar la Ancient tier con eso. Y cómo aprovecharse. Voy a descubrir esta mascota del Lurry, tío. No pensaba que iba a farmear tanto el pase.
Oh. Qué carta más tóxica, tío. Como me toque una Runic y le baje esto, me río, Como me toque una Runic y le baje esto, es como... ¿Por qué a mí?
Oh, he's already met pointed. He's 33, I think. It's way too low, yeah. But, like, Magnus and Zeus, my two main like playmakers, are like 50 points, so I have to press that.
Pues encima purga. O sea, si mi mesa de turno 0 es... ¿No puede jugar Quick Plays? No. ¿Queréis que jugaba? ¿Se puede ver lo que juega el rival? Yo creo que me ha tocado un pavo. No irónicamente que jugaba... Espérate. Porque ha coincidido el toque.
Alright, you guys set?
Yep.
Alright, 1, 2, 3.
Alright, you going first?
Yep.
You're good.
Déjame ver, ¿cómo se mira?
You're good.
Sí se puede, ¿no? Pues yo te digo que tenía Super Poli. Claro, Super Poli. Mira. Super Poli. Droplet. Wanted. Esta también es de juego rápido. Esto no, pues sí, le calcé, Mira, todo esto inútil. Pobrecillo, tío, es que no quiero ver ni... A ver, pero... Yo qué sé. Pobrecillo, bro. Es lo que toca. Pobrecillo.
And then new chain, black clear here. And then attached from grave. So.
I guess I'll... Yeah, that's fine.
And then on res of that.
Okay.
And pulse.
Yeah.
Get through field spell. Pop it.
This will destroy itself.
Yeah, you're good. Black layer effects trigger to add spell.
Go for it.
Layer 19.
Alright.
And you're good to proceed.
Field spell, ditch. I'll call Latera.
Right.
Latera effect?
Yep.
Uf. Giro.
Field spell, call Pinwheel.
Giro es un mazo, tío, que me apetecería jugar alguna vez en mi vida. No sé, lo veo un deck de basado. Y el soporte que viene no le va mal,
10 minutes left in round, by the way.
Okay. Perform Owl Effect Fusion Summon.
That's good.
Chorus. Go Owl Effect to search.
Yep.
We'll add...
Giro mi debilidad. A ver, Darlao es un cartonazo,
The Alteration.
Alright.
Of course. Basically, if I don't have the field spell, it places it. If I do, it's a Rhoda for anything.
Alright.
Activate it.
Yep.
Grab the trap. Go for it.
Second. You're good to keep playing.
Okay. I'll use that trap. I'm going to send it for the field spell to call the Power Pigeon.
Compras el deck Plantain con la nueva princesa planta que va a salir. Yo te diría que lo interesante es el soporte Preda planta. No tanto la planta Link. Cuando salga la nueva planta que es buscadora, tampoco le veo mucha diferencia. Cuando venga la Preda planta, los Embors son bastante opresivos.
And then we'll go the Sanguine in the set from deck.
Yep.
Conquistador. Alright. Attempt to leave main phase.
That is fine. Can you cut my deck as well because I searched? Alright. Raw.
Yeah.
¿Qué pie está jugando mi deck? Hombre.
He's Omni, but only for effects
Que lo juegue, juegue. Yo mientras tanto aquí de chill viendo el solitario de héroes. Y ver qué me depara.
Rampole. Target.
I'll have to chain it.
Hay uno que limpiaba toda la mesa, creo. Ya tengo las fundas son god. Y jugar el rascacielos. El rascacielos con el alado con llamas, tío.
Minimalian banishing for cost.
It's good.
Minimalian banishing for cost.
Also good.
Que rompe mesa es una fusión. Mientras sea solo romper mesa no es fallo. Porque la alarita defiende.
I'll chain Thimble to negate them and have them for the turn.
Special super coin of an attribute I don't control.
Okay.
El tema es que tendría que pensar más en hacer OTK. Pues a todas buenas, pues aquí esperando que empiece la ronda de suizo de TCG, bro. Se está alargando más la cuenta y no sé por qué.
Okay. Yeah, you're good to continue.
Take kind effect. Sending itself. Sending some death for cost.
Okay.
¿Cómo ha puesto este bicho, bro?
Sending Elephant Spike.
Andamos por aquí, conseguí el tapete del ICS Guadalajara. Qué guapo. A mí me molaría tener uno de cada país, tío.
I will go the Awakening Pact, targeting Latera to bounce my hand, and then non-target pop one of yours. So bounce pop.
Grandhold effect to attach.
I'll change it. Okay. Summon and pop them.
Vale.
My normal this turn, I don't think the answer is yes.
I don't think you have, actually.
Normal?
Normal's good.
Wait. Well, that was not meant to be my hand. That was meant to be in the grave.
Oh,
that
okay.
was.
Oh, alright, we're good, we're good.
Set pass.
Esto daría, pues lo dan por participar, puro.
Where did the alpha come from? I would have been using
Lo dan por participar ese.
Alright.
Drop turn?
Yep.
Stand by main.
Yeah.
Turn him into him.
Yep.
Go back.
Yeah.
O me ponen esto en situación difícil.
2K defense.
Yep.
Pretty big. Hopefully it's enough for you.
I think that is enough.
Alright.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Math.
Yeah, right. Let's go ahead. I guess go to battle.
Yep.
Kill.
Yep. Facts. Target herself.
Just recycle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good.
Layer 19.
A ver, el deck hero va a seguir siendo un deck for fun. Ah, a ver, ese es otro tapete. El tapete que dan por... Ah, bueno, cárgatelo, bro. Fallo. Nota mental, tengo que hacer un OTK. Ah, bueno, sí. Me va a invocar el que deniega mágicas, no me digas más. Ha perdido solo. El surrender. ¿Cómo que surrender, bro?
So, Yu-Gi-Oh for me is just like the formation of my adulthood. I've been playing since 2005 or whenever the game came out.
Literalmente, ponte a leer el chat y gana la partida. Así se hace este juego, bro. No he hecho nada. Puedo sacar algo que no sea un 2, bro. Gracias. Si estoy yo solo con el Phoenix, ya. Yo sabía que me iba a invocar algo para hacer loco. No sé. A ver, que creo que le hacía OTK. Si no tenías Blossom, era fácil la partida. Porque tenía para el Neos la protección de destrucción. Jugar 5 minutos. Equivocarte, rendir. Resumen del Yugi. En online, ¿no? Mitad de vida. Carta esa que tenía.
don't really like to play sports. I'm not the
Vale.
athletic kid at school. So
during COVID lockdown, I got into Yu-Gi-Oh with my dad, and we slowly progressed from there. I mean, my first nationals in 2022, I topped, and then from there it kind of just took off, and I'm friends with a lot of people that are really nice and are amazing, so it's just this great space for people to get together.
Yu-Gi-Oh is a bond between friends, a great time to travel to events, enjoy time with friends. It's really overall the experience. I'd love to share it with my friends. It's just a great experience to me.
So to me, Yu-Gi-Oh is quite literally my entire life. I'm 23 years old now, and I've been playing since I was like actually conscious with my older brother. Fun fact,
vale.
It was actually a big part of the reason I learned how to read. So I could learn.
Está diciendo un chaval que aprendió a leer gracias a Yugi. Caso en extinción, bro.
Explicitly him saying like, if you want to play with me, you have to learn how to read. And so at 3 years old, I learned like how to read to play with my brother. And this game is just so much to me because I've met a ton of lifelong friends, and I've had countless experiences that could never be replicated if I had never played this game. So it's quite literally everything.
Que no mienta por convivir. Literalmente. Este lo necesito. Lara ya invoca... No, Lara no ha invocado de deck. El Yu-Gi-Oh me hizo perder mi conversión lectora. Cosas que nos pasan. Me puedo añadir la trampa. Sinceramente, no tengo... Aquí no tengo fallo. Yo sí que es cierto que mi inglés es malo. Pero, por ejemplo, yo antes no hablaba ninguna palabra en inglés, pero ni una, ¿eh? Y cuando empecé a hablar en inglés es cuando jugaba videojuegos.
YCS here in Richmond. Duelists have been registering all day, so let's see how they're feeling about this historic event. All right, I'm here with Tony for the 300th YCS. How's your weekend going so far?
I'm great, man. I'm blessed. I'm seeing another day, and I'm ready to play some Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, you itching? It's a day before the main event starts. Are you playing in one of the main events?
Yeah.
Para que yo pueda hacer un
Which
chemblo.
one, Genesis or Advanced? Advanced. Okay. What made you want to play in Advanced?
I'm just used to playing advanced tournaments.
Podemos hacer un juego bonito. Para no perder a una As, que bueno, que no creo ni que pierdas.
Dive into something that I already know nothing about. So the point system and all that.
Fair enough. Stick with what you're comfortable with. Well, so it sounds like you've been to a couple. How many YCSs have you been to?
This is my
6th YCS. Did you feel like you kind of like know the ropes at this point?
A little bit. It still gets different with every other event. Like,
does it feel different with the 300th now? I mean, there's a big double zero.
This is dope. Like I couldn't miss this. The 300. Never been to a milestone. This is fun. I can't wait.
Milestone ones are always super exciting, and I've been asking everybody this, and you've been to a couple YCSs. What's your favorite YCS memory so far?
Mi objetivo es que el rival desconecte. El timing. Ya está. Eso da para clip, eh. Ese momento da para clip. Es pedirlo y funciona. Ay, pobrecillo.
I'm a little sick, but it is what it is. Bro,
did you go onto their YouTube afterwards and comment, be like, hey, how was that guy you beat that round?
Vale.
Yeah, I'll have the comments again.
Are they here? Can we get a rematch?
I hope so. I will. He owed me one, I ain't gonna lie.
All right, watch out for Tony. Thank you so much, man. Best of luck this weekend.
Vale, está ahí la skin, tú.
Correct?
Me hacen recorrer un gran camino, tú.
We'll go with that one this time. We've interviewed you a couple times at the 300th, though. How you feeling being at this event this weekend?
Porque hay gente que se desconecta por conexión en vez de rendirse. Porque tienes el botón de arriba, la X roja, y en vez de decir me rindo, juego otra partida, se salen de la aplicación. Si tú le das a la X, entiendo que es directamente un... Se le ha caído el internet. Así lo detecta. Ah, mira, esa técnica, ¿has visto?
As well as the ban list coming in, you know, really
buena mano,
It always is fun when it's a new format we're coming into. But you mentioned also Genesis as well. I want to talk about that. How many people do you know that are playing Genesis?
I know like maybe like half a dozen about just like close friends playing it. They really wanted to come over, and Genesis was like they wanted that to be their entry instead of traditional advanced. They just enjoy the format a little bit more, which I can respect.
It's a really cool way for people to hop in and play however they want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But there's also the public events, all kinds of things to do this weekend, but it is also the 300th YCS. And I know we've seen you at many YCSs before. You're kind of a regular now at this point. So what are some of your favorite memories at YCSs?
My favorite memories at YCSs?
Outside of talking with us, of course.
Okay, yeah. Kangas is my favorite memory, but no, my favorite memory, it might not take place in the event hall, but the night before main event in the hotel lobby, everybody's playing cards. You know, everybody's trying to figure out, like, just the final where everybody's locked into their deck list and now just playing games as much as possible for the event. That's unmatched.
The anticipation, the calm before the storm. See, for us on the broadcast side, it's Sunday night after, because we have to watch you play Yu-Gi-Oh! All day, and we're like, we just want to play right now. So will you join us afterwards to keep playing, maybe in the hotel lobby?
Of course, of course.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Zed. Best of luck this weekend.
Vale.
All right, I'm here with Leah at the 300th YCS. How's your weekend starting?
It's going amazing. It's beautiful here. I love Richmond.
It's so the weather's great. It's gonna get warmer also. I like.
Ya repiten hasta entrevistas. Esto lo hicieron ayer.
I know, yeah.
Be inside, of course.
So are you gonna be doing any of the main events, or are you doing public events this weekend?
I'm gonna be doing some public events. I'm hoping to hit some rivalry.
Okay, I love the rivalry warlords. You just show up, they give you a deck, you get to play, right? What deck are you hoping for? Have you looked at the list for this weekend?
I'm always hoping for Live Twin. But
that's a fun one.
We'll see.
Okay, you haven't checked out any of the vendors, you know?
I have. Oh, I bought these the new deck box with the Karibo.
It's so cool. Wait, I haven't seen this yet. May I take a look?
Yeah. One of the vendors has it here.
So why'd you pick the blue one?
Oh, it's for my friend. She's blue. So.
There's so many on the back. You gotta collect them all.
To get all 5 of them. That's the problem.
I was looking at the Moki Moki. I think I'm gonna get the Moki Moki. It's sold out
already. They sold out. I went for them. I was getting all my girlfriends. The Moki Moki, the Rescue Cat, you know, and then they sold out. And I was like, you gotta get here early for the good stuff.
Yeah, they put me to work right away, so I was doomed from the beginning there.
We should give it to you for free.
Oh, you know what? Actually, maybe.
I'm just saying, what's going on here?
Do you want to represent my contract in the future?
I got some lawyers who can help you out.
Yeah, I know you know a couple lawyers. Yeah.
Maybe some judges.
So
puedo hacer algo distinto, bro, por darle un poquito de originalidad a esto.
What are some of your favorite YCS memories?
I think just meeting my friends for the first time in person. So I think Masterful brought a lot of people together online, and that's how I started Yu-Gi-Oh! So being able to meet like all of my friends that I'd made for years on in person at my first YCS, which was at Richmond. My first one was the Richmond YCS a couple years back, and just having fun playing some friendlies on the side was, I think, maybe the most fond memories I've had with Yu-Gi-Oh! In general.
That's poetic for you now that the 300th is back in Richmond.
I'm so lucky.
Well, hey, best of luck with the public events and Rivalry of Warlord. Thanks so much. All right, here I'm with John as you're about to sign up and register for the event. Are you doing main event or the Genesis?
I'm doing the main event.
Okay, so main event, advanced constructed. How are you feeling about the 300th YCS and competing here today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to the event. I'm excited to play. A lot of the cards in the format seem really fun to play with, and I'm looking forward to playing them.
Do you, maybe this is too much, can you leak any of what you're playing? What do you think is going to be good this weekend?
I think Branded Dragotail is going to be really good. I think Radiant Typhoon is going to be good. I think K9 VS
Pero sí, pero luego no me da para invocar algo.
I am playing Memento. I love the deck. It's a ton of fun. It's a great fun deck, so I love it to death, so I'll be playing that.
How long have you been playing that deck?
Almost, coming up, 2 years? Whenever Creation King came out, so Nats of 24, I think.
So how often are you at a table?
En Europa ha ganado Bankis.
Read every card that you play. I feel like that's a common thing for Memento players.
América falta. De hecho, estamos aquí en modo espera.
People struggle to know what my majority of the effects are. They know like the common ones, like the horse and then the Anguish, but most people don't know like the more niche ones.
It's a fun deck. Here, pitch to the audience. Why should they learn how to play Memento?
You should learn how to play it so that way when you play against it, you know what you're doing. So that way you don't misplay and then lose advantage in games that you should have won.
I feel like you should be preaching the opposite as the player, but you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, I've won enough games that way. I'm looking forward to people knowing what the cards do.
All right, well, best of luck this weekend, John.
Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Danny. Danny, the 300th YCS. How you feeling?
Feeling great. Feeling great. It's really exciting, actually. I mean, it's a good year for Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's a great year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Starting off strong. I see that you already got your mat and your packs. Which event did you sign up for? Are you doing Genesis or Advanced?
I signed up for the YCS Genesis event.
Okay, how you feeling about the event? Because this is the first time we're doing like an official YCS for it.
I'm feeling great. I'm honestly just here for fun. I'm not trying to go crazy, but it's the first big Genesis event, so I'm just excited to be having fun with it.
Can you leak your deck?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care. Everyone can know that I'm playing Art Mage.
Art Mage? What made you want to do that one?
I don't know. It's just a deck that's like super fun. I love all the new stuff for it. It's kind of the new like lore archetype for Yu-Gi-Oh! And I like following along all the silly things that Medius has to go through. He's going through a lot.
He's going through a lot. He's got a tough life, doesn't he? He's just like a kid, just a student.
Yeah, doomed eternity to try and save everyone through across all card boxes. So
yeah, he's keeping us all safe, of course. It's the 300th YCS. I like asking people, what are some of your favorite YCS memories? Or if you can think of like one that stands out, because there's been a lot of YCSs at this point.
Yeah, no. That's a really hard question, but I think maybe I'll do recency bias. One of my favorites was I've never been on feature before, and I got to be on the little feature for the Genesis at Pittsburgh, and I had a great time playing against a Medolce player. He's a really good guy, and I had a blast. It was the first time I ever got to put the headphones on at a YCS. So
it changes the whole experience, right?
Oh yeah, it's super nerve-wracking. So I was like.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Hey, best of luck. We'll get you a feature match again, right?
Oh, I hope not.
Top 8.
Yeah, top guy.
Bruja?
Welcome back to the 300th YCS. We are actually just moments away from finding what duelist and what deck types made it to the top 8 of our Genesis.
Madre mía, qué destrozo.
YCS. It's wild too because the second the Genesis format was
Esto sí que es
announced, I was
crooked.
excited because duelists got to bring all these different decks. But talking about the format as we look through everybody that entered the tournament, I think this is a format where really creativity is what.
Me dolió hasta a mí,
specific one deck.
Esa purga me ha dolido hasta a mí.
Was going to be kind of like the deck that everybody thought was going to be basically dominating, but that hasn't really been the story as we've seen.
I'm not sure there's a single copy in the top 8. I haven't actually seen the list of names and the list of decks, but I did not see many of those decks doing well deep now into day 2.
Makes sense as you start to figure out, who still is in there. And Genesis format, obviously the rules are a little different. If you don't know how the Genesis Proto YCS works, I mean, there's so much riding on this in the sense that this is the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series style event. And again, the rules are no Link monsters, no Pendulum monsters, and all other cards are allowed. The original field layout is used. If you notice that we're not having an extra monster zone. Standard Forbidden Limitless cards that you can go ahead and use it because you're not using the Forbidden Limited list. You're actually using a point value. So similar to those old school games like Sacred Cards where you have to figure out how to cram all that power under 100 points.
Absolutely, and the players this weekend are playing for an ultra SJC prize card, Dark End Dragon. They're also playing for an ultra Pot of Extravagance Giant card, the Genesis Game Mat, the 300th YCS League, and of course 15 prize wall tickets.
There's a lot of great options on that prize wall, but thinking about all the options in the format, there's so many different ways you can play. My shop personally did a couple of 200-point tournaments, so we got to see what kind of wild combos you can complete. But I just love the idea that no card is restricted. No card is completely off limits. You just have to figure out how to pack the power in. So you can't just do like last turn, Jalgan the Spirituals, all that fun. But I think some of my favorite decks that we got to see over the course of the stream, it was nice to see Tistina Tier Laments. It was definitely a really cool one. I heard there was Eldritch Archmage in the tournament as well. I'm a big Archmage fan. There are
some Monarch strategies.
Yeah, Monarchs. And they couldn't just dominate by using things like Domain of the Monarchs, but I mean, that Monarch board that we saw earlier in the tournament was really good without that.
Yep, I think we also saw some Dooms decks as well, right? Medius the Pure with Archmage, plus also with some of those other lore archetypes around Medius the Pure. We saw at the top tables as well.
Yeah, just some wild stuff. And I love that too because the vibe of Genesis is so different. Remember, the first Genesis round that we got to cast was the Paleozoic versus the Jurassic dinosaurs and, mixed with Fire King. It's different because everything resolves, right? Because, when you think about the point list, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring takes up a certain amount of points. And if you're like, I need 3 Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, cool, that's half your deck worth of points. You don't get to do that other stuff. So you can kind of suss out what your opponent is on based on, like, this almost infinite game knowledge there.
Yeah, a lot of those hand interactions that you see. I mean, for instance, Drone Lockbird just recently had that piece, which I personally think really opened up a lot of strategies into the format. So it was interesting to see how some of those decks took advantage of the fact that Drone Lockboard would be much less popular heading into this weekend.
Well, before we announce the top 8, again, we haven't checked out the actual format these tournament players have been playing through, right? They've been here just as long as everybody else at the YCS, so we'll go ahead and take a look at that because, again, they started here day 1, 7 rounds of Swiss, best 2 out of 3, 50 minutes. Day 2, 4 more rounds of Swiss. That's 11 rounds of a brand new format that people are still figuring out. The top 8 and top 4, once we get to that, same as the finals, is going to be untimed. Still best 2 out of 3, but it'll be really good. Premier level of Genesis gameplay we have ever seen before.
Yeah, it's really a great weekend to celebrate.
11 horas de stream, bro. Ya ves tú. Y ayer fueron otras tantas,
once more players sink their teeth into it. And I don't want to say
ya estoy jugando Ritual Base tan fresco.
as more players start to pay attention and more players really start to sit down to
¿Sabes Watch Party? Hombre, te mandé mensaje al WhatsApp, bro. Yo creo que no lo leíste. Pues sí, vamos a darle. Me está haciendo el maldito evento, bro. De... ¿Cómo se dice? De Master Duel, como normal no juego en 3 semanas, pero vamos. Comentarás si dices Estados Unidos, sí, está aquí abajo a la derecha, chicos, pero como están haciendo mucho texto, está aquí. De hecho, si os dais cuenta, aquí abajo está el ICS. Pero como está metiendo Génesis, relleno, etcétera, cuando hay partida principal, me pongo así. Mi idea es cubrirlo entero, a ver si me da la energía. Y sí, mientras tanto, pues hago así. Me da para todo, bro, me da para todo. Me da para todo. A ver.
I know there's a lot of duels out there that are like
Dos
they're
dados.
into the fixer-upper deck, right?
6,
Like nobody's
5.
playing this strategy, so this will be my strategy, and I'll just kind of tweak it, and tweak it, and tweak it. But I love in Genesis, it's about building a viable deck in different circumstances. So whatever your deck is that maybe you have for me, I might actually just put Amazement back up and just start
¿Cómo que hay
into
más?
the business because it's a cool trap control deck.
Ah, aquí estás la
that can stymie opponents, but if you figure
Pensaba
out
que había
right
acabado el
purpose,
evento,
maybe
tío.
I put a few infinite permanences, maybe I put some stuff in there.
Vale.
It's
Tú
good.
avisa a
What would you
Icarus,
build
bro,
as your Genesis
y
deck
le
after
damos sin
seeing this
fallo.
weekend's worth of gameplay?
The deck that I actually have built at home is Dragon Ruler.
Okay.
And even though it wasn't the most popular, I feel like Genesis does just allow me to continue to play the deck that I enjoy
me
playing
quedan
the most.
200, tío, me quedaba nada.
It might not necessarily have put up the tournament results this weekend, but I actually think it's a legitimate deck. I think if maybe there was a larger percentage of the field playing it, it may have found its way into
200 gemas se debe conseguir fácil, ¿no?
the top 8. So I think I would just stick with the deck that I really appreciate playing, knowing that it gives me an opportunity to win, but also an opportunity to play with cards that I really enjoy playing with.
Yeah, you know, I had my 200-point Dark Magician deck, but I think I'm going to tune up Gold Pride Punk. It actually showcased a lot of great gameplay throughout the tournament. There was a lot of people who were punks. I'm not saying that in a bad way. But this just in. Looks like we're going to go ahead and find out who our top 8 duels are right now.
Como tiene... Fíjate, ¿hace cuánto no ranqueo Master Duel que Max está aún? 40 cartas.
All right. Proto YCS Duelists. We have our top 8 after 11 rounds of Swiss. In first place with 30 points, Edwin Strom IV.
Han puesto el nombre
In
más.
second place with 27 points, Yuhao Yi.
Habían puesto los de suizo. Qué grande.
In third place with 27 points, Matthew Sevouche.
El Matthew, grande.
In fourth place with 27 points, Alan Kai. In fifth place with 27 points, Dwayne Howell Jr. In sixth place with 27 points, Matthew Huddleston. In seventh place with 27 points, Nicholas Moore.
Vale. Pancho tiene el top asegurado ya.
And in eighth place with 24 points.
¿Compartes tu deck? ¿El de Gem Knight o cuál?
Samuel Sloan.
Los de Genesis ahí aplaudiendo, hombre.
At this time, Genesis Proto YCS duelists, you have 10 minutes until standings are finalized.
A ver. Radiant. Me encanta que usen para describir la Radiant en Genesis su monstruo de enlace. Bankis, Dracotail. El segundo es Kiltoon, Monarcas, Radiant, Utopía Nomad, Radiant, Doom Z, Genesis, Bankisoul. Bueno. Algo de variedad más hay. No mucha, pero algo más de variedad hay. Este mazo es... Qué maravilla. Oh, no, he perdido el dado. Como me haga ir primero me cabreo, El tío está feca y no le va a dar. O se ha caído el internet. Ah, voy segundo, vale. Es que ponen el link de Radiant y es como, bueno. He robado la carta limitada de Yu-Gi-Oh! Master. Muajajaja. Tengo Max. Soy bueno, soy muy bueno, tío. Esto debería ser autorragueo. A ver, di que viendo lo que es... Creo que no me bajo en una baraja muy combo mi pana. Vale.
Certainly an interesting set of deck lists there. It's crazy to think that there's only 2 of the same deck in that top 8 list. Just
Ay, pasa turno. O sea, Max T malísimo. No vale para nada Max T.
Find its way into the top 8. That might be a byproduct of either certainly that player's knowledge of the deck or the fact that I think it was arguably one of the most popular decks just percentage-wise in the field this weekend.
Well, it's nice to see Dooms actually get a top cut finally too, because that's a deck that like I feel like it's just on the edge of cusping greatness, but it reminds me of kind of like Scareclaw when you think of like Monadium did really well and Kashtira did really well.
Actualiza la ritual, la tengo por ahí.
Scareclaw's a good deck, but always kind of set in the backlines. Dooms
deja
feels like that for
meteor y luego haciendo el combo haciéndolo esa es buena, hombre.
And then we also got to see Shadows up there, and take a look through the list here too. There's also Regenesis Vanquish Soul. So that's cool when you think about it, because Regenesis, you've got the Heavy Borger as your 2500, and for your Earths and Fires, you've got Regenesis Warrior and Regenesis Archfiend, so that's a really cool synergy. So a lot of creative deck building. People actually showcasing all the things we were just talking about a few moments ago.
Yeah, and I think there was also a Monarch deck in there. So we talked about Monarchs heading into the break. So it's not surprising to see one of those in the top 8. Of course, we saw the Utopia Automat
Como te va Shifter, aquí sí que ragueo.
Match Ariel yesterday as well, so we saw the potential of that strategy.
Yeah, but Genesis isn't the only thing we're here for. We
no
also
tiene que
still
haber
have the
pero
advanced format, so we are going to tune into an in-progress round 14 for the advanced format. Again, Swiss rounds 15 to go, or 15 total.
So if we take a look here, we are in the middle of, looks like game 1.
Is that MTP?
It looks like Cool Tune Clip, so it actually sees action here in the advanced format deep into the tournament.
Yeah.
Ah, han puesto ronda. Pues si no han presentado ni el duelo ni nada. Están en una...
But a heap and helping of cards.
Yeah, it looks like unfortunately for our Cool Tune player, looks like Daniel went first. Established Terahertz, so he probably has a spell and trap negate.
Lo que no sé qué pretende hacer con Branded Kiltoon. Me falta ver la sinergia, pero este pavo va 10-3. ¿Sabes? 10-3 jugando Branded Kiltoon. Que alguien me lo explique, bro. Este chaval sabe algo que no sabemos.
Well, certainly Cool Tune known for all of its tuners. Like, you want to have as many of those interactions in your deck because they're actually food for your Synchro monsters.
So Daniel's reading the field spell. If you're not familiar with the Cool Tune strategy, this one's basically a starter. It's a starter a large percentage of the time just because of how many tunings you have, but unlike a lot of the other field spells that have existed historically, it doesn't just automatically search. It will grant him an additional normal summon of a tuner monster. It'll boost specifically his Cool Tune Loudness War, but then the aspect of it that would allow him to start is he contribute a tuner and then add to his hand or special summon the Cool Tune monster from his deck. But of course then you need a tuner already. One of the main reasons this deck, as you mentioned, has all those hand interactions.
We pause before we start.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, got it.
Exactly that. So Daniel's the winner.
But it does look like Daniel was able to mitigate that JJ cool tone, or yeah, the JJ
We chatted
cool tone.
outside earlier.
And as a result, Jerry's going to scoop up his cards, dive into his side deck, and we'll be able to at least see a full game 2.
Which is good because whatever happened, it did not go Jerry's way, unfortunately. So we'll see what the side deck has in store for him. The good news about this particular deck is so many types of cards you bring in side deck. Many of them are tuners.
Estoy buscando la sinergia. Sí que es cierto que hay varias variantes que juegan puras sincronías, pero me cuesta ver dónde tiene el punto de conexión el pavo.
We haven't seen Cool Tune in the feature match area. Certainly not for the advanced format. I'm not sure we actually even had it in the feature match area for the Genesis event either.
Once, but it's true that a lot of duelists haven't gotten a great look at this deck because, of course, there weren't any major stream tournaments between the release of Phantom Revenge and now. So you have to remember, like, we've got all the stuff we got to see at YCS Pittsburgh didn't include Phantom Revenge, so again, this is the first time we're going to see it on top of Burst Protocol, and Burst Protocol is so impactful for the format. But there's a lot of good-looking decks that came out of Phantom Revenge last week.
Me aprendo a jugar grandes Cool Tune y tier 0.
And Cool Tune, I keep hearing people talking about it at local, so I think this is a fan favorite strategy already.
Yeah, I think people are well aware that in those, you know, the sets where, for instance, Cool Tune was released, that the future usually holds a few more releases. So I think a lot of players acknowledge the power of a deck like Cool Tune. And are just
Puede ser, bro, pero entonces un poquito tonto, bro, poner que es una... ¿Cómo se dice? Una branded llevando solamente Fallen, tío.
But, you know, even if you're just trying to send Fallen of Albaz or Fallen the White Dragon to the graveyard, if you're using it with Branded Fusion and you need a light, think about how many great light tuners there are. Effect Veiler, Ghost Ogre, and trying to think of all the other ones there are too. There's just so many great choices. And it's not bad to open up all interactions in this deck. I mean, it literally wants to. As long as you get to at least one Cool Tune name, the rest of your hand is there to help you.
So I don't have the deck list.
Pues ronda
I have
14.
to imagine Jerry's playing just the Fallen and the Virtuous, which is what I think would give it the branded moniker,
that's true, that's true.
But, you know, certainly we'll see what he's able to do. Daniel on the other side, though, bringing Malice. Again, this is something that we've been seeing here. We had a player that was 10-0 with Malice. I'm not sure how they've been able to do
Malice está para quedarse.
Malice, that deck that may be slightly under the radar. Imagine this.
Se lo creo que seguramente gane Malice.
You know, Malice has been
ya hemos visto demasiado cómo funciona este juego.
People take those forbidden Lancias, those artifact Lancias that had been a staple in the side deck for what seems like the last year, finally put them back into their binder where they keep all their hand interactions and potential side deck choices. Well, now all of a sudden, Daniel and several other players this weekend are finding a lot of success with Malice. I'm pretty sure Malice also found its way into the top 8 over in Dortmund as well.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Just one Malice deck. And, you know, it's so funny you mentioned the fact that it was such a commonly played card. Just about 13 months ago at YCS Orlando 2025, the most commonly played card, not Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, it was Artifact Lancia. So it may need to make that comeback. And we saw the K9 Crystron deck also doing well, which does do a lot of banishment. It may be Lancia's time once more.
Seguro que sea el turno 1. A ver, lo que decía es que Pathfinder al Malice no sirve, al Somalis. Es que Malice, incluso si la juegan con toda uno, se puede confiar en Exosister. Lo único que ahí está el problema de la... Esa, bueno, dale, hablaremos con Nicholas. Él sabrá de esa variante porque es más de Master Duel.
But here we go with the JJ Cool 2.
So again, this is, you know, this can.
Yo sabía que Malice seguiría vivo como cuando un día después de la Malice me jugaron uno con dragones del Cross y estaba bien duro. Cosa que pasa. El Dani es leyendo todo.
That unfortunately doesn't replace itself. This is the one you actually may have just heard this Jerry say. It kind of serves as a hand interaction. It's probably one of the weaker ones. Yeah, you see here. So Jerry's going to be tributing that off to try and search his deck.
Hostia, cuando me llamaste.
Maybe Cool Tune Rico, one of the ones that actually replaced itself.
24. Ah, no, se me ha llamado ahora.
Unfortunately, though, Daniel has Ash Blossom Joyous Spring, and super unfortunate for Jerry.
No.
He just is going to place 2 cards to the Spell and Trap card zone.
So if you don't know anything about Cool Tune, let me just give you a little bit of card text that's common to all of them. Every single Cool Tune main monster, when it is on the field and you use it for a synchro summon, the other material for the synchro summon can be a tuner monster in hand. So the deck builder clicks it immediately.
No sé si me escucha el compi,
Spring, Ghost Ogre, and Snow Rabbit,
te acabo de escuchar.
Hombre, como tiene que ser, bro. Tenemos que ver cómo lo hacemos para que
¿Tienes cámara?
Sí, sí, voy. Que claro, que si me entero de rebote que me estabas llamando, bro. Espérate, joder. Que tengo que minimizar esto porque si no estos no ven ni la partida. A ver. Ahora ajustamos, chicos. Sorry. Vale, para la cámara. En estos 2 días no sé Mitsui. Sí, salió en stream, en el de Europa.
But we actually did just see there the Fallen and the Virtuous from Jerry. That was one of the 2 cards he sent to his spell and trap card zone, which makes a lot of sense. That is why he has the brain.
El formato se lo ha comido. Ah, sabe, bro.
Hit the Chesty Cat. Unfortunately, though, for him, Daniel has one of the Dex Extenders, which is that single copy of Gold Sarcophagus. Once a YCS prize card.
Ah, le veréis la cara a Licarus también, chicos. Estamos haciendo ajustes un segundico.
But it's doing great work in the Malice strategy, of course. Everyone knows this combo, right? Go ahead and activate it, pay some 300 life points to go ahead and bring back your
OBS cámara virtual aquí. OBS cámara virtual. En teoría.
Imagine that indicates that he either has
No, esta no es.
the Dormouse in hand or White Rabbit. I mean, it's a guarantee that he has one of those. He wouldn't have prioritized banishing it there.
No,
yeah, absolutely banish the one of Malice P Dormouse. Gonna go ahead and pay 300
Hay que
life points and
iniciarla.
special summon it back to the field.
Ya está, magia. A mí ya me ve.
Taking a second to think about the effect. You've got so many points of interaction with the hand, but just gonna let it
Ya
go for now.
ya estoy ajustando el este, bro, para ver.
Mira, tú sabes que yo no le sé eso, así que nada más te voy a tener como de fondo ahí comentando de caster invisible.
Sin fallo, bro. Sin fallo.
Oye, ¿cuál es el deck más representado? ¿Si es el Dracotail o has visto alguna sorpresa?
Por mucho, bro. Es que el Dracotail te da mucho plus, Da mucho plus. El tema es que... Sí. En Master Duel tenéis Spenta, ¿no? Porque me suena que tengo varias.
Sí, sí, ya tenemos Spenta.
Para que te hagas una idea, Brand of Fusion está 2, ¿no? En Master Duel.
Así es.
Sí, el bicho nuevo que sale cuenta como caído de Albaz. Entonces te lo puedes tirar directamente con la Brand of Fusion. Y lo que hace es que tú lo puedes enseñar en mano, te quitas una fusión de caído de Albaz y se invoca. Y en entrada te invoca un monstruo que menciona, bueno, una eclesia de cualquier ubicación. Entonces te empieza a puentear todo que da gusto. Pero queda gusto.
¿Y cuál iglesia se traen? ¿La de los Swords o...?
La Cartesia.
Ah, la Cartesia. ¿A la vez esa madre cuenta como iglesia?
No, te invocas a la iglesia de Swordsoul. La iglesia de Swordsoul la tributas y te invocas a la Cartesia. Ya está. Sí. Justo un momento al sonido, chicos, que estamos aquí. Sí, ya sé, chicos, es que... De normal, cuando se pone a grabar con alguien, siempre hacemos los ajustes antes, entonces queda bonito, pero cuando es así de antes... Vale.
Ok, ¿y la Envor qué tanto cambia? Porque mira, en Master Duel lo más normalito es Artarion, Gulamel, hay una esferita y las 3 trampas. Con un nuevo soporte...
Esfera ya no la sacas. Es sincronía de Branded. La eclesia está para flotar. Luego las 3 trampas. El Artalion, un Gulamel. En plan, es una mesa full.
¿Y el sincro qué hace?
Lo retiras y te invocas de este deck un bicho que mencione el caído de Albazo, que lo sea, en cualquier momento. Y en cementerio te puedes suflear una fusión del caído de Albaz y te reciclas a él mismo y levantas una carta al deck sin seleccionar, creo que era.
Oh, shit. ¿Eso es Quick Effect?
No. El tema es que, como juegan todos Fallen and the Virtus, te puedes hacer Fallen and the Virtus, partes una, te mandas el sincro, reciclas. Da para mucho. Y luego, si quieres jugar el engine de Magistus, puedes hacer Spenta, te añades el Magistus rojo, que ese es cantante. Y te puedes pasar de Magistus a Branded y también con Magistus a Dracotail, todo en uno, Puro amor.
Okay. De hecho, ya vi algunos duelos de los YCS y cada que veo de Fallen and the Virtus lo utilizan para esquivar cartas. O sea, se destruyen sus propias cartas para evitar impermas o droplet o cosas así.
Es que es gratis, porque si tú la usas en tu propio turno, piensa que en la Endphase te seteas otra con el Albion. De hecho, yo estoy diciendo que esa carta se tiene que ir a 1, porque no es normal que la juegues
de gratis. ¿Sabes? Se escucha ya mejor, chicos, del chat.
Oh, I was talking the way back machine. There was a day and age where people were like, no, I can't pay half my life points to stuff one thing.
¿Qué hora es allá, tío?
Aquí es temprano, es la 1:47 de la tarde.
La 1:47.
Después de la comida.
Se escucha perfecto.
Oye, ese Malice que ahorita está en stream, ¿es el mismo que ayer estaba como 7-0? ¿O es otro?
No, era otro. Son una plaga, tío.
Sí, ¿qué onda con Malice, bro? What the fuck? ¿Les quitaron binder?
Bueno, pero tú te viste la Malice Ignister que han creado los japoneses. Que era con todos los nombres a uno. Espera, tengo el enlace. Te lo voy a pasar para... Sobre todo porque esto es full contenido Master Duel. Espérate.
Ok. No, sí, el Malice que vi ayer, haz de cuenta que pushó con Access Code para hacer OTK, le hicieron Yumi Surprise, se lo levantaron. El otro dijo, bueno, pues bueno, ahora hago Crypter más otro mono, y igual es Lethal, Nibiru. Y el vato dice, bueno, como levantaste Access Code, lo voy a bajar otra vez, y lo mató de todas formas. O sea, fue muy surreal.
Cosas que pasan, bro. Toma, ahí te paso el enlace para que lo veas. Eso estaba top 6 de ranking Master Duel.
Ok, mira, el libro del Eclipse está muy chido ahorita, Muy buen board breaker para...
Pero te hace ver cómo llevando una gran montaña de Ignister te empieza a puentear ahí a tope. Vale, ahora ya puedo pillar el Discord, captura de ventana. Y pillo Discord.
Todas las cartas Ignister 1 porque son buscables, ¿no? Con el amarillo.
Sí, claro. Quiero decir, te empieza a explicar ahí combos y todo, Imagínate. Pam.
Que la tech del libro del Eclipse, esa está buena. A ver, está jugando Reload en el... Asumo que es nada más para mostrar combos, ¿no?
Es que lo más interesante, bro, es como te explica cómo vas llegando a todos los nombres con el Ignister. ¿Sabes? Tú te empiezas a ver ahí... Mírate. A ver, voy a poner... Bueno, ahora están de descanso. Podemos... Mira. ¿Qué hace? A Chichi hay... Claro. Bueno, sí, lo tienes segmentado. Pero de solo un pimiento te llega a full engine, el cabrón. Que empiezas a buscar y jugar hasta el campo de los Ignister. Luego hay una carta que era invocarte uno para buscarte otro. Ya te ponteas a la vaca Ignister. Y ahí ya cine. Y lo peor es que te enseña hasta cómo protegerte del Nibiru. Con las líneas. Es una Cyber Sepile.
Sí, y es de 40 cartas. Usualmente las piles van de 60 y pierden como que el non-engine, la consistencia y eso. Bueno, consistencia no, pero non-engine y cosas de ese estilo. Y esta no, güey. 40 con buenas hand traps, impulse.
Sí, le han limitado todo. Espacio hay. Claro. Como tiene que ser. Pero además me gusta eso, que saca doble sincro. En plan, la negación de uno, la negación de otro. Más el combo Malice. El mazo va para largo, tío. El mazo va para largo. Pero bien. Yo espero que gane otro mazo, tío. Al menos en América. A ver, que no ha ganado Dracotel,
Vanquish, ¿no?
Se lo pasó por encima, Robó Holisua a 1. Atraco tras atraco. De hecho, estaba yo ahora farmeando de chill un poquito en el Master Duel a ver si conseguía montarme la... ¿Cómo se dice? Lo Canine. Porque como tengo lo Crystron, que lo Crystron en Master Duel es carísimo, bro. Pero
sí, lo Canine Infected que está barato, a comparación de todos los demás de Justice Hunters, creo que es el más barato. Entonces, capaz si lo montas.
No, sí, tampoco he visto que sea muy complicado. Lo único que hasta las Chaotic Elements están ultras.
Sí, sí, las Chaotic Elements son UR, güey. Eso sí.
Perfecto.
Y están en el sobre Ascent, o sea, si no te sale Chaotic Elements, no.
Ojo, espera, que están enseñando entrevistas al ICS de México.
Este es de México, a ver.
Contenido.
Had to take 3 flights, one to Medellín to Bogotá, Bogotá to Ciudad de México, and Ciudad de México to Guadalajara. Oh, wow. It was like 12 hours in total.
Did you get some rest before coming here? Rest is super important before the YCS.
Okay, Yumi Smith, nice.
Like yesterday and Thursday.
Oh, that's awesome. And what deck are you playing this weekend?
Han puesto a Marín. Qué grande.
Yumi,
Marín y el año de la Sword Soul quedó top 4.
Icarus actualiza tu guía Malis. Mira, le voy a copiar la techa este japonés a ver qué sale, güey. En México, fíjate que aún no he visto actualizaciones. ¿Tú sí has estado al pendiente o no? Tampoco.
¿De qué? Sí, yo tengo el grupo ahí de WhatsApp de los que están la mayoría contra Cote y alguno con Yami. De momento estoy contento, bro, que de momento están, al menos con mi entrevista a los jugadores.
Sí, al menos darle visibilidad de, hey, hay un YCS aquí también,
Hombre, molaría que solo subiesen la final, aunque sea, sabes, ya ni te digo, la final al toque.
Ah, mira, ese fue el que ganó, ¿no? El último YCS de Mérida, creo que sí.
Pablo no, Pablo no.
No, el que está ahorita.
Ah, sí, ahora sí.
Japonés, alemán.
También. Sí.
Okay, so that means you have to travel a bit to come over here. How long was your flight?
I actually flew from Los Angeles since I'm there visiting my parents, so my flight was only like 2.5 hours.
Desde Los Ángeles ha venido.
That's a short flight. That's nice. That's nice. So you got some rest before.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo me iba a tomar un descanso hasta que saliera el deck de los payasos, porque es el que me llama la atención. Pero después de ver lo del YCS ya me hypeé, güey, para jugar Yumi.
Que la verdad, no sé lo que es un descanso. A mí me limita mi tiempo, bro. A mí me limita mi tiempo.
No, sí, yo la neta me agüité con la banlist. Dije, no, es Snatch 1, puta madre. Jugué la versión Finsmith, me gustó y todo. Pero como no iba a poder ir al YCS 14 de febrero y eso, dije, no, pues me tomo un descanso hasta que salgan los payasos, algo chido. Pero no, güey, estoy viendo los duelos de Yumi, se ve muy chido el deck todavía.
Ojo, Giancarlo. Y encima, por aquí, un humilde regalando suscripciones. Muchas gracias. Ahora miro quién ha sido. Pero ese está bien, tío. Como tiene que ser. Es que ya te hace ver que hay una cámara al menos, tío. Que pongan una partida.
Sí que... Ajá.
Yo entiendo que esto es pregrabado, porque como lo tienes así cortado...
Sí, definitivamente. Pero igual está chido. ¿Ahorita en qué ronda estarán en México? Supongo que ya es Top Cut porque fueron creo que 1000 jugadores menos, entonces no creo que hayan jugado 15 rondas.
Eso es en Guadalajara, ahí andaba yo ayer. ¿Y qué haces hoy aquí, bro? Muchas gracias al chico que haya hecho bueno, el que haya regalado las suscripciones. Agradecen un montón, chicos. Así nos tanqueamos, bueno, yo hasta las tantas de la mañana el ICS. Así que bueno. Lo peor es que en mi zona es fiesta el martes, tío. Les voy a pedir que me muevan el día. Ya está.
Ok. Muy bien. Pero mira, cuando es evento en Europa, te la pasas bomba. Ahí nos toca sufrir a nosotros.
Ya, y cuando sean las 2.
Pues bueno, son estas situaciones.
Lo peor es que había momentos que no podía abarcar las dos partidas a la vez. Me sentía raro. No pasa día 2, hombre, pero hay eventos paralelos, chicos. Una cosa es no pasar día 2 y otra darle un poquito al gameplay.
Creí que iba a ser duelo, pero no es dinámica, ¿verdad?
Claro. Yo estaba haciéndome el evento de mientras... Todo el rato,
Sí, de hecho creo que es lo que voy a hacer yo, güey. Si no...
Literalmente.
¿Y qué te parece el evento ese Master Duel?
Me da un asco el hecho de que te pongan un bicho, tío. Parece que no, pero Imperma fuera, Fugalos fuera. Y yo digo, tío, no... Fastidian lo que hay.
Sí, de hecho, ahorita estoy jugando las gemelas, las Evil Twin, y cuando te piden campo vacío, sí está como que... está medio rancio eso.
Yo si juego para Dark Souls pillo la Ancient Gear. Pero si juego para tryhardear ese evento que es literalmente links y fusiones, pillo la Ritual Beast y es que farmeas todo. Farmeas todo 1 a 1.
Sí, de hecho, dejas el mono que no deja tributar, casi todos traen Finsmith. Entonces el Requiem se queda ahí volando.
Pero ya ni eso, es que le dejo 1000 destrucciones. Lo que está mirando, tío, el structure deck que han metido del... ¿Cómo se llama? Del mago oscuro es completísimo, completísimo.
Sí, de hecho es la siguiente ya que voy a hacer, va a ser mago oscuro puro. Pero hay 3 engines que son muy buenos para sacar al dragón día gratis. Lo de Abel, lo Prima y
Eso está bien.
Lo del sarcófago dorado.
Jesús,
está
gracias por esa
muy
membresía,
roto.
tío. Muchísimas gracias, gracias un montón. Pues sí, lo del sarcófago dorado, yo a ver si meten los Charmer, tío. Ahí se... Ahí, para jugar más que... Porque estoy mirando ahora de hacer cositas con el Structure. Y lo que a mí no me gusta, tío, es cuando no te suben lo mismo a Master Duel que a TCG. ¿Sabes? Porque digo, joder, te meten un Structure de Charmer, te hacen el anime... Pero tendrían que hacer aquí. Con Sky lo hicieron. Con Branded no lo hacen. Con las Charmers tampoco. Se me hace raro.
Sí, pues las cartas Dragon Link también aquí llegaron unos días antes que en TCG y... Sí, te preguntas, güey, ¿por qué unos arquetipos sí y otros no?
No, o lo que han hecho ahora de la IP, tú.
Ah, sí, también la WP. ¿Qué te pareció esa carta?
Buenísima, buenísima, bro. He visto muy bueno.
Me sorprende que hasta ahora en Master Duel no es popular, ¿eh? O sea, no me la han invocado ni una sola vez.
Hasta que te salga un mazo que la tenga. Quiero decir... Porque es lo que dices, Yami te limita al interés, el Snatch.
Sí, el Snatch.
Canine es mazo de Extits y Dracotera es mazo de fusión, cosas así. Justo yo creo que es un poquito por lo que hay.
Light, wind. Locking in light, wind, and earth. Final answer?
Yes, locking it in.
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. You get a point right there. So Julian now.
Ya están aquí por los grupos poniendo
1 point for Dalton,
entrevistas.
but it is Julian's time to play.
De que apareció por fin México en una transmisión. Nice.
I feel like you might get this one. What?
Pues ojalá sí sigan, porque la neta sí está feo que no haya transmisiones
porque eso
oficiales.
¿Tú te viste? Quiero decir, ¿tú juegas algún otro TCG o nada más?
No, he jugado.
Vale.
He jugado, pero no.
Hicieron las finals de One Piece de LATAM. Las hicieron en México. Y una calidad de stream que dije yo, madre mía. ¿Sabes? Es así que
sea...
buenísima, buenísima. Una escenografía.
Qué calidad, entendí caída y dije,
qué caída, no, hombre, no. Calidad.
Ok. Lo que me llama la atención es Riftbound, pero como entiendo, hay poco producto en circulación aquí.
Han metido un salseo en Riftbound que ahora dejan jugar cartas de China, ¿sabes? Entonces lo que están haciendo es comprar las cartas a China. Yo de segundo TCG tengo One Piece, pero tampoco es que tenga mucho tiempo para jugarlo, así pero bien. Lo Furhire en Master Duel yo creo que lo va a petar,
Lo Furhire sí me llama la atención, Está muy chido. Tienen un vato que es como Maxi, ¿no? Una mamada así, que es level 5.
Si tu rival roba carta o añade, y es un efecto que no es un... ¿Cómo se dice? Un Furhire. Si lo controlas sería otro Furhire, tú robas. Y no es una vez por turno. Entonces si te hacen Fugalos, robas infinito. Literalmente. Eliges.
Y eso ya está en TCG, ¿no?
Sí. Se puede jugar con
puro, con K9.
K9 o puro.
Sí, es que como es level 5, dije, no, pues K9, ¿no?
Sí. K9 puro o con los GMX, que es un exclusivo.
GMX.
Pero no, los GMX está pochillo. Es como, le falta otra hornada de soporte.
Ok, lo clásico.
Lo clásico.
Falta que les den su GMX Habakiri.
Pues sí.
So behind me here is the VIP area. Every YCS, there's OTF stores that host tournaments, and if you win at one of those, you get an invite to the VIP section. Also, Jesse Cotton, the reigning world champion, will get in, but otherwise, check out where the YCS is located and how.
Lo bueno es que dentro que cabe es top 8, Se hace más rápido que parece.
Sí, de hecho,
pasa tiempo.
Está chido, güey, porque justo entro y ya es casi top 8. Está muy chido.
Te perdiste la partida de pack contra el Team Samurai.
Un amigo me comentó y vi partes de la partida. Vi que se estaban riendo y luego ya como 5 minutos después estaban súper locked in los dos. Muy interesante eso.
Como tiene que ser.
Al final que no ganó Pac.
Sí. Le humilló bastísimo, Yo la partida dije,
no puede ser,
Y mira que le hizo el Team San salir en una, porque sabía que se quitaba algunas cartas clave y le salió bien. Nice. Te pido curiosidad de cómo van a implementar las cartas Overframe en Master Duel.
Master Duel, yo creo que van a hacer como los artes alternativos. La dinámica que tienen aquí es que solamente los puedes sacar de sobres, no los puedes craftear. Asumo que van a hacer lo mismo, pero van a ser aún más raras de sacar.
Buah. Estoy curioso.
Sí, yo creo que eso nada más es para los vatos que le metan dinero, probablemente.
De hecho, mi carta más cara es una de esas. Literalmente.
Una de arte alternativo.
Sí.
O
arte alternativo royal. De estas.
Ya.
O sea, de hecho, ni la descrafteón que ni juega el mazo, bro. Yo tengo una.
¿Cuál es, güey?
Engage.
¡Oh, Engage!
Engage de las rojas. Literalmente.
Pues métela en Tenpai, ¿no? ¿Juegas Tenpai?
Sí, es cierto, ahí está esa variante. Pero eso es Engage roja, literalmente. Pasado.
No, creo que yo no tengo ninguna de esas. Alternativa Royal. No, güey.
Yo he sacado Tea Royal, lo he sacado, pero era mojón. Era el sincro de. El sincro de chatarra nuevo.
Ya, ese deck hace que no lo voy a jugar yo,
Literalmente.
Se me hace muy caro.
Hay que montar todo en este juego, bro. Imposible.
Sí, de hecho, hace poco le metí dinero, güey. Muy mala idea.
Yo nunca le he metido dinero al Master Duel.
No, yo sí, güey.
Yo no, hombre.
Yo sí. Y le tiré al sobre de los artes alternativos de la Ash.
Sí.
Me salió todo excepto eso, güey. O sea, ya me gasté unas 10,000, 12,000 gemas en ese sobre, no ha salido la Ash.
Muy pay to win, bro.
Pay to brillar, man.
Pay to brillar. Julio, una duda, ¿qué crees que sea mejor para jugar esta temporada? ¿Luna Luz, Exosister o Furhire? Vaya, yo te diría Luna Light. Luna Light, nadie lleva auto a la torre fácil. Ganas. Ya está. Lo que no me gusta es
Master Duel igual,
Sí, pero no hay babusca, ¿no? Es el punto.
Sí, es el punto malo.
Nadie se quita la torre a mejor de uno.
Sí, o sea, dejas 2 Ligers y ya.
Dos Ligers y ya, sí. Qué buen juego.
De repente Kainine a veces sí tiene el out, porque cualquiera de los dos lobos la pueden outear si tienes la
3500
magia.
Hay gente que se confía, 3500 agüita. Agüita.
Y digo, el lobo que es super cutre que nadie lleva es literalmente counter del tower, porque no lo pueden hacer Raigeki y cada que active cartas gana 500 de ataque. Entonces muy rápido puede
eso sí.
por batalla.
I taught her how to play. She fell out of the game. I still
Vale,
fell
a
in
ver,
love
¿dónde
with the
estás
game.
aquí?
Even like my brothers, they have 2 sons. One's named Tristan, one named Joey, after the original anime. Like, it's family. I remember seeing my older
Pues
brother
ahora
playing,
mi
and I was
chat
like,
me está
"That's what I
humillando que
wanna
ellos
do.
ya tienen la
I wanna
arte
play."
alternativo, que primer sobre regalado.
¿Qué carta?
La
Las de pies.
patona.
O
O sea, ni siquiera me gusta el arte, nada más la quiero porque si la tiras, empieza a bailar cuando...
¿En serio? LOL.
Sí, o sea, tiras Lash y empieza a bailar en el cementerio del oponente. como
¿Max
burlándose.
le han metido ya animación? Esta pregunta
Max, creo que no. Los Charmis sí, los Charmis dejan como que estelitas como animalitos dependiendo del lugar donde roben. Por ejemplo, Fuga deja estelitas en el deck y en el extra, Purulia en la mano y la otra en el cementerio y Vanish.
Yo estaba viendo cómo se dice, que la purga da flores. No sé por qué le han metido flores, pero ahí está.
Ya. Si purga Dominus, no sé si también lo han metido. Animación, no estoy seguro.
Cierto, que falta una Dominus por meter.
2 de hecho, ¿no? Falta
bueno, sí, claro. Buah.
La más nueva y la verdecita.
LOL tiene
Pero la verdad no he
animación
visto
en los
juego,
decks, sí,
¿verdad?
pero él está guapo con las plumas. ¿Qué pasa?
Que la verde no ha visto juego, ¿verdad? La Dominus.
No, nada. Y mira que no es mala, pero yo qué sé.
Yu-Gi-Oh to me, as a mother of someone that's played Yu-Gi-Oh now for a few years as a Dragon Duelist.
Siempre que hacen estas entrevistas así serias, pienso que es un interrogatorio de Alcohólicos Anónimos. Yo juego a Yugi porque me gusta tirar shift. Yo juego a Yugi porque...
No. Dime que estás leyendo el chat, por
¿Qué
favor.
ponen ahora?
No, o sea, tú que eso de shifter, dime que es del chat y no es tuyo, por favor.
Ah, no, yo te lo digo de meme. Pero que están haciendo aquí entrevistas, pero las hacen todas serias de, buah, me gusta por esto.
Ah, ya.
Esa es la idea. Que sea divertido.
De hecho, me salió un post, ¿no? De que un vato jugó contra Exosister y le tiraron Shifter 2 veces.
Y ganó.
Creo que Shifter está 1.
Y ganó. Eso, los que queréis jugar entre vosotros, chicos, en el Discord, podéis jugar unos remotes o partidicas.
La carta esa que traducieron mal, ¿ya la están resolviendo como es? ¿O?
Sí, ya está, desde salida.
Ok, genial.
Lo que me hace gracia es eso, que el texto lo tienes mal, pero bueno, el Master Duel es un clic y ya.
Sí, lo último que pasó... Bueno, lo último que le pasó eso fue el Primate, ¿no? El Beryl.
Sí, pero estás tú que... Bueno, a mí dice, Blue Eyes va a estar peor. Lo que faltaba.
It's the moments in the tournament when you're playing, when you make that key play that wins you the game, or when you're on stage and you're in front of all your friends and you get to hoist
También está haciendo un ICS de Genesis,
simultáneo.
Simultáneo.
O sea, de side event o Genesis así... Bueno,
ICS de Genesis. Al toque. 11 rondas, ya las han jugado, les falta un top 8. El formato tiene alguna variación. Por ejemplo, Tirlamen se juega ahí no irónicamente.
¿Qué? Voy a hacer main Genesis ahora, ¿eh?
Se juega con Tistina.
Güey, eso... Me estás baiteando, güey.
Que no. Han topeado un par.
¿Cómo que con Tistina, güey?
Ya ves. Que sí, que... Lo peor es que se han visto varias, ¿eh? Que yo no te baiteo, que se han visto. Mazos de basados.
El que vi que está chido, o bueno, más jugable en ese formato es Artmage. Y fíjate que Artmage sí me gusta. Está coqueto ese deck. Güey, después de que termine este door, voy a ver si es canon eso de Tirlamen Tistina, bro.
Sí. Si retrocedes el directo, la tienes jugando, que te hace Kit Kalos, se tira 8.
Ok, pero te gastas todos los puntos, ¿no? Porque creo que Kit está a 50 y todos los nombres están a 50, entonces ¿qué juegas? Kid y Shaden, Kid Merle.
¿En qué ronda estamos? Ya top. No, aún le queda, chicos. Estamos con el top de Genesis. Que en teoría hay un trofeo Genesis y todo, ¿eh?
Nice. Pues de hecho va a haber un YCS, ¿no? O sea, de que puro y duro el main event es Genesis.
Sí, literalmente, si te quieres ir de viaje, solo es para el Genesis. Yo ese evento le veo un atractivo de que ahí veremos la realidad de ese formato. ¿Sabes?
Sí, porque de momento ha sido puro side event, ¿no?
Claro. Bueno, este es el primero que lo hacen así un poquito. Y es ICS, tipo 11 rondas, tiene más top cut. Pero el siguiente no van a hacer evento de TCG. O sea, si tú vas a hacer el viaje, te lo haces para Genesis. Ahí está.
Nice.
And made it all the way there, then he would qualify for the Genius exception.
The Genius exception, you're going to explain that for the viewers at home.
Yep. So when we first announced Genesis, on the blog site, there's an article talking about how the point costs will be raised and how they won't be raised. And one of the times that they won't be raised is if you come up with a completely unique deck.
Pero Genesis, fíjate que yo no lo he intentado porque me quise armar 2 decks, fue Labyrinth y Lightsworn, y no me pude armar ninguno porque los puntos no te dejaban jugar.
Yo me
Por eso
pillé
me desanimé.
una Super Quantal. El tema es que no hay público en mi zona para jugar.
TS Gaming Center, Nicholas Moore.
Va, empezamos.
es... Chinga. Es el deck de los dinosaurios, ¿no? Bueno, no dinos, pero el nuevo. Doom Z.
Sí. No tengo ni idea de lo que hace Doom Z. Pero bueno, ahí está. Mucho más nuevo, tío, que te sacan hoy en día. Pero te digo, que sí. La Tistina Terlamens a mí me hace gracia.
Sí, o sea, Tistina para mí es de los peores arquetipos que ha sacado el juego.
Vale 50 puntos la Kit Kalos. Y un fusionador...
Sí, y el 50 también, ¿no?
Sí, algo así. Te da para todo.
100 puntos te los gastas en 2 cartas Tirlamen, bro. Let's go.
Hombre, y sobrado, Y sobrado.
Mira, si la Kashtira no vale puntos y el Reino tampoco, el Chile sí es jugable.
No, sí, que vale todo. Que usan no usan ni el Rhino, usan la que es una Aqua que te manda...
Ah, la Seahorse, quién sabe qué.
Sí, exacto.
Simmer, algo así, ajá. Torneo Genesis and Master Duel, ¿cuándo? Estaría interesante.
Vamos a ver. A ver. Lo que no sé es si se van a flipar mucho con los puntos, porque veo que dicen será modificable no sé qué. Solo lo hacen todo a 100.
Ah, sí. Fíjate que antes hacían modificaciones a cada rato, ahora veo que ya le bajaron la vida a esto.
Ahora solo te regulan el nuevo sobre. Y ya está.
Y usualmente el nuevo sobre es lo que está más roto, ¿no? Porque
Claro.
es lo que le dan poquitos puntos.
Es que imagínate que te viene el Fallen nuevo y no vale nada. Ya está. Necesito por... Ya te digo, yo quiero un torneo así, entero, porque al final todos los jugadores que son competitivos buenos no juegan este evento. Bájate al pack o cualquiera de estos, darle un poquito a la cabeza y jugar ahí los mazos de verdad.
Pero yo le voy a dar un vistazo a ese deck de Tier Tistina.
Ya está.
A ver.
Y el pavo lo peor es que tenía la Tistina full rareza. Eso era lo peor de todo. Sí, ha sido un Exosister. Labri no. Chicos, Labri está esperando un soporte para volver.
And their synchros have special material requirements that let you use multiple tuners in order to make them. When you use the cool tune monsters as synchro,
Sí, de hecho a Labra le falta una carta todavía.
and many of their other monsters have ways to copy that effect as well.
Igual Yumi, un sincro del Marshmallow estaría interesante.
Se lo guardan, bro. Eso se lo guardan. Yo tengo una teoría de que este año viene el soporte Flunderis, Esa es mi teoría.